A warning prefaces the episode, cautioning that it contains potentially disturbing content, including depictions of self-harm, bullying, and violence, advising reader discretion. The wilderness teems with animals, divided by a strict hierarchy governed by one rule: survival of the fittest. There are the hunters, and there are the hunted. God was fair in endowing the hunters with sharp teeth and the hunted with nimble legs. But once cornered by a large group, nimble legs become useless. The world in which we live is not that different. If there is one difference, it's that animals hunt for survival. While on the floor, Jungo heard one of the bullies say, laughing, to get up. Galwa asked Jungo to get up now, or he would be in for a real beating. He loved how it felt when he pounded Jungo's head in. Another bully agreed, telling Jungo to get up, calling him a shithead. Galwa spat on Jungo. Galwa told Jungo that the spit was for him and to lick it. Jungo, defeated, could only say okay, thinking that he was just a source of entertainment for them. Jungo thought that he just wanted to die, wondering what he was doing there. Galwa stepped on Jungo's head. Galwa told Jungo that he ranks at the top of the food chain, asking him to get with the program. Jungo lay on the floor, bloodied and defeated. He could only offer a muffled apology as he was told to lick the floor. Galwa, towering over him, insisted that Jungo would lick the floor one way or another. Jungo, kneeling on the floor, was asked if he shouldn't be barking. Nearby, the bullies barked and howled with laughter. One of them commented on how Jungo was acting like a real bitch. Galwa stated that it was enough and ordered Jungo to lick it. The sound of Jungo licking the floor filled the room. The bullies were shocked that Jungo actually licked the floor, calling him pathetic. Jungo felt like he was Galwa's four-legged prey. Galwa then produced a carton of milk, calling it a prize for being a good boy. Galwa poured the milk over Jungo's head. Galwa remarked that he had been saving the milk for 2 months just for Jungo, asking if he liked it and how it smelled. The bullies watched as Jungo was covered in the spoiled milk. They found it disgusting that he didn't forget to bark. Jungo could feel everyone staring at him, feeling how pathetic they thought he was and how relieved they were that they were not the prey. Jungo wondered why this was happening to him, what he had done to deserve this, and what he had done wrong. In order to find a modicum of solace, Jungo slowly began to kill himself. Jungo slit his wrist with a box cutter. Jungo, struggling to breathe, clutched at the razor, his resolve wavering. He didn't care who it was, even if it was the devil himself. He just wanted to get out of this hellhole. Suddenly, a figure appeared on a nearby rooftop. From the rooftop, Kyungjin called out to Jungo. Kyungjin grabbed Jungo, pulling him close. Lee Kyungjin explained that he needed to go to an internet cafe, but he was broke. He added that Galwa may hang out with him, but he suffers from an inferiority complex. Jungo stated that he didn't have any money, as he gave it all to Galwa. Kyungjin asked what he had said before striking Jungo. Kyungjin told Jungo that he was going real easy on him, and that he must have looked real soft for Jungo to say no to him. Jungo denied this, saying he would get him the money. Kyungjin continued to beat Jungo. Kyungjin grabbed Jungo by the hair. Kyungjin demanded to know who Jungo thought he was, stating that he was a nobody, so he should act like a nobody. Kyungjin continued his assault. As the beating continued, Lee Kyungjin thought to himself that Jungo could think about getting up now. Jungo apologized, saying he made a mistake and begged for forgiveness. Kyungjin told him to put it out. Jungo lay on the ground, bloodied and bruised. He pleaded with his tormentor to stop, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Galwa stuck his tongue out, taunting Jungo. Galwa asked if there was a problem, implying that Jungo hadn't learned his lesson yet. Jungo, defeated, agreed to do whatever Galwa wanted. Galwa chuckled, amused by Jungo's desperation. Jungo wondered why he was being targeted and why he had to live like this. He lamented his situation, calling himself a loser and wondering why he was being left alone. Jungo wondered if they knew how painful this was as Galwa continued to mock him. Tears streamed down Jungo's face as he admitted he was scared and felt like throwing up, questioning why this was happening to him. Jungo thought that those who made him suffer should be the ones suffering, not him, and that the pain he had been forced to endure should be shared by those responsible. Suddenly, Jungo screamed, seemingly undergoing a transformation. Galwa, on the ground, seemed surprised by the sudden change. Galwa cursed, wondering what was going on as he looked up at Jungo. Jungo, enraged, called Galwa an asshole and demanded to know what he had done to him. Jungo, now towering over Galwa, repeatedly stomped on him, ignoring Galwa's pleas to stop. The sounds of the city echoed around the building as Kyungjin struggled to understand what was happening to him. His breathing grew heavy as he tried to make sense of the situation. He recalled feeling no pain, remembering putting the cigarette out on his tongue. He wondered what was going on. Elsewhere, a strange, pulsating mass sat in a pool of liquid. A voice echoed, wondering why Kyungjin had screamed instead. Suddenly, the creature that had been with Kyungjin appeared, its foot stuck. It greeted him, announcing it was good to meet him. Kyungjin, now with a bandage over his left eye, looked on in horror. He screamed, demanding to know who the creature was. The creature told Kyungjin to calm down, assuring him that it was there to help. The creature asked if he wanted to know why, stating that it was the one who gave him those powers. It added that it was the one who was going to get him out of this hellhole. The creature revealed itself to be the archdevil, Mephistopheles. Kyungjun, still injured and terrified, could only manage a week, so Mephistopheles asked if he wanted to play a game with him. A warning appears, advising reader discretion due to potentially disturbing content, including depictions of self-harm, bullying, and violence. Below, Jungo kneels on the floor, looking at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles asks what Jungo is doing and reminds him that he summoned him. Jungo seems confused, questioning if he really did. The title card appears, The Devil's Boy. Meanwhile, Glass's bully stands in a hallway, smoking a cigarette. He thinks back to what happened and wonders why the idiot didn't burn his tongue. Glass's bully wonders how he ended up getting burned when the other person was completely unscathed. Glass's bully drops his cigarette to the ground. He expresses his anger, declaring that he's going to kill that bastard. Back in a room, Jungo asks Mephistopheles if he gave him powers. Mephistopheles tells him to hold on a second and confirms that if he harms himself thinking about someone he hates, that other person ends up feeling the pain, calling it a marvelous power. Jungo asks what about him, and Mephistopheles assures him that he won't get hurt. Mephistopheles tells Jungo that he can't afford to have him die in the process. Mephistopheles explains that each time Jungo uses his powers, he will lose an equal amount of his own lifespan, adding that all of this comes at a price. Jungo is shocked to learn that it's not fair, as Mephistopheles grabs him. Mephistopheles says he knows Jungo wants it. Mephistopheles tells Jungo that he knows that a loser like him will keep on suffering without it. He tells him to either keep on being the prey or get a chance to become a hunter. Mephistopheles tells Jungo that the choice is his. The bullies are shown beating up victim protagonist. They call him pathetic and tell him to act like a nobody. So, Jungo thought to himself that the situation was pathetic. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Jungo clenched his fist, resolving that he would never forgive them. He didn't care what happened to him. Jungo just wanted to take revenge on those bastards. Mephistopheles chuckled, pleased with Jungo's growing rage. The mark on Jungo's arm began to glow with a dark energy. Mephistopheles explained that the mark would try to consume Jungo the more he used his powers, as it was a mark that sealed their deal. Mephistopheles informed Jungo that he had exactly 30 days, but Jungo questioned if his powers would only last 30 days. Mephistopheles confirmed that was exactly right. Mephistopheles told Jungo to spend those 30 days doing whatever he wanted to do and to try and entertain him in the process. Jungo wondered what was happening to him and if his lifespan would run out. Mephistopheles simply watched. Mephistopheles stated that Jungo would no longer exist in this world, and his soul would become his. Jungo chuckled to himself. The mark on Jungo's arm pulsed. Jungo's eyes narrowed. Jungo resolved that it was all right, and he would get all of them back. The school loomed large, a silent witness to the events about to unfold. A message was left for Jungo, a taunt about his escape the previous day. The message demanded that he meet them on the roof during lunch. The threat was clear. He'd better be there, or else. Inside the classroom, Jungo sat alone, a storm brewing within him. He made his way up the stairs, each step echoing his resolve. Arriving on the rooftop, he found the bullies waiting for him. Glass's bully feigned surprise at Jungo's arrival, remarking that he thought Jungo would be too scared to show up. Glass's bully demanded to know what Jungo had pulled on him the previous day, his tone laced with menace. Jungo's face contorted with rage as he told Glass's bully that he got what he deserved. Enraged, Glass's bully called Jungo a son of a bitch and lunged at him. The attack sent Jungo crashing into a nearby object. Enraged, Glass's bully asked if Jungo was out of his mind. Jungo struggled to his feet, his mind racing. Glass's bully told him that he didn't know what was going on in Jungo's messed-up mind, but he was going to kill him. Jungo's thoughts solidified into a single, burning resolve. He would no longer take this crap. He vowed to make them all pay for what they had done to him. With newfound resolve, Jungo confronted Glass's bully, declaring that he was the one who was going to die. The sound of a sickening crunch echoed as the bully's foot connected with its target. The bully, satisfied with his strike, watched as his victim cried out in pain. The victim writhed on the ground, struggling to speak through the agony. Nearby, Jungo watched in disbelief as the bully stood over his victim, a glint of a knife visible in his hand. He demanded to know what the bully had done. Glass's bully, his face contorted with rage and pain, questioned what was wrong with Jungo. The bully sneered down at the fallen victim, asking if he had simply tripped over a rock. He continued, tauntingly asking if the pain was driving him crazy, before declaring that the pain was real. Glass's bully, struggling to his feet, realized he might end up getting hurt badly. He roared at Jungo not to underestimate him. Another sickening crunch echoed as the bully continued his assault. The bully squeezed his victim's head, reminding him that he was a nobody and should act like one. The sounds of bones breaking filled the air. The bully's face twisted into a cruel grin, revealing his teeth. He whispered that Jungo was about to be killed by a nobody. Glass's bully's face was a mask of fury as he prepared to strike. Glass's bully continued his assault, stomping on the victim's face. The victim could only manage muffled screams as the bully's assault continued. Meanwhile, Jungo struggled to free himself, his hands desperately reaching for the knife tucked into his waistband. Jungo recalled a saying, "Hate the sin and not the sinner," a sentiment he once believed in, but no longer did. He remembered their taunts, their cruelty, and how they all participated in the bullying. Jungo recalled that they all did it, and he did it because they all did it. He then thought that he made a mistake and didn't mean to bully the victim. The memory triggered a surge of anger within Jungo, who questioned how they could call their actions a mistake. His rage intensified, a dark fury building within him. Jungo asked himself how they could call that a mistake as he gripped the knife tighter, the sound of cracking plastic echoing in the room. A primal scream tore from Jungo's throat as his anger reached its peak. With a roar, Jungo lunged forward, the knife raised high, intent on ending the torment. The victim continued to struggle weakly. The knife fell to the ground with a thud. Jungo stood over the bully, who was now on the ground. Glass's bully laughed maniacally, stating that's what Jungo gets and that he should have apologized to him. Glass's bully lay prone on the floor as someone exclaimed in shock. The witnesses' eyes widened in horror as they watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Lee Dongo's eyes widened as he recognized someone. The witness muttered in disbelief. His name was Lee Dongo, though he was more commonly called Toad. He believed he must have done something terrible in a past life to be cursed with his looks and stature. Not only that, Dongo considered himself terribly introverted and frail, wondering if God had given up on him. He didn't know why he had to keep living like this, having been bullied for all 18 years of his life. So, Dongo intended to bring an end to it all. He meant he couldn't live like this forever, praying to be made handsome and awesome in his next life. He prayed in his name, saying goodbye. But then, a voice snapped at him, telling him that he was a nobody and to act like one. Dongo nearly fell. He wondered what the noise was, before hearing someone yell at him to stay away. Dongo realized he had made a mistake and hadn't meant to bully the person. He screamed in terror. The person he had been bullying asked who he was. The bullied victim wondered how much the bully had seen, questioning if he should tell him the truth or not. He knew that Dongo would go to the police, and he might have to kill him. Dongo saw him as a savior. The victim was seen as the savior of all the oppressed. He had finally answered Dongo's prayers, even though Dongo had cursed at him earlier. The victim wondered if he was truly a savior. A car sped down the street. A surge of power emanated from the victim, transforming Bully 3 into a monstrous form. The bully, now transformed, unleashes a guttural roar as a surge of energy emanates from his outstretched hand, the force of it causing the ground to tremble. The transformed bully's attack intensifies, the energy crackling around him. He vows to curse his target for eternity, awaiting their final fate. With a sigh of relief, Lee Si-hyun sits exhausted against a wall, the lingering pain from using his powers evident as his hands tremble. He notes that the pain gets worse every day. Meanwhile, Jungo approaches Si-hyun, calling out to him. He questions whether Si-hyun used his power again, reminding him to take it easy. Lee Si-hyun, the 18-year-old exorcist, looks up with a weary expression. Jungo asks Si-hyun what he is looking at, his tone laced with concern. Si-hyun retorts, questioning why Jungo is looking at him like that, and why he wears a uniform when he doesn't even go to school. Jungo wonders how much longer Si-hyun has to do that job, suggesting it's about time he quit. Si-hyun reflects on his situation, thinking he is just being punished. Jungo insists that Si-hyun shouldn't have to put his life on the line, lamenting that God is such a pain in the butt. Jungo asks what about school, mentioning that he starts tomorrow and has heard it's around here. Si-hyun tells him to stay off the bananas when he's at school, calling him a monkey, which Jungo takes offense to. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the school. A student begs for help, claiming he can't go on living like this and pleading to be saved. He believes Si-hyun is his savior, but Si-hyun thinks he's got it all wrong. Elsewhere, Lee Dongo is being bullied, forced to hurry up and mocked with ribbit sounds. The bully orders Dongo to fetch something, calling him a loser. Dongo apologizes, while Jungo observes the scene. Uni approaches Jungo, asking if she scared him and apologizing. She asks him to let her know by tomorrow if he's going on the school trip. Jungo's heart pounded as Yoonhee confirmed that everyone else had signed up for the school trip. He responded, trying to sound casual, and she told him she'd be right there. Lee and he was the only person in their class who cared about him. She was pretty, got good grades, and had a great personality. So, she was one of the most popular girls in school. Jungo thought there was no way a girl like that would be interested in him. He believed it was because he was an outcast. How long must he live like this? Jungo wondered if he would ever be able to live a normal life. He felt his powers starting to overpower his body. His arms trembled. Jungo wondered if there was a limit to his powers. Meanwhile, Galwa smoked, while two thugs called out to Jungo, telling him to come over. Jungo realized he had totally forgotten about him. What should he do? Should he run away? No, Jungo decided he would have to face him, one way or another. Galwa smoked, thinking this time. Jungo thought to himself that he would show him. Jungo resolved that he was not a pushover anymore. Galwa, smoking, thinks to himself that this time he'll show him. Meanwhile, Jungo stands silently. Jungo thinks to himself that he is not a pushover. Galwa remarks that Jungo looks pretty confident today and wonders if he finally figured out that he's nothing but a loser. Galwa recalls Kyungjun telling him that he'd take care of Jungo during lunch. He then wonders why he hasn't seen Kyungjun since, and how Jungo doesn't even have scratch on him. Jungo thinks to himself that it's time to make Galwa pay, just like Kyungjun did. He realizes that at this distance, he can take the blade out of his bag and just needs to raise his hand naturally. Galwa asks Jungo if he's ignoring him. Galwa demands an answer from Jungo. Galwa continues to huff and puff, smoking his cigarette. Galwa's eyes begin to glow red. Galwa remarks that Jungo isn't going to answer. Suddenly, Jungo strikes. Jungo feels like his stomach is going to burst. He thinks to himself that he couldn't do anything just now and wonders what's going on. Galwa notes that one kick wasn't enough. Jungo wonders if he's trembling right now. Galwa sighs, demanding that Jungo answer his question. Jungo thinks to himself that he should try using the knives in his bag again, but is shocked at what he is seeing. Galwa stands over Jungo, who is on his knees, and asks him what he is staring at. Suddenly, Galwa strikes Jungo with a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends Jungo crashing to the ground, gasping for air. Coughing, Jungo wonders what is wrong with him as Galwa's hand reaches down to grab him. Galwa asks Jungo one more time where Kyungjun is, wondering why he can't do anything. Jungo coughs and gasps as Galwa pats his head, repeating his question about Kyungjun's location. Galwa delivers another blow to Jungo's head. Jungo is struck again, and he desperately thinks to himself that he needs to use his powers. Galwa stomps on Jungo, demanding that he answer his question. Jungo is further assaulted, and he thinks to himself that he needs to use his powers. Jungo coughs and wonders what is wrong with him, thinking that he needs to avenge himself. Galwa asks Jungo if he wants him to mess up his neck for good. Jungo thinks to himself that he must avenge himself as his arm begins to glow. Galwa stares intently, his eyes narrowed. Two figures stood in the distance, one asking who the person they were observing was, and the other admitting they knew him, if only a little. From their vantage point, they could see that the person was picking on someone weaker than them. The bully was told to pick on someone his own size. Jaina was told to stay out of it. The bully, Jang Sukmu, was furious that he had been called a chimp. Sukmu called the other man a chimp, his face contorted with rage. Sukmu told him to stop flapping his lips, wondering why he should stop, as he felt like saying it more. Sukmu, enraged, asked what the other man had called him, stating that he bet his mama was a monkey too. Sukmu suggested that the other man stop jabbering behind his friend's back. Sukmu struck the other man. Sukmu told the other man to take back what he said. Sukmu sent the other man flying with a kick. Sukmu asked if just one punch was enough to take him down, telling him to get up because he was just getting started, wondering what the hell was wrong with him. VG no specialty was kickboxing. The thug, surprised by Jungo's strength, wondered how the young man could be so powerful. He told his companion to stop standing around and attack. He taunted Jungo, asking if he was scared. The yellow jacket bully called Jungo a twerp, adding that he looked totally scared. Meanwhile, Jungo's eyes narrowed with intense anger. The first thug cracked his knuckles, telling Jungo to stop. He questioned what was happening. Galwa told the thug to stop, adding that he was being a dumbass. The thug retorted that he had been disrespected and questioned why he should stop. Galwa, radiating a menacing aura, told the thug to relax, stating that he had heard him. The thug relented, and Galwa told him to let's go. The yellow jacket bully agreed, and the thug told him to shut up, saying he was letting him off easy this time. The thug stepped forward, telling Jungo that next time he saw him, he would be dead. Galwa followed behind, repeating the word step with a sinister grin. The yellow jacket bully stuck out his tongue and flipped off Lee Sihyun, calling him and Jungo cowards. Lee Sihyun asked what they were doing there. Elsewhere, Jungo's classmate managed to stop the bleeding and wondered if he would be all right. He then noticed that Jungo was awake. The yellow jacket bully greeted Jungo, asking if he was okay. Jungo, still recovering, groaned in response. The yellow jacket bully expressed his surprise, while Jungo thanked him for saving him. As the yellow jacket bully helped Jungo up, Jungo wondered why he got a bad feeling from him. Kyungjun, eyes wide with terror, stammered, trying to find his words. He abruptly ended the call, overwhelmed by fear. Elsewhere, Jungo's classmate questioned where he was going, surprised by his sudden departure. The yellow jacket bully wondered what Jungo was doing after all they had done for him. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles, perched atop a pile of potato chip bags, mused about the situation. He seemed to be enjoying this little game. The Archdevil declared that things had just gotten more interesting, punctuating his statement with a sinister chuckle. From a distance, Jungo shouted, knowing Mephistopheles was nearby, demanding that he show himself. Galwa, in his room, wondered why Jungo's powers weren't working. Mephistopheles, standing before Galwa, revealed that he had slashed his wrist, but Galwa remained unharmed. The imp told him to stop joking around. Mephistopheles found it amusing that the great Archdevil was full of hot air. He then declared that if Jungo was a demon, he was in for an easy ride. Suddenly, a red tendril shot out, ensnaring Mephistopheles and constricting him. Jungo, his face contorted in anger, declared that they needed to get one thing straight. Mephistopheles realized he was just a source of amusement for Jungo. The tendril tightened, causing Mephistopheles to cough. Jungo stated that his powers were granted under one condition. That condition, Jungo revealed, was hatred. Mephistopheles questioned this, but Jungo affirmed it. He then reflected on when he faced Galwa, wondering what emotion he felt. Jungo realized that it wasn't just hatred. Jungo's eyes glowed with power as he realized what he truly felt was fear. Jungo stood, clenching his fists, as Mephistopheles, in his diminutive form, mocked him, eating chips and calling him pathetic. The imp reminded Jungo that he had been given great power, yet still trembled in fear. Jungo could only sit there, the weight of the words hitting him hard. Mephistopheles continued to taunt him, chewing loudly as Jungo sat hunched over, admitting to himself how pathetic he felt. The imp reminded Jungo that he had been chosen because of the level of hatred within him, but questioned why he still trembled in fear, calling it disappointing. He told Jungo to listen closely, stating that the winner is the one who ends up surviving. Mephistopheles asked Jungo if he was going to be the one left standing or the dead loser, remarking that it looked like the latter. Then, with a puff of smoke, the imp disappeared. Alone once more, Jungo sat with his head in his hands, overwhelmed by his own feelings of worthlessness. He felt like such a coward, like trash, good for nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man was being berated for letting someone get away. He couldn't believe he'd been made to run away. The man was furious, saying that if he hadn't been stopped, he would have ripped those bastards apart. Sukmu was then grabbed by the neck. His attacker demanded to know if Sukmu needed to be reminded of his place. The man squeezed Sukmu's neck, asking if he wanted his bones broken again like last time. Sukmu apologized, as the man wondered where his strength had come from, saying he must be made of steel. Sukmu's boss warned him that this was his last chance. The man cursed Sukmu under his breath, vowing that next time he saw him, he'd be dead meat. The man's phone rang, and he answered it, annoyed that he was being texted instead of called. He asked what the message was about, lighting a cigarette as he listened. The thugs were surprised by the sudden arrival of Galwa. One of them questioned what he was doing there, while Galwa stared intently. The sound of cigarette being stomped out echoed in the air. Galwa seemed unfazed by the situation. Elsewhere, a group of students discussed the recent attack on Kyungjun. They mentioned that he was found in bad shape. The students continued to speculate about what happened to Kyungjun. One of them asked Sukmu what they should do, and Sukmu told them to pick him up. Galwa flicked away the remains of his cigarette, his expression cold. Kyungjun did not come to school the next day. Rumors spread like wildfire about Kyungjun's condition. Some students gossiped about a bully getting beaten up badly, while others speculated that a rival gang had targeted Galwa's group to muscle into their school. Most students seemed indifferent to Kyungjun's fate, acting like a pack of starved hyenas. They were insane. The scene of the attack had caught a whiff of a wounded animal. Other students discussed what had happened to Kyungjun, some claiming he got what he deserved. The bell rang, and a teacher urged the students to get to their seats. He announced that they had a new student joining them that day. The teacher asked the new student to come in. A student slid open the door, his face filled with shock and fear. The student wondered what the new student was doing there. The story begins. The Devil's Boy. Wee Jino wondered what the new student was doing there. Meanwhile, the teacher greeted the class, introducing Wee Jino. Jino introduced himself, stating that he liked bananas but didn't like being called monkey. The class stared at him, and Jino noticed Jungo. The students began to murmur, surprised that Jino knew Jungo. Jungo, however, told him not to talk to him, as everyone was looking at him. The murmuring continued as the students wondered what was going on and if they knew each other. Some speculated that Jungo wouldn't last more than a month, while others pitted him for knowing Jino. The bell rang, signaling the start of the first period. As the students prepared, Jino approached Jungo, mentioning that he was the kid who passed out in the alley and asking why he ran away yesterday. Two students whispered about how close Jungo and Jino seemed, with one predicting that Jungo wouldn't last long. Jungo told Jino not to act like he knew him. Jungo sighed, walking down the hallway. Meanwhile, a large, muscular bully wondered who he was. The bully questioned why Jungo was telling him to ignore him. He then noticed Jino talking too loudly and told him to quiet down. The bully grinned, thinking that Jungo was an outcast. Jungo didn't care about being an outcast. Suddenly, he was struck. The bully kicked Jino, sending him crashing into desks. Jungo realized that Jino had just tried to shield him. The bully remarked that it was a pleasant surprise to see Jungo at the school. Jino wondered who the bully thought he was. The bully told him not to look at him like that, adding that it was a real shitty day because of all the rumors. The yellow-jacketed bully, confident in his supposed advantage, taunted his opponent, asking if he thought he would let him get a second chance. Enraged, the larger student charged forward, yelling at Jungo. Jungo, however, moved with surprising speed, dodging the attack. The bully stumbled, and Jungo mocked him, reminding him that he had said he wouldn't let him win this time. Meanwhile, in a nearby classroom, students noticed the commotion and rushed to see what was happening. The crowd murmured, surprised by Jungko's speed and wondering who he was. The bully, infuriated by the taunts and the onlookers, cursed at Jungko, declaring that he was fixing to get killed today. But Jungko dodged each blow, leaving the bully increasingly frustrated. Some of the onlookers whispered that the new kid hadn't been hit once. The bully, enraged, screamed at Jungko, telling him to take this. He lunged, but Jungko easily sidestepped the attack. Jungko then struck the bully in the face with a powerful blow. The bully wobbled and collapsed to the ground. Jungko stood over him, telling him that this was the second time he had knocked him to his knees and ordering him to shut up. The bully, still on the ground, claimed he didn't even feel that. The bully, struggling to rise, mumbled in pain. Jungko stood over the fallen bully, telling him that he had punched him in the jaw and that he wasn't getting up, demanding that he just give up. The bully, still on the ground, called him a son of a bitch. The onlookers were stunned. They questioned what was wrong with the bully, wondering if the fight was truly over. Some of them couldn't believe they had been scared of him. Meanwhile, others remarked that the rumors must be true and that they had been fooled all along. The defeated bully, enraged, cursed at everyone, demanding if they had the guts to say anything to his face. He challenged anyone with a problem to come out and fight. Kyungjun, bandaged and bruised, declared that he was taking the bully down with him. The bully, unable to control himself, hoped Kyungjun was done flapping, because it was his turn now. With a swift motion, the bully lunged at Kyungjun. The bully prepared to strike, but was shocked at what happened next. Jungko delivered a devastating kick to the bully's face. The bully was sent flying. The crowd was amazed by Jungko's strength, with one person exclaiming that it was awesome. As the bully fell, he couldn't believe what was happening. The crowd continued to express their disbelief that Jungko had beaten Sukmu so easily. One person remarked that Jungko wasn't bigger than him. Kyungjun, watching the scene unfold, realized that size had nothing to do with who wins, and that it's the stronger one that ends up winning. The sound of a beating echoed through the alleyway. The bullies continued their assault, one of them landing a heavy blow. One of the tormentors expressed his frustration, blaming their target for the situation. Meanwhile, Jungko struggled to make sense of what had just happened to him, realizing that it was all because of that loser. Fueled by anger, the bully vowed not to let him get away with it. His accomplice chuckled, anticipating the fun they were about to have with Sukmu. The bully confirmed that Jungko attended comic drawing classes in the afternoons. Elsewhere, someone called out, trying to get Jungko's attention. He was being followed, and the pursuer wanted to know why. Jungko was told that being his friend wasn't a good idea. The pursuer asked if Jungko was going to talk again about being an outcast, begging him to stop following. Jungko was reminded that he had gotten into a fight with Sukmu because of the speaker. Suddenly, Jungko grabbed the speaker's arm. Jungko was asked to let go of the speaker's arm so he could see it. He noticed a strange mark. Someone shouted and dashed away, with Jungko calling after him, needing to ask something. The Hey Comic Cafe and Comic Academy buildings stood tall at night. Inside the academy, students worked diligently on their art. Inside the art academy, Mr. Huang wondered if something was wrong with Jungko, as the sound of scratching filled the air. He insisted that Jungko could talk to him, and that he should let him hear what was on his mind, even if Jungko lied to him. Mr. Huang continued to press Jungko to open up. Mr. Huang expressed how much pressure Jungko must be under, and that he must be hallucinating. He was serious about why he didn't want to tell him. Jungko insisted that Mr. Huang would believe him if he saw it. He then showed Mr. Huang the mark that gave him powers. Jungko was confused, as there was no mark there. He wondered if perhaps it was invisible to others. Mr. Huang thought to himself that what was happening couldn't be right. He wondered how Jino was able to see it. Mr. Huang asked Jungko what he had done. He then thought back to when he used to be bullied in school and how unbearable it was. Mr. Huang paused, then stated that he had forgiven them, though it took a long time for him to be able to do that. Mr. Huang asked Jungko what kind of revenge he was thinking about, and to think carefully. He then complimented Jungko's drawing skills. Mr. Huang told Jungko that he would soon be a better artist than his teacher, but Jungko told him to stop embarrassing him. Mr. Huang told Jungko to think carefully. Jungko sighed as he left the art academy. As Jungko walked, he thought that someone was following him, but dismissed it as his imagination. Jungko continued to walk, unaware that he was indeed being followed. Jungko wondered who was following him. Suddenly, Jungko broke into a run. As Jungko ran, he wondered if someone was after him, questioning why it always had to be him. Meanwhile, a man in a cap followed Jungko through the alleyways, his presence a silent threat. Panting, Jungko leaned against a wall, believing he had lost his pursuer. However, the man in the cap was still on his trail. Suddenly, Jungko was grabbed from behind, a hand clamped over his mouth, stifling his cries for help. In the distance, two figures could be seen standing in the alleyway, their intentions unclear. Elsewhere, a man taunted a bound individual, preparing to wake him up. The man, looming over his captive, remarked that it had taken him long enough. The captive, seemingly named Sukmu, was startled awake. The man held up a rolled-up drawing, asking if it belonged to Sukmu, who could only respond with a gasp of recognition. The man stomped on Sukmu, who was lying on the ground. From above, several figures watched the scene unfold, commenting that Sukmu's reaction indicated something important was at stake. The man mocked Sukmu's artistic talent and belittled the value of his drawings, stating that no one would care if he drew well or not, before offering to add some finishing touches. The man, growing impatient, demanded that Sukmu return the drawing and warned him not to touch it. He then threatened to teach Sukmu some manners. The man struck Sukmu with a metal bat, the sound of the impact echoing through the area as other men watched. The beating continued, the bat repeatedly striking Sukmu. The men ripped Sukmu's clothes apart as he lay defenseless on the ground. Sukmu, kneeling on the ground amidst scattered papers, begged for mercy. The group of thugs stood over Sukmu, who was kneeling on the ground, begging for his drawings back. He mumbled apologies, claiming it was all his fault and pleading for the return of his work. Above him, one of the thugs ripped one of Sukmu's drawings in half. Sukmu's eyes widened as he watched his drawing being destroyed. The main bully, standing on a ledge, tossed the ripped pieces of paper into the air. Below, the other thugs watched Sukmu grovel. The main bully sneered down at Sukmu, telling him that since he was so sorry, he would return the drawings. The bully then kicked Sukmu in the face, sending him sprawling. The other thugs watched, amused. As Sukmu lay on the ground, the main bully continued to taunt him, calling his mother a bitch. Another thug commented that Sukmu still needed to learn some manners, while another told him to calm down, saying it was just a piece of paper. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Sukmu. Sukmu, still on the ground, muttered an apology. The main bully, standing over Sukmu, was suddenly engulfed in a burst of dark energy. The thug who had been smoking was also caught in the blast. Sukmu stood, now surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. The thug who had been smoking exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Sukmu, now wielding a blade of dark energy, prepared to strike. He thought to himself, wondering what they were doing and if they thought they could scare him with a knife, questioning if they were going to stab him. The thug took a step back, fear evident on his face as Sukmu swung the blade of dark energy towards him. Sukmu's dark energy blade sliced through the air, striking Mr. Huang. The man screamed in agony as the dark energy tore through him. The force of the blow sent Mr. Huang crashing to the ground. He writhed in pain, clutching at the wound. As Mr. Huang stumbled backward, he wondered why he felt the pain of the cut. He pleaded with Sukmu to stay away. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang, the artist, sat in his studio, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding. He held a mug with the word freedom printed on it, but something was amiss. Back in the classroom, Mr. Huang continued to suffer from the blade's effects. The dark energy pulsed around the wound. Sukmu, his face stained with blood, stared down at his victim. He muttered an apology, but inwardly he felt no remorse, thinking he could forgive these people. The shouts of his teammates filled the gaming room as they coordinated their next move. They were regrouping to gather items before advancing to the next level, emphasizing the need to avoid mistakes. Elsewhere, someone was checking their phone, seemingly pleased with the responses to their latest photo. They received a text from someone asking if they wanted to go out with some girlfriends. Meanwhile, another individual was told that they were good for the day. They were also warned not to smoke, lest their boss find out. Someone else dismissed another as a brat, not caring about their opinion. They recalled running into Lee Sihyun a few days prior. Elsewhere, Galwa was asked about the person who disappeared after betraying them. He had finally shown up. Outside, rain poured down, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Amidst the downpour, someone struggled to breathe. The rain continued to fall as a figure lay on the ground, chuckling weakly. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from them. The figure, now standing, was covered in blood and surrounded by dark tendrils. The rain continued to fall. Someone questioned why they were who they were today, demanding that they shut up. They wondered what they had seen that night. Someone expressed frustration at another's poor performance, questioning their skill and manhood. They sighed, recognizing the person as a persistent annoyance. The person was described as someone who came there every day, swearing at other players and bringing his own mousepad. He was berated for needing backup and told not to log on if he didn't know how to play. Someone sarcastically apologized for being a girl, then insulted another player's appearance and skill, telling them to go home and cook. Someone demanded that another player give them their number, taunting them for being scared. They were called stupid idiots and accused of being all talk and no action. Galwa slammed his fist down, shattering the table beneath his hand. Lee Dongo, or Toad as Galwa called him, nervously tried to calm him down, reminding him that the keyboard was expensive and asking him to say what was on his mind. Galwa, his eyes filled with rage, declared that someone was dead. Lee Dongo, visibly frightened, was offered a game by Galwa, who grinned menacingly. Elsewhere, the construction site was still ablaze. A voice echoed, demanding that someone stay away. The transformed victim protagonist, Jungo, felt a sharp pain in his chest. He wondered how Jungo had gotten a knife. Jungo questioned why they kept bullying him, stating that he shouldn't be the only one to suffer. Jungo declared that he would make them feel all of the pain they caused him. The bullies blamed Jungo for being bullied, telling him not to blame them for his problems. Jungo, fueled by rage, prepared to strike. The bully screamed as Jungo stabbed him, feeling as though his muscles and bones were being pierced. The bully, terrified, realized he had to escape from Jungo. Jungo's eyes glowed with dark energy. The bully limped away, desperately trying to escape. The bully, now on his knees, watched as Jungo approached, a fiery blade in hand. He had no idea what was coming. Suddenly, the bully screamed in terror. The bully fell to the ground, defeated. The bully, struggling to breathe, realized he wasn't safe. Jungo stepped closer, the fiery blade emitting a sinister hiss. Jungo wondered where he should stab him to end his life. The bully, desperate, begged him to stop, claiming it was all a joke and he only wanted to mess up his drawing a bit. Jungo questioned why he should stop. Jungo stated that since the bullies never stopped, he wouldn't either. Jungo knew he could only make them feel pain when he cut himself, but he wondered what would happen if he stabbed himself in the heart. He recalled the guy who gave him these powers told him that his powers were still developing, so he couldn't actually scar his enemies' bodies. The bully apologized, promising never to hurt him again and begging him not to kill him. He swore he wouldn't even tell Galwa that Jungo did this to him. Jungo, ignoring his pleas, prepared to strike. Jungo declared that the bully should just die. The fiery blade descended. The blade struck its mark. The bully's eyes widened in horror as the blade pierced his flesh. The bully screamed as his arm was broken. The bully was then gagged and beaten. The thug, beaten and bruised, could only gasp in pain as he remembered Jungo's brutal attack. He cursed the younger man, demanding to know how he dared to do this to them. Despite the pain, the thug was still alive, though barely. He struggled to comprehend what had just happened, the realization that Jungo possessed powers dawning on him. If what he had said was true, the thug knew they had better take care of him. He wondered if he should tell Galwa first, but decided he should take care of this himself. The thug knew Galwa would kill him if he found out what Jungo did to him. He spotted someone approaching and realized they were there. Lee Sihian approached, stepping carefully through the debris. The thug wondered if he should inform Galwa, but decided to handle the situation himself. Galwa would kill him if he found out what Jungo had done. Following the sounds of the commotion, he found his target. The title card read, "The Devil's Boy." Elsewhere, the thug was relieved that it wasn't Galwa he was facing. The thugs demanded to know how Jungo knew they were there. One of them cursed at Jungo, while another suggested they take care of him. The lead thug sneered, wondering if Jungo was going to ignore him. He reminded Jungo that he and the monkey boy had been disrespecting him, and today he was going to pay. Jungo extended his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Jungo chanted, "Izad Zir," which meant Shield of God. The thugs watched in disbelief as a golden light emanated from Jungo's hand. The lead thug yelled for his underlings not to back away and to attack. They charged forward. The thugs' weapons shattered against the golden shield. One of them cried out in pain, clutching his fist. Jungo cast, "Izad Az Bad," meaning God's violent storm. The lead thug, enraged, cursed at his underlings for their failure. He demanded to know what that attack was. The thugs trembled in fear. Jungo tilted his head, asking if the lead thug was going to make a move. The thug, sweating, wondered if Jungo was trying to scare him. The thug, enraged, demanded not to be called that as he struck Jungo across the face. The other thug grabbed Jungo's arm, demanding he be released. The thug's hand was then crushed by Jungo's power. The thug, now on his knees, begged for Jungo to stop. The other thug fell to the ground. The first thug wondered what was wrong with everyone around here. The large thug questioned why Sihian was protecting the wimp. Sihian advised him to leave the kid alone if he valued his life. The large thug told Sihian that they had started it, and that his monkey friend had pissed him off. He added that if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have done this, so they should quit preaching. The large thug asked Sihian how he knew Galwa, wondering if they were friends. The large thug stated that Galwa wasn't the type to make friends, before realizing that Sihian was Galwa's little bitch. The large thug snapped, demanding that he not be called Fatso. Sihian moved with incredible speed. Sihian cast the spell, Miriam Tadib, Mary's Retribution. The spell took care of the thug. Sihian wondered what he should do about this one. Sihian wondered what had just happened. He couldn't understand how an ordinary person could wield such powers. He then realized that Jungo had the power to transfer pain. Meanwhile, Jungo had a bad feeling about this. He could sense that his powers had grown stronger, and he realized that this was where he had gotten this mark of black magic. The mark on Jungo's arm pulsed with dark energy. Sihian realized that Jungo was in danger and that he had better cleanse him. A voice echoed, warning Sihian not to do that if he were him. A hand, marked with glowing eyes, reached out. A surge of power erupted as the dark entity made its move. The dark energy swirled around them. Sihian cursed, realizing the danger. The entity pulled Sihian away, warning him to keep his filthy hands off his toy. A small, impish creature appeared, stating that Sihian couldn't do anything to stop him. It had been a while. It cackled. Sihian questioned who the creature was and if he knew him. The imp replied that Sihian had never seen him in this form. and he was disappointed that Si-hyun didn't recognize him. The creature suggested that perhaps this would bring back some memories. As the dark energy crackled, Si-hyun's eyes widened in shock. Si-hyun recognized him, Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles asked if Si-hyun recognized him now, and that he should call him by his old name to jog his memory. Mephistopheles grinned, asking if that was right, then stating his name, Mark. The air crackled with dark energy as the shadowy figure emerged, its presence causing the very atmosphere to distort. Below, Jungko's eyes widened in alarm, a primal fear gripping him as he recognized the immense power being unleashed. The sinister entity, reveling in the chaos, questioned if Si-hyun recognized him. The entity, now fully visible, dismissed the current form, suggesting he should use Si-hyun's old name to jog his memory. The creature grinned, asking if that was right, before revealing his name, Mark. The title card appeared, The Devil's Boy. Meanwhile, Mark reminisced about the past, wondering how long it had been. Si-hyun, fueled by rage, screamed Mark's true name, Mephistopheles, as he unleashed a surge of power. The exorcist channeled his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Si-hyun unleashed the Genesis. The attack surged forward, a torrent of raw power aimed directly at Mephistopheles. The force of the blast ripped through the environment. Mephistopheles, unfazed, simply remarked, "Ooh." The attack continued to engulf Mephistopheles. The force of a Genesis attack continued to explode outwards. Mephistopheles, seemingly unaffected by the attack, mocked Si-hyun, calling him a whittle Mark and blaming Faust and Gretchen for his current predicament. Jungko, observing the scene, warned that Si-hyun was getting carried away. Mephistopheles, unfazed by the attack, remarked that he wasn't sure about the situation, stating he was simply doing what Faust wanted him to do. He then asked if he wouldn't receive a little appreciation, as he felt unfairly vilified. Continuing, Mephistopheles added that Si-hyun wasn't exactly a saint himself, reminding him that he was responsible for Faust's death. Si-hyun, enraged, yelled at him to shut up. Si-hyun prepared another attack, channeling the power of Sorish Tyr, Gabriel's arrow. The arrow launched with incredible speed and force. The arrow struck Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles, seemingly unaffected, told Si-hyun not to overdo it, reminding him that he wouldn't be able to defeat him with those powers. He then chuckled, calling Si-hyun a human who made a deal with both angels and demons, and urged him to calm down, stating that things were getting a little dangerous. Mephistopheles explained that because of Si-hyun's nature, both good and evil clashed inside him every time he used his powers. He added that it had been 300 years, and Si-hyun was still being tormented by the gods, pitying him. Si-hyun, lying on the ground, was mocked by Mephistopheles, who called him a poor human. Mephistopheles then proposed they play a little game like old times. Si-hyun, enraged, told him to shut up. Mephistopheles asked what nonsense Si-hyun was spewing, stating that the human had signed a pact with him. He continued, saying that Si-hyun's life had been destroyed by bullies, and all that was left inside him now was vengeance and hatred. Mephistopheles then asked what he was trying to get at, implying he had given Si-hyun a chance before. Mephistopheles asked if Si-hyun didn't want to know who the boy's hatred was aimed at, revealing that the jerk who ripped this poor human's heart apart was none other than his old friend. Si-hyun, shocked, wondered if it was Jae Galhwa. It was revealed that he was the one who had made this child's life miserable. Mephistopheles asked what kind of game Si-hyun wanted to play, stating that he was one twisted soul. He then revealed it was a simple bet. This boy could use his powers for exactly 1 month. Mephistopheles stated that all Si-hyun had to do was keep him from taking revenge during that period. If Si-hyun fails and the boy succeeds, Mephistopheles warns that Si-hyun's soul will become his. He shudders at the memory of Raziel blocking him from possessing Si-hyun's soul. Mephistopheles tells Si-hyun not to screw with him, stating that he won't fall for his tricks again. Mephistopheles asks if Si-hyun intends to let his friend be killed again by the boy, calling Si-hyun dense. Si-hyun realizes that the boy is the reincarnation of Faust 300 years later, and that Jae Galhwa is involved. Mephistopheles tells Si-hyun that he should protect his friend this time. The power still remained in Si-hyun's body, and he was living on borrowed time because of that strength. Si-hyun asks what happens if he wins. Mephistopheles responds that it is very simple. Mephistopheles proposes to lift Si-hyun's curse if he wins the bet. He states that Si-hyun would get rid of his curse and protect his old friend, calling it a win-win scenario. Si-hyun agrees to the deal. A red circle appears on the ground. Mephistopheles states that these days, a verbal contract is not enough and tells Si-hyun to hold out his hand, stating that everything must be written down. Si-hyun places his hand on a glowing contract. Si-hyun thinks to himself to let the game begin. The title card sets the stage, The Devil's Boy. The scene shifts to a room, dimly lit, where the story unfolds. Jungko stirs in his sleep, unaware of the events that have transpired. With a rustle of sheets, Jungko awakens, disoriented. He recalls fighting with Sukmu, but his memory is fragmented. A voice calls out, asking if he's awake. Startled, Jungko questions who the other person is, as Lee Si-hyun sits nearby. Lee Si-hyun identifies himself as the person from the other day. Lee Si-hyun explains that he took the liberty of erasing the memories of everyone who saw Jung-go use his powers, wanting to avoid possible complications. Elsewhere, a doctor tends to a patient who can't remember how he was injured, only that his Achilles tendon is throbbing. The patient offers a mumbled thanks. Jung-go wonders how long he's been asleep. Lee Si-hyun informs him it's been 2 days. Jung-go panics, thinking he's late for school, but Si-hyun reminds him it's Sunday. Lee Si-hyun flips through a book, relieved. Si-hyun advises Jung-go to stop using his powers to avoid greater trouble, revealing that he, too, is like Jung-go. Si-hyun confirms that he also made a pact with Mephistopheles in his past life, after Jung-go asks if he also made a pact with him. Jung-go is shocked to learn he wasn't the first one to make a pact. Si-hyun urges him not to be fooled, stating that Mephistopheles is just using him. Jung-go insists that he can finally take revenge on the bullies who hurt him by using these powers. Si-hyun retorts that Jung-go is merely borrowing someone else's powers, questioning how that can be called revenge. He tells Jung-go to just stop and to watch his mouth. Jung-go, consumed by rage, lamented the unfairness of his situation, questioning how much more he was expected to endure. Across town, another individual considered the situation, suggesting that perhaps nothing would change. However, he quickly countered that nothing would change if he simply sat idly by. With a slam, he stormed out. Meanwhile, blood swirled down drain. The individual from before, kneeling on a bathroom floor, gave himself a break. He wondered what the other knew about him and the wreck he had become, but reassured himself that he did the right thing, despite his own doubts. He questioned if he had made a mistake and if he was doing something wrong. High above, Mephistopheles watched the events unfold, remarking that the more humans tried, the more lost they became. The Archdevil continued to watch. Elsewhere, Raziel wondered if she had missed something fun. Mephistopheles greeted Raziel, noting it had been a long time, and sarcastically requested that she at least try to fake a smile for him. Raziel questioned when she had to put on a smile for him, addressing him as Dear Archangel. Raziel asked why he was trying to protect himself. Mephistopheles, with a wide, sinister grin, apologizes insincerely for what he claims was a slip of the hand. He then launches a blast of dark energy. The blast collides with Raziel, who is sent flying backwards. The attack connects, and Raziel cries out in pain. Mephistopheles continues his taunts, stating that he missed on purpose. He then questions Raziel's motives for interfering, reminding her that combat has been banned in the human world. Raziel asks if he isn't afraid of the consequences if he gets caught, even if she is a demon. Mephistopheles retorts that he doesn't care what God says and will kill anyone who gets in his way, even an angel. Mephistopheles belittles Raziel, calling her a little shrimp and nothing more than Gabriel's servant. Raziel counters that she is no different. Mephistopheles questions why Raziel cares and tells her to mind her own business. He then asks if she has forgotten about the human who signed a pact with him. Raziel declares that she is not going to sit there while he looks for Faust, adding that angels disgust him. Mephistopheles states that fate always repeats itself and that nobody can stop him, not even Raziel. Raziel responds that she's going to try, and this time might be different. Mephistopheles prepares to attack. He unleashes another blast of dark energy, while Raziel prepares a counterattack. Raziel expresses her annoyance at the noise demons make when they disappear. She then spots someone on a rooftop. Raziel looks on, seemingly concerned. She thinks that the person looks familiar. Raziel wonders if her mind is playing games with her as a figure is seen leaping from a building. Inside the classroom, a student wonders where Jung-go is, noting that he's going to be late for school. Meanwhile, Jung-go sprints down the street, beads of sweat flying from his face as he shouts that he's late. Jung-go continues to dash forward, regretting staying up all night reading comics. He shouts Juno's name into the sky. Back in the classroom, Glass's bully sits at his desk, fidgeting. He thinks it might be for the better if Jung-go doesn't hang around him. Dongo approaches Glass's bully's desk, asking what's up. Glass's bully apologizes. Dongo asks what Glass's bully is talking about. Suddenly, Glass's bully punches Jung-go, sending him flying over a desk. The other students gasp and murmur in shock. A close-up reveals Glass's bully's shocked and sweaty face. Jung-go's face is shown with a bandage on his cheek as he wonders why. The blow sends Jung-go sprawling across the desk, scattering papers and eliciting a pained grunt. Confused, he wonders why he's being attacked. The bully sends Jung-go crashing to the floor amidst the wreckage of overturned desks and chairs. He apologizes weakly. The bully continues his assault, raining blows down on the defenseless Jung-go as onlookers cheer and mock him, calling him Toad. As the beating continues, Jung-go's vision blurs. The jeering crowd fades into a cacophony of noise. Elsewhere, Jae Galwa smirks, remarking that it is him again. Meanwhile, Jung-go wonders why he has to suffer. Jung-go continues to endure the beating, hating this situation. He wonders if those jerks find this entertaining. Tears stream down Jung-go's face as he lies helpless on the floor. The bully, standing over Jungo, apologizes insincerely while continuing to beat him. Jake Galwa watches with amusement. Jungo thinks to himself that if it weren't for him, the yellow jacket bully slides into the room, barely making it. He wonders what is going on. The yellow jacket bully thinks to himself that he is sorry. He calls the bully a bastard. The yellow jacket bully kicks the bully, sending him flying. The yellow jacket bully asks if Jungo is all right and if he is hurt. Another bully asks why he stopped the fight. The yellow jacket bully stood his ground, surrounded by onlookers. He addressed someone off-panel, remarking that they should shave off some weight and that they were getting fatter by the day. The crowd watched intently. Meanwhile, one of the bullies, enraged, cursed at Galwa for asking a question and threatened to kick him. The yellow jacket bully questioned if the bully got his kicks from bullying others who were weaker than him. He told him to show him what he's got. The bully lunged forward, attempting to grab and punch the yellow jacket bully simultaneously. The yellow jacket bully noted that his opponent was smarter than he looked and was also fast and agile. The bully's attack continued, but the yellow jacket bully blocked the attack. The bully crowd looked on in shock. The yellow jacket bully remarked that the bully was no better than Fatso. The yellow jacket bully complimented the bully for blocking his punch, stating that he would give him a little more credit than the other loudmouths. The yellow jacket bully kicked the bully. The bully was shocked that the yellow jacket bully changed the direction of his kick. The kick landed with tremendous force. The bully was sent flying. The bully groaned, noting that just one blow made his whole body ache. The yellow jacket bully told the bully to get up and show him what he's got, commenting that the impact makes the bully much stronger and wondering if he is some kind of beast. The yellow jacket bully, still on the ground, declared that he was about to get up. Galwa, standing among the crowd, remarked that he talked too much for a loser. Galwa dashed forward. The yellow jacket bully thought that he had to take Galwa down with one blow. The yellow jacket bully attempted to block Galwa's attack, but Galwa's fist connected. The force of the blow sent the yellow jacket bully flying backwards. Galwa watched him fall. The yellow jacket bully thought he had him in his sights. Galwa grabbed the yellow jacket bully's head, asking if that was all he had. Galwa slammed the yellow jacket bully into the ground. The yellow jacket bully wondered what had happened. Galwa thought that winners and losers are determined at birth. Galwa told the yellow jacket bully to listen up, saying that he was born a loser and should behave like one. The yellow jacket bully screamed in pain. The yellow jacket bully trembled on the ground. Galwa told him to stop the theatrics, as he wasn't through with him yet. Galwa declared that he was going to break every bone in the yellow jacket bully's body, so he would never challenge him again, wanting everyone to take a good look at what happens if they mess with him. Galwa stood over the defeated yellow jacket bully, surrounded by onlookers. The other bullies watched with a mix of fear and resentment. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the school, the yellow jacket bully's defeat was being discussed. Someone noted the dark presence they were sensing, believing it to be similar to Lee Si-hyun's. The yellow jacket bully, now kneeling on the ground, was being taunted by another bully. He asked if he wanted to be beaten up as well. The bully then thought to himself that if it weren't for Jino, Dongo, in him, he wouldn't have to suffer. Another student, witnessing the scene, wondered if it was Mephistopheles. Elsewhere, Kyung-jun, his face bruised and battered, vowed that he would never forgive someone. Elsewhere, someone thought to themselves that the yellow jacket bully was just like Si-hyun, and they were sure of it. The scene shifted to a hospital, and 4-drip fed into a patient. The beeping of a heart monitor filled the room as the camera focused on a patient lying in a hospital bed, an oxygen mask covering his face. The camera zoomed in on the patient's face, his eyes barely opened beneath the mask, the heart monitor continuing its steady beep. The devil's boy. Galwa addressed the student, wanting to know why he was being bullied. The bully questioned why he was being eyeballed, demanding to know what he had done to deserve such treatment. The bully scoffed, finding the question amusing. He wondered if that was what the victim wanted to know. Galwa leaned in, demanding an answer. The bully told him to lower his eyes. The bully struck the student, sending him crashing through a window. The glass shattered as the student fell through. He landed amidst the broken shards. The bully slid forward, kneeling before the fallen student, repeating his question of why he kept bullying him. The bully declared that there was no reason. He explained that the student simply looked like a loser he wanted to bully, asking if he actually thought there was a real reason. The bully called him a fucking idiot, reiterating that there was no reason. The student, lying on the ground amidst the shattered glass, vowed to kill the bully. He resolved to kill him, and then himself. Vowing to never forgive, Jungo's rage simmers as he clenches his fist. His eyes widen with a burning intensity. Suddenly, Yellow Jacket Bully grabs Jungo's arm. Jungo, kneeling on the ground, is stopped by Yellow Jacket Bully, who whispers for him not to do it. Jungo wonders if Yellow Jacket Bully knows what he's about to do, realizing he has an idea, but that there are too many people watching. Yellow Jacket Bully tells him to back off, stating that now is not the time, and that he also seemed to recognize the symbol on his arm. Jungo wonders who this guy is. Galwa asks what Jungo is doing before striking him. Galwa asks if Jungo was trying to get him with a piece of glass, mocking him for trying to be a hero. Galwa wonders what he should do with Jungo, suggesting he carve out a smile or give him a cool scar across his face. Galwa tells Jungo to move, and he'll slit his mouth. Two female students tell Galwa to stop it, saying that he enjoys torturing someone weaker than him and that he is pathetic, and that the same goes for all of them standing there. The students murmur as they watch, while Galwa glares. Galwa snatches Jungo. Galwa tells everyone to go back to their class and stop coming over to their classroom. Galwa slaps Jungo. The sounds of a scuffle echo as Yoon-hee lies on the ground, students surrounding her. Nearby, Galwa stands over Yoon-hee, who is kneeling on the ground. Galwa tells the other students to stay back unless they want to get hurt. One student questions how he could hit a girl. Galwa asks if the student wants to be slapped too. Jungo, struggling to his feet, declares that he won't forgive Galwa. Galwa grabs a glass bottle and tells Jungo to keep his filthy hands to himself, calling the other students goddamn bitches. With a swift motion, Galwa shatters the bottle against the ground, warning Jungo to keep his hands off Uni. Galwa lunges forward, shards of glass flying as he attacks. Jungo turns his head, questioning what is happening. The broken glass slices into Jungo's hand, drawing blood. Jungo gasps, realizing his hand is injured. He notices his hand is healing itself and wonders what is going on. Jungo, breathing heavily, prepares to fight again. Galwa attacks again. The glass strikes Jungo. The force of Galwa's blow sent blood spraying. The victim fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. Jungo shouted in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Galwa, bored with the situation, stepped forward. He declared that he was ready to end the situation. Lee Dongo, enraged, demanded to know what Galwa thought he was doing. Nearby, Uni sobbed, calling out for Mr. Lee. Lee Dongo was stunned by the turn of events. Galwa questioned who they thought they were, calling them a bunch of gangsters and asking if they wanted to end up in juvie. One of the bullies nonchalantly replied that they were minors and would only have to do some volunteer work. Galwa smirked, thinking things had just gotten messy. He chuckled to himself as the bully slammed Yoon-hee against the lockers. The bully told the chimp to lay low from now on. Another bully told someone to stop right there, questioning where they thought they were going, but the person ignored him. Lee Dongo's face was filled with rage. He demanded that everyone come to the teacher's office immediately. Someone exclaimed in pain outside Lezen Hospital, wondering if they were okay. Inside the hospital room, a patient demands to know if he looks okay, complaining that his shoulder was dislocated. Another patient retorts that he's never met such a big, dumb moron. From the doorway, a third man wonders who is calling who dumb. The man in the doorway tells them not to laugh and to cut it out. He then wonders what happened to Jungo, saying he heard he got beat up pretty bad. Someone else remarks that Jungo did get beat up, but fortunately, he just got some bumps and a small scratch in his mouth. A potted plant sits on the windowsill. The injured patient thinks to himself about the balding hole, who didn't think twice before bashing into his shoulder. Sihyun is asked if he knows that douche. The speaker reminds him of when they ran into him in that alley, noting that it looked like they knew each other. A close-up shows Sihyun's face. Sihyun's expression is grim as he looks out at the pouring rain. Outside, someone struggles in the downpour. Further away, a figure sits alone on the steps of a building, rain dripping around them. The rain continues to fall heavily. Kyung-jun sits hunched over, thinking that he doesn't need a reason to bully someone. A flashback shows Kyung-jun standing over a fallen victim, surrounded by other bullies. Another flashback shows Kyung-jun striking someone. Graffiti on the wall reads, "Because I can bully you, King idiot. Show me what you got, D." Kyung-jun reflects that, once again, he couldn't do anything. The rain continues to pour. Kyung-jun hears someone calling out to him, sounding surprised to see him after a while. Kyung-jun looks up, and the other person tells him to relax, saying he looks like he saw a ghost. The rain continued to fall as Kyung-jun stood in it, the sound of the downpour echoing around him. Rain fell heavily as a figure stood in the distance, their words echoing in the downpour. He greeted someone, noting it had been a while. Startled, the figure responded with a gasp, recognizing the person before them. The air crackled with tension. The title, The Devil's Boy, appeared, written by Kim and drawn by Jihyun. The figure with the umbrella questioned how the other was still alive, stating they were sure he had died that day. The other figure responded that people don't die that easily. The figure with the umbrella asked if he had come to take revenge, tauntingly asking if he wanted to be beaten up again. The other figure grimly resolved to draw his blade, determined to finish him off for good this time. The figure with the umbrella apologized, but then questioned the other's statement. He knew the other wouldn't be satisfied with just him and would go after all of them. The figure with the umbrella asked if he could stop them, but then stated that he could ask all he wanted, but nothing was going to change. The figure with the umbrella told him to keep doing that, and he would become no different than them. The figure with the umbrella asked if he was kidding him, stating that he was making him laugh. The figure with the umbrella told him not to dare bunch him together with those guys. He then asked where he got those powers, but dismissed it as unimportant, warning him not to keep babbling nonsense. The figure with the blade declared that he was going to kill him right here. The figure with the umbrella braced himself, stating that this time he would get him for good. The figure with the umbrella cried out for him to wait, while the other figure apologized profusely. As the rain continued to fall, the victim protagonist pleaded with Jungo, suggesting that if Jungo truly sought revenge, he should spare him. Jungo responded coldly, stating that he didn't care what happened to the others. Kyungjun, still on the ground, insisted that the one Jungo truly hated was Galwa. Kyungjun begged Jungo to leave him out of it, claiming he only wanted a quiet school life and promising not to bother him anymore. Jungo wondered if Kyungjun was telling the truth. Suddenly, Jungo was kicked away. Kyungjun questioned why Jungo was doing this, stating that he didn't feel any hatred towards him and only felt sorry for him. He reminded Jungo that they had completely ruined his life, yet he was now asking for forgiveness. Jungo, standing over Kyungjun, told him to stay the hell away from him from now on. Kyungjun remained on his knees in the rain. Enraged, Jungo unleashed a powerful kick. The kick landed with a resounding clang. Glass's bully applauded Kyungjun's kick, calling a nice kick. The other bullies stood behind Glass's bully. Galwa and Thugwon stood under an umbrella. Glass's bully wondered if they had heard everything, realizing he had to run. The rain continued to fall as two figures stood in a downpour. One, much larger than the other, questioned where they thought they were going. The larger man added that it seemed like the other knew something about the kid that they didn't. Meanwhile, Glass's bully was grabbed by the collar. One of the bullies mocked Glass's bully, asking if he seriously ended up in the hospital because of little Jungo. Enraged, Glass's bully told him to shut up. Glass's bully coughed as he was punched in the face. His glasses fogged up as he continued to cough. Trembling, Glass's bully was asked why he should be told anything. The bully demanded that Glass's bully start talking while he still had the chance, accusing him of betraying him and asking if he was going to come at him now. He insisted that Glass's bully knew something about him, demanding that he spill it. Glass's bully spat on the ground. Meanwhile, Galwa and the other bullies flinched. The bully continued to demand why Glass's bully should be told anything. The bully asked if Glass's bully had ever thought of him as his friend, and then questioned why the other losers in the back hung around Glass's bully, saying they were just as be asterisk cheese and nothing more. Another bully hit Jungo, calling him a funny guy. Someone threatened that if he didn't talk, they'd just have to do this the hard way, telling Kyungjun that he'd better start talking if he wanted to live. Elsewhere, someone asked if the other knew the be asterisk starred with the receding hairline, but the other claimed it was nothing. The man in the hospital bed said that the other got all weird on him every time his name came up. The other man said it was nothing and that he'd be back. Kyungjun's friend asked where he was going, and he replied that he was just stepping out for some air. Outside, the rain poured down on the city. Kyungjun stared out at the cityscape. He leaned against the railing, lost in thought. 1 year prior, word spread that two tough first-year students were coming to the school. The bullies scoffed, one of them remarking that they had seriously messed up a lot of kids and had a hell of a streak in middle school. Another bully added that rumor had it they took out all the other gangs in the area, and one of them was so loaded that even the teachers couldn't mess with him. One of the bullies laughed, saying that rumors about guys like that ended up being more hype than fact, asking if the other was scared. Just then, he noticed Sihyun. The bully asked where Sihyun was going. Another bully commented on Sihyun's hair. As Sihyun walked by, one of the bullies called out to him, telling him to come over so they could have a little chat. The bully remarked on how Sihyun was just living the life, then asked if he could lend them some money because they were a little short on cash today. Sihyun asked how much they needed, and they replied that 100,000 won would do, and they would pay him back. Sihyun agreed, asking why not. The bullies grinned, anticipating the 100,000 won. Sihyun handed over the money as it fluttered through the air. The bully with the blonde hair took the money, telling Sihyun to take it and get lost. Sihyun, looking up at them, thought they were just a bunch of beggars. Enraged, the bully demanded to know what Sihyun had just said. The bully declared he would make Sihyun pay, striking him with a heavy blow. Sihyun was sent sprawling to the ground. The bullies stood over Sihyun, calling him a beggar. Meanwhile, at Bongshin High School, someone wondered who had beaten up their babies. It was rumored that a beast was attending the school. Kim Youngjun, the 18-year-old boss of the future Ligers gang at Bongshin High School, declared that even if those boys were just tag-alongs in their gang, they were still family. Youngjun vowed that he would not forgive anyone who messed with the family. Youngjun declared that he was going to give that jerk a spanking and make sure he never laid a finger on his boys again. Youngjun stated that he was going to break some bones. To be continued. The punch landed with a resounding crack. The aggressor vowed that he would not forgive anyone who messed with the future Liger fam. Meanwhile, Lee Sihyun was warned that he would get in big trouble one of these days. Elsewhere, someone declared they were going to break some bones. It was said that Lee Sihyun was already causing problems at his new school. He told them to shut up. Lee Dongo thought Sihyun would get wiser with age, but he guessed he was wrong. Sihyun told him to mind his own business. Lee Sihyun stated that he could take care of himself. Another person told him to stop messing around. Lee Dongo said that he had to cover Sihyun's ass so often that he might end up kicking the bucket before him. Sihyun told him to go right ahead then. Someone dropped their skateboard. They realized they should have known better. Lee Sihyun stated that no matter how much he ignored their advice, they should never betray him. He was told that he was the only one they trusted. Someone was making him cringe. He said that he could hear the sound of his whole body cringing and called someone a son of a. Someone asked if he was the first year who beat up their boys. A group of students watched as Lee Si-hyun walked by. They commented on how mean he looked. Yang Ying-hoon, ranked third highest in the future Ligers gang, was called over for a moment. As Si-hyun walked past, one of the students noted that he had just dissed them. Yang told him to shut up. The group yelled at Si-hyun to stop right there, remarking that the rumors about his attitude were true. Si-hyun continued walking, unfazed. One of the students yelled that he wouldn't get very far. Suddenly, Si-hyun kicked one of the students in the face. The student fell to the ground. Another student commented that Yang must be embarrassed. Yang, furious, corset. Yang charged at Si-hyun, calling him a son of a bitch. Si-hyun grabbed Yang's fist. Yang screamed in pain as Si-hyun broke his fingers. Another student yelled Yang's name in distress. Si-hyun addressed the group, calling them losers. He asked if they wanted a piece of him and told them to bring all their gang members. Si-hyun walked past the defeated Yang. He thought to himself that he had to take care of all of them in one day, so he wouldn't waste his time doing the same thing twice. Elsewhere, Galwa was walking with another person. Galwa's companion commented that Si-hyun was making a hell of an entrance on his first day of school. Galwa said he was getting worried and told the other person to come on. The man with pink hair was furious. Someone had dared to hurt his number 3. One of his subordinates apologized, but Kim Young-jin assured him it wasn't his fault. Touched, the subordinate was relieved to hear that it wasn't his fault. Enraged, Kim Young-jin slapped the subordinate and blamed everyone for the shame they brought to the future Liger name because they couldn't take out one boy. He threatened to kill him. Kim Young-jin was surprised to hear that the kid had told them to meet him at the abandoned construction site in front of Le's apartment in Wabongdong at 7 p.m. The subordinate confirmed that Lee Si-hyun had said he was going to kill everyone. Kim Young-jin accepted the challenge and told everyone to be there by 7 p.m. tonight, promising a big party. The gang members marched forward. The gang members continued to march forward. The gang members continued to march forward, wondering why Lee Si-hyun wasn't there yet. The gang members murmured, wondering if he got scared and wanted to bail. But then, they realized he was here. Footsteps echoed. Lee Si-hyun arrived at the scene. The gang members noticed Si-hyun's arrival, commenting on the large crowd. Kim Young-jin told Jae-yoon to calm down, then addressed Lee Si-hyun, calling him emo hair and giving him credit for his balls for challenging them to a fight, but reminding him that this wasn't a video game. Kim Young-jin declared that Si-hyun would die that night, ordering his boys to attack. The gang members responded with a bloodthirsty cry to rip Si-hyun apart. The sound of their footsteps echoed as they advanced. The first of the gang launched themselves forward. They descended upon Si-hyun. A baseball bat connected with its target. Si-hyun retaliated, striking back against the encroaching gang members. The fight intensified as Si-hyun faced multiple opponents simultaneously. One of the gang members was struck hard, blood splattering. Another blow landed, sending a gang member flying. The sound of bones cracking filled the air as Si-hyun continued his assault. The remaining gang members, panting heavily, began to question their odds. Si-hyun, unfazed, taunted them, demanding they come at him. Another gang member cried out as he was struck. The gang members began to realize that Si-hyun was a beast, wondering how so many of them were unable to defeat him. Si-hyun's assault left the thugs coughing and flinching on the ground. The remaining thugs noted that Kim Young-jin was exhausted and wouldn't last much longer fighting alone. One of the thugs tapped his knuckles, preparing to attack Si-hyun. The thug lunged, yelling at Si-hyun to die. Si-hyun, covered in blood, prepared to strike. Kim Young-jin realized that Si-hyun had come, as he expected. Another person arrived on the scene, and one of the thugs recognized him. The new arrival wondered who Si-hyun was. The new arrival cracked his knuckles, stating that they should finish this and get something to eat. One of the thugs told him to show off, but the new arrival retorted that it was the thug's specialty. The thug with the yellow jacket yelled at the new arrival to get that person too. The new arrival kicked one of the thugs. He then struck another thug. The new arrival continued to fight. The force of the blows sent the thugs flying. Si-hyun watched the new arrival, who cracked his knuckles. One of Kim Young-jin's lackeys remarks that they have taken care of the little ones. Meanwhile, Kim Young-jin, covered in blood, declares that it is time for round 2. A man cracks his knuckles, blood staining his white jacket. Below, 2 figures observe him, one remarking that this takes care of the little ones. The man in the bloodstained jacket is then told that it is time for round 2. The man stands, his legs obscured by a dark mist. Someone says that they guess the other thinks they're some kind of hero, but that's enough showing off. Lee Jae-yoon, ranked number 2 in the future Ligers gang, is told to come at him and see if he's showing off or not. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as Jae-yoon is kicked. The force of the kick sends Jae-yoon flying. Jae-yoon spins through the air. He crashes to the ground. Jae-yoon is told that he's terribly wrong if he thinks that's all it takes to get him. Jae-yoon is warned to stay alert, or else. The type of martial art used is identified as WTF Taekwondo. Jae-yoon dashes forward, and his opponent wonders what this is. Jae-yoon strikes his opponent. The opponent reels from the blow. The new arrival is struck by Lee Jae-yoon's kick, sending him flying backwards. The force of the blow is evident as he is sent hurtling through the air. He crashes into the ground, the impact creating a cloud of dust. Struggling to regain his footing, the new arrival pushes himself up from the ground. He coughs, blood dripping from his mouth as he slowly rises to a kneeling position. Kim Young-jun watches from above, taunting his opponent. He accuses the new arrival of being full of hot air and unable to dodge. The new arrival wobbles unsteadily, struggling to maintain his balance. Lee Dong-go, watching the fight, laughs maniacally, revealing that Jae-yoon was once a star taekwondo player who had to retire due to a knee injury. He marvels at Jae-yoon's still unbelievable skills. Kim Young-jun pauses, realizing that Lee Dong-go has revealed Jae-yoon's weakness. Kim Young-jun angrily questions Lee Dong-go's decision to reveal Jae-yoon's weak knee. Lee Dong-go apologizes, calling it a mistake. The new arrival realizes that Jae-yoon has a weak knee. Jae-yoon, annoyed by Kim Young-jun's taunts, tells him to show some real effort. The new arrival, determined, believes he can win this fight. Jae-yoon prepares to dodge another frontal attack, wondering if he can dodge it gracefully. Jae-yoon's attack is incredibly fast, surprising the new arrival. The new arrival knows he must ensure Jae-yoon cannot use his legs. The new arrival notices that Jae-yoon is sticking close to him on purpose, which he finds annoying. The new arrival knew he needed to create some space. He realized that no matter how strong Lee Jae-yoon was, he would tire if he kept throwing punches. Jae-yoon continued his relentless assault. Jae-yoon yelled at the new arrival to stay away. The force of Jae-yoon's blows continued to land. The new arrival saw his chance and knew this was it. Jae-yoon's foot screeched against the floor as he moved in for the final blow, confident that it was over. But the new arrival countered with a powerful strike. Jae-yoon, struck straight in the face, asked if the new arrival could feel that, declaring that he had won. The new arrival questioned if Jae-yoon really thought he had won. The new arrival stated that Jae-yoon was jumping the gun. The new arrival landed another blow. Jae-yoon cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. Jae-yoon admitted that it hurt and he thought he was going to faint. He gave the new arrival credit for being stronger than him. The new arrival explained that fighting wasn't just about strength, but about figuring out the other variables at play, and the one who could figure them out ends up winning. The new arrival stated that he should thank Jae-yoon's boss, as he told him exactly what Jae-yoon's weakness was. He added that he was getting tired. So let's wrap this up. The new arrival remained kneeling, his head bowed. The earlier blow to his face throbbed with pain. Nearby, Kim Young-jun continued to pummel his opponent. Galwa told Kim Young-jun that he would take it from there, stating that he wouldn't let anyone hurt his precious Jae-yoon. Kim Young-jun was taken aback by Galwa's words, questioning what he was talking about and insisting that he would have one if Galwa hadn't stepped in. He demanded to know when Galwa would stop jabbering. Galwa told Kim Young-jun to shut up and let him take care of things. Kim Young-jun agreed, telling him to go right ahead. Nearby, Lee Si-hyun's head throbbed. Galwa stepped on the new arrival's head, asking if he thought he'd be fine after getting kicked like that. Lee Si-hyun told Galwa that he would mop things up from there, apologizing. Galwa mocked Lee Si-hyun, calling him emo hair and asking if he was alright. Galwa kicked Lee Si-hyun. Galwa expressed his affection for the kick as Lee Si-hyun flew through the air. Galwa wondered if Lee Si-hyun still had strength left after dealing with all of his babies. Lee Si-hyun told Galwa to quit yapping and show him what he's got, saying he has enough strength to kick his ass. Galwa responded that he would take him seriously. Galwa prepared to fight. Galwa attacked Lee Si-hyun. Galwa crouches low, his weight balanced on his hands and feet. With a burst of speed, he launches himself forward. Lee Si-hyun barely manages to raise his arms in defense, wondering what kind of technique Galwa is using. Si-hyun is surprised by Galwa's agility, as the pink-haired man taunts him, promising to show him how it's really done. Galwa explains that he grew up in Brazil and fell in love with capoeira, calling it the ultimate combination of rhythm and fighting. Galwa continues, stating that he has been training every day to reach a level of skill beyond imagination, highlighting the beauty of the traditional Brazilian martial art. Kim Young-jun removes his jacket, ready to fight. Galwa smirks, telling Si-hyun that he's going to give it his best and hopes he won't disappoint him. Si-hyun and Galwa exchange blows. Si-hyun is sent flying backwards from the force of Galwa's attack. Galwa lands a powerful blow on Si-hyun. Galwa's foot connects with Si-hyun's face. Galwa tells Si-hyun not to let his guard down, promising to show him the way to heaven if he slips up one more time. Galwa urges Si-hyun to entertain him, complaining that this is no fun. Galwa dashed forward, closing the distance between himself and Lee Si-hyun. Below, Si-hyun grimaced, realizing the extent of his predicament. Galwa remarked that Si-hyun was resorting to low attacks because his mid and upper body attacks had failed. He complimented Si-hyun's quick thinking and strategic mind. But Galwa dismissed such moves as useless against capoeira. Si-hyun launched another attack, prompting Galwa to say he needed to show him more than that. Si-hyun grunted as he continued his assault, but Galwa's movements were too unpredictable. Si-hyun cursed, admitting he couldn't predict any of Galwa's moves. Galwa, upside down, taunted Sihyun to come on. The force of Galwa's kick landed squarely on Sihyun's head. Sihyun, reeling from the blow, commanded himself to stay focused. Sihyun spat out blood as he tried to regain his footing. Galwa laughed, calling his martial art beautiful. Galwa remarked that it was disheartening to see none of Sihyun's moves working and suggested he quit. Sihyun glared up at Galwa. Galwa grinned, revealing his teeth. Galwa thought to himself that it didn't matter. A warning is displayed, cautioning readers about graphic violence. Below, Jungho lies on the ground, bloodied and battered as he curses. Above him, Kim Youngjin remarks on how disheartening it must be that none of Galwa's moves are working. He then suggests that Galwa should just quit, offering to let him off the hook. Youngjin's eyes glare with malice. Below, Galwa's face is contorted in rage. Youngjin's grin widens, revealing his teeth. Jungho, still on the ground, thinks to himself to never mind. Youngjin steps forward, shaking with laughter as he tells Galwa that he looks like a cockroach squirming in pain no matter how much he stomps on him. He urges Galwa to keep squirming so he can taste despair. Youngjin laughs maniacally as Jungho runs towards him. Jungho throws a punch at Youngjin, but Youngjin blocks it. Youngjin strikes Jungho in the face. Youngjin then kicks Jungho in the face. Jungho is sent flying, landing on the ground covered in blood. Jungho, lying on the ground, realizes that none of Galwa's attacks are working and wonders how Youngjin is so strong. Youngjin continues to attack Jungho. Youngjin wonders if that is all Jungho has, calling him a one-trick pony. Kim Youngjin delivered a blow, but Jungho blocked it. He smugly declared that such attacks were useless against him. Jungho responded by telling him to shut up. Youngjin's eyes widened in disbelief. He wondered how Jungho could have possibly stopped him. Jungho struck, sending Kim Youngjin crashing to the ground. Youngjin, lying on the ground, realized that Jungho had figured out his moves. He refused to believe it. Jungho continued his assault, landing another blow. Kim Youngjin, struggling to rise, insisted that Jungho had simply gotten lucky. He declared that he could not be defeated. Youngjin lunged forward. Jungho struck him again. Jungho continued his relentless assault. Youngjin spat blood as Jungho's foot scraped against the ground. Jungho delivered a devastating kick. The two traded blows in the rain. Jungho's eyes narrowed, his expression intense. Jungho dashed forward, continuing his assault on Kim Youngjin. Jungho's relentless assault continued, each strike landing with brutal force. The impact of the blows echoed, each one a testament to Jungho's growing dominance in the fight. With a screech, Jungho launched himself forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Another kick landed, the force of it sending Kim Youngjin staggering back. He spat out that he still owned Jungho and to get ready for his counterattack. The sound of the impact reverberated through the air. Kim Youngjin realized that Jungho had figured out his moves in just a few seconds, something he found impossible. The force of the blow sent Kim Youngjin's head snapping back. Jungho's foot connected with Kim Youngjin's face, the impact echoing with a sickening thud. The crunch of bone was audible as Kim Youngjin's body crumpled under the force of the attack. Kim Youngjin cried out as Jungho delivered another devastating blow. Someone called out to Kim Youngjin, but he could only cough in response. Kim Youngjin struggled to rise, his body trembling. He declared that he didn't care about capoeira. Kim Youngjin realized that his rhythm was broken and he could no longer attack, and that Jungho had used up all his moves, so it was time to wrap this up. Kim Youngjin wondered if this was the end. Kim Youngjin decided that if he couldn't beat Jungho, he'd have to play dirty. Kim Youngjin sat on the ground, laughing, as Lee Sihyun stood over him, inquiring what was so funny. Sihyun then stated that he needed to get some food with his buddy, as he was starving. He then asked Sihyun what he wanted to eat, stating that he was paying this time. Youngjin's face was shown up close as he stated that it wasn't over yet. He then kicked Sihyun. The sound of metal objects shattering echoed through the air. The camera panned to Sihyun's eye, which was bloodied and bruised. The sound of metal piercing flesh rang out. The sound of something being cut was heard. Sihyun, covered in blood, asked if Youngjin was okay. Youngjin, with a sinister smile, called Sihyun an idiot, stating that he should have been more careful. Sihyun fell to the ground. Youngjin stood over Sihyun's body, stating that he deserved it and asking if he was scared now. Youngjin declared that where he comes from, people drop dead like flies, and that it was time for Sihyun to join his friend. Sihyun was shown lying on the ground, covered in blood. Sihyun wondered if he was dead, thinking that he guessed so. Galwa. A voice wondered who was going to take care of him now. Another voice stated that they guessed they didn't have to buy him dinner, which was good. A voice commanded to kill Faust, wondering what that voice was. The voice then commanded to kill his old friend. A voice echoed, promising that someone would pay with their own hands. Elsewhere, Kim Youngjin laughed, declaring it was over for good. Youngjin continued to taunt his defeated opponent, saying that he would have to pay for destroying his gang, and that he would pay with his own life. The bully leader stood over his victim, pointing at him as blood sprayed from a wound. A bloodied hand fell to the ground, followed by the rest of Kim Youngjin's body. Lee Si-hyun, barely conscious, wondered how this was happening. Si-hyun was surrounded by a dark aura. Rain poured down on the scene. The sound of something cracking echoed as the dark aura intensified. The dark aura swirled around Si-hyun, transforming him. Si-hyun's face was now covered in markings. Si-hyun stood over Youngjin's body, wings of dark energy sprouting from his back. The transformation complete, Si-hyun stood silently. A man in a yellow jacket rushed to Youngjin's side, trying to wake him up and noticing that he was bleeding. Youngjin, barely conscious, warned him to run. The yellow-jacketed bully coughed, blood splattering from his mouth as he tried to speak. He insisted on calling for help, wanting to get Kim Youngjin to a hospital. But before he could finish his sentence, Si-hyun's transformed body sent him flying through the air. The bully landed heavily, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Si-hyun's face was a mask of demonic fury, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He swiped at the downed bully, his movements swift and deadly. Again, the bully was sent flying. The sound of impact echoed as he crashed into something solid. The force of the blow caused a sickening cracking sound. The bully was sent skidding across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Jungo questioned why Si-hyun had helped him. Si-hyun asked if Jungo's knee was feeling better, suggesting he get up and fight. Jungo, still in shock, stammered a reply, realizing they needed to snap Si-hyun out of his current state. The yellow-jacketed bully protested, stating that it was too late for Kim Youngjin. The bully stated that they would both die if they didn't take care of Si-hyun. Si-hyun, covered in blood, stated that if Jungo had any idea what was going on, he would get up and fight. With each step, Jungo steeled himself, resolving that whatever came next, they would face it head-on. Meanwhile, Si-hyun's transformation continued, a chilling sound accompanying the change as his face became a grotesque mask. The yellow-jacketed bully, now facing Si-hyun, warned that one wrong move would be his last, but Si-hyun simply told him to shut up. The man with dark hair, covered in blood, tells the other to get up and fight if he has any idea what's going on. Stepping forward, the other man, also covered in blood, declares that whatever happens, happens. A monstrous figure hisses, warning that one wrong move will result in death. The man in the yellow jacket tells him to shut up. The monstrous figure grins, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The monstrous figure descends rapidly, striking the ground with tremendous force. The man with dark hair dashes forward, while the man in the yellow jacket also moves to attack. The man with dark hair kicks the monstrous figure, sending it flying. The man in the yellow jacket grabs the monstrous figure's arm. The man in the yellow jacket punches the monstrous figure in the face. The monstrous figure is sent spinning through the air from the force of the blow. The monstrous figure crashes into the ground. The man with dark hair breathes heavily, remarking that the figure's skin is tough. The man with dark hair clenches his fist, his knuckles throbbing. The monstrous figure screams in pain. The man in the white hoodie and the pink-haired bully stand together, the bully suggesting they get him one more time, to which the man in the white hoodie agrees. Below, the monstrous figure stands over Lee Si-hyun, who is on the ground. The monstrous figure's hand trembles as it reaches for Lee Si-hyun. Lee Si-hyun struggles, but the monstrous figure looms over him, ready to strike. The monstrous figure screams, its eyes glowing with power. The monstrous figure slams Lee Si-hyun into the ground. The force of the impact sends Lee Si-hyun flying. Lee Si-hyun crashes through a rooftop. He struggles to get up, but is clearly injured. Lee Si-hyun collapses into a puddle. He struggles to move, realizing he is unable to. The monstrous figure approaches, its eyes glowing red. The monstrous figure grabs Lee Si-hyun by the throat. The monstrous figure begins to choke Lee Si-hyun. With a final crack, Lee Si-hyun is defeated. The monstrous bully, now standing over the defeated Lee Si-hyun, is surrounded by a strange, swirling energy. He roars in pain as the energy crackles around him, the transformation seemingly incomplete. The bully clutches his head, screaming in agony as the monstrous transformation continues to rack his body. A voice echoes, lamenting the bully's suffering for killing a human cherished by God. The voice continues, stating that it would have killed him too, but it is not his time to die yet, and that it shall impart on him the powers of Gabriel. The bully, still writhing on the ground, is told that he must protect Faust. Lee Si-hyun, regaining consciousness, wonders where he is and what the symbols on his hands mean, surprised that he is still alive. Si-hyun groans in pain as he tries to sit up, covered in blood and rain. He trembles, trying to recall what happened, specifically if he did that to Galwa, and curses in frustration. Si-hyun struggles to his feet, wondering what happened. A voice calls out to Si-hyun, asking if he is all right and demanding to know who he is. A girl's voice declares that she is his savior, and that she saved his life twice, introducing herself as Raziel. Raziel states that she is an angel that protects Gabriel, the archangel. Si-hyun, looking up at Raziel, seems to recognize her name. Raziel tells Sihyun that it would have been better if they had never met, questioning why he had to do what he did and that he should value his life. She then tells him that there's nobody to blame but himself for what happened, as Sihyun accuses her of being responsible for everything. Raziel's words hung in the air as she questioned Sihyun, asking if she should call him Ark instead. The rain continued to fall as she questioned if he was curious how he survived a steel pipe piercing his heart, or how it felt to almost kill his closest friend with his own hands. Raziel asked what Sihyun was saying, and why his tone sounded more like the devil than an angel. She warned him never to compare her to that thing of evil, even as a joke. Sihyun struggled to contain his urge to kill her. Raziel giggled, stating that she was just kidding and that it was a joke. She told him not to worry, because thanks to him, angels were not allowed to lay a finger on humans. Raziel stated that none of this would have happened if he hadn't been so blinded by love, and then he wouldn't have been fooled by Mephisto or killed Faust. Sihyun wondered if it was because of him. Sihyun, kneeling on the ground, demanded to know what she was talking about, questioning Mephisto and Faust. Raziel continued, stating that 300 years ago, God made a bet with the devil. She explained that they bet on whether Sihyun's best friend, Faust, who was beloved by God, would become corrupted. Raziel revealed that God lost. Sihyun questioned what on earth she was talking about, stating that she was just a kid. Raziel told him to shut up, stating that she was thousands of years older than him. Sihyun guessed it wasn't surprising that he was confused by everything she was saying. Sihyun asked what she was doing, as Raziel wanted to give him a peek. Raziel touched Sihyun's forehead. Sihyun saw Faust and heard him say that he was going to tell Gretchen how he felt about her, and then heard Mark sigh, hoping things go well. Raziel stated that it was because of Sihyun and Faust, who fell for the devil's trick. Above a burning landscape, a woman kisses a man, declaring her love even as she vows never to forgive him for murder. Below, the flames rage. The scene shifts to a figure walking away from the inferno. Below, another figure sits amidst blood, clutching a device. A single drop of blood falls, followed by a surge of energy. A monstrous face grins, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Below, the victim lies prone in the rain. The victim, struggling to breathe, wonders why he saved someone's life twice. He reflects on how it felt to look at his past life. A figure stands over him, holding a flower. The figure reminds him that they didn't give him the powers of Gabriel because they particularly liked him. A close-up shows a hand holding a cross. The figure states that fate has a tendency to repeat itself, and that it is his duty to break the shackles of his fate. Only then will he be saved. The figure tells him to stop Mephistopheles and protect his old friend, Faust. The victim looks up, his expression pained. He grits his teeth, determined. He screams in frustration. Nearby students murmur about him, recognizing him as the one who took down all the future Ligers in Youngjun, expressing that he is scary. Lee Sihyun wonders why he did what he did. Sihyun, enraged, declares that the person who tried to kill him was no different than all the others. The sudden crash startled those nearby. One of the students muttered in pain. The student apologized, still on the ground. Nearby, Kim Youngjun remarked that it was all right, excusing the accidental bumping into people. He then asked if he could ask for a favor. Youngjun's face shifted into a sinister grin, inviting the student to come play. The student was asked to go with him. Meanwhile, Galhwa stood on a balcony in the rain. Galhwa vowed to protect someone in this life. From a distance, Sihyun watched Galhwa on the balcony. Sihyun shuddered. The story begins. The Devil's Boy. A number of things changed after that incident. Jae Galhwa, for one, got kicked out of school. And Jungho finally got to enjoy some peace and quiet. The other guys who used to bully him started to leave him alone, probably because of the repercussions of that incident. Jungho finally found some peace and quiet. Jungho thought this was the first time he'd felt this way in high school, hoping it would last. He hoped this would last. Suddenly, Jungho was startled by a phone call, learning that he lost his drawings. Jungho apologized, explaining that he fell asleep on the bus and left them there when he got off. Jungho realized this was pretty serious, as he spent a long time preparing his portfolio, and now he'd have to start from scratch. Hwang Jae-woong, a retired comic book artist who now heads his own art prep school, told Jungho that it was okay with him. Jae-woong was startled, saying it was all right, but he noticed the cuts on Jungho's face told him otherwise. Jae-woong thought things were still the same, but Jungho thought things were actually kind of better. Jae-woong asked Jungho what was wrong. Jae-woong asked Jungho who he thought would win if a deer faces off against a lion, stating that the lion, of course, would win, as there's no way a deer could defeat a lion. Jae-woong held a crumpled cup in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that persevering wasn't always the best answer, and that a deer's horns could cause some hefty damage. The cup crumpled further in his grip. He continued to muse that as one's wounds festered, those who preyed on them would slowly forget about them, adding that sometimes, even he. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Lee Dong-go cleared his throat, preparing to make an announcement. He thought to himself that he was talking too much again. The camera focused on Sihyun's arm, revealing numerous scars. He wondered how he had drawn that before. Jungho sat at his desk, idly scratching at his paper with a pen. He couldn't remember how he did it. The scene shifted back to Jae-woong, who was watching a security monitor. He repeated his earlier statement about a deer's horns causing some hefty damage. Back in the classroom, Lee Dong-go announced that they had a new student joining them and asked everyone to say hello. Jung-go sighed, clearly unenthusiastic. A young woman stood beside Lee Dong-go, cheerfully introducing herself to the class. She said it was nice to meet them. Jung-go blushed, recognizing the new student. He realized it was Yoonhee. Yoonhee greeted Jung-go, asking if he studied there too, and confirmed that they knew each other. Jung-go stammered, overwhelmed by her presence. Yoonhee asked Jung-go if they could walk together from now on. Overjoyed, Jung-go internally celebrated, declaring that his life was complete, but then he suddenly fell out of his chair. Elsewhere, Sihyun and another student walked together at night. The other student remarked that he had no idea Sihyun liked drawing, and Sihyun chuckled. The other student continued, saying that he also liked drawing a lot and was a huge fan of comics, but he couldn't draw very well. The student asked Yoonhee if she wanted to become a comic book artist. Yoonhee replied that her parents still hadn't given her permission. She explained that her parents were never happy with what she really wanted to do in life, but Sihyun countered that grades didn't matter. Jung-go thought to himself that one only lives once, and he felt that if he didn't do what he really enjoyed, he would regret it. Yoonhee then asked Jung-go what his favorite comic was. Jung-go answered Naruto. Yoonhee seemed surprised that he knew what she was talking about. Yoonhee guessed that drawings had a similar style. Jung-go couldn't believe Yoonhee was interested in his drawings, thinking he must be dreaming. Yoonhee said that they would have to part ways, as she was headed in another direction. She told Jung-go to be careful, as it was late. Jung-go wondered if it was impolite to say that to a girl. Yoonhee apologized and said goodbye, telling Jung-go she would see him tomorrow. Jung-go waved goodbye. Jung-go felt like he was dreaming, never imagining he would be able to talk so much with Yoonhee. He thought she was so pretty, deciding that this must be his lucky day. Then, Jung-go remembered something. Jung-go recalled that Yoonhee had been hit by Galwa the other day because of him, and he hadn't apologized to her. Jung-go decided he would apologize next time, resolving to walk to art school with her from now on, feeling happy. Someone wondered what had gotten Jung-go so excited. Kim Young-jun appeared, telling Jung-go that he must be so happy without him in school these days. He asked Jung-go what he was doing here, before telling him to shut up, saying he wanted to ask him something. Young-jun then mentioned that Jung-go had stabbed his hand the other day. Jung-go thought that it wasn't by chance that his hand started hurting. He realized that Young-jun was right, understanding now why he cut himself. Young-jun told Jung-go to show him again, just like what he did to Lee Kyung-jun. Someone asked what Young-jun did to Kyung-jun before crying out in pain. Kim Young-jun's hand shot out, grabbing Jung-go. Galwa stated that it was none of his business as the sound of cracking echoed. He told Jung-go that he'd better tell the truth if he didn't want to die, calling him a loser. Jung-go demanded to know what had been done to Kyung-jun. The bully grabbed Jung-go by the collar. Galwa dismissed Jung-go as a loser. Galwa tapped Jung-go's head, asking how he knew what he had done to Kyung-jun. Galwa said that it was none of Jung-go's business, stating that he saw everything that day. Galwa admitted that he tried to go easy on him, but that the idiot just kept fighting back. He said he had no choice but to mess him up for good, and asked Jung-go if he wasn't thankful for what he did, getting rid of someone who was giving him a hard time. The bully asked if Jung-go was actually worried about Kyung-jun, and mocked him, asking when they had grown so tight. Kyung-jun was shown lying on the ground, beaten and bloody. Jung-go realized that Galwa knew about Kyung-jun. Galwa told Jung-go that this wasn't the time for him to worry about other people, calling him a fucking asshole. Jung-go was struck. Jung-go fell to the ground. Galwa remarked that it was interesting that special powers made him hurt others by harming himself. Galwa stated that it was too bad Jung-go was the one who got those powers. Galwa prepared to strike Jung-go. The force of Galwa's strike sent Jung-go flying backwards. The knife clattered to the ground as Jung-go fell. Galwa told Jung-go that it was very simple. He just had to make sure Jung-go didn't harm himself. Galwa continued his assault. Galwa remarked that Jung-go shouldn't get all weak on him. Galwa continued to stomp on Jung-go. Galwa asked Jung-go how school had been without him, saying he'd been bored to death without Jung-go to push around. He added that if Jung-go had just taken the punches without putting up a fuss, he wouldn't have gotten kicked out of school. Galwa demanded that Jung-go say something. Jung-go bit his tongue. Blood dripped from Jung-go's mouth. Galwa, enraged, called Jung-go a little shit and asked if he had just bitten his tongue. He then picked up the knife. Galwa pressed the knife. Galwa was struck, causing him to drop the knife. Jung-go realized that this was the moment he would have to face his fears. Jung-go was no longer scared. Galwa recalled those few days without Jung-go around him as the happiest of his life, but he doesn't ever want to go back. Losing that happiness is more terrifying than standing up to Jung-go. The knife slides into Galwa's back. Jung-go wondered if it worked, thinking that even Galwa couldn't have survived that. Galwa delivers a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends Jung-go flying. Galwa wondered if his powers were failing him again, but he clearly felt no pain. Galwa spat, thinking he thought he got stabbed for real. He couldn't believe how Jung-go could endure the pain. Galwa declared that Jung-go was really going to die. Jung-go tried to stay calm and keep up the attacks. Galwa unleashed a flurry of attacks. Jungo saw the knife. Galwa continued his assault. The attacks landed with brutal force. Galwa roared as he continued to beat Jungo. Galwa stood over Jungo, who lay prone on the ground, barely conscious. The bully who had been knocked away cursed, wondering how Jungo had managed to push him off. Driven by rage, Jungo screamed that he would die. Enraged, the bully cursed Jungo. He then struck Jungo again. Galwa continued his assault, striking Jungo repeatedly with a knife. Jungo lay bleeding on the ground, wondering how this was happening. Galwa moved with unnatural speed, striking Jungo again. He declared that he would take everything away from him. The force of the blow sent Jungo reeling. Galwa grabbed Jungo by the throat, sneering that he could resist all he wanted, but he would never be able to change. Jungo, battered and bruised, thought to himself that he wanted to return to his peaceful life. Galwa mocked him, asking if he had forgotten that getting his ass hooped was his life. Galwa continued to taunt Jungo, saying it was sad to watch him rely on his little powers. He declared that he was going to take everything from him, just like his mama. Galwa readied his knife. Jungo looked up in shock. Galwa grabbed Jungo's face. Galwa dared Jungo to try and stab him. Jungo screamed as Galwa struck him again. Jungo struggled to catch his breath, the pain from the beating still fresh. His thoughts turned to the powers he possessed, the very abilities he had been relying on. But Jungo knew what he had to do. He would take revenge. With a surge of adrenaline, he raised the knife high above his head. He steeled himself, deciding that anything was better than doing nothing. Galwa, enraged, screamed at him to stop. The knife plunged downwards. A wet, sickening sound filled the air. Galwa gasped, clutching at the wound, a look of disbelief on his face as he called Jungo the son of a bitch. His hand trembled as he tried to staunch the bleeding. Jungo, panting, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew the strike hadn't been enough to kill Galwa, that he had only felt pain. Jungo resolved that this time, he wouldn't use his powers. He would stab himself. He didn't care what happened to him, he thought. All he wanted was for Galwa to disappear from this world. It was time for him to die. With a final, desperate act, Jungo brought the knife down upon himself. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. The force struck Jungo, sending him plummeting downwards. The impact sent one of the thugs flying. Meanwhile, the source of the power revealed itself, as Lee Si-hyun declared that enough was enough. Jungo, battered and bruised, wondered what was happening. Lee Si-hyun warned Jungo to stay back and not come any closer. The thug, enraged, yelled at Lee Si-hyun to step back, threatening to kill him. Lee Si-hyun's power surged, resulting in a powerful explosion. The air crackled with energy as Lee Si-hyun glared at his opponent. Lee Si-hyun warned him that if he took one more step forward, things would get ugly. Jungo could only utter Lee Si-hyun's name. The thug was sent flying backwards. He crashed against a wall. The young man warns his unseen opponent, telling them to take one more step forward and things will get ugly. Lee Si-hyun's face is bloodied and bruised. Above, a figure falls from a great height. The falling figure plummets. The devil's boy. A hand glows with power. Si-hyun taps his hand, the symbol on it glowing brightly. Below, his opponent wobbles. Someone asks why he is helping him, and then asks to ask something. The young man states that the person deserves to die. He reminds his opponent that he warned them last time and to just forget about revenge. The young man says that it is easy for his opponent to say that, and asks if he knows what the person did to him. Si-hyun says that he has been waiting for this day to come, and asks who his opponent is to stop him, and if he even has the right to. He then states that his opponent also signed a pact with Mephisto, but he is not interested in that. A hand cracks its knuckles as Si-hyun tells his opponent to go back home. The young man yells at Si-hyun to shut up as he dashes forward, while below, a hand grips a knife. The young man tells Si-hyun to stay out of his way. Si-hyun struggles against an unseen force, asking what it is. Si-hyun's eyes glowed with power as he unleashed a violent storm of energy. The force of the blast sent his opponent flying backwards. Struggling to rise, the bully realized he was unable to use his powers. He surmised that there must be some trigger he didn't know about. Elsewhere, Kyungjin told someone to go back home. Meanwhile, someone dashed forward with a knife. Back at the fight, the bully told Si-hyun to shut up, declaring that this was his last chance. Si-hyun, however, felt he had no choice. Si-hyun raised his hand, a complex circle of energy forming around him. He began to chant, invoking Maria's punishment. A blinding beam of light erupted from his hand. The light engulfed the bully. From the shadows, Galwa thought to himself that acts of revenge would only end up harming Si-hyun, and that he was taking Jae Galwa with him. Galwa suggested that Si-hyun think twice about avenging himself, because if they ran into each other again, they would be facing each other as enemies. The light intensified, consuming everything in its path. The bully screamed for Si-hyun to stop, but it was too late. The bully collapsed to the ground. Elsewhere, the city streets were quiet. Kyungjun, sitting against a wall, wondered where he was. A voice asked if he was up. The speaker, Lee Dong-go, noted that Si-hyun almost took his life. The man with long hair suggested that the other stop bullying Jungo. He reminded him that he would kill him if he ever showed up in front of him again after the other tried to kill him. Meanwhile, Jungo wondered what was going on. Elsewhere, a contract was being made, but it came with a condition. The details of the contract were not to be shared with others. The figure with red hair emphasized that confidentiality was of utmost importance. The other party agreed, and the red-haired figure complimented him on being a fast learner. The red-haired figure warned that if the contract was broken, the price would be paid. The man with long hair told someone that Jungo was much more dangerous than they thought, and to make sure they never saw him again. The other person asked what they were talking about. The man with long hair was then attacked. The man who was attacked was on the ground. Jungo told him to look at himself and the consequences of his actions, stating that he would have been dead if Jungo hadn't tended to his injuries. Jungo told him to think of it as the last advice he was giving him as a friend. Jungo told him to take care of himself and not dare try to get back at him. The other man wondered if Jungo thought he couldn't mess up that loser. The man yelled that he would kill everyone, including Jungo. He demanded that someone do this to him. Someone screamed in anguish. The symbol on his body throbbed. He thought that he must have used up a lot of his powers. He recalled that after that incident, he had to take a few days off of school because the symbol slowly began to take over his body. He was breathing heavily. Jungo, alone in the shower, wondered why Sihyun would help Galwa and where Sihyun even got his powers. He then realized that Galwa was too powerful for him to take on. He gritted his teeth, knowing he wouldn't be able to do anything as long as Galwa was around. Frustrated, he slammed his fist on the floor, lamenting that his own powers were useless. It had been a while since Jungo had been to school, but he had been. Suddenly, Jungo was struck in the stomach outside of the school. He trembled as he rolled into a ball from the pain. Young Haewon told the student that he would get more hits for every second he was late, and then told him to go. The student wondered what he could buy for 1,001, regretting that he should have asked Haewon. The student went to the store and grinned, thinking to himself. The student returned to the classroom. Toad returned just in time, and Haewon told him good job and asked to see what he got. Haewon called Toad a fucking idiot and said that he didn't tell him to get a snack, but cigarettes. Toad thought that it wasn't fair because he couldn't buy those. Haewon called Toad a stupid piece of shit and hit him. Toad kneeled on the ground. Haewon said that Toad disappointed him, so he would have to punish him. He told him that the pain was coming. The bully forced the kneeling student to eat the pastry, claiming it was a gesture of friendship, but something was missing. The bully above him drooled in anticipation. The pastry landed on Lee Dongo's face with a splat. The bully ordered him to lick it up, and Dongo struggled to comply, thinking he couldn't take it anymore. Desperate, Dongo cried out for help, hoping someone would save him. He looked up to see Kyungjun walking by. Kyungjun's tormentors called out to Jungo, taunting him. They asked what was wrong with Dongo before bursting into laughter. Dongo pleaded with Jungo, calling him his savior. The bullies wondered if Jungo was back and questioned what the two losers were doing. One of the bullies yelled at them, declaring they were dead. The bully stepped closer to Dongo, telling him to get on his knees if he wanted to live. Another bully wondered if he was out of his mind before declaring that Dongo was the one who was dead, ordering him to come closer. Kyungjun's eye twitched as he heard the commotion. Kyungjun punched one of the bullies. The bullies stood their ground, one of them shouting a challenge. One of the bullies questioned if the man had lost his mind, while the other declared that they were the ones who were going to die. Jungo stared intensely at the bullies. He was ready to fight. The bully with glasses wondered if Lee Dongo had gone crazy from the beating they gave him. The bully with glasses taunted that no loser could protect Lee Dongo. Lee Dongo, however, declared that he would not forgive them and that it was time for Jungo to give him a taste of justice. Dongo called out to Jungo, wondering if this was why he had come to him. Lee Dongo asked Jungo if he really thought he would help him before stating that he was leaving. Jungo grabbed Lee Dongo's arm as the older man questioned where he was going, calling him his savior. Jungo thought to himself that Lee Dongo just wanted to use him and wondered what would change if he helped him. Lee Dongo thought that even if those douchebags disappeared, as long as he didn't change, the same thing would happen again. Jungo grabbed Lee Dongo by the collar, calling him an asshole. Jungo told Lee Dongo to stop talking nonsense and to just do what he did to Kyungjun. Jungo demanded that Lee Dongo do the same thing to those bastards. The man with the receding hairline was informed that Kyungjun had been beaten. He scoffed, dismissing the idea that Kyungjun could have lost to someone weaker. One of the bullies cautioned his companion, sensing that the man was being insulted. He suggested they sit back and watch what happened. Jungo's classmate pleaded with him to help, reminding him that the bullies had also hurt him. He apologized, saying that if there was anyone who knew how he felt, it was Jungo. The bully grabbed Jungo's classmate by the collar, berating him for not coming to school and forcing him to endure twice the beating. He cursed him for not helping a friend. The bully's grip tightened on the classmate's collar. The classmate, terrified, begged to be let go. The bully continued to choke the classmate, who was now gasping for air, wondering what was wrong with him and why he was so scared. The classmate was increasingly scared. The classmate fell to the ground. Jungo turned and walked away from the scene. The bully questioned what the little toad had said to him just a few minutes ago. The bully kicked the classmate, who insisted that he had heard wrong. The bully scoffed, noting how pathetic he smelled. The bully stomped on the classmate's head. Another bully told Lee Dongo to wake up, asking who would bother to help a wimp like him. Lee Dongo was being pressed against the floor. He thought to himself that Jungo dared to turn on him, and that Jungo was no different than he was. He wondered how Jungo dared to do this to him. Jungo walked through the hospital, wondering if this was where Jinch was staying. He mumbled that he was responsible for what happened to him, but he didn't even come to visit. Another man asked Jungo what he was doing there. Jungo gasps, looking at his phone. Someone asks him how he recovered so quickly, and the person responds that they're still a bit sore, but the doctor said they will be all right. The person asks Jungo if he came to see them, and they say they are touched. They then ask Jungo to buy them something to drink, because the doctor said they can go home now, and they're thirsty. The two sit outside. Someone says that they are responsible for what happened to the other person. The other person responds with, "Oh, yeah, sure." The person asks Jungo if he knows Sihyun. The other person laughs and says that they are really touched that someone other than him came to see them. Jungo drinks a banana milk and says that it is delicious and that he loves banana milk. Jungo thinks about what happened. The person asks what happened, and the other person says that they were at his place when they woke up. The person asks if that pig kidnapped him. The other person says that they can't really remember what happened. The person says that this is what he told him, and that he said he made a pact with the devil before he did. The person asks if Jungo knew. The other person says, well, kind of, and that now he gets why he has that symbol on his arm. Jungo thinks about the symbol. The person says, oh right, other people can't see it. The person asks how he can see it. The person asks if he has special powers like Sihyun. The other person says, who, me? And then says, never mind. The person says that no matter how fast he is, it is virtually impossible for a guy his size to defeat someone that big, and even more so if a featherweight like him faced a heavyweight like him. Jungo remembers Siakna dropping like a sack of rocks, and thinks that he could do that because of his holy powers. The person says that by using this ability, he can wield superhuman power, and that it gives him strength as well as speed, but that is only if he uses his powers to the maximum limit, which entails significant risks. The person says that so normally, he is just slightly stronger than most people. He thinks that even this guy has special powers and wonders what is going on. But still, he has no clue how Galwa was able to withstand his attacks. The person says that Jungo should try not to use his powers if he can help it, and asks if he has any idea what that symbol on his arm is. Jungo seems surprised, questioning if it was Leviathan's breath. Kyungjin confirmed it. Kyungjin explained that unlike Mephisto, who he dismissed as a wannabe devil, the source of Jungo's power was the Archdevil, the serpent of chaos who consumes everything. Jungo asked if Kyungjin knew Mephisto. Kyungjin confirmed that Mephisto was notorious and responsible for Sihyun's fate. Kyungjin wondered why Mephisto would infuse someone like him with such powers. Jungo asked if Kyungjin knew the story of Faust, clarifying that it was a novel. Kyungjin then began to explain that God made a bet with Mephistopheles. The bet, Kyungjin continued, was whether Faust, who was God's favorite human, could be corrupted. Jungo asked who Kyungjin thought won the bet. Kyungjin responded that he guessed God did. Kyungjin corrected him, stating that God lost the bet. Kyungjin continued, explaining that Faust ended up losing his life. Kyungjin then summarized that it was the abridged version of the story. Kyungjin asked Jungo if he still thought Faust was a fictional character, given that 300 years had passed and Mephisto had appeared before him. He then asked what Jungo thought that meant. Jungo admitted he wasn't sure, but he thought they could make a safe guess. Kyungjin stated that Faust had been reincarnated. Kyungjin stated that nothing happens by chance in this world. Kyungjin asked Jungo if he didn't think his selection was related to Mephisto, just like his contract with the devil. Kyungjin stated that everything that happens is bound by fate, then said he had talked too much and should stop there. He added that he didn't know exactly what powers Jungo had, but the more he used them, the more he might lose. Jungo's friend thanked him for the drink. He thought to himself that he was even more confused now, and that he was perhaps too harsh on Lee Dongo. The friend said goodbye, and Jungo replied that he would see him at school. As he walked away, the friend thought to himself that Jungo shouldn't have powers at all. Jungo wondered if he was really destined to be Mephisto's pawn, and that he should apologize to Lee Dongo later. Meanwhile, some bullies were talking about Kyungjin getting beat up by Jungo, and that he must be so embarrassed. Elsewhere, Galwa smoked a cigarette as he thought about how Kim Youngjin could let a dweeb beat him, and that he would have just killed himself. One of the bullies wondered if Lee Dongo was acting weird, and asked why. Another bully said that Lee Dongo wasn't the same, and that he called Jungo his savior, or something. The bully continued, saying that they were all dead, and that Lee Dongo must have felt pretty confident about something to say that to them. Lee Dongo then arrived, and the bullies told him to buzz off. Lee Dongo asked them to do him a favor, and that there was something in it for them too. One of the bullies flicked a cigarette at Lee Dongo and asked what the hell was wrong with him today and if he needed another beating. The bully then kicked Lee Dongo to the ground. Another bully told Lee Dongo to please beg. As Lee Dongo trembled on the ground, the bully told him to let them take revenge on Jungo. One of the bullies said that Lee Dongo was totally lost and told him to get lost. Lee Dongo asked if they thought they were going to help him. Galwa thought that this was interesting and began to approach. Lee Dongo looked up at Galwa and said his name. One of the men calls out to Galwa as they walk. Lee Dongo, known as Toad, is on his knees, trembling. Galwa smiles, eager to hear what Toad has to say. The man who spoke to Galwa questions why they should listen to Toad, calling him a loser. Galwa tells Haewon that his statement is ridiculous. Galwa warns the man to shut his trap, asking if he wants his leg broken like Kyungjun's. The man nervously denies any intention to anger him. Toad spits. The man asks Toad if he is laughing at him, but Toad denies it. The man calls Toad a liar and grabs him by the collar. The man strikes Toad. Galwa tells the man to shut up, and Toad apologizes. Toad begs to be let go. Galwa states he was looking for a decoy and asks Toad to tell him what's on his mind. Toad says that the other man thinks he's better than him and that a loser like him should act like one. Galwa's associate questioned what they should do and whether Galwa would listen to Toad. Galwa, however, found the situation amusing, remarking on the intense hatred between the two. Meanwhile, Toad leaned forward, offering his assistance. Toad expressed his gratitude, but Galwa slapped him repeatedly, asking if he would lend a hand as well. Galwa grinned, amused by the situation. Elsewhere, Jungo and Uni walked together after school. Uni admitted that she was worried about her drawing skills, feeling she lacked talent, but Jungo reassured her that drawing well wasn't just about talent, but about practice. Jungo continued, explaining that he wasn't good at first either, but he practiced every day because he wanted to become a better artist, and soon he could see improvement. Jungo added that he didn't think people were born with talent, but that it came from practice. Uni was impressed by Jungo's words, admitting that she might be falling for him. Jungo was flustered and apologized. Uni brushed it off, saying that it sounded like lip service. Jungo denied it and apologized again. He then explained that he lived by himself, and that his dad sent him money while his mom was in the hospital. As they walked, Jungo thought to himself. He continued to ponder. So Uni said. Suddenly, Jungo grabbed Uni's wrist. Uni flinched, asking what was wrong and why Jungo was grabbing her wrist. Jungo told her to stay calm and run when he told her to. Jungo turned his head, his eyes widening in alarm. He yelled at Yoon-hee to run. Uni asked Jungo what was going on, stating that someone was following them. The sound of footsteps echoed behind them as Jungo and Uni fled. He urged her to keep running, admitting he didn't know who was pursuing them. The pair continued to run through the dark alleyways. Huffing and puffing, Uni believed they had outrun their pursuers, but she was out of breath. Uni, still catching her breath, wondered who those kidnappers were. Jungo, equally winded, stammered that he couldn't see clearly, but his instincts told him to run. He then whispered her name. Jungo peered around the corner, looking worried. A voice called to them from a nearby doorway, beckoning them to come over. Dongo peeked out from behind the door, asking what they were doing there. Jungo grabbed Uni's arm and pulled her along. Uni told Jungo not to go, saying she was getting a bad feeling. Jungo reassured her that he would be okay, adding that he had to apologize to Dongo, who might look creepy but was all right. Uni insisted that she would go by herself, just in case, and told Jungo to stay there. A sinister chuckle echoed from the doorway. Dongo called out to Jungo. Jungo thought to himself that he was sorry about what happened today, and that he should have helped Dongo, knowing what was happening to him. Dongo sighed, asking if Jungo thought a belated apology was going to fix everything. Dongo told Jungo not to make him laugh, saying it was too late. He asked if Jungo thought he wouldn't have to pay for what he did to him. Dongo gripped the baseball bat tightly, promising that someone would pay the price. A scream echoed in the distance. Jungo called out to Yoon-hee, his face contorted in fear. The bat swung down with tremendous force. The sound of metal clanging echoed. Blood dripped from Jungo's face as he struggled to remain conscious. Jungo stumbled, his vision blurring as he tried to comprehend what was happening. Another blow landed, sending Jungo crashing to the ground. Glass's bully stood over Jungo, panting heavily. Glass's bully smirked, his eyes gleaming behind his thick lenses. Glass's bully thought to himself that his head hurt. Meanwhile, Uni struggled against her restraints, realizing she was bound and gagged. She wondered what had happened and why she was tied up. Uni's eyes widened as she recognized someone. Someone asked if she was awake and how she liked their surprise event. Uni recognized that voice. The speaker revealed himself, happy to see Yoon-hee again, calling her his little bitch. Galwa remarked on the beautiful sight of two losers gathered in one place, assuring them that they were tied up so they couldn't cut themselves. He added that he didn't want their powers getting in the way. As Yoon-hee is gagged, Galwa's sinister grin widens. He wonders aloud if they should get started. The story will be continued. Galwa expressed his happiness at seeing them again, addressing someone as his little bitch. He then chuckled, commenting on the beautiful sight of two losers and a sympathizer gathered in one place. Galwa assured the taped-up victim that he had made sure they were tied up well enough so they couldn't cut themselves free. He added that he didn't want their powers getting in the way. With a sinister grin, Galwa asked if they were ready to get started. Galwa asked the victim if they liked the little surprise he had prepared. The victim, bound and gagged, struggled against their restraints. Galwa demanded that the victim spit it out. The victim continued to struggle, their muffled cries inaudible. Galwa mocked the victim, asking if they were having fun and stating that he knew they would enjoy this. The victim, taped up, thought that they were all taped up but they could use their fingers. The victim was warned that the minute they used their powers, the girl wouldn't make it out of there looking pretty, and that there were a lot of prying eyes there too. Galwa observed that, judging by the victims in action, he could see they really liked that girl, and told them to act wisely. Galwa told the victim that he had some bad news for them. She's gonna hate them when this day's over. The victim was told not to move. One of Galwa's thugs questioned what the victim was going to do with their phone, and the victim responded that they wanted to take a picture of her. Galwa watched with a sinister grin as he listened to someone off-panel. Meanwhile, Toad was called over. Jungo, with his arm around Toad, mocked him, saying that he must have really hurt the other guy's feelings, since he asked them to beat him up. Kyungjun, bound and gagged, wondered why Lee Dongo would do this. Toad, confused, asked what Jungo meant, but Jungo told him that they did everything he asked, so now it was his turn. Then, a hand struck Toad's face. The force of the blow sent Toad to his knees. Galwa told him to get his act together, or he would be the first one to get it. Toad, in a panic, insisted it was all Jungo's fault. Kyungjun was grabbed as Galwa told Toad to beat him up until he was satisfied. Galwa told Toad that this wouldn't have happened if he had just done what he asked. Toad began to strike Kyungjun as Jungo egged him on. A girl told Jungo to be quiet. Another man told him to just sit back and enjoy the view, saying that was their role all along. Galwa watched with a sinister smile. Galwa then told someone to take Kyungjun's pants off, but the person refused. Toad continued to beat Kyungjun. The thugs continued to taunt Kyungjun, one ordering Sukmu to grab his legs. Another insisted that Kyungjun needed another beating. Galwa watched with a sinister expression. Meanwhile, the bullies snapped photos of the beaten Kyungjun. One of them complimented Jungo, calling him a real man, while Galwa told them to wrap it up, reminding them of the photos and videos they now possessed. One of the bullies laughed, calling Kyungjun a good boy. The group left the warehouse, one of them telling the others to behave themselves. Back inside, Kyungjun lay injured on the floor. He heard Yoonhee's voice. Yoonhee, bound and kneeling beside him, asked Jungo if he was okay. Kyungjun realized it was because of him that she was in this situation. Yoonhee thought that if it weren't for Kyungjun, she could have killed them all, but she couldn't do anything because of him. Kyungjun sat on the floor, realizing that this was not what he wanted. From a high vantage point, Mephistopheles watched the scene unfold. Mephistopheles mused that humans have a tendency to blame others when they're cornered and hope that they're not responsible. He wondered what Kyungjun would end up doing. Mephistopheles asked if Kyungjun would continue living like a fool or if he would become more confident. A figure stood silhouetted against the crimson moon. It was noted that Yoonhee stopped coming to school after that incident. Kyungjun recalled telling the teacher what they did to him, but the school was not on his side. Kyungjun's teacher suggested that he just put the incident in the past. He explained that maybe those bastards did something, but school officials were only interested in covering up the incident. Lee Dongo vowed to prevent such incidents from occurring, lamenting that no one had ever been on his side. The fact that he had said some harsh things to Yoon, he also weighed heavily on Jungo, as nobody was willing to help him. Meanwhile, in class, Jungo reflected on how he had blamed Yoonhee for everything that had happened. He knew he needed to apologize to her. His phone vibrated, and he wondered who was texting him at this time of day. Jungo checked his phone. Elsewhere, students wondered aloud what was happening in the midst of class. Jungo dashed out of the classroom. Outside, a bus idled at a stop as Jungo ran. Jungo was breathing heavily. He called out to Yoonhee. Jungo spotted Yoonhee. Yoonhee smiled, recognizing Jungo. Jungo was breathing heavily. He was clearly relieved to see her. Yoonhee called out to Jungo, confirming his presence. Panting, Jungo heard Yoonhee's voice and knew he had found her. Jungo asked where she had been and if she was okay. Yoonhee admitted she wasn't sure if she should have contacted him again. Yoonhee expressed her happiness that he came. Jungo called out to Yoonhee. Yoonhee stretched, commenting on how good it felt to be outside. She suggested they go watch a movie called Hello, Dosa, saying it was supposed to be really fun. Yoonhee asked if he didn't want to go. Jungo stammered, assuring her that he wanted to go. Jungo confirmed that he would love to go watch a movie with her. Yoonhee smiled, saying that they were going to have some fun today. Inside the movie theater, the screen flickered to life, but the images playing out weren't those of a typical film. Instead, ghostly figures sat in the seats, their words echoing in Jungo's mind. This meal is not for you. It is for the angel of death. Startled, Jungo almost died just now. Yoonhee, oblivious to the spectral audience, offered him popcorn. Apologizing, Jungo insisted he was okay. He then heard the voice of the angel of death, guiding the dead. Yoonhee, still unaware of the situation, asked if he wanted some popcorn. Jungo, flustered, was asked by Yoonhee if he was all right. Later, at a restaurant, the server brought out the infernal tteokbokki and ham rice balls that Jungo had ordered. Yoonhee thanked him and dug in. As she ate, Yoonhee remarked that she liked tteokbokki and that not many people liked this place because it was a bit spicy. Jungo noted that the tteokbokki here wasn't that spicy, and that he should come here more often. Yoon, eating, asked if he really thought so. Jungo then wondered where all the juice came from, as Yoonhee was drinking so much of it. Smiling, Yoonhee covered her mouth with her hand. Jungo blushed. He had a really good time today and loved the movie. Walking together, Jungo said he was glad to hear that. Yoonhee responded that she didn't think he had a good time, but Jungo insisted that he had a great time. Jungo suggested they go see a tarot card reader. Yoonhee asked if he meant a tarot card reader, and Jungo said that he had never been to one before. Yoonhee said that she was really curious. Jungo suggested that they go then. Yoonhee agreed, and they walked towards a tarot card reading shop. Jungo had searched some blogs, and the reviews said this fortune teller was amazing, so he suggested they check it out. The tarot card reader welcomed them, asking what they were interested in learning about, wealth or romance. Jungo, however, was lost in thought, trying to relax. The reader considered the question. With a flourish, the reader presented the cards. He instructed them to pick 3 cards from the row, ready to see what their futures held. Yoonhee selected her cards and handed them over. The reader prepared to interpret them. The reader shuffled the cards, but then paused, looking shocked at what he saw. Yoonhee, too, seemed disturbed by the reading. Suddenly, Yoonhee dashed away. Jungo was confused. He wondered why Yoonhee was crying, pointing out that she hadn't even heard what the reader had to say. Yoonhee admitted she had only done it for fun, but she didn't know the cards would say the same thing. Jungo called out to her. He realized that she was in pain and that this was his only chance to apologize to her. Jungo called out to Yoonhee, apologizing for making her go through all that. He continued, explaining that it was all his fault, but he blamed her for everything. He wanted to apologize, but she told him not to. Yoonhee told him that he was right. It was her fault that he went through all that. Jungo was confused by what she was talking about. Jungo insisted it was his fault, and that if he hadn't taken him down that alley, it wouldn't have all happened. He pleaded with her to say something, saying he didn't understand. He asked what part of it was her fault. Yoonhee continued to walk away. Yoonhee apologized. Jungo wondered what she meant, questioning if she was the reason why he got beat up. Jungo couldn't believe what he was hearing, tears welling in his eyes. He refused to accept that Yoonhee could be involved. He remembered her, a vision of innocence, and struggled to reconcile that image with the accusations. The thought was unbearable. It simply couldn't be true. The idea that Yoonhee would betray him was impossible to accept. That was the last time Jungo saw Yoonhee. He saw her again a few days later, but in a different form. Jungo never imagined he'd find her in that condition. He felt he'd failed once again to protect. That was the last time he saw Yoonhee. He saw her again a few days later, but in a different form. He never imagined he'd see her in that condition. He had failed once again to protect her. The teacher cleared his throat to get the class's attention. He announced that Yoonhee, their class president, had taken her own life the previous night. Murmurs rippled through the classroom. Students commented that it was no wonder she hadn't shown up to school. The teacher slammed his hand on the desk, demanding quiet. The teacher stated that he was alarmed by the news, but told the students to make sure this didn't affect their schoolwork. He then dismissed them for announcements. A single white flower lay on a desk. Students whispered amongst themselves, some expressing that there must have been a reason and that they felt bad. Other students whispered about photos of a guy, snickering about his junk. As Jungo walked by, he heard their words and flinched. Jungo's eyes widened in shock as he overheard 2 students exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Another student wondered what the hell was going on and what Jungo was glaring at them for. Jungo stood alone, tears streaming down his face. The school stood silent, the weight of recent events hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a group of students made their way down the hallway, their laughter echoing cruelly. One of them warned another to watch where he was going as they continued their advance. The bullies wondered aloud if the student they were targeting was the same one from the photos. They believed they had gone too far, but also thought he was probably used to it. Whispers of "he's here" rippled through the classroom as the bullies prepared to confront their target. The desk of the targeted student was defaced with hateful words, a testament to the relentless bullying he endured. The bullies whispered that they thought they had gone too far and that he looked super pissed. The sound of rattling filled the air as the bullies continued their harassment, while elsewhere, a lone figure walked down the hallway. Jungo sat alone on the stairs, lost in thought. As Jungo sat on the stairs, Lee Dongo was on the phone, complaining about the trouble he was facing because of the situation. Dongo continued his rant, lamenting that the girl couldn't have just stayed quiet and complaining about the loser in his class. Dongo continued to complain about the hoops he had to jump through to contain the situation and how he might get fired because of it. Elsewhere, a basketball game was underway, the sounds of the sport filling the gymnasium. A basketball player stood by the water cooler, then demonstrated a supernatural ability with the basketball. The basketball rolled across the floor as the player prepared to take a shot. The player made the shot, as another student remarked that he knew that the player went out with Yoonhee, and that maybe that's why she killed herself. Whispers spread among the students, some claiming Yoonhee killed herself because Jungo had taken advantage of her. Others agreed, calling him a piece of garbage. Meanwhile, in the restroom, The sound of a door sliding open echoed through the otherwise silent space. Inside, two students discussed Jungko's disheveled appearance. One remarked that he looked completely out of it, while the other speculated that Yoonhee deserved her fate for messing with Galwa. Another student chimed in, stating that Yoonhee was simply used by Galwa. He recalled that she had lost weight and thought she could put the past behind her. The first student laughed, saying it must have been tough for Yoonhee to become friends with Jungko and even take art classes. He then questioned why Galwa had made her get close to Jungko. Another student wondered how he was supposed to know, suggesting Galwa probably had a plan. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a student questioned the rumors about Jungko and Yoonhee, admitting he didn't know what was going on. Another student dismissed the rumors, saying that Yoonhee had played along and would rather die than have people find out about a photo of her. Elsewhere, Galwa was asked about the rumors, and he responded that it was the best way to make Jungko suffer. When asked if he made up the rumors, another person called the questioner an idiot. Galwa explained that he made Yoonhee get close to Jungko because she had messed with him and he needed someone to spy on Jungko. He added that he could tell the loser had a crush on her, so he decided to put her to use. Lastly, Galwa wanted to pin everything on Jungko. The student from before remarked that the nude pics, Yoonhee's suicide, and the rumors were all part of Galwa's plan to add some spice and start the rumor mill churning. He added that those rumors spread like wildfire. Another student told Galwa that he was giving him the chills, impressed that he wasn't just a guy who could throw a punch, but also had the smarts. He stated that the best way to mess someone up is through rumors, not punches. The first student laughed, saying that sometimes he thought Galwa was the devil himself. A photo of Yoonhee was displayed at what appeared to be her funeral. Jungko sat alone in front of Yoonhee's portrait, grief etched on his face. Jungko walked away from the funeral, his expression unreadable. Inside, a woman comforted a grieving man. Meanwhile, atop a building, a figure stood silhouetted against the sunset. Below, Mephistopheles noticed him. Jungko wondered how many days he had left to use the power he'd been given. Mephistopheles remarked that there were exactly 14 days left, reminding Jungko that he was just a source of entertainment for him. Jungko thought that he intended to use that power to the fullest. Mephistopheles mused that Jungko was in for some major entertainment. The imp found the situation fun, noting that Jungko had finally gotten his act together. Mephistopheles declared that everything was going exactly as planned. He then declared that his dear god lost again. Mephistopheles' face filled the screen. Jungko, his eyes glowing red, vowed to kill them all. The screen displayed D14. Elsewhere, a man exhaled a plume of smoke outside a brightly lit hotel. Meanwhile, in bed, Jaeyoon was asked what he was doing. He replied that he was just texting a friend. His partner, Yeji, questioned if he was chatting with another girl again. Jaeyoon assured her that he wasn't, stating that he had her. Yeji reminded Jaeyoon that she had caught him cheating before. Jaeyoon told Yeji that she was the only one for him, and she playfully forgave him because he was so cute. Yeji told Jaeyoon to go back to bed, and he agreed. Jaeyoon thought to himself that he should dump Yeji soon because she was getting on his nerves, but the prospects were looking slim. He hoped he could find a hot chick tonight. Jaeyoon looked at his social media profile and thought that this one looked alright. He noted that she was pretty close by and decided that she would be his for the night. Jaeyoon sent a message to a girl named Ving, commenting that she was pretty close by. Ving responded with a simple "oh, hi." Jaeyoon then asked if she was bored and wanted to hang out, and if he could see a picture. He thought to himself that she was definitely interested. Jaeyoon sent a picture of himself. He wondered what was taking her so long. Ving responded that he looked just like he did in the picture and asked if they could meet. Jaeyoon asked if she wanted to come over, and she replied yes. He knew she wanted him. Jaeyoon grinned, anticipating a night of infidelity. He told Yeji he was stepping out for a bit. Yeji, still in bed, asked where he was going. Jaeyoon claimed he was just going to say hi to a friend in the neighborhood and wouldn't be long. As he dressed, he thought to himself that Yeji was too needy. He assured her he'd be back soon. As Jaeyoon left, the door creaked open and then slammed shut. Yeji pulled the covers up to her chest. Yeji shivered. Outside, crickets chirped as Jaeyoon walked down the street. He wondered if he was in the right place, commenting on how creepy it was. He checked his phone. A message popped up from Ving. Sorry for the late reply. She said she was right behind him. Jaeyoon looked at his phone. He wondered who was behind him. Elsewhere, someone was tied to a chair, demanding to know who was there. The captive yelled for the person to stop hiding like a coward and reveal themselves. Someone approached, their red-soled shoes visible in the dim light. The figure wore a mask. The masked figure told the captive that he was awake. The captive demanded to know who they were. The newcomer stood silently as his masked captor declared that what he did was none of his business. Jungko, bound to a chair, could only wonder why he was being held. The masked figure approached Jungko, stating that he would die here tonight. He added that he had one question for him. The masked man asked if Jungko felt any guilt for what he and his buddies did to a boy and a girl a few days ago. Jungko, however, seemed confused by the question. Jungko asked what the masked man was talking about, but the masked man simply laughed, claiming he understood. Jungko was identified as the loser who got tied up that night with that girl. The masked man admitted he had a good time watching Jungko quiver in pain. The masked man asked Jungo if he wasn't scared, but Jungo retorted, asking if guilt was a joke. He stated that he wouldn't have done what he did if he suffered from pangs of guilt. He then asked if the masked man thought he would get away with this. The masked man scoffed, shaking his head and laughing at Jungo's words. Jungo wondered why the masked man was laughing, and the masked man apologized, saying it was just that Jungo's fans had heard everything he said. Jungo was confused by this statement, as the masked man moved closer. Elsewhere, a woman insisted that Jaeyoon had a good heart and that the other person simply didn't know him. She knew what the other person was trying to tell her. The woman was told that Jaeyoon's bad habits were resurfacing, but she asked what they were talking about. People in various locations were shocked by something they saw on their phones. The same shock was evident in a room full of people monitoring computer screens. Someone shouted Galwa's name as he dashed away. The broadcast was being viewed on a phone. The broadcast continued, revealing a tied-up Jungo on screen. The feed was live, and a message at the bottom of the screen confirmed it. Jungo's captor, wearing a red mask, stood behind him, addressing the camera. He told Jungo to say goodbye to his fans, as this would be the last time they saw him. The masked man held up Jungo's phone, dismissing Jungo's pleas as he ended the call. The comments flooded in, revealing the public's disgust with Jungo. They expressed their disappointment and anger, with some even wishing death upon him. The masked man held the phone closer to Jungo, relishing the moment as he watched the number of followers drop. Jungo, in a fit of rage, screamed at his captor. Jungo's face contorted in rage as he continued to scream. Em outro lugar, uma garota de cabelo roxo estava sentada na cama, olhando para o celular. Enquanto isso, o homem mascarado ameaçava Jungo, prometendo matá-lo. The masked man summoned a blade of fire. He swung the blade, the sound of metal slicing through the air. Jungo's eyes widened in terror as the blade approached. The blade struck, and Jungo screamed in agony. Jungo coughed up blood, struggling to understand what was happening and why he was feeling the pain Galwa had spoken of. Gasping for breath, Jungo realized that the masked man wasn't joking. The masked man approached, his footsteps echoing in the room. Jungo begged for his life, pleading with the masked man not to kill him. The masked man responded, asking if Jungo wanted him to save him. The masked man stated that he was being made to look like the villain. He then said that it wasn't so bad, because to bring justice to guys like Jungo, he had to be the villain. Below, a hooded figure with red hair and glowing red eyes watched the scene unfold. The masked man asked how Jungo wanted him to kill him. Warning: the following episode contains graphic violence, which some readers may find disturbing. Reader discretion is advised. The Devil's Boy. The hooded figure stood over the seated Jungo, who was bound to a chair. Jungo, struggling against his restraints, demanded to know what the hooded figure was. The figure responded that they wanted to hear him moan in pain before he died. They accused Jungo of being an idiot for trying to protect the girl, claiming she was no different and was an accomplice. Jungo retorted that nothing would change by torturing him and that the girl wasn't coming back to life. The hooded figure agreed that nothing would bring her back. The figure stated that didn't mean they should sit around and do nothing. Jungo asked what he could do. Jungo challenged the figure, asking if they were going to kill him and taunting them that they didn't have the guts. The figure responded by asking what a loser like him could do to them. The figure mused that they would just have to find out. They then dragged a blade across the floor. The figure plunged the blade into Jungo's shoulder. Jungo cried out in pain. The figure continued to stab Jungo repeatedly. Jungo screamed in agony. The figure continued their assault, the sounds of the blade tearing through flesh filling the room as Jungo continued to scream. The blade continued to cut into Jungo, who could only manage a pained groan. The figure stood over the bloodied Jungo, who begged them to just kill him. The figure asked if he wanted them to kill him, stating that they were just getting started. The figure held the bloody blade, ready to continue the assault. Jungo strained against his restraints, his muffled cries echoing in the room. The sound of rattling metal and the clink of tools filled the air as his tormentor prepared for the next stage of his interrogation. Meanwhile, Lee Si-hyun was sent sprawling across the floor from an unseen blow. Getting to his feet, he saw his attacker, the red-haired man, standing over him. The red-haired man scoffed, admitting he had underestimated Si-hyun's resilience. He declared that he would have to turn up the heat. Si-hyun, struggling to rise, cursed under his breath, realizing he needed to hold on a little longer. The red-haired man mused to himself, wondering where Si-hyun thought he was going. As Si-hyun tried to escape, he heard the man rummaging through his tools, muttering about getting out of there before the bastard killed him for real. Si-hyun, still on the ground, heard the rattling of tools and the ripping of fabric as he tried to crawl away. Dragging himself along the floor, Si-hyun heard the red-haired man apologize for making him wait and asked if he should start with his leg. The red-haired man flicked a sharp object, preparing to attack. Si-hyun, seeing the glint of metal, realized he had to stop him. He yelled for the man to stop. Si-hyun launched himself forward, intercepting the attack. The sharp object pierced Si-hyun's face. The force of the blow sent Si-hyun crashing to the ground. Si-hyun lay on the ground, his thoughts consumed by pain. Above him, Kim Youngjin stood, a cruel smile on his face, brandishing a bloodied tool. The bully took a step closer. Kim Youngjin continued his pursuit as Sihyun desperately tried to escape. The bully dashed after him, intent on inflicting more pain. Kim Youngjin relished the opportunity to use his tools on Sihyun. Sihyun, struggling to hold on, knew he couldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, in the city, a pair of men walked down the street, only for one of them to be shoved aside by a frantic passerby. The man who was shoved stumbled, the sound of his feet screeching against the pavement. He turned, looking back in frustration. The man cursed under his breath. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles considered that it wasn't easy to kill someone by inflicting pain. He wondered if he had any more hidden powers, like a level 2 he could unlock. Mephistopheles supposed that pain could get a bit old after a while. He asked if he was being told that he could inflict real wounds. The imp responded that he was a quick learner and that there was really nothing to it, adding that it would come naturally from within. The red imp's power manifested as a torrent of blood and energy, engulfing the scene below. Below, a figure plummeted from a great height, the city lights blurring beneath them. Elsewhere, someone crouched low, their breath coming in ragged gasps, while another ran, desperate to escape the encroaching darkness. The tormentor's face contorted with rage, his power surging, while his victim writhed in agony, consumed by the same dark energy. The one running from the darkness screamed in terror. The dark energy slammed into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth. The one who had been running was sent sprawling, the impact causing him to cry out in pain and confusion. He glanced down at his bloodied feet, trying to understand what was happening to him. He wondered aloud what had been done to him. The tormentor's face was illuminated by a sinister light, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The one who had been sent sprawling was now kneeling on the ground, the light from the tormentor illuminating him. He muttered in pain. The impact of the dark energy echoed through the city. The figure continued to fall. The impact of the falling figure caused a scream to erupt from the crowd below. The crowd reacted in horror, realizing someone had been struck. A bystander frantically urged someone to call for emergency services, fearing the worst. Elsewhere, a hooded figure watched from a distance, the city lights glowing behind them. Meanwhile, the scene of the accident was gruesome, blood splattered across the pavement. Above, Kim Youngjin reveled in the chaos, his laughter echoing through the night as he watched the ambulance arrive. Nearby, a monstrous figure with red hair grinned, stating that they would give Lee Jae-eun's soul, but that the other party was becoming too greedy. Another voice echoed, complimenting the meticulousness of the plan and expressing satisfaction at obtaining the girl's body. The first voice cackled in response, noting that little Jungo was getting pretty savage. Lilith appeared, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She sighed, remarking that her brother made life difficult for her, and was reminded that she owed his soul for what she did. The creator of The Devil's Boy shared a note to the audience, revealing that this was their first full-length project after having only worked on short slice-of-life comics. The creator continued, explaining that the story was conceived during their military service and took over a year to plan and produce. They admitted to feeling challenged and embarrassed by their shortcomings, but their partner, Yoon Ji-hyun, helped them achieve positive results. The Devil's Boy was inspired by the Faust legend, set in a high school with provocative subject matter, and while there was a lot of violence, the creator was always worried about how far they could take each episode. The note further explained that the key theme of Season 1 was the start of revenge, and Jungo became who he is not because of the devil, but because of how other humans treated him. The creator thanked their partner, Ji-hyun, and the readers, and announced that Season 2 would return in October. Meanwhile, Yoon Ji-hyun shared their own note, expressing disbelief that The Devil's Boy had finally ended, clarifying that it was just Season 1. A warning was issued that the artist was still mentally unstable and there was a serious risk of spoilers. The note continued, expressing gratitude for the love and support, and clarifying that it was only the end of Season 1. The author added that they had a lot of things to say about it. The author admitted to being physically drained while working on the finale and considered taking a hiatus, but forced himself to finish the episode with the aid of some potent drugs. They wondered what to write about in the Season 1 creator's note and decided to talk about some of the hidden clues throughout the series. The author anticipated that readers would comment on the change in their drawing style, but emphasized that it was all part of their plan. The author agreed that their art style changed, especially the coloring. The author stated that the most important turning point for Jungo was Yoonhee's death, which caused him to start losing it. The rage and hatred bubbling inside Jungo reached a fevered pitch, and his innocent eyes started to become filled with malice, which was the author's intention to portray that change. The author noted that the ending occurred much earlier in the series. They also pointed out that some readers might have noticed something familiar about the way Yoonhee brushed back her hair, noting that she brushed her hair back in the same direction and position as Mephisto. The author admitted that it might not be much, but they wanted to sprinkle small clues throughout the series, and that they inserted characters from their other comics as background extras as a nod to fans. The author acknowledged that most readers probably never heard of their other comics. They also mentioned that some parts of the series weren't originally planned, but fit nicely into the narrative, citing Jungo's homeroom teacher as an example. The author explained that they changed his character because they wanted him to play a role in causing Jungo to turn, and they were happy with the result of this added detail, as the teacher's perverted ways played out nicely in episode 25. The author teased that there were more Easter eggs, but they would reveal them after Season 2 was over, since there were secrets that haven't yet been unveiled. They encouraged readers to look for clues as they read Season 2, and hoped they would continue to read and support The Devil's Boy. The creator offered a special shout-out to Ko Yu-young, Kim So-hee, Kim Hyun-young, Lee Hae-jin, and Cho Kong-moon for their help with some episodes. They also thanked Professor Hwang In-rin for being an inspiration and a great support, before announcing that the story would be continued. The scene fades in for black. The title card appears, The Devil's Boy. Someone screamed for help, urging others to call 911. Elsewhere, a figure in a hoodie watched from a rooftop. Below, a body lay sprawled on the pavement, blood pooling around it. A sinister voice mused that little Jungo was getting pretty good. The hooded figure continued to watch as sirens wailed in the distance. He sighed, lamenting that his brother made life so hard for him, while the sinister voice cackled, declaring this to be fun. A monstrous figure with red hair and sharp teeth demanded another soul in exchange for what it had done. The monstrous figure was told to calm down, and that Lee Jun's soul would be given to them, but they were becoming too greedy. The figure cackled, pleased with a compliment from their little sister. Elsewhere, Lilith appeared, surrounded by dark energy. The scene shifted to celestial heaven, specifically Gabriel's cathedral. Raziel screamed, lightning crackling around her. Raziel continued to scream, as someone called out to her, asking if she could hear them. A figure hanging on a cross was addressed as Gabriel. Another figure begged Gabriel for forgiveness. Gabriel stated that forgiveness was something they should seek from God, not him. Raziel was told that the speaker did not have the courage to face God, and that they had trusted her with this task, even though she was just a lowly angel. Raziel was asked if she expected them to allow that evil beast to deceive the Almighty just as it did 300 years ago, or she had joined hands with the beast. Raziel denied this, begging them to believe her. Gabriel decided who would be punished, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a surge of power. The energy cascaded down, striking Raziel. Gabriel demanded to know why Raziel had been unable to identify Faust. He expressed disbelief that she had allowed such a filthy beast to humiliate him, declaring that she deserved punishment. Raziel was confused, stating that there was no way she couldn't feel Faust's presence. Rather, she sensed a strange aura from Marcy's friend and was confident that he was Faust. The energy slid down Raziel's body, causing her to cough up blood as she knelt on the ground. Gabriel coughed, calling out to Raziel. Gabriel told her that he hoped she would not disappoint him anymore. Gabriel told Raziel that this was her last chance, and that she needed to complete her mission so he could face God. Raziel, kneeling on the ground, stated that she understood. Gabriel stepped forward, telling Raziel to consider herself lucky. He stated that if they had been allowed to punish her, there would be nothing left of her to recognize, and that she should be thankful for the act of compassion Gabriel bestowed upon her. Raziel remained kneeling, looking up at Gabriel. Meanwhile, in the city, Mephistopheles was happy to have taken over the body of a woman. He wondered why the owner of the body hated it so much, stating that it didn't matter if she was chubby or skinny. He sure had a lot of fun playing with it. Mephistopheles remarked that humans are so fixated with their appearances and that it's simply ridiculous. After all, it's only their outer shell. He mused about who the real evil one is, but guessed it's that dark side of humans that makes them easy prey for them. Mephistopheles thought it was unfortunate that Yunhi must deal with Faust again, stating that fate can be so cruel. Mephistopheles stated that life just repeats itself, and that Li Yunhi, or Gretchen, is just another victim of fate. He then asked if God was watching all of this, adding that everything is governed by fate. Mephistopheles, reveling in his newfound power, urged Jungo to entertain him further. The imp-like creature cackled, demanding Jungo unleash all of his rage and hatred against those who had made him who he was, humans. Meanwhile, outside a building under the light of a full moon, a group of students loitered. One of the students, Haewon, looked particularly disturbed. As Haewon stared at his phone, a strange symbol glowed on the screen. He began to sweat. Another student, noticing Haewon's distress, asked what was wrong, but Haewon brushed it off, claiming nothing was amiss. The student persisted, offering a friendly ear and suggesting they grab some beers at a bar he knew. Haewon, however, told them to get lost, making it clear he wasn't their friend. Suddenly, Haewon struck the student, unleashing a surge of energy. He told him to back off. Another student questioned Haewon's behavior, asking if he thought he was a big shot because he hung out with Galwa. Haewon threatened to kill him. The student, now bleeding from the mouth, demanded that Haewon calm down. Haewon warned Jae-jin not to expect him to cry if he ended up like Jungo, who he heard wasn't coming to school anymore. He added that they could take down that bastard right now. Elsewhere, a motorcycle sped down a road. The rider, speeding along, was asked if he was not pissed off at Haewon. The rider admitted that it didn't matter how he felt about Haewon, but he knew that Haewon was smart and that they were still future Ligers, but Haewon was in a different league now. The other writer wondered why Galwa was hanging out with a loser like that, and recalled that Jaeyoon had something happen to him on Facebook last night. He added that Haewon brings Galwa money and does whatever he is told, so Galwa has no reason not to let him hang with him. The student with the yellow jacket was told that young Haewon seemed nervous because of what happened to Jaeyoon, and that he should just let it go. Another student responded that it was probably fake and that Jaeyoon was just trying to draw attention and attract more followers. Another student dismissed the situation. The student in the yellow jacket was sure Jaeyoon was alright, but probably got chewed out. Another student stated that Jaeyoon was dead. One of the students riding on a motorcycle said that he knew the student in the yellow jacket was pissed, but he should give Haewon a break this time. Another student stated that Haewon may act like an ass, but he looks after them and makes school life easier for them. He added that Young-hoon ended up becoming Galwa's bitch. The motorcycle wobbled, and the rider told the student in the yellow jacket that he was losing balance and to look out. The motorcycle crashed. The motorcycle continued to slide across the ground. The motorcycle crashed into something, causing an explosion. Flames erupted into the sky. The student in the yellow jacket exclaimed that he was alive. The student in the yellow jacket wondered where Gwang-kyeon was. Gwang-kyeon lay on the ground, covered in blood. The student in the yellow jacket yelled at Gwang-kyeon to wake up. The student in the yellow jacket cursed, wondering what had just happened. Someone poked the student in the yellow jacket, and he wondered who it was. A figure in a red mask told the student in the yellow jacket that it was none of his business and asked to borrow his phone. The student in the yellow jacket asked what the figure was talking about and told them to call an ambulance or piss off. The figure in the red mask said that was none of his business and to let him borrow the phone. The student in the yellow jacket asked what was in the figure's hand. The figure in the red mask slashed at the air with a fiery blade, the sound echoing through the night. Below, the student he'd attacked screamed in agony. Having been subdued, the yellow jacket bully offered up the phone. He insisted that the masked figure could have it, hoping to alleviate his pain. The figure responded that he wouldn't be in pain if he had given it sooner. The figure in the red mask held the phone, demanding the password. The red masks' eyes glowed menacingly as they warned the student not to make them repeat themselves. The student, recognizing the masked figure, exclaimed that it was 02. The figure, now known as 02, thanked the student. The student, writhing in pain, questioned who they were. 02 responded that he was sure the student was curious about that. The student began to speak, but was cut off. 02 stated that now that the student had seen his face and he had gotten what he wanted, the student must die. The student pleaded for his life, asking what he had done to deserve this. 02 responded that the student didn't do anything to him. The student, in disbelief, questioned what 02 was doing to him, insisting that he didn't deserve to die. The student accused 02 of being the one who killed Jaeyoon, calling him a murderer. With a final strike, 02 silenced the student, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The figure in the red mask paused, considering his next move. Meanwhile, Kim Young-jun sat alone, reflecting on his actions. He wondered if he had gone too far and considered apologizing to Jaeyoon. But he got a message that put him on edge. Someone wanted to apologize to him and wanted to meet at 9 p.m. at the same place. The masked figure took a step, deciding he should apologize as well. But Young-jun got stood up. He wondered where they were. Young-jun, having messed up, called out to the others, announcing his presence. But he was met with silence. Young-jun wondered where Jaeyoon and Gwang-kyeon were. The night was quiet as Junggo walked along the street, wondering where the others were. He continued down the street, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. Junggo wondered where Jaejin and Gwang-kyeon were, calling out to them, demanding they come out. As Junggo stood in the doorway, the red mask figure stood silently behind him. The red mask figure and Junggo stood in the doorway, the red mask figure holding a glowing blade. The red mask figure breathed heavily, demanding that they stop messing with him and come out, while Junggo wondered where they were. The red mask figure prepared to strike with the glowing blade, thinking that they should come closer. The red mask figure's glowing blade pulsed with energy. Meanwhile, Sukmu wondered what Haewon was doing there. The red mask figure was surprised to see Jang Sukmu, wondering what he was doing there and why he was told to come here. The red mask figure cursed, while Sukmu wondered what about Haewon. The red mask figure laughed, remembering that he was supposed to meet someone. The red mask figure confirmed that he was supposed to meet up with Jaejin and Gwang-kyeon. The thugs didn't see the red mask figure come out, and they weren't inside either, leading the figure to believe they had gone somewhere else. The figure mused that the thugs were easily distracted and always off doing their own thing. A strange energy crackled in the air. Elsewhere, one of the thugs questioned why they were looking after Junggo. The other thug responded that he had gone to see Kyungjun at the hospital. The first thug retorted that just because Galwa came down hard on him, they shouldn't diss him like that, as he was their friend. The other thug scoffed, asking what he had just said, stating that it wasn't cool. The first thug told him to look, stating that he didn't really mean it. All right? The other thug asked if he had forgotten that Kyungjun was the reason why he got to hang with Galwa. The first thug told him to forget it, and just have a smoke. The thugs flicked their lighters and lit their cigarettes. One of them complained that he was freezing with just his jacket on and asked if it wasn't cold outside today. The red mask figure continued to move through the building. The first thug told the other not to worry, stating that he was going to round up the future Ligers tomorrow and have them look for him. He added that he was going to avenge Jaeyoon's death. The other thug asked where Junggo was anyway. The first thug stated that he really didn't think Junggo had anything to do with that, and that Jaeyoon was hit by a car. He added that if he thought about it, they were pretty harsh on Junggo. The other thug stated that he thought they went too far, adding that if it weren't for them, Yoonhee might still be alive. The first thug told him to stop, asking what the hell, and that he was starting to sound like a loser. The first thug told him to look, stating that he was just saying, all right? He added that he just wanted to get even with that monkey and that he was only interested in him. The other thug stated that personally, he had no grudge against Junggo and that they were all just following Galwa's orders. The red mask figure thought to themselves that they knew Junggo was responsible for what happened to Jaeyoon, but they turned him into what he is. They sometimes felt sorry for the kid and felt real bad for what they did. The red mask figure sighed and told themselves to pick this up and finish their cigarette, and let's get out of here. The figure stepped forward, crushing the cigarette under their foot, thinking to themselves, feels sorry for me. The red mask figure grabbed their mask and pulled it off, remembering how they begged them to stop, but they kept going. The mask fell to the ground with a clang. The figure thought to themselves that they felt real bad for what they did and that they felt sorry. They thought to themselves that they enjoyed beating the sh*t out of them all this time. The figure, revealed to be Kim Young-jun, thought to himself, you son of a b*****, how dare you feel sorry for me? He thought that he was never going to forgive them and that he was going to hunt them down and put them through the ringer. Kim Young-jun knew Yoonhee was behind him. Yoonhee asked if he wasn't Yoonhee. Haewon stated that he got all of the boys together. The group, led by Young-hoon, was informed that he was the new boss of the future Ligers. Young-hoon then showed everyone a picture of the wimp on his phone, demanding they all take a good look. Young-hoon reminded them that the freak had been spotted wearing a weird mask and that they had all seen Jane's video. He texted them the picture, warning them not to claim they didn't get a good look later. Young-hoon ordered them to find the jerk and bring him to him, giving them one day to do so. He also demanded they find the son of a bitch who killed Jaeyoon. Meanwhile, some of the group murmured that they thought Jaeyoon had been hit by a car, but another told them to shut up and get moving. Elsewhere, Haewon was spotted. One of the men with Kim Young-jun asked if this was the last favor, to which Kim Young-jun responded with a question. Kim Young-jun reminded the man that they had been paying their dues for a whole year. Kim Young-jun reminded the man that he had told them he would cover their backs if they waited for a year. Kim Young-jun was then kicked to the ground. He told the man that he was going out on a limb to cover their backs, and that he had to take shit from Galwa, so he should stop stressing him out. Kim Young-jun warned that if he was pushed one more time, he wouldn't do anything for them. He then told him to go find that bastard Junggo. Kim Young-jun was left on the ground. Kim Yan-jur-sit. One of the men asked if they had found him, but another responded that he was nowhere to be found, and that time was almost up. Young-hoon. Another man questioned why they had to look for him anyway, saying that it sucked. One of the men told Young-hoon that it wasn't his fault. Young-hoon then suggested they go get some fried chicken afterwards, to which the others agreed. Young Haewon sighed, thinking that he didn't think Kim Young-jun was going to live up to his word. He wondered how long he had to deal with this crap, thinking things were so much better when Young-jun was around. Kim Young-jun thought to himself that he was such a lame boss and that he had to grovel to Galwa because he wasn't strong enough to take care of his gang. Galwa then told him that he seemed unhappy about a lot of things right now. Kim Young-jun watched as the masked figure approached, his face contorted in a mix of fear and anger. He recognized the figure. The masked figure stood tall, the masked blank stare unnerving. The masked figure mocked Young-jun, taunting him for showing up alone and questioning his sanity. Young-jun, visibly nervous, gulped and braced himself, believing he could make the masked figure's wish come true. A figura mascarada permaneceu em silêncio, aguardando o próximo movimento de Young-jun. Young-jun, confuso, perguntou o que a figura mascarada queria. The masked figure asked if Young-jun had anything to offer before slapping him across the face. The masked figure continued to berate Young-jun, demanding to know what he knew and what he thought he could offer. He reminded Young-jun that Haewon would help them if they found Junggo, ordering him to shut up and follow. The masked figure stood silently, his intentions unclear. Elsewhere, Lee Si-hyun walked towards Lesan University Hospital. Si-hyun zipped up his jacket, remarking on the cold as he approached a familiar house. Si-hyun entered the house quietly. He announced his arrival, but only heard silence. He noticed his mother sleeping and quietly closed the door. Suddenly, Si-hyun's arm glowed with power. Raziel's energy surged around Si-hyun's arm. She remarked that his arm had healed. Si-hyun asked what brought Raziel here. She stated that she came to tell him something. Raziel assured Si-hyun that he had plenty of rest and that they should discuss their mission. To be continued. A surge of golden energy erupted. Raziel, concerned, noted that Si-hyun's arm had healed. She stated that she had come to tell him something. Raziel assured Si-hyun that he had plenty of rest and suggested they discuss their mission. Elsewhere, one of Galwa's men wondered what was taking the others so long. He feared that Galwa would kill him first. Haewon, on the phone, was told that they had run into some problems. The man on the other end of the line questioned why he hadn't heard back from the future Ligers, reminding him that he only needed a day to get the job done, and asked if he was messing with him. Galwa, growing impatient, urged them to wait and give them a little more time. Haewon told Galwa that he thought the Ligers must have found Jungo and asked to take the call. Haewon answered the phone and was asked if he had found him. The voice on the other end confirmed that they had found Jungo and tied him up, telling him to come down to their hangout. Haewon ended the call. Haewon informed Galwa that they had gotten Jungo tied up at the future Ligers hangout and that he would go check and call him. Galwa took a drag from his cigarette. Inside a room, two figures stand facing each other. One remarks that Jungo wouldn't let himself be found so easily. The other agrees, stating that Jungo is indeed putting on a show. Meanwhile, a man believes that his meeting with Jungo again is just fate playing itself out. Elsewhere, a group of students stands outside a building. Two others, one with red hair, are confronted by an unknown person who demands to know who they are and why they are doing this. The red-haired man remains silent, head bowed. The other man wonders where Jungo is. Suddenly, someone kicks the man who is asking about Jungo. Another man approaches, commenting on how they finally meet and that the red-haired man looks like he's been having a ball. The man who was kicked is grabbed by the collar and asked if he thought he was invincible. The man holding him mocks his hair and declares that he is dead. He then accuses him of killing Jae-yoon and planning the whole thing, having people watch Jae-yoon quivering on the pavement. The man asks if he killed Jae-yoon because he wanted to take revenge on them. He adds that there's no way out of here and wonders what he's going to do now. The red-haired man grins menacingly. The other man shivers in fear. The man is punched in the face. The man is repeatedly punched. He is asked if he thinks this is funny and is cursed at. The man is beaten further. Another man, Haewon, arrives and is asked what he wants. Haewon states that he did what he was told to do, so they're going to cover for him and let them off the hook, as promised. The red-haired man denies ever promising that. The red-haired man reminds Haewon that if it weren't for him, they would have been finished a long time ago. He adds that they should be thankful they can walk around school without worrying about getting beat up and asks where his thanks are. The red-haired man says that they tried to mess with Galwa, but he let them be the boss of the future Ligers and that they are indebted to him. He then asked the man what he just said to him. The man with the red hair listened, tears welling in his eyes, as he was told to listen up while he was still being patient. He was warned that if Galwa was told, he would be finished. The man in the gray jacket conceded that he guessed the red-haired man was right, and that he could do whatever he wanted since he had won. The man with the bowl cut flinched, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. The red-haired man turned to face the man in the gray jacket as he took a step forward. The man with the bowl cut wondered how they had done that. The red-haired man questioned how they dared set him up, asking if they thought they would get away with it. The man with the bowl cut was grabbed and told that he was dead. The man with the bowl cut was struck, and the red-haired man was on the ground, wondering how they dared hit him. The man in the gray jacket stated that if Galwa found out, he was going to kill him, as he summoned a red, glowing blade. The red-haired man screamed as the blade was brought down on him. The man with the bowl cut lay on the ground as the man in the gray jacket and the red-haired man stood over him. He wondered what the hell was going on and why it hurt. The man with the bowl cut thought that this was dangerous, and he shouted for somebody to help him. The red-haired man apologized to Young-hoon, begging him to help. The red-haired man thought that he just had to turn Young-hoon in, and then his job would be done. He thought of the day when his crew could go to school without bowing their heads to Galwa. The red-haired man was told that he would get his old life back, but he wondered if he would be damned by turning Young-hoon in. The man in the gray jacket stated that Haewon promised he'd tell Galwa to stop messing with his crew if they turned the red-haired man in. The red-haired man asked if Young-hoon believed that. Jungo considered the red-haired man's question. He wondered if Haewon would keep his word, or if he was being lied to. The red-haired man offered Jungo a way to find out if Haewon was telling the truth. He asked if Jungo was willing to stand by his word. The red-haired man stated that Jungo had nothing to lose. The man with the red hair remained silent. Elsewhere, Haewon opened a door and entered a room. He thought to himself that he had been an idiot for trusting someone. Suddenly, Haewon heard a voice telling him that starting today, he was no longer needed. The voice added that this would be the last time they would see each other. Haewon, on his knees, begged the unseen figure to wait and hold on. A door slammed open behind him, revealing the red-haired man. Haewon trembled, cursing. He wondered why he was shaking and if he was afraid. The red-haired man asked Haewon if he was afraid of him now. Meanwhile, Sihyun asked the girl what she was doing there, and what was so important that she had to put up a shield around this place. The girl responded that Sihyun already knew, and that she guessed there was something she knew that the mighty angel didn't. The girl told Sihyun to get to the point, saying that seeing his face had already put her in a foul mood. Sihyun acknowledged her statement. The girl stated that Sihyun already knew. Back in the other room, the red-haired man grinned, revealing blood on his teeth. One of the figures tells the other to get to the point, stating that just seeing his face has already put him in a foul mood. The other figure responds that he already knew. Elsewhere, a sinister figure asks if the other knows who Faust was. A scream echoes. Someone struggles, unable to get up because of the pain. The sinister figure taunts, asking if that is all the person has. The person on the ground is revealed to be Jungo, who is begging him to stop. Jungo wonders how this could be happening and that he can't believe this is happening to him again. He thinks that all he wanted was to live a different life. Young Haewon sighs, hoping he doesn't mess things up. He tells himself that he can do this, that it's a fresh start and not to be a loser. Someone calls out to Haewon, surprised that he goes to this school too, stating that it's good news and that he didn't think anyone he knew went to this school. Someone thinks about Kim Sungbum, the bully who made his life a living hell in middle school. He can't believe Sungbum is going to this school too. Sungbum says that they're even in the same class and that it looks like they're inseparable. Someone thinks that they applied to this school to get away from everyone. Another person suggests go to a gaming room after school and that he can spot him 10,001, right? The other person is screwed and can't hear him. He tells him to speak up and asks if he has a problem with giving him 10,000. Someone asks Kyungjun if he knows that guy, and the other responds that he looks familiar. Kyungjun was about to receive a beating. A voice called out, telling him to get ready for a licking. The punch landed, sending Kyungjun sprawling. His attacker stood over him, ready to continue the assault. The bully demanded to know what was wrong with Kyungjun, since he didn't even have 10,001. He told him that he would just have to take a beating instead. The beating continued. Someone wondered who had done that to Kyungjun. Two figures approached the scene of the assault. The first figure recognized Kyungjun. One of the figures asked if there was a problem. The other figure denied it, laughing nervously. The first figure thought to himself that he'd better not mess with Lee Kyungjun. The bully, sweating, glanced nervously. Another man thought that the beefy dude Lee Kyungjun hung out with was pretty tough too. The bully realized he was screwed. The first figure warned that if the bully didn't want to die, he should leave Kyungjun alone. The bully told him to piss off. The first figure told the bully that he got it and that he was sure of it. He told Young Haewon to leave him behind. The bully was left kneeling on the ground, wondering what this guy was doing here. The bully remained kneeling on the ground. Lee Kyungjun and his associates stood over him. The bully said that he really didn't have any money and apologized. He promised to give them some later. Lee Kyungjun asked what the bully was talking about and if he didn't remember him. He reminded him that they used to play together in the gym in elementary school. Lee Kyungjun told the bully that he was Kyungjun and that he never thought he'd see him again after he moved away and they lost touch. He grabbed the bully by the scruff of his neck, thanking him a lot. He told him that it was good to see him too and that he could hang with them from now on. The group of bullies stood behind Kyungjun, reassuring him that they had his back. They were, after all, friends. His status in high school ascended quickly. Kyungjun had grown sick and tired of being pushed around. He heard someone begging for help, pleading with Sukma Galwa. The bully with pink hair stepped forward, taunting the victim. He asked if he needed some care and attention, before declaring that nobody was going to help him. The victim begged Jungo not to hurt him, promising not to bully him from now on. The pink-haired bully told him that he would talk to Galwa and make sure to cover his back in school from now on. The pink-haired bully scoffed, asking why they always did the same thing when they were scared. He then asked if they had all gotten together and practiced how to behave when they were scared. The pink-haired bully sighed, his eyes gleaming. He thought to himself that Young Haewon would never change. The bully asked the victim what he had said about never bullying him again. The victim begged him not to hurt him. The bully proceeded to beat the victim. The pink-haired bully asked what good all of that was now. He then asked if the victim thought he would cover his back. The bully told the victim that he was the one who messed up, asking why he had to go and piss off Galwa. He demanded to know how much trouble he had to take because of him and told him not to act like an innocent victim. The bully stabbed the victim with a glowing blade. The victim coughed and sputtered. The pink-haired bully asked if he wanted to hear something funny. The bully told the victim that no matter how much pain he gave him, his body wouldn't bear any scars. He asked if he knew what that meant. It meant that even though he wanted to die, he wouldn't be able to. The victim screamed in agony as Kim Youngjun watched. A strange, echoing noise filled the air. Two figures paused, one questioning the source of the unsettling sound, noting that it seemed to be coming from far away. Below them, a figure with long white hair stood, declaring that this was the place. Meanwhile, two other figures wondered who the blonde individual was, speculating if he was cosplaying. Elsewhere, two more individuals discussed someone they thought they had seen before, suggesting Young-hoon take a look at him. The white-haired figure crouched, stating that they could smell Faust. Below, the group of three continued to walk, one of them asking who the freak was. The white-haired figure stated that they were not interested in the group. The figure with white hair told them to go away. One of the group members expressed disbelief at the situation, while another suggested they leave, stating they were too busy to deal with a loser. A figure with red hair stood over a collapsed individual, commenting on how they had fainted and lamenting that only he got to see him like this. Another member of the group urged everyone to leave. The red-haired figure was asked what was wrong. One of the group members stated that some weirdo came out of nowhere and beat up all of his boys, adding that he was not human. One of the group members told the others to look over there. One of the group members stated that there was no time left to get Young Haewon and that they should leave now. The red-haired figure was asked what was going on. The white-haired figure appeared before Lee Si-hyun. The white-haired figure struck the red-haired figure. The red-haired figure was sent flying. The red-haired figure struggled to get up. One of the group members urged Yang Young-hoon to run, while another asked what about him. The red-haired figure warned his opponent to leave if he didn't want to get hurt, stating that he had an unpaid debt to collect from someone. The white-haired figure questioned if he thought he could take him on. In response, the white-haired figure grabbed the red-haired figure's wrist, telling him that he shouldn't play with knives. The white-haired figure then hurled the red-haired figure through the air. He crashed into a wall, groaning in pain. The red-haired figure lay on the ground, struggling to get up. The white-haired figure told him that he didn't know how long he had been waiting to meet him again. The white-haired figure declared that whoever had their life taken by him would disappear from the face of the earth, and that he would erase their very existence. The red-haired figure groaned. The white-haired figure prepared to strike the final blow, declaring that the red-haired figure would die. The figure fell through the air, surrounded by streaks of energy. The descent continued, the ground rushing up to meet them. Kim Young-jun stood his ground, a malevolent red glow emanating from his eye as he watched the figure fall. Below, Lee Kyung-jun screamed in terror. The figure crashed into the ground with tremendous force. Lee Si-hyun, impaled and bleeding, questioned why Kim Young-jun had come back after he told him to run away. Kim Young-jun responded that he didn't come back for him. Lee Si-hyun admitted that he just couldn't run away after what Kim Young-jun did to his brother. The ghostly figure of Raziel loomed behind Kim Young-jun. Lee Si-hyun looked on in shock as Kim Young-jun stared back with a sinister grin. Raziel reached out, her expression twisted in a malevolent grin. Kim Young-jun, seeing his impending doom, wondered if he was going to die. He summoned a blade. Raziel's hand struck Kim Young-jun, sending him flying. Raziel and Kim Young-jun stood over the fallen Lee Si-hyun. Kim Young-jun remarked that the power Mephistopheles gave him was interesting. Kim Young-jun told Lee Kyung-jun to run now. Kim Young-jun questioned why Lee Si-hyun kept coming in his way, wondering what that look on his face meant. Kim Young-jun questioned why Raziel continued to call him Faust, also wondering about the true identity of the body he now inhabited, that of Lee Si-hyun. Raziel declared that she would explain exactly why he must die. Raziel revealed herself as the archdevil Beelzebub, the one who had killed him years ago. Kim Young-jun was shocked by this revelation. Beelzebub stated that he was merely borrowing Lee Si-hyun's body. Beelzebub grabbed Kim Young-jun, explaining that he was the one who had been tricked by Mephistopheles and ended up murdering him. Beelzebub added that he was also Young-jun's best friend, a fact that seemed to confuse Kim Young-jun. Beelzebub clarified that Kim Young-jun was simply a pawn in a game being played by God and Mephistopheles. Kim Young-jun protested that this made no sense, as both were demons, and it would be better for Mephistopheles to win. Beelzebub stepped forward, asking why Young-jun was trying to kill him, stating that he was on neither side and only wanted both sides to lose in this game. Kim Young-jun argued that if he killed Beelzebub, then God would lose Faust again, while Mephistopheles would also suffer defeat by failing to corrupt him, so he would be the true victor. Beelzebub declared that he was the one who would taste final victory. Beelzebub mused that Mephistopheles probably had no idea that the owner of this body would turn out like this. He continued, saying that angels or demons, the stupid ones, don't care whose body it is. Kim Young-jun asked what he meant by Mephistopheles winning if he failed to corrupt him. Beelzebub stated that Kim Young-jun must kill the person he hates the most, adding that he had that chance, but the owner of his body messed up the only opportunity he had to kill him. Kim Young-jun wondered if it was that time. Elsewhere, Jung-go prepared to strike down Lee Kyung-jun, declaring that it was time for him to die. Suddenly, a powerful force struck Jung-go. The force sent Jung-go flying. Lee Kyung-jun had unleashed a blast of energy. Lee Kyung-jun stated that it was enough, confident that Jung-go had learned his lesson. Jung-go, however, questioned what Lee Kyung-jun was doing. Is that why Si-hyun stopped him? 1 hour prior, Raziel explained that Mark probably made a tough choice, whether to help her after 300 years or to aid his friend in the present life. She added that Gabriel and Raziel found out that Mephistopheles fooled him again into signing a pact with him. A figure groaned in pain. Raziel, standing over him, called him a foolish human. Raziel questioned how he dared deceive Gabriel and her, and sign a pact with that filthy demon. She sighed, stating that he was no longer of use to her. She revoked his power, declaring that nobody in this world shall remember his name nor his existence, and told him to wait. Raziel declared that a mortal human who was born out of fate should return to ashes. She stated that this was his last punishment from God. Raziel unleashed a blast of energy. The energy swirled around Mark. Mark's body began to disintegrate. Raziel called him a foolish human. Mark fell to the ground, his body continuing to disintegrate. He stated that this was all her fault. Raziel stated that she just wasted her time. Raziel wondered what was happening. Raziel stated that it couldn't be. Raziel realized that it was Beelzebub. Beelzebub stated that he finally had a decent toy to play with. Raziel watched as the figure before her spoke, noting that a human body wouldn't be able to withstand their power. The figure lunged, a blade piercing Raziel's chest. They questioned if she truly thought they were simply sitting still until now. The force of the blow sent Raziel sliding across the ground. The figure grabbed the blade, preparing to strike again. Raziel hit the ground with a thud. Raziel cried out in pain, realizing she had been caught in a trap. She called out for Beelzebub. The figure stood over Raziel, their form shifting. Kim Youngjun, his face contorted in anger, demanded to know what kind of face Raziel was making. Raziel, on the ground, heard him and thought that he was probably fuming right now. Kim Youngjun screamed in agony as a surge of energy erupted around him. Raziel watched as the energy engulfed Kim Youngjun. She thought that she would grant him that much. Raziel thought to herself how boring it was. If she had known Kim Youngjun was such a dull character, she should have just sat back and watched Mephisto do his thing. Raziel prepared to strike the final blow, declaring it was time for Kim Youngjun to die. Someone questioned what was happening. Lee Si-hyun arrived just as Raziel was about to strike, realizing he was almost too late. Raziel was struck by Lee Si-hyun's attack. She cried out, wondering how he dared. Lee Si-hyun continued his assault on Raziel. Pushing her back. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The figures stood tall, their form cloaked in shadow. Meanwhile, Kyungjun and Weijino were sent skidding back by the force of the attack. Kyungjun, his fists glowing with power, realized Raziel was right. Kyungjun told Jino that he would take care of things, and that Jino should stand behind him and catch his breath. The white-haired figure, enraged, demanded to know how Kyungjun dared to interfere. Weijino, still on the ground, was confused by the situation. He didn't care about anything else. Weijino thought to himself that he came to repay Kyungjun for the banana milk he bought him, and nothing else. The white-haired figure scoffed, calling him pathetic. One of the men questioned if Jungo knew all along, asking if he was being helped because he was Faust. The other man responded that he didn't care about that. The man in the tracksuit stated that he came to repay Jungo. The long-haired man complimented their courage and bravado, calling it a nice try. The man in the tracksuit was an interesting character, according to the long-haired man. The long-haired man told Jungo that he didn't know who he was messing with, and that he would wipe him from the earth. The man in the tracksuit was tired of Lee Si-hyun's drivel, stating it had been a while since he met someone like Jungo. The long-haired man was struck, but he claimed Jungo would pay worse. The long-haired man was hit hard. Looking at the level of Jungo's strength, the long-haired man could see that he was just a plaything for the angels. He repeated that it had been a while since he met someone like him, so he would offer him a chance. The long-haired man asked if Jungo wanted a chance, stating that he was getting tired of his gibberish and demanding that he show him what he's got. He found Jungo's brashness rather amusing. The long-haired man stated that if Jungo managed to inflict even a small scratch on him, he would let both of them walk away unscathed. The man in the tracksuit told Jungo to stop flapping and get ready for a licking. The long-haired man noted that Jungo was facing the wrong direction, stating that he was over here. The long-haired man thought Jungo was too slow. Galwa struck the man in the tracksuit, the force of the blow echoing through the air. He reminded him to stop talking bull. The impact sent the man flying backwards with tremendous force. The man coughed up blood as he was sent hurtling through the air. Galwa landed on the man, the force creating a shockwave. Raziel watched, amused by the display. Galwa remarked that the man seemed to have forgotten something, reminding him that he was merely a plaything. The man was sent crashing into a nearby building. Jungo, watching the scene unfold, wondered if his abilities were too weak to defeat Galwa. He knew that no matter how high the risk, he had to try. He resolved that this was no time to worry about himself. Galwa mocked Jungo, asking if he had not learned his lesson yet, calling him a foolish human. Jungo knew he had to take him on. Jungo began to glow with power, declaring that he would become existent soon, entering Nephilim mode. Raziel watched as Jungo transformed. The man in the tracksuit wondered what he was turning into. Jungo declared that he had just 1 minute to use his power. Jungo unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The blast ripped through the environment. Galwa realized that Jungo was too quick and that he must defend himself. Jungo dashed forward, unleashing another blast of energy. With his eyes burning with determination, Jungo knew he only had 1 minute to make a difference. Enraged, Galwa called him a bastard as he lunged forward. Infuriated by Jungo's actions, Galwa demanded to know how he dared insult him, unleashing a flurry of blows. The force of Galwa's attack slammed into Jungo. The impact left Jungo bleeding from the mouth. Galwa continued his assault, unleashing a devastating attack. The attack crashed into ground, sending shockwaves through the area. Screaming in pain, Galwa was caught in the blast. Galwa, struggling to maintain his composure, resolved to block the next attack. Jungo's attack slammed into Galwa. Jungo, fueled by rage, called Galwa a phony piece of shit as he unleashed another attack. The force of the blow caused a massive explosion. The dust settled, revealing Galwa struggling to stand. Galwa, weakened and desperate, pleaded with Jungo to stay down. Despite the immense power unleashed against him, Galwa refused to fall. Galwa, his face marred by damage, hears Kyungjun's internal struggle. The injured student acknowledges that he has reached his limit and cannot defeat him. He realizes he must buy Jungo time to escape. Galwa wonders why Kyungjun doesn't accept his defeat. Galwa unleashes another attack, mocking Kyungjun's pathetic attempts to fight back. Kyungjun, battered and bruised, can only look on in fear. Galwa strikes Kyungjun with a powerful blow. Kyungjun's body absorbs the impact. Jungo, meanwhile, unleashes a beam of energy. The attack strikes Galwa, sending him staggering back. Galwa, unfazed, remarks that this is all Jungo has and that it is the extent of his power. Galwa coughs up blood, but remains standing. Elsewhere, Sihyun, bleeding from his hand, tells Jino to get away from him, calling him a son of a bitch. Galwa wonders why Sihyun didn't run away. He observes that Sihyun continues to amaze him, possessing the ability to transfer both pain and injury. Galwa notes that Sihyun might actually be of some danger to him. Sihyun demands that he leave Kyungjun alone. Galwa tells Sihyun not to worry. Galwa states that he is keeping his promise and will let Kyungjun go, but only after he makes sure he is paralyzed for life. Kyungjun is left battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Galwa suggests to Beelzebub that they call it a day. Elsewhere, Raziel struggles against her restraints. Kyungjun watches on, terrified. Raziel demands to know how Mephisto dares to stop her. Galwa chuckles, stating that he needs to keep Kyungjun alive. Beelzebub warns Galwa not to lay his hands on him, referring to Galwa as a minor demon. Galwa responds with a roar. Galwa declares that he cannot allow even the great Beelzebub to ruin his game. The red-haired demon chuckled, musing that he needed to keep the long-haired figure alive. The figure, in turn, unleashed a wave of energy, reprimanding the minor demon for daring to lay hands on them, offering forgiveness only if they left. The long-haired figure unleashed a roar of power. Mephistopheles watched, declaring that he could not allow even the great Beelzebub to interfere. The red-haired demon grinned, stating that he was just trying to ruin his game. Mephisto questioned how the long-haired figure dared to be out of their mind. The red-haired demon warned that Beelzebub would place himself in danger if he laid even a finger on him. He added that the long-haired figure would end up wandering the earth if the body of their host was harmed. The long-haired figure stated that no matter how much power Beelzebub wielded in the netherworld, he was just a devil in the shape of a human. Mephisto remarked that the long-haired figure had the tongue of a serpent and wondered if he thought he could. The red-haired demon appreciated the long-haired figure's compliments, but marked his words, telling him to be safe after what he had uttered, questioning how he dared to speak to him in that manner. The red-haired demon stated that he was giving him a final chance. Mephisto was told that he would pay for disgracing him today. The red-haired demon chuckled, saying he looked forward to it as a dark energy began to swirl around him. The red-haired demon sighed, calling Raziel foolish and saying that angels always mess things up, calling them idiotic beings. The red-haired demon thought that things just got very complicated. He had managed to fool Mark and get Jungo, but questioned if Raziel had taken back his power, stating that he never expected this. He then asked Mephisto what was going on and why he looked like that. The red-haired demon seemed frustrated, questioning why everyone kept calling him Faust, a name he didn't understand. His companion, the masked figure, chuckled, revealing that his cover had been blown. The demon, sighing, admitted he had tried his best to hide things from Jungo, but now his head was throbbing. The masked figure asked if he had planned for all of this to happen. The demon, now, with a sinister grin, asked if he had planned everything, even what happened to Uni. He then stated that he would never have given such magnificent powers to someone like him. The demon continued, stating that he supposed Jungo also signed a pact with Raziel, which impressed him. He noted that Jungo was the same height as him, but had a totally different personality, being not only courageous, but ambitious too. He demanded Jungo answer his question. The demon asked if all of this had been planned. Then Jungo must have known the outcome from the start. Jungo, looking distressed, questioned if he planned everything, even what happened to Uni. The demon warned Jungo not to cross the line again. He stated that he knew very well that he was not the one responsible for what happened to the girl Jungo liked. The demon asked if Jungo was venting at him. He expressed his gratitude to Jungo, stating that everything was up to chance. He then told Jungo to just look at him, and if he was as mighty as Jungo thought, he would have witnessed the debacle that just happened. The demon thanked Jungo for overestimating his powers, but stated that he was far from being perfect. Jungo, looking down, wondered if history was repeating itself. The demon told Jungo that was enough and to look at him, stating that he understood his confusion. He assured Jungo that he was sure he had many questions, but this was not the time. The demon told Jungo that his questions would eventually be answered, and until then, he should just focus on what he had and just focus on himself. The demon asked Jungo what he had to do. He reminded Jungo that he chose his own fate and that he never forced him to do anything. He stated that Jungo was responsible for the reality he faced now. Jungo was confused, wondering why this was happening to him. The demon told him that if he wanted to know the answer to that question, he should entertain him more. He then told him to throw away any feeling of sympathy, guilt, and any sign of weakness inside him. The demon stated that if Jungo succeeded in satisfying him, he promised to repay him with the truth. However, he added that Jungo was still too weak. The demon told Jungo that he was still stuck in his past and unable to look at his present. He stated that he did not wish to see that side of him, and that he yearned for the fire in his eyes he saw when he first met him. A dark figure appeared behind Jungo. The red-haired bully stood over the fallen Jungo, who was lying on the ground, seemingly defeated. He asked if Jungo was all right. The bully, Jino, knelt down beside Jungo, asking if he was all right. Jungo, still on the ground, wondered who Jino was and why he kept helping him. Meanwhile, Yang Young-hoon carried Haewon on his back, panting as he ran. He wondered what was going on and why he was running away with Haewon on his back, lamenting that he shouldn't have listened to Jungo. Yang Young-hoon continued to run, remembering his promise to kill someone. He cursed and kicked someone who was on the ground. Yang Young-hoon flinched, and someone asked him what he was doing to Haewon. Another person asked if he was out of his mind and if he had beaten up Haewon. Someone observed that the situation didn't look good. Yang Young-hoon, lying on the ground, realized he was in trouble. Someone told him that he was going to get his ass kicked. He screamed and told him screw it. O som de golpe forte ecoou quando alguém foi atingido. Someone lay on the ground, crying. Another person stood over them, calling them a loser. The person on the ground was still crying. Someone checked on the person on the ground, asking what was wrong and telling them to wake up. The person on the ground apologized and begged not to be killed. Someone wondered if they had heard correctly, noting that it wasn't Yang Young-hoon, but Jungo, who had done this to them. They realized things were getting really messed up. Someone told the person on the ground to wake up and asked what had happened, telling them to look at them. A dark figure with glowing eyes appeared, asking if they were all right. Someone screamed as they fell backward, exclaiming that they were scared. Another person ran away. Someone wondered what was wrong with Haewon and why he was acting like a lunatic. Jino sat by the bedside of someone in a hospital bed, bandaged. He wondered who Jino was and why he kept helping him. Jungo lay in his hospital bed, listening to the man in red lament that it was all his fault, and that if it wasn't for him, both Kyungjun and Yoon-hee would have been fine. Meanwhile, Kyungjun, also in a hospital bed, mumbled Jungo's name, while another man asked if he was awake and feeling better. Elsewhere, a man with red hair stood silently. Back in the hospital, Lee Dong-go wondered how long Kyungjun was going to stay bedridden. He admitted that he understood what Kyungjun was going through, but he had no choice back then. He wondered if Kyungjun even wanted him to keep visiting. Kyungjun remained in bed, thinking about Jaeyoon's death. He was thankful that Haewon got messed up yesterday, but didn't die. Lee Dong-go continued, saying that Kyungjun ran away scared out of his mind when he saw him, and asked if he knew what Jaeyoon said to him. Kyungjun recalled that Jaeyoon had apologized and begged him not to kill him. He admitted that he hadn't believed Jungo could beat him up, but he really did it. Back in the hospital, Kyungjun remained in bed. Lee Dong-go thought to himself that all he could do for Kyungjun right now was to find that loser Jungo and get him to pay for what he did. Lee Dong-go continued to walk through the hospital, thinking that if he took care of Jungo, things would get better, and then Kyungjun would please accept his apology. Kyungjun remained in bed, cursing. Lee Dong-go continued to walk through the hospital. Lee Dong-go wondered how he was going to find that wimp. He realized that Jungo must be hiding something if he was able to cause all of this damage. He then wondered how Kyungjun could think about banana milk right now. Lee Dong-go continued to walk. Lee Dong-go thought to himself that this must be his lucky day. He told someone on the phone to round up a few of the guys. As Lee Dong-go's men moved into position, he spoke into his phone, ordering his men to come to his location, as he had found Jungo. Flames engulfed the area as a figure stood amidst the inferno. From within the blaze, a desperate voice cried out, ordering the devil to stay away from their father. Meanwhile, someone else looked on in shock, questioning if the person in danger was their father. The devilish figure unleashed a horrifying scream as they attacked. Below, the person pleaded to have their father brought back to life. The figure continued to demand that the devil bring their father back to life. The devilish figure unleashed a surge of power. A surge of power erupted, accompanied by a voice promising the desire would be granted if all the pieces of memory fell into place. Elsewhere, Lee Si-hyun gasped as something dripped down. Outside, rain fell against a window. Si-hyun sighed, noting that he had the same dream again. Rain continued to fall. The rain fell on a building. Inside, someone enjoyed a carton of banana milk, commenting on how delicious it was. In a hospital room, Kim Youngjin was told that he would be fine in 2 days, and that his healing powers were amazing. Youngjin asked Jino how he became so strong. Youngjin was told that he managed to take on that monster. Jino replied that he was no different than Youngjin, and that he just got his powers from a different source. Youngjin was told that Jino's powers were more frightening. Jino was then asked to tell how he got his powers, and he agreed. Elsewhere, someone was beaten and told that they should have listened. Jang Jun stood tall, demanding an explanation. The man before him stammered, begging for forgiveness. Jang Jun reminded him that all he had asked was for a number from the store owner, questioning if that was too much to ask. Enraged, Jang Jun struck the man, sending him sprawling. The bullies, having beaten their victim, decided to leave. They warned him to bring the money the next day. The victim, Sunwoo, remained on the ground, sniffling. He thought he was capable of helping others in need instead of just watching from the sidelines. Sunwoo's friend, Jino, helped him up, telling him not to worry because class was about to start. Jino cautioned Sunwoo that he shouldn't be seen with him, as it wasn't safe. Sunwoo thanked him. Elsewhere, Jang Jun smirked, calling Sunwoo a son of a bitch. The narrator reflected on how he was once just an ordinary student. But every school has a group of bullies and kids that they prey on. In the hallway, one of the bullies asked Jino if he brought cash. He asked Sunwoo if he wanted them to bully him instead of Jino. The bully said that Sunwoo had said yes, laughing maniacally. He told Jino that he was screwed and that he was serious. The narrator continued, stating that he meant it, and that Sunwoo had no other choice. The bully asked Jino what he was staring at. Jino kicked the bully in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. He told him that he didn't want to cause a scene there and to meet him outside after class. Jang Jun, hearing the commotion, ground his teeth in anger. Jang Jun and his gang approached Jino, calling him a bitch. Jang Jun mocked Jino, saying that he never told him to show up alone and that he looked like he brought the whole gang. The narrator reflected that no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could beat all of them by himself, and that he became their prime target starting that day. He thought he could survive their brutal attacks, but they only became more relentless each day. Things at school started getting increasingly tough. Then, she showed up. Someone grabbed the student by the collar. He was told to get on his knees and beg, and if he did that, they would stop whooping his ass and get back to work on Sunwoo. The student responded that there was no way he was ever going to beg in front of them. He was then struck. The bully declared that they would see how long he lasted. Meanwhile, the girl with blue hair thought he was an interesting character. The student fell to the ground. One of the bullies said that it was no fun messing with that guy and that he was getting bored of him. He told the others to leave. The blue-haired girl startled the student. She revealed that she had been watching him for some time, noting that he wasn't like other humans, didn't scare easily, and had some guts. She asked if he wanted her to help him. The student asked what she was talking about. The girl told him to go play somewhere else, warning that if he kept hanging around there, things could get ugly. She then remarked on who was talking. The student asked if she wanted him to become strong. The girl stated that his wish would come true, adding that she could make his wish come true. She asked how he felt about continuing to live like this. The student asked if she wanted things to return to normal. She took that back, stating that things wouldn't return to normal. She warned that the minute she stepped in, he would turn into her plaything. The student sighed. The girl said that she was not in the mood to listen to his nonsense, and that he must be nuts. She told him that she would see him around. The student paused. The girl told him to do whatever he wanted, stating that she would be his loyal servant if he helped her turn things around. The student agreed. The school loomed in the background as one of the bullies approached Lee Kyungjun and another student. He taunted Kyungjun, asking if he was still coming to school. The bully continued, asking why Kyungjun wasn't saying anything. He declared he was having a bad day and intended to take it out on him, calling him deaf and a fucking monkey. The bully's eyes widened as he gasped, claiming he couldn't see anything. He wondered if what was happening was real, as Kyungjun stood nearby. Meanwhile, Kyungjun, bandaged and injured, looked on in confusion, wondering what was happening. The bully screamed in frustration. The bully, his eyes glowing with power, demanded to be allowed to hit Kyungjun just once. The bully lunged forward, but Kyungjun appeared to move in slow motion. He thought his body felt light. Kyungjun felt explosive power inside him as he struck the bully. The bully was sent flying. Kyungjun, marveling at his newfound strength, exclaimed that it was dope. The bully lay on the ground, dazed and injured. Kyungjun looked down at him, wondering what was going on. Nearby, other students watched in shock. One of them questioned if Kyungjun had beaten up Jun. One of the bullies, furious, declared that they had been going too easy on Kyungjun. Kyungjun, meanwhile, considered testing his powers to see if he just got lucky or if his powers were real. The bullies approached, and one of them told Kyungjun to show them what he had. Kyungjun prepared to fight. The student with glasses continued to mumble to himself as he walked, prompting the other student to tell him to stop. The student with glasses was then challenged to show what he's got. Elsewhere, a group of students ran, one of them yelling at someone to get that son of a bitch. Someone sighed, their eye glowing with an unnatural golden light. The fight continued, with multiple students being thrown through the air. The unseen combatant continued to strike down their opponents. The student was kicked to the ground. The student with the red hair wondered what was going on, stating that the person they were fighting wasn't human. Lee Kyungjun told someone to show him what they've got. The man with the receding hairline shuffled forward, while the red-haired student yelled that they would get him next time and to watch his back. The scene shifted to a building with a sign that read Team First Boxing Gym. Inside the gym, a boxer stated that he had enough for the day. Another man asked Jino what was going on, saying that he was pretty sure he didn't have that game, wondering what had just happened. The boxer chuckled, saying he guessed he just got lucky. He then stated that what the other man just did was enough to win a couple of belts, but too bad he wasn't old enough yet to compete. Someone wondered if all of this was because of what that kid said. He then wondered who the girl was. A girl with blue hair greeted someone, asking how they liked her little gift. The person she was talking to asked who she was, and she responded by saying to forgive her and let her introduce herself. The Archangel Raziel declared herself as the one who granted him his powers. Jungo questioned why she would give him such abilities. Raziel responded that it was because she liked him and that she wanted to assign him a crucial mission. Jungo, finding the situation absurd, stated that he had heard enough nonsense and was leaving. Raziel told him to give her a minute to explain. Raziel remarked that it was rare to find a human with the courage to stand up to those stronger than him, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret turning down such powers, knowing he wanted them. Jungo stated that she had the wrong guy and told her to stay away from him. Raziel found Jungo's spunk amusing, but warned him that his fate was sealed the minute she chose him, and that he was no different than a hamster in a cage. She added that strong powers came with consequences, wondering if he had what it takes. Jungo dismissed her words as cliché, and Raziel ominously stated that he would end up doing exactly as she wished. Elsewhere, the sound of a doorbell echoed. It was noted that Jang Jun and his goons had stopped harassing Jungo after that day. Two of the bullies wondered how much longer they would remain scared of him. One bully sighed, admitting that they couldn't beat him up anymore and that it was no use. Another bully asked what they should do if Jungo kicked their butts again. The first bully, Jun, said he was getting chewed out every day because he hadn't been collecting money and that their necks were on the line if his boss called. Jun received a call and nervously answered. The caller asked what was going on with his payment. Jun apologized, claiming he had a problem. The caller stated that none of them could take Jungo, who had totally hooped their asses, and called Jun pathetic. Jun apologized again, and the caller told him to find another way to get him if they couldn't fight him. Jun acknowledged the order. The caller ordered Jun to bring him Yu Sunwoo after school. Jun relayed the order to his subordinates, stating that they had a job to do. Kyung Jun, kneeling on the ground, apologized profusely, admitting he shouldn't have betrayed the other person, but felt he had no choice. The person he betrayed told him to step all over others and to keep his chin up. The person insisted it wasn't Kyung Jun's fault and that there was no need to apologize. He then told him that he had to go and said goodbye. The other person thanked him and said that he would help him next time he was in trouble. Elsewhere, Sunwoo was walking when someone called out to him. At night, someone was walking down the street while on the phone. He told his mom that he had just finished boxing and was heading home. He then asked if she had finished eating with her friends. The person on the phone then asked what he should buy for dinner. Suddenly, the call was interrupted by a loud crash, followed by a strange noise. The phone call was still active, but all that could be heard were sirens. The sirens grew louder as they approached. The person from the phone call was standing in front of a building. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was sweating and breathing heavily. The building was engulfed in flames, with fire trucks on the scene attempting to put out the blaze. Someone screamed, telling people to stay away and not let anyone inside. People murmured, warning that the place was going to blow. Amidst the chaos, a man shouts for Yu Sunwoo to make sure everyone stays behind the line. Another man, seemingly responsible for the destruction, claims he didn't do it. Amidst the destruction, a man yells at Yu Sunwoo to stop. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. The force of the blast sends a man flying. He lands hard on the ground. A voice recounts the tragic events of that day, revealing that the speaker lost their sister and father in the fire, and their mother, though she survived, was never the same. Yu Sunwoo, who had run into the flames, also survived. A hospital room door has a nameplate that reads, Yu Sunwoo. A patient, hooked up to life support, struggles to breathe. Nearby, a bandaged hand grips a pen, attempting to write. The life support machine continues to beep, as the patient's vital signs are displayed on a monitor. The patient manages to write a note. Sorry, I couldn't help you. The scene fades to black, showing the patient lying in the hospital bed. The narration continues, revealing that the patient died shortly after, blaming himself for not helping someone. Elsewhere, Raziel sits in a waiting area. Someone asks if she has had a change of heart, and she confirms that she will do the mission. Raziel reflects on the powers she was given, resolving to use them to make those responsible for what happened to her family and Sunwoo pay. However, a voice tells her that her second answer is unacceptable. The voice continues, stating that revenge is only for demons and that angels are not allowed to take revenge, including her. Raziel is told to stop messing around and questions the rule. She is reminded that the powers she was given are not meant for revenge, and that if she uses them to settle a personal vendetta. Raziel's words echoed in the mind of the man in the tracksuit. He was warned that he would lose everything, just like the previous owner of the power, Uriel, an archangel who foolishly disobeyed God and became a fallen angel. The powers he now wielded came from a piece of Uriel's heart. She continued, explaining that angels draw their strength from protecting others. However, the moment he abused his powers, his soul would be banished to hell, where it would be shredded repeatedly for hundreds of years. The man, bandaged and bruised, asked if she knew how it felt to lose family. He questioned if she had any idea how much rage he had inside, stating that he just wanted to kill them all. He demanded that she tell him what he really should have done, lamenting that she should have just shut her mouth and stretched out her arms to comfort him. Raziel shoved him. She then walked away, leaving him behind. As she walked, she thought to herself that she looked forward to working with Gino, and that was why she couldn't even dream of taking revenge. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Gino sat in bed, bandaged. He found it funny that he had bumped into the man while following Lee Si-hyun around as Raziel told him to do, and that the man reminded him of Sunwoo. so he couldn't just ignore him. Elsewhere, Jino thought to himself that he found out later that the man was Faust. Back at the hospital, Jungo wished Jino would stop what he was doing, fearing that everything would turn out just as Mephisto planned, and that Jino's life would also be in danger. Jino reassured Jungo that he would protect him, telling him to stop there. Jino thanked Jungo for watching out for him, hoping he would get better soon, and that he should get going. Jungo told him okay, and that he would call him when he got discharged. Jino stepped outside the hospital, sighing to himself. A group of men waited for him, telling him that they had been waiting for him. The men mocked Jino's hair, asking what the heck he did to it. One of the men stated that Jino had probably figured out why they were there. The man suggested that Jino come with them, stating that the place was packed with people and that there was no use running away. A sinister grin spreads across Kim Youngjin's face as he apologizes to Jino. He then thinks to himself that he's going to do what he wants to do. The young man with red hair stood on the rooftop, the city sprawling beneath him. He sighed, the sound barely audible above the distant hum of traffic. A sinister grin spread across his face as he apologized to Jino. He declared that he would do what he wanted to do. A man warned someone not to make a scene and to just come with them, adding that running away was not an option. The red-haired man agreed to go along. As they walked, one of the men commented on how strange it was that he didn't put up a fight. The other man responded that it was because he knew he couldn't do anything. The red-haired man agreed to go if they said so. Elsewhere, a man told someone to relax. Then, a woman on the phone was informed that they were heading to the construction site and asked what they should do. The woman on the phone said that she would be there soon and told the person on the other end to hold on to him. She added that she had to take care of something quickly. Someone asked who the F***ck they were. The sounds of metal clanging echoed through the construction site. Jungo took a moment to catch his breath. One of the men asked Jungo something. The man asked if it was true that Jungo was responsible for what happened to Jae-yoon, Kyungjun, and Haewon. Someone sighed, saying they honestly thought Galwa was a bit too hard on Jungo. Another man said that if Jungo had just done what he was told, none of this would have happened, and Yoon-hee would still be alive. He added that Jungo knew he was screwed once he got on Galwa's bad side, and that he didn't mess with Jungo because he enjoyed it, but because he had to. Galwa remarked that Kyungjun wouldn't be hurt if he had followed his orders. The man on the ground could only think that he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man on the ground insisted that it was all Galwa's fault and that he should change. Galwa responded by asking what he had said. Galwa declared that the man was dead and ordered the others to get him. Suddenly, a horn grew from Galwa's head. One of the men with him wondered what was happening. Galwa summoned a knife, and with a swish, he prepared to attack. One of the men exclaimed that Galwa had a knife and questioned what he was doing to his neck, ordering him to stop. Galwa told them to just hang on to their heads so they didn't fall off. He then charged forward, ready to attack. One of the men stumbled backward, wondering what the hell was happening and why the scene looked so familiar. The man realized that it was his body responding like it remembered. He then remembered that his memory had been wiped. Galwa told him that he was all alone, just like last time. Galwa stated that perhaps this would help jog his memory. Galwa exclaimed bingo as he prepared to strike. The man on the ground was asked if he remembered. He responded that he did. Galwa told him to let him remind him of what happened that day. Galwa stabbed the man in the thigh, causing him to scream in agony. Kyungjun lay on the ground, apologizing to Jungo, claiming he was scared and unable to get up. Meanwhile, a voice wondered how Kyungjun had been defeated so easily. The man on the ground begged for forgiveness, admitting it was his fault. Above him, the face of the person who had been speaking contorted in rage. The red-haired figure told him to shut up. He stood over the man, holding a glowing blade. The man on the ground gasped for air, tears streaming down his face. The red-haired figure reminded him that he had no shame, asking if he had forgotten all the pain he had inflicted. The red-haired figure raised the blade, and with a sickening sound, plunged it into the man's chest. The red-haired figure stood over the body, remarking that now that the man was on the receiving end, groveling at his feet, it was just sad. The red-haired figure stated that he would use what little time he had left to destroy each and every one of them. The blade glowed brighter as it was plunged into the man's body again and again. The man screamed in agony as the red-haired figure continued the assault. The man's hand twitched, then went still. His eyes stared blankly ahead. The red-haired figure stood over the body, telling the man that he was scared and should stop whining and grow some balls. He added that he wasn't going to kill him. The red-haired figure looked over the scene, noting that it wouldn't be fair if he did this easily. He told the man that he would destroy him a few minutes from now. He stepped away, stating that the man wouldn't be able to do as he used to. The red-haired figure walked away, wondering if the man was curious about what he was talking about. He told him not to worry. He would find out when he woke up. The scene shifted to a view of the city at night, with construction cranes looming in the background. The man lay motionless on the ground. The man gasped, realizing that Jungo had messed with him. Kyungjun, now alone, wondered where the red-haired figure had gone. He knew that whatever was coming next would be bad. But then he paused, noticing the knife in his hand and the blood on the blade. Suddenly, police sirens wailed in the distance. Officers shouted for him to freeze and drop the knife. They warned that they would shoot if he didn't comply. The police continued to yell at Kyungjun to drop the weapon. Elsewhere, an officer stood over a body, while another pair of officers demanded that Kyungjun drop his weapon. Kyungjun screamed in denial, insisting that he hadn't done anything. He stumbled backward, trying to understand how he ended up in this situation, holding a bloody knife. He fell to the ground, the knife clattering away from him. Kyungjun continued to insist that he hadn't done it, that it wasn't him. As the police cuffed him, they read him his rights, informing him that anything he said could be used against him in court. Kyungjun continued to protest his innocence, claiming he didn't do it. Kyungjun was beaten as he was taken into custody. An officer told another to save the questions for the precinct. Kyungjun, battered and bruised, continued to scream that he didn't do it, cursing at those around him. The police loaded Kyungjun into the back of a police car. Meanwhile, the red mask figure watched from the shadows, grinning. The red mask figure remarked that Jungo was right where they expected him to be, noting that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The red mask figure taunted Jungo, asking if he had missed them. The red mask figure demanded an answer from Jungo. A grand cathedral pierced the heavens, its spires radiating light. Below, a figure stood bathed in the ethereal glow. The figure, adorned in a white coat and a golden cross, was approached by another. He questioned what brought the other here. Raziel, standing before the other, was asked how she dared join hands with Mephisto. The two figures stood in stark contrast, their intentions unknown. Meanwhile, a detective stood smoking, unable to believe that the suspect had killed 5 people. He was informed that the suspect was in a squad car. The detective thanked the officer. He knew that the journalists were going to have a field day with this case. Another officer expressed disbelief that a high school student could murder 5 people. The detective sighed, stating that he knew. He told the officer that they would find out more when they got to the precinct. The officer asked the detective a question. The officer apologized for what happened to the detective's little brother. He acknowledged that he was very talented and almost made the national taekwondo team, following in his footsteps. The detective expressed his sorrow for what happened to him. The officer asked if he had checked the surveillance camera footage. The officer stated that he did, and that he needed to talk to the detective about it, because there was something strange. He suggested that the detective explain the details back at the precinct and brief Detective Kim as well, stating that he would join him later. The detective stood smoking. The officer looked at a photo on his phone. The detective continued to smoke as a voice called out to him. A figure in a red mask thanked the detective for showing up. He stated that he was the last one, and once he was finished, it would all be over. A woman laughed. The man in the leather jacket continued to taunt Jungo, questioning why he hated him so much. He claimed that all Jungo had to do was act like the other losers, implying that Jungo had overestimated himself. Meanwhile, the figure in the red mask declared that tonight he would end this tiring battle. With a burst of speed, the masked figure attacked, his blade aimed at an unseen target. Elsewhere, Lee Si-hyun wondered what was wrong with him, noting that he had sounded so confident just moments ago. He felt as if his body was ripping apart, wondering if he had overused his powers. The man in the leather jacket remarked that it looked like Si-hyun's body was too weak to handle his powers. The masked figure could feel the marks eating away at him, but not yet. The man in the leather jacket thought about how an insect like Jungo had humiliated him, unable to control his anger. The masked figure's weapon clattered to the ground. The man in the leather jacket stomped on the masked figure, asking why Jungo hated him so much. The man in the leather jacket asked why Jungo wouldn't accept his affection, as the masked figure begged him not to kill him and apologized. The man in the leather jacket told Jungo not to be a disgrace, as he wasn't going to let him go home just yet. The man in the leather jacket stated that he had a lot of questions for Jungo, but first, he was going to retrain his mindset. He then grabbed the masked figure. The man in the leather jacket stated that he had no qualms when it came to getting rid of Jungo, adding that he was going to pay for messing with the wrong person. The masked figure exclaimed that the man in the leather jacket took the words right out of his mouth. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling the two to stop right there. Galwa told the newcomer to mind his own business and leave. He mocked the man, asking what he was going to do if he didn't. Lee Jae-hyun, chief inspector of the violent crimes unit at Lezen Precinct, counted to 3, warning them to leave or face the consequences. He thought to himself that he may not be a knight in shining armor, but they should grow some manners. The man in the military jacket stepped away, thinking that they should do the right thing. Neither of them wanted to go through the hassle of going down to the precinct, so the man with the long hair told Lee Jae-hyun to stop trying to act like a badass and buzz off. Lee Jae-hyun thought to himself that teenagers these days were scary. Elsewhere, a figure in a red hoodie knelt on the ground. Another man asked if he was all right, and the figure confirmed that he was okay. The man then asked if they did this to him often. The figure thanked the man for his help and said he better get going, stating that he had to be on his way. He thought to himself that he could go home by himself. The police station stood illuminated at night. Inside, Lee Jae-hyun sat in an interrogation room. Across from Lee Jae-hyun, a man asked why he killed them, calling him a superstar. He added that he didn't want to hear any spiel about his mind being impaired. Lee Jae-hyun insisted that he didn't do it. The man asked Lee Jae-hyun who did it if it wasn't him. He then presented a bag with a knife inside, stating that the only fingerprints on the knife were Lee Jae-hyun's, accusing him of lying. He told Lee Jae-hyun that he may be a minor, but his crime would put him behind bars for life. Lee Jae-hyun yelled that it wasn't him. Another man stated that Jung-go did it, asking who that was. The man across from Lee Jae-hyun's side, saying that he was being told that some kid he used to bully went berserk and killed his friends. He asked if he was saying that Jung-go murdered 5 people at the same time. The man asked if that made any sense, questioning if bullying was something to be proud of. He stated that he detested guys like Lee Jae-hyun, who got a kick out of beating up other people. He then told Lee Jae-hyun to sit down and stay put, as he had a lot of work to do. Someone entered the room, and the man told him, "Great work, Chief." The chief thanked them, asking if they saw the report and heard that something wasn't right. He stated that there had been a string of deaths that took place in their jurisdiction recently. The man asked what was wrong. The chief stated that he thought the victims were murdered. Another man stated that Jung-go's younger brother may not have been killed in a car accident. He then pointed out what appeared in the surveillance camera footage. The surveillance footage showed the moment of collapse. Meanwhile, the detectives reviewed the autopsy report. The laceration of the Achilles tendon was a key detail. The detective explained that the laceration likely occurred at the moment of collapse. He then mentioned a motorcycle accident that killed 2 students, noting the autopsy showed a smooth laceration. The detective continued, stating that one of the victims didn't die from the crash, but from a mysterious penetration wound on his neck. He added that the penetration happened from inside the body, pushing out, and that there was an eerie similarity to Jung-go's brother's death. The other detective wondered if all these were planned murders. He then mentioned checking the surveillance camera footage from the area where Jung-go's brother's accident took place, noting that Jung-go's brother was being chased by someone in a mask. The detective paused the footage, focusing on the hooded figure. He lamented the lack of real surveillance cameras in the city. The detective asked if the other recognized the hooded figure. Elsewhere, a man screamed that Jung-go did it. Meanwhile, the masked figure declined an offer, stating they could go home by themselves. Detective Kim was asked if he was okay. The other detective stated that they had something to do. Detective Kim realized that the real murderer of this case may be someone else. One detective asked what made the other think another suspect was behind the killings. The other detective explained that if they considered what Jang Suk-moo had said, the case wasn't solved yet. He believed the prime suspect was the student, Jung-go. The detective elaborated that the prime suspect who came to mind at this point was indeed Jung-go. The detective continued, explaining that the incident, in a nutshell, was an act of revenge perpetrated by an outcast who was the target of brutal bullying. He added that without leaving a single trace, the culprit was murdering those who tormented him one by one, indicating a carefully planned crime. The other detective questioned whether a high school kid was capable of such actions, especially given their lack of evidence. The first detective responded that they could find evidence after they caught him. Detective Kim and Detective Na confirmed they understood. Detective Kim declared that they should go to Jung-go's school right now. Elsewhere, a figure asked Gabriel what they were talking about. The figure accused Gabriel of making it hard to discover Faust's identity and demanded an answer. Gabriel laughed, remarking that it took the figure long enough to figure it out. The figure stated that they thought Gabriel was the archangel of knowledge. Raziel declared that they were giving Gabriel one last chance, as he was their mentor, and demanded an answer. Raziel commented on how Gabriel had grown, adding that they didn't come here to mess around. Gabriel revealed that he played a trick on that human to make Raziel believe he was Faust. Raziel questioned why he did that, stating that they respected him above all others, but he betrayed God. Raziel wondered how Gabriel could join hands with Mephisto. A voice narrated that 300 years ago, God forbade the angels and evil beasts from inflicting direct harm on humans. The narration continued, explaining that all of the angels and evil beasts were unable to rebel against Almighty God, but Mephisto was different. He finally made a bet with God to see if he could corrupt Faust, and ended up winning. As a reward, Mephisto was the only one who was allowed to be exempt from the war, the only one to rebel against God. The angel questioned why God would make another bet with Mephistopheles. The reason, he explained, was simple, because Mephisto could harm humans and destroy their world order. Well, that was the reason on the surface, but that wasn't the real reason. God wanted to be the only one. It was funny, he thought that God was so tolerant of them for thousands of years, but suddenly changed his mind. Raziel activated some kind of device. The device fired a blast of energy. The energy streaked through the air. The energy blast struck the ground near Galwa. The blast erupted in a massive explosion. The force of the explosion sent Galwa flying. Galwa steadied himself, demanding that Raziel not insult the Almighty with her filthy mouth. Raziel, he said, could be killed right now, but he was talking to her because he wanted to give her a chance. Humans were evil by nature. He then questioned what happened to humans after God took away their rights. War, pillaging, murder, and arrogance. They grew weaker and weaker. God merely gave them the forbidden fruit. Mephisto wanted to abolish God's rule, protecting humans if he won the bet. They may end up ruling over humans if that happened, and as a result, more humans would be saved. He helped Mephisto simply for this great cause, and until that goal was achieved, he did not care what happened to him. How dare she rebel against God's will? He asked. They must be insane. They were God's children. How could she betray their father? What she wanted would only cause more chaos, he warned, and a war with the devil would be inevitable. He reminded her that she fell out of God's favor a long time ago, and wasn't she responsible for Beelzebub increasing his grip on humans? He was so fickle that even he could not tell what he'd do. Now that he's taken on human form, Beelzebub will do as he pleases. Don't you think so, Raziel? Raziel, gritting her teeth, told him to stop speaking in Serpent's tongue. Judging by her astonishment, Gabriel guessed she didn't think that far ahead and wondered what she would do and if she would tell on him. She expressed her deep respect, yet couldn't understand why Gabriel would behave in such a way. Raziel insisted that he, of all people, shouldn't do this. Galwa questioned what Raziel intended to do, asking if she intended to fight him. He released a surge of energy. Galwa stated that he would not stoop so low and that things would not be the same as they were 300 years ago. He advised Raziel that he would bring up this incident after the challenge was over. Galwa told Raziel to mark his words. He suggested that she do some hard thinking about the reason why they exist. Galwa stated that Raziel still had a long way to go. The scene shifted to Jungo, standing on a rooftop at night. Mephistopheles questioned what Jungo was going to do, reminding him that the police were onto him. Another demonic entity cheered Jungo on, marveling at how he killed 5 of them at once. Jungo responded that he didn't care if the police dragged him off once this was all over. The demonic entity noted the coincidence that Galwa showed up, lamenting that Jungo's body wasn't up to it. Mephistopheles stated that he just didn't know when to stop and that he would be on his way. The demonic entity urged Jungo to keep it up, saying that time was running out. Jungo looked off into the distance. The scene shifted to a school building. A teacher began to take attendance, calling out names. Students responded, marking their presence. A student noted that Jungo was not there again. Another student remarked that everyone saw his photos, and after what happened to Yoonhee, he'd be an idiot to come back to school. Mr. Lee stated that he didn't think Jungo was coming back. Another student sighed, noting that he's been absent for a week. Another student expressed frustration, saying that idiots like him drive him nuts and that the principal was going to break his balls again for his absence. A student expressed disbelief that Jungo killed 5 of them at once. In the classroom, a student suddenly collapsed, causing murmurs and confusion among the other students. The teacher, Lee Dongo, lay on the floor, seemingly unconscious, as students murmured in concern, trying to rouse him. Below, a tape player sat silently. Suddenly, a student dashed out of the classroom, declaring he would get the nurse. Simultaneously, another student began to cough up blood. Chaos erupted as students screamed and scrambled for safety, unsure of what was attacking them. Amidst the panic, students pushed and shoved, desperate to escape the classroom. Below, the tape player continued to play. Amidst the chaos, a student tried to calm everyone down, suggesting they all listen to him and remain in the classroom. He threatened to kill anyone who tried to leave, implying that someone else would be targeted if they disobeyed. Outro aluno agarrou uma cadeira, exigindo que o professor parasse de brincar. O aluno que estava tossindo sangue continuou a fazê-lo. Students continued to scream and fall to the ground. Lee Dongo, still on the floor, groaned and tried to sit up. A female student declared her detestation for everyone, but offered them a chance. Lee Dongo, struggling to focus, overheard the conversation. The female student continued to speak. Lee Dongo, still struggling to focus, was warned not to give her an excuse to kill. The student who had offered the chance declared that she would kill the teacher and let everyone else live. She dashed forward. The tape player was smashed. Lee Dongo continued to struggle. Lee Dongo, now standing, yelled at the students, ordering the injured to the nurse's office and the rest to sit down, warning them not to listen to the nonsense. The students stood frozen, unsure what to do. The students looked on with expressions of shock and fear. Amidst the chaos, Lee Dongo is left in a state of confusion. He wonders what is happening. The students watched with wide eyes, some huddled together in fear, as the tension in the room escalated. The rest of the class looked on, unsure of what was about to happen, as Lee Dongo stood with a bewildered expression. The title of the story was revealed, The Devil's Boy. Lee Dongo, visibly agitated, demanded to know why the students were staring at him, reminding them to get ready for class. Meanwhile, another student wondered if Mr. Lee had really said all that. Lee Dongo told himself that he would explain everything about Yoonhee later and that they should get ready for class. Lee Si-hyun grabbed Lee Dongo's wrist, demanding an answer to his question. Si-hyun asked if that was his fucking voice, before slapping Lee Dongo across the face. Si-hyun questioned how Lee Dongo dared to speak to his teacher like that, asking who taught him manners, while Lee Dongo reminded him that he was the one who gave him the title of class president. The sound of something heavy falling echoed through the room. The students watched as Lee Dongo lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Si-hyun demanded to know what they were doing and ordered them to step aside. Si-hyun, grabbing Lee Dongo by the collar, questioned how he could call himself a teacher, demanding that he explain himself. The other students began to accuse Lee Dongo, saying that it was true that he got caught taking peeping Tom photos of female students, and that he was responsible for everything that had happened. One student exclaimed that they never liked that son of a bitch. The students yelled to just kill him, as Sihyun continued to beat Lee Dong-go. Someone murmured as a hand reached into a pocket, pulling out a box cutter. The murmuring continued as a student told Lee Dong-go to sacrifice himself if he was truly their mentor, while another student realized that he was making a big mistake. Lee Dong-go was told that his teaching days were over and that there was no point in clinging to his life. He was asked if he really thought they were going to treat him like their teacher, and that he should leave with some dignity left. The teacher, on his knees, apologized, saying it was all his fault and begged for forgiveness. The sound of a box cutter being readied echoed through the room. One student declared that this didn't excuse Lee Dong-go from his fate. Lee Dong-go was reminded that everyone's life was valuable, but it was better that he die than have them get killed. He was told this was so another one of his students wouldn't be killed. One of the students demanded that Lee Dong-go take his own life first. The students around Lee Dong-go chanted for him to die. The cries of "die" grew louder as the students' anger intensified. One student questioned if they were all crazy, stating that they were about to murder someone and that it wasn't right. She reminded them that they all giggled and spread rumors about Yoon-hee, too. She asked if they were willing to die in his place, and if not, they should get with the program. Another student demanded to know what they were waiting for and told Lee Dong-go to take the blade. The sound of the box cutter being readied filled the air. The student holding the box cutter trembled as he prepared to use it, his face contorted in fear and determination. Suddenly, the door burst open and someone was struck down. The box cutter clattered to the floor as the police announced their arrival, ordering everyone to freeze and cooperate. One of the students questioned what was happening, realizing they were all going to get killed if Lee Dong-go didn't die. Another student told him to shut his mouth and cooperate. The students murmured in relief, thanking God that the cops had arrived and wondering if they were safe now and how the police knew what was going on. One student lamented that Jung-go's plan was ruined. He thought to himself that everything was going to happen just as he envisioned it. He heard that they were switching to Plan B and was told to listen carefully. It was said that the teacher got off with a slap on the wrist for taking peeping Tom photos of female students. It was also said that he ostracized and harassed good teachers who just wanted to do their jobs, and that he defamed honest teachers and turned their lives into a living hell. It was said that he was like someone else they knew, someone who enjoyed making others suffer, just like Jae Galhwa. Murmurs spread as someone asked what was going on and why the teacher was wielding a knife. Someone else said that the murderer said they'd all die if their teacher didn't kill himself. The crowd murmured. The crowd continued to murmur. It was said that they were utterly humiliated by Mr. Lee and Galhwa, those evil bastards, and that they must be punished. Someone on the phone told Lee Dong-go that they were also giving him a chance to absolve himself, asking if he didn't want to die in his place. Someone glanced around, asking how they killed them and where they were. The crowd murmured. Someone grabbed the phone. The phone call was still in progress. It was said that this was how they were able to watch everything. Someone realized that they knew it. Someone suggested that they stop right now, but the person on the other end of the line said that they weren't going to change anything. The person on the phone asked the detective if he thought he could stop him. Someone remarked about what they had here, saying that they thought he was the silent type, and that if he didn't turn himself in, they'd come and get him. It was also said that his classmates told him that he tried to murder his own teacher, and that it looked like they crashed his party. Someone begged to differ, saying that they hadn't crashed his party. Someone asked what was going on as the crowd murmured. Then someone screamed. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the night as a figure was struck. The man who delivered the blow reveled in his actions, seemingly enjoying the pain he inflicted. The victim lay motionless on the ground, a fatal wound marking their end. Meanwhile, someone watched the scene unfold through a phone screen, their expression unreadable. The watcher put in an earbud, a sinister smile spreading across their face, hinting at a deeper involvement in the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a detective received news of the situation. He immediately ordered an arrest warrant for Jung-go and a thorough background check. Elsewhere, a car sped away from the scene. Inside, a man flashed a wad of cash, seemingly offering payment for a job well done. The man demanded that Jung-go be brought to him, emphasizing that he should be beaten but not killed. Yang Junhoon flinched, seemingly intimidated by the order. The man warned that if the job wasn't done, there would be consequences. He added that if they messed up again, they would suffer until their last day of school. The man stated that he got what he wanted and told them to wait until he got his hands on Jung-go. A figure with a sinister grin declared that they should have a proper fight. The figure's face was obscured by shadows, but their menacing smile was clear. A figure with red hair listened to something on their phone. Elsewhere, a sinister face grinned, its eyes glowing red. Back at the police station, Detective Na was instructed to file an arrest warrant for Jung-go and run a background check on him. The detective wondered why Jung-go's arrest warrant had been denied. In another office, a man questioned how the arrest warrant could have been rejected when it was plain as day who was responsible. The man was told that it was no place for him to raise his voice. He was asked if he had proof that the boy was behind everything. Detective Lee was asked if he was trying to play a joke on his superior. Lee stated that he had a recording of Jung-go's phone call and surveillance camera footage. The superior asked if Lee was trying to tell him that the boy in the surveillance camera footage chasing after his brother did all this, insisting it was a simple car accident. He warned Lee not to let his emotions get in the way of his investigation, as that would only weaken his credibility. The man asked what that was supposed to mean, questioning if he was not good enough to be police chief. The superior demanded concrete evidence in order to authorize an arrest warrant. He then told the man that he wanted him off the assignment, stating that there were other cases that needed to be solved. The superior stated that he had been too nice to Lee, and that was the problem. He demanded that Lee get his act together. Elsewhere, the man was frustrated. The man left the office, slamming the door behind him. Detective Na walked down a dark hallway. Detective Na was told that things didn't go too well, as his arrest warrant was turned down. Na stated that he would handle the case himself. Detective Na, determined to find the evidence himself, thinks that the old man has a point and that they don't have a shred of evidence. He heads out, resolving to find the evidence himself, while another detective asks him to be careful. Meanwhile, Lee Dong-go sits in his office, muttering about how that bastard is getting cockier every day. Elsewhere, Dong-go receives a call from someone who says they were just about to call him, but it looks like he beat them to it. Dong-go asks if they took care of his request. The man on the other end confirms that he refused the arrest warrant as requested. Dong-go thanks him, calling him extremely dependable, and the man asks what exactly is going on that requires him to ask for such a favor. Dong-go says he'll fill him in on the details over lunch later, and that he has to go. The man on the other end says all right, and have a nice day. Elsewhere, a man calls Galwa, wondering how things went. Galwa confirms that he took care of everything, anything for his nephew. The man thanks him, calling him the best uncle, while Galwa thinks to himself that this kid is so anxious. A woman tells Galwa that she doesn't know what he's up to, but to make sure no losers take advantage. Galwa, identified as Jake Galyanwa, chief prosecutor at Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, tells her to show them who's boss. Meanwhile, Galwa is informed that Jung-go is near to apartments. He says that now that all the obstacles are gone, it's time to go find out where he is. Galwa smirks, thinking to himself. Elsewhere, Kyungjun lies in a hospital bed, his eyes blinking open. Raziel stands over Kyungjun's bed, sighing. Raziel asks what Kyungjun is doing here, and tells him to shut up. With a burst of energy, Raziel heals Kyungjun. Kyungjun, now awake, sits up in bed, his body wrapped in bandages. He remarks that he didn't know the other person had these powers and questions what took them so long. Elsewhere, Sihyun is told that there is something he has to do right now. He turns and swishes his jacket as he tells the person to stop telling him what to do. The woman with blue hair insists that they can't afford to lose any time and to hurry. A man behind Sihyun thinks to himself that he came at just the right moment. The man from behind Sihyun steps forward, his eyes glowing with power. He says, "You." The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building at night. Meanwhile, Kim Youngjun peeks around a corner, confirming that Young-hoon is the guy. He moves forward. One of Youngjun's lackeys confirms that he called Galwa. Youngjun tells him to grab Young-hoon so he won't run away. The lackey grabs Young-hoon from behind, exclaiming that he's got him. Young-hoon is struck from behind, falling to the ground. The lackey continues to beat Young-hoon, telling him to get everything up. Young-hoon, beaten and bruised, looks up with wide, fearful eyes. The story is to be continued. The figure in the black hoodie grabbed Kim Youngjun, delivering a brutal blow. The hooded figure continued the assault, leaving Youngjun battered and defeated. Youngjun, panting heavily, realized he had made a grave error. The scene faded to black. The camera panned up the side of an apartment building. Meanwhile, Lee Si-hyun stood outside an apartment door, wondering if he had the right place. He knocked, announcing himself. Si-hyun, growing impatient, knocked again, identifying himself. A woman inside the building told Si-hyun that smoking wasn't allowed. He apologized and asked if he could ask some questions. The woman asked who he was, and Si-hyun flashed his police detective badge. He asked if she knew anything about the apartment. The woman confirmed that something was indeed amiss. Si-hyun pressed, asking about the residence. She explained that a kid lived there alone because his parents were divorced. She added that the mother was in the hospital, and the father sent money to the kid, though she didn't know where he was. She had also heard that he had remarried. The woman revealed that the kid went to the same school as her daughter, but had been missing class for some time. She wondered if Si-hyun was there because of the bad things happening at her daughter's school. Si-hyun thanked her for her cooperation and left. As Si-hyun walked away, the woman worried about the police coming to their apartment and hoped it wouldn't affect the property value. Elsewhere, a man thought back to where he first saw the kid. He recalled that the kid was getting beaten up by bullies. He wondered why the kid didn't use his powers back then, concluding that there must be more to the situation than meets the eye. Galwa's associate smokes a cigarette, wondering why that bully is after Jung-go. Elsewhere, a figure wonders who the new arrival is. Meanwhile, Lee Si-hyun continues his investigation, finding something on social media. Elsewhere, Kim Youngjun confronts someone, asking what they're doing there. Kim Youngjun is called Young-hoon, which angers him. Kim Youngjun approaches the person, saying he thought they were someone else, and asking why they were walking around in a hoodie. He then says he's glad he bumped into them and that he has to pay them back for all the things they did. Kim Young-jun grabs the person, telling them they shouldn't have been such an A*** hole and a F*** ing wimp. He thinks Galwa would always be there to protect them. Kim Young-jun attacks the person, asking who they think they are. He says that without Galwa, they're just another loser. Someone says Kim Young-jun's name, and he wonders if someone said his name. The person Kim Young-jun was attacking asks what the hell is going on and if he is serious. Lee Se-hyun is seen looking at his phone, and he says that the person is right. Kim Young-jun continues to attack the person. He stomps on them. Kim Young-jun asks if they want to know why he let them hang out with him. He says he enjoys it because he likes to watch losers like them think they're actually something. Kim Young-jun tells them to look around, saying there are hyenas everywhere just waiting for them to fall down. He says they were never more than just a F***ing rabbit. Kim Young-jun says he'll give him credit for entertaining him, though. He then says that they should have at least stood by Lee Kyung-jun when he kicked his butt. He adds that they're just so gullible and can't believe they trusted him. The person Kim Young-jun is attacking says that they don't trust anyone. A strange energy is seen. The impish creature chuckled, observing the scene. He remarked that Jungko's prediction had come true. Elsewhere, the thugs lay incapacitated on the ground. Galwa thought to himself that this was the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a blade of energy hurtled towards Galwa, who was struck in the neck. Staggering back, Galwa struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Despite the pain, Galwa smirked, acknowledging the sensation. Mephisto, observing the scene, wondered why his powers weren't working on Galwa. He questioned what was happening and why Galwa wasn't hurt. The impish creature continued to chuckle, as Jungko demanded to know why he had been watched all along. Jungko then asked what he was supposed to do. Mephisto realized that there was only one way to kill Galwa, regretting that he had to resort to that method. Mephisto pointed out that Jungko's powers weren't working on Galwa and suggested that Jungko should get a hint from Lee Se-hyun. Jungko questioned what Mephisto was talking about. Mephisto urged him to think, stating that he couldn't give him all the answers. Jungko, realizing he had no choice, decided he had to run. Galwa appeared behind Jungko, declaring that he had found him. Galwa lunged at Jungko. The wind howled as someone stood on a rooftop, overlooking the city. Below, crutches clattered to the ground. The sound was followed by a pained cry. With a sigh, Lee Kyung-jun leaned heavily on his crutches as he made his way down a brightly lit hallway. He continued down the hall, and someone greeted him. Kyung-jun replied that it was nice to meet them. Kyung-jun stated that he came to ask them something. The other person demanded to know who he was, adding that he had no manners. The person's face was not shown, but they were clearly displeased. The title card appeared, The Devil's Boy. Elsewhere, someone tapped against a wall. The figure stood over another person who was kneeling on the ground. The kneeling person smoked a cigarette. The standing figure asked what they were. The kneeling person said that this wasn't fun anymore and that they should squeal like they used to. They then decided that they would do a slow burn. The figure in the red mask struck, the force of the blow echoing through the space. The masked figure's victim, bloodied and battered, spat out a furious declaration. He had been searching everywhere for him. The masked figure slammed his foot down on the other man, who passed out from the impact. The victim thought to himself that he had passed out after only 2 hits. He hadn't expected this to happen, but the place did look familiar. The masked figure stood over him. Remembering this was the place Jungko was alone. The masked figure demanded to know why Jungko was staring at him, reminding him that Yoonhee wasn't here anymore and asking why he didn't beg for his life. He added that Jungko was really something and he never dreamed he'd be able to pull off all that, plus he had to go through a lot of stuff looking for him. The masked figure warned Jungko to stop staring at him. Jungko's eyes widened in fear. The masked figure continued to beat Jungko. The masked figure told Jungko that nothing was going to change no matter what he did. He finally got his chance to take revenge on him. Jungko thought to himself that he was so pathetic. The masked figure asked who the hell he was, calling him one lucky guy. The masked figure told the blue-haired girl that she should have died a long time ago. He grabbed her, noting that he could touch her thanks to Gabriel, and that Mephisto's plans would face some difficulties. The masked figure told her to shut up and clench her teeth, stating that he didn't care if she was a chick. The masked figure considered that, considering all the dastardly things she'd done, she was mistaken if she thought she was still alive due to her strength. He didn't understand why Gabriel wanted to help her, but guessed that was just fate. Raziel, with a stoic expression, told her opponent that this world might feel like heaven to them, but the only thing waiting for them after death was hell. Enraged, Kim Young-jun cursed at Raziel and lunged at her, but she dodged the attack. Kim Young-jun, now standing in the street, demanded to know where Raziel had gone, threatening to kill everyone. The red mask figure was sure that the blue-haired girl was Jungko's friend. The red mask figure, kneeling near the bound and bloodied Jungko, reflected on the strange dreams they had been having. The red mask figure told Jungko that Yoonhee probably had a tough time, too, and had to pay a huge price for helping a loser like him. The figure continued, saying that Yoonhee hated even talking to Junggo, and watching him grovel and snivel drove her nuts. The red mask figure pulled out a phone and told Junggo they would share an important piece of information with him. The figure explained that Yoonhee had to put up with a wimp like him so that a picture of her from middle school would remain a secret, calling her a poor girl. The red mask figure showed Junggo a picture on the phone, saying to take a good look, as this was what the girl used to look like. The red mask figure asked if Junggo's heart still skipped a beat after seeing the photo of Yoonhee, saying they felt like puking. The figure then told Junggo to admit that he was just into her looks. The red mask figure stated that Junggo and Yoonhee were the same, both scared of people finding out about their true colors, and that they were a match made in heaven. The figure then retracted the statement, saying that at least she tried to do something about herself. The red mask figure told Junggo to look at himself, as all he could do was use stupid tricks to get back at each one of them. The figure stated that Yoonhee would be just fine right now if it weren't for him, and that his very existence was a crime. The red mask figure continued to beat Junggo. The red mask figure told Junggo to stop staring at them. The red mask figure continued to beat Junggo, while two figures watched. The red mask figure told someone that they were going to give them one last chance to prove their worth to them if they wanted to be of use. The screwdriver clattered to the ground. The figure in the hoodie demanded to know what the other was going to do with it, suggesting he gouge out one of Junggo's eyes. The man in the hoodie recoiled, exclaiming that he couldn't do that. The other man snatched him by the collar. With a swift motion, the man stabbed the screwdriver into the other's leg. The man screamed in agony as he fell to the ground, clutching his leg. The man in the leather jacket grabbed the other by the hair, demanding to know who he was afraid of, him or Junggo, and to choose carefully. He gave him an ultimatum. Either he took Junggo's eye, or he would lose one of his own. The man limped away, leaving the other writhing on the ground. The man grabbed the screwdriver and crawled towards the unconscious Kyungjun. Tears streamed down his face as he apologized, saying he had to do this. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling him that he would have done the same thing. The man froze as the voice continued, observing the scene and remarking that he couldn't tell who the bad guy was. The man in the leather jacket ordered him to freeze. The man in the leather jacket told him to cut the crap, revealing himself to be a cop, and ordered him to freeze right there. The man in the leather jacket warned that if they moved, they were dead. A man with a knife stands over a fallen figure, blood dripping from the blade. Elsewhere, a figure orders someone to freeze. Nearby, a group of men stand over someone lying on the ground. One of them remarks on the situation, while another curses, realizing it's a cop. A man points his finger like a gun, ordering someone to freeze or be killed. Two men stand on a rooftop. One of them expresses disbelief that the other is smoking in front of cop, before stating he wants to ask him something. The man with glasses asks what the other wants to tell him. The other man asks how he knows these guys. A group of people stand together, while below, the man with glasses is seen looking up. The man with glasses states he has nothing to do with those guys anymore. The other man asks if he knows this guy as well. The man with glasses realizes why the other is there, while the other man says he just has a hunch. The man with glasses thinks that the bastard has the power to inflict pain on people from far away, and that he almost killed him, still getting the chills when he thinks about it. The other man asks if Junggo did that to his leg. The man with glasses tells him not to make assumptions, and that the dude with the slick back hair in the photo did this. He assumes the other came to see him because Junggo started hurting other people. The other man agrees, saying he has a feeling his next target is that guy with the slick back hair. He asks if he can tell him everything he knows about him. The man with glasses says his name is Jae Galhwa, and he deserves to die. He then asks why the other man says that, and if he can't tell. He asks if he isn't going to tell him who he is. The two men sat on the rooftop, the city lights twinkling below. Lee Kyungjun, still reeling from the revelation, could only ask what the man had just said. The man with glasses, seemingly unfazed by Kyungjun's reaction, questioned if he had said something wrong. He pointed out that Kyungjun being Jaeun's brother made him no different than Jae Galhwa, warning him not to let his emotions get in the way of his work. Kyungjun, limping slightly, assured him that he wouldn't. He then inquired if the man knew where Galhwa was right now. The man with glasses stated that he had a pretty good idea where he was. Elsewhere, Sihyun walked down a dimly lit corridor, thinking to himself that he should leave Junggo alone unless he wanted to be arrested on assault charges. He wondered why the others couldn't be good little boys and go home to have dinner with their parents. Sihyun gave them all a chance, advising them to listen to his advice unless they wanted to screw up their lives with a prison record before even turning legal. He accused them of getting in his way and asked if they had a death wish. One of the men questioned if Sihyun was threatening him. Sihyun suggested that they go home, as they didn't want to get on Galhwa's nerves. The man grabbed Sihyun's shoulder. Sihyun responded by breaking the man's fingers. The man screamed in pain as Sihyun questioned how dare he put his grimy little hand on him, and where he got off threatening a police officer. Sihyun then told him to listen, Galhwa. A woman stated that she knew about everything. She offered one chance since he was close with her brother, but wouldn't give him another one. Another man stated that Junggo was coming with him, so he suggested that she back off. The man told her to get off of him now. She asked if he was alright. She told him that he was one interesting character and that she had a lot of questions to ask him, so he better come with her. The man asked why she was helping him. She told him not to get the wrong idea, and that if he was found guilty of any offenses, he was going to have to pay the price. The woman grabbed a wooden stick. The woman stated that no one listens and that everyone is a pain in the ass. The woman swung the wooden stick, aiming for Galwa, while Jungo watched with wide eyes. The stick connected with a sickening thwack. Galwa, unfazed, told him that he couldn't stand people with big mouths and suggested they all just kill each other. Galwa asked if they were done talking. Galwa stepped forward, declaring that everything he did from then on would be self-defense. He struck the woman with the stick. The woman cursed as Galwa continued his assault, striking her repeatedly. Galwa grabbed the woman by the collar, commenting that she wasn't bad for a kid. Lee Si-hyun, enraged, yelled that he was going to kill Galwa. Si-hyun punched Galwa. The force of the blow sent Galwa flying. The red-haired kid told the others to take the unconscious Galwa away, saying he didn't want to hurt them. Lee Dong-go told them to piss off, stating that he didn't think that was possible. The red-haired kid asked if they were messing with him. The red-haired kid swung the wooden stick at Lee Dong-go. The masked figure struck the first blow, felling one of the thugs with a single hit. The downed thug was warned that Jungo was responsible for all of this. The red-haired kid stood over the fallen thug, while Galwa watched from behind bars. Galwa taunted the kid, saying he was starting to get bored and would kill him in due time. Galwa called the kid a fucking piece of shit and reminded him that no matter what he did, he was a loser. Galwa's face contorted in rage as he told the kid to just swallow the truth. The kid, ignoring Galwa's words, focused his power, declaring he was going to kill him. The kid slammed his hand against the bars, wondering why Galwa was immune to his powers. Galwa coughed on the ground, while the kid prepared to strike again. The kid swung the makeshift blade, the weapon glowing with power. Jungo watched as the kid asked why Galwa didn't beg for his life like he used to. Galwa, with a look of disinterest, said that the look in the kid's eyes was making him lose interest and that he was no fun anymore. The kid declared it was time for Galwa to die, while Jungo wondered what he was doing. The kid struck Galwa, who told him to stay still and that he was next. Galwa told Jungo to shut up and wait for his turn, stating he would finish what he started. Galwa's body lay prone, the blade piercing through him. He wondered if all the efforts and sacrifices he made to seek revenge were in vain, and if he was destined to die. The blade cracked further into his body. Galwa lamented that he couldn't change anything, feeling pathetic. Tears welled in Galwa's eyes as he heard the words, wondering if he really was a loser. His vision blurred with tears. Meanwhile, Jungo's allies were in disbelief. One of them asked if he really killed Jungo, while the other called him a crazy son of a bitch. Galwa, with a sinister grin, bid Uni goodbye. The red-haired kid lay on the ground, covered in blood, lamenting that he couldn't do anything. Yunhee's name echoed in the darkness. Elsewhere, the thugs who had been attacking Jungo lay defeated. One of them expressed disbelief that Jungo had been killed. Another thug, enraged, cursed at the one who had dealt the killing blow. The assailant simply waved goodbye with a sinister grin. The scene shifted to a bloodied young man lying on the ground. The perspective shifted, focusing on a pair of feet. The view then moved upwards, revealing a young man with red hair and a black hoodie. The young man stood in a red space, questioning where he was. A voice echoed, identifying itself as Faust. Below him, a girl in a black dress stated that she was glad to meet him there. The young man wondered who she was and where he was. The girl smiled, asking if he meant her. The girl revealed herself to be Leviathan, the source of his powers, stating that they were inside his subconscious mind. Leviathan explained that this was a pure place devoid of any form of darkness. The young man questioned why they were in his subconscious. Leviathan stated that this was the final place he would visit after completely losing consciousness, because he was dead. The young man realized he was dead, lamenting that he wasn't able to accomplish anything and calling himself pathetic. Leviathan lamented that Jungo couldn't use his powers to the fullest, despite having been granted some of the most formidable abilities in the Devildom. With a snap of her fingers, the scene shifted. The sound of an explosion echoed as Jungo found himself in what appeared to be a house. Leviathan explained that this was Jungo's house, the first place inside his memory. The red-haired young man was also present. The scene dissolved into a flashback of Jungo's parents arguing, the sound of a slap ringing out. Jungo's father screamed at his mother, enraged that she would dare hit him. The argument escalated, with Jungo's mother accusing his father of sleeping with another woman, demanding a divorce. The father yelled at her to shut up, striking her. Leviathan watched as the young Jungo asked what he was going to do. Leviathan then asked why she was showing him this. Leviathan stated that she wanted to see Jungo's darkest moments, then asked what happened after that. With another snap, the scene changed again. Jungo recounted that his dad divorced his mom, and he lived with her. The red-haired young man flinched, stating that he didn't want to see this and demanded that she stop. Leviathan silenced him, declaring that he was just a witness to this tragedy and that she was in charge. The scene shifted to Jungo walking home from school, thinking that his mom would be happy with his scores. Jungo cheerfully announced that he was home and that he got his midterm results. He found his mother collapsed on the floor, pills scattered around her. He grabbed her, desperately trying to wake her up. Amidst the chaos of his memories, Jungo desperately pleaded with his mother, his voice cracking with anguish. He begged her to stay with him, frantically promising to call for help. The memory shifted, showing Jungo as a child, kneeling beside his mother. He believed his life would not be as it was if it weren't for her. The scene dissolved into a close-up of Jungo's tear-filled eyes, the weight of blame crushing him. A voice echoed, accusing him. It was all his fault. The world around him turned a violent red as the memories intensified, the weight of his past bearing down on him. A figure loomed over him, pitying him. She told the boy to stop, or she would beg him to. With a snap of her fingers, the tormentor seemed to revel in Jungo's suffering, her expression cold and calculating. Jungo's mind raced, the memories blurring together. He heard Yinhe's voice, asking if he was okay. Tears streamed down Jungo's face as he begged for it to stop, the weight of his past suffocating him. He heard a voice say it was because of him. Yinhe's expression was filled with regret as she sat beside him. She lamented that if it weren't for him, she could have killed them all. The memories continued to assault him, each one a fresh wave of pain and regret. He thought he couldn't do anything because of her. The tormentor mocked him, asking if he thought it was funny that he was saying the same painful words that his mother told him. He was reminded that he was so weak that those around him either died or became miserable. He was asked why he couldn't do anything. The figure declared that the only one to blame was his weak self. The red world closed in, suffocating him with the weight of his failures. Jungo insisted that he tried his best to overcome his hardships, but the figure denied it. He cried, asking what they wanted from him. The taunting continued, the disembodied voice questioning if that was all Jungo could do. The voice continued, declaring that death was the best option for him, calling him useless. The tormentor's voice intensified, shouting at Jungo to shut up. The scene shifted to a red-tinged landscape where Jungo stood with another figure. The voice pressed on, asking Jungo if he didn't want to rid himself of his weak self, stating that those who fail to forget their past are trapped there forever. The scene shifted again, showing the other figure telling Jungo to tell them what he wanted. The figure urged Jungo to tell them that he wanted power, declaring that his god was no longer. A monstrous hand reached out, and the voice simply stated, "I." The other figure watched with a sinister smile. The voice echoed, stating that he wanted power. The monstrous figure loomed, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A figure stood in the darkness, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light. Elsewhere, Lee Sihyun stood over a body. Sihyun's expression was grim as he looked down. Meanwhile, a terrified young man mumbled to himself, desperate to hide the body and avoid the cops. Suddenly, Lee Kyungjun appeared, demanding to know if the young man had just screamed. The young man denied it, stammering nervously. Kyungjun slapped the young man hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Kyungjun raised a metal pipe, the sound of it rattling ominously. The young man screamed as Kyungjun began to beat him with a pipe. Kyungjun continued the brutal assault, declaring that the young man had just screamed again. Another thug watched as Kyungjun beat the young man, noting that he was finally quiet. Kyungjun asked if the young man thought he could walk away from this. The young man, barely able to move, was asked what he was going to do. Kyungjun told him to stand down, calling him a cop. Kyungjun nodded, stating that he was arresting the young man. Kyungjun's victim lay on the ground, unmoving. A voice echoed from above, warning him to stop messing around. With a sickening thwack, the speaker delivered another blow. O orador, de pé sobre a figura caída, declarou que era isso que acontecia quando alguém saía da linha. Enquanto isso, outro homem observava das sombras. The man in the shadows told the others to get lost, his voice laced with irritation. He admitted to feeling like shit. He vowed to kill every one of them. Elsewhere, a figure dashed through a doorway. The man from the shadows, now sitting, wondered who he should mess with next. He lamented the death of his little plaything and sighed, annoyed that he would have to clean up the mess. The man with long hair looked on with wide eyes, sweat dripping down his face. He wondered who he was. A figure stood in a red haze, the words "Do you doom" echoing around them. The long-haired man laughed, declaring that he knew the other man wouldn't disappoint him. He said that now they could have some real fun, and asked what happened to the other man, telling him to come at him. A figure ignited a blade, swinging it menacingly. He asked if the other man got it. The long-haired man dashed forward. With a swoosh, the figure attacked. Kyungjun watched in disbelief, noting that the attacker had gotten much faster and wondering what the fuck was going on. Kyungjun is struck by the mysterious figure, the force of the blow sending him flying. The figure's foot connects with Kyungjun's face, sending him crashing down. The attacker's lips curl into a sinister smile as he dashes forward. With a burst of speed, the figure strikes Kyungjun again, declaring that he's been caught. The figure's blade glints as Kyungjun coughs up blood, realizing he's been hit. The figure's attack lands with a sickening thud, the impact visible as a ripple of energy. The figure continues his assault, enraged, calling Kyungjun a little maggot. The figure slashes at Kyungjun with incredible speed. The figure strikes connect, the sound of metal on metal echoing as Kyungjun cries out in pain. The figure reflects on his actions, noting that he is hurting himself while attacking at the same time, but that it will all end quickly. The figure continues his relentless assault, spinning and striking with brutal force. The figure dashes forward, delivering another devastating blow. The impact of the figure's attack creates a massive explosion. The figure's weapon clatters to the ground. The figure observes that he can't seem to get his powers to work on Kyungjun, which is frustrating, but there is one exception, as he stabs Kyungjun. Kyungjun screamed in agony as the figure continued his assault. The figure, unfazed by Kyungjun's suffering, explained that his heart couldn't be trained to resist pain, and it was going to be affected. Struggling to speak, Kyungjun begged him to stop. The figure stepped closer, looming over him. Kyungjun, desperate, apologized, claiming it was all his fault. The figure proposed that they be friends now. The figure offered to make Kyungjun's life cushy, as if nothing had ever happened, urging him to trust him. A click echoed in the air. The figure held a knife, the blade gleaming ominously. He prepared to strike. The figure mocked Kyungjun, telling him to close his eyes and crawl back into his grave. Kyungjun retorted that he begged to differ. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy hand emerged from a red background. The figure, now kneeling, was being consumed by dark tendrils. Kyungjun watched, realizing that the one who was going to crawl into his grave was the figure himself. The figure's face was now visible, his eyes glowing red as he declared that it was Kyungjun. The city remained unaware of the events unfolding within its borders. The tapping of shoes echoed through the night. Meanwhile, Kim Youngjin questioned why they were in such a rush. Elsewhere, one of the men asked where Galwa was. Kim Youngjin told the others that it was over and they should leave. One of the men protested, saying that he had rounded up all the boys because Kim Youngjin had asked him to, and now he wanted them to leave. Kim Youngjin, growing angry, told him not to joke around, saying that Haewon had just gotten his head bashed in with a stick. One of the men mocked the situation, calling someone a wimp. Kim Youngjun grabbed the man by the collar, asking what he had just called him. A caption explained that Hyung is an honorific title used by males to address older brothers or other males older than themselves. Kim Youngjun stated that he was sick of this. The red-eyed figure said so long. The man in the white jacket realized that if he got hit by that thing, even he wouldn't survive. The man cursed, knowing he had to minimize the impact. The man was sent flying. The man coughed as the red-eyed figure approached. The red-eyed figure's hand cracked as it reached for the man. The red-eyed figure noted the man had pretty fast reflexes. The man, bleeding, called the figure a son of a bitch as he lunged with a knife. Kim Youngjun, blades gleaming, declared he was growing tired of the figure's antics. The red-eyed figure responded that it was now their turn to show him a few things. With a resounding boom, the figure launched an attack, sending Kim Youngjun hurtling through the air. The force of the blow was immense, the air crackling with energy. The attack slammed into Kim Youngjun with a sickening thud. The figure's shadowy tendrils continued to lash out. The onslaught continued without pause. The figure unleashed another blast, narrowly missing Galwa. Galwa clutched his chest, crying out in pain as the attack struck him. Another blow landed, the force of it causing him to cry out again. The figure delivered a final, devastating kick, sending Galwa flying. Blood splattered as Galwa was struck. Kim Youngjun screamed in agony, clutching at his eyes. The figure stood over the fallen Galwa, who was now on his knees. The figure mocked Galwa, stating that he hadn't changed and was still a loser, while Kim Youngjun cursed the figure, lamenting that he had been aiming for their mouth. The figure then questioned what Galwa had done with his powers. The figure in the red mask stood over his defeated opponents. Kim Youngjun, bloodied and bruised, was told that he had failed to protect those around him. A dark, monstrous hand reached out to grab him. With a monstrous grip, the hand seized Youngjun. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure watched as the monstrous form kicked and cracked Youngjun's body. A small, pink creature slid closer, suggesting that Jungo finish him off. The white-haired figure told the creature to shut up. Tendrils of dark energy emanated from him. The figure stepped forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing. He was surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watched as the white-haired figure approached. One of them wondered what was going on. One of the onlookers, recognizing the white-haired figure, exclaimed that they'd been trying hard to get rid of Galwa. Another onlooker remarked that he didn't know how the figure did them all a favor, and that he must be Jungo. Another man, with a smirk, stated that he was the one who should be giving them a chance. The white-haired figure told them to look around, stating that he had the upper hand. One of the onlookers questioned if they were crazy. The white-haired figure dashed forward. The onlookers were told to beat the crap out of the loser and bring him to the white-haired figure. The onlookers attacked, striking and cracking the bones of their target. The group continued their assault. One of the men, splattered with blood, wondered what was going on, stating that he didn't know they could do this. The man from before stated that he didn't have any business with them, and that he just came to settle an old score with Galwa, so he would give them a chance to either bail or die. He summoned a glowing blade. The red-masked figure gave his ultimatum, his breath visible in the cold air as he waited for a response. He demanded they make their choice, obey him, or die. Below, the feet of one of the onlookers stood frozen in place, the building looming behind him. The onlooker stood, his back to the viewer, as he faced the imposing building. Meanwhile, Jungo gasped for air, his face bruised and battered. The building stood silent, the only sound the faint hum of the city in the distance. Below, footsteps echoed on the pavement. From his vantage point, a figure surveyed the scene. He seemed to be waiting, watching. Jungo, panting heavily, called out. Silence. Below, Lee Si-hyun demanded to know what was going to happen. One of the thugs told Si-hyun to shut up, while another ordered the others to grab him. Si-hyun, defiant, spat back, asking if they thought he was scared of them. The thug with the undercut noted that Si-hyun's friends were gone, assuming they valued their lives. The white-haired figure begged to be spared, claiming he would go away. The thug with the undercut dashed forward, leaving the white-haired figure behind. A blade extended from the white-haired figure's sleeve, and the thug screamed. The white-haired figure stood over the fallen thug, stating that he never said he would let him go without consequences. The white-haired figure told the thug to sit there and bleed for a few minutes, as he had more pressing business to attend to. The white-haired figure asked the thug how it felt to be the loser for a change, wondering if he was happy now and if he felt good. The white-haired figure guessed that the thug finally saw how he felt, assuming he must be ecstatic and all smiles, before stating that he was no different than him. He was sent flying by the kick. The white-haired figure stood over him. The victim coughed up blood, defiant even in defeat. He spat that he would never answer the white-haired figure's question, calling him a piece of trash. The victim screamed in pain. The victim cursed, declaring that he would never answer any questions. The white-haired figure responded to the victim's outburst with a sigh. The white-haired figure stated that the victim talked too much. The white-haired figure offered the victim a chance, saying that he would let him live if he did what he was told. The victim responded by cursing at him. The white-haired figure told him not to worry, because he would do as he said. The white-haired figure asked if the victim wanted to be blind for the rest of his life. The white-haired figure stated that this was where he was going to stab next. The white-haired figure asked what the victim was going to ask him to do, telling him to lick it up. The victim cursed, spitting on the ground. The white-haired figure told the victim to just die. The white-haired figure's shadow slammed into the victim. The white-haired figure said that he would shred the victim to pieces, if that was his wish. The white-haired figure reminds the victim that he was the one who gave up a good opportunity. The victim, lying on the ground, begs for his life, admitting his mistake. With a swift motion, the white-haired figure moves. Elsewhere, a young man lies prone, bloodied and bruised. Another, younger man kneels nearby, pleading with Faust to accept him as an apprentice. The first young man coughs up blood, writhing in pain. The white-haired figure stands above, his hands glowing red. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a forest clearing, bathed in moonlight. One wonders aloud what the stars look like up close, questioning if they are as beautiful as they appear from below. The other remarks that this is a secret spot, a place to catch a glimpse of the full moon. The pair continues their walk through the forest. Below, a figure lies prone, engulfed in flames. The prone figure curses Faust as the flames rise higher. A surge of red energy erupts from below. The red energy intensifies. The victim's eye opens, glowing with the same crimson light. A hand reaches out, grabbing. The hand strikes, and a powerful explosion erupts. The explosion sends shockwaves outward. The red energy engulfs a building. Below, the victim coughs, struggling to rise. The victim looks up, his face bloodied and bruised. A strange, gurgling sound emanates from below. A demonic figure stands tall, wreathed in red energy. The victim, now standing, watches as the demonic figure slashes at him. He wonders what he is seeing. The transformation toward the victim, his screams echoing in the desolate landscape. The change continued, the ground beneath him stained. Kyungjun, witnessing the horror, pleaded for the demonic figure to stay away, insisting he didn't want any of this and that he needed to run. The demonic figure lunged, its claws outstretched. The demonic figure struck, sending Kyungjun sprawling. The impact sent a shockwave through the area. The demonic figure landed heavily, the ground cracking beneath its feet. The demonic figure roared, its rage palpable. Jungo, having arrived on the scene, realized he was just in time. Jungo questioned what had happened to Kyungjun, while Lee Kyungjun wondered the same about Jungo. Lee Kyungjun was shocked to see Jungo. Jungo, sighing, remarked that Lee Kyungjun was also messed up. The demonic figure dashed forward. Jungo focused, gathering his energy. He unleashed a blast of power against the demonic figure. Mephistopheles, watching the scene unfold, called Jungo an idiot, remarking that he had told him to take it easy. Mephistopheles warned that Jungo's powers would consume him if he went too far. Raziel, observing the battle, questioned how the gods could be disobeyed, stating that it was forbidden to engage in combat in the mortal world and that Raziel was losing control. Raziel declared there was no need to worry about anything at the moment, stating that she could no longer tolerate his evil antics. The red-haired demon questioned if that was truly the case. The demon proposed that they get down and dirty, remarking that it had been a while. He unleashed a powerful roar. In response, Raziel unleashed a devastating attack. The clash of their powers created a massive explosion. Amidst the chaos, Jungo watched with a determined expression. The demon grinned maniacally, while Raziel appeared enraged. The figure in the yellow jacket demanded to know what Raziel's problem was, warning her not to tell him what to do. Raziel ignored him, and the group was soon approached by another figure. The newcomer remarked on who they had here, while the figure in the yellow jacket wondered why he was here. Raziel shouted at Gino to run away now. The long-haired figure stated that such efforts were futile. Now that they were talking, the long-haired figure offered to make a proposal. The long-haired figure asked Raziel if she felt it too, stating that the force of the Leviathan was present. Raziel realized that it couldn't be. The long-haired figure continued, stating that Faust had been consumed by the Leviathan. Raziel questioned why he was telling her this, and he responded that she should be able to take care of that herself. The long-haired figure sighed, saying he had grown tired of her whining. The long-haired figure attacked. Raziel screamed, while the figure in the yellow jacket cursed. Gino told Raziel to stop, saying that there was no way they could beat him, and that she knew that. The long-haired figure stated that Raziel certainly knew her limits, and that he could easily destroy Faust, but Mephisto was the real headache. He added that she was prohibited by the gods from even laying a finger on him, but not Mephisto. The long-haired figure attacked again. The long-haired figure stated that Raziel was completely worthless as he continued his assault. Raziel's attack connected with tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the area. The force of the blow caused Jungo to cry out as he was sent flying backwards. Nearby, the long-haired figure watched the exchange. He remarked that he wasn't sure if Raziel was being stupid or brave. The figure then told Raziel and Jungo to stay put and mind their own business. He offered them a deal. If they could stop Mephisto, he would spare their lives. Jungo questioned why he was making such a proposal and what he would gain from it. A figura de cabelos compridos respondeu que simplesmente não queria que Mephisto conseguisse o que queria. Ele acrescentou que, no ritmo em que Fausto estava indo, ele acabaria se condenando da mesma forma que Mephisto havia planejado. Ele afirmou que pegaria isso depois que os dois conseguissem impedir Mephisto. Jungo perguntou se ele pretendia poupá-los apenas por esse motivo, ao que a figura respondeu que havia mais uma coisa de que ele precisava. The long-haired figure grinned, revealing a sinister look. Meanwhile, Jungo was struck by the tail of the transformed Kyungjun. The force of the blow sent Jungo crashing into the ground. He thought to himself that he felt as if he was fighting an animal, and that Kyungjun had blocked his blow with his tail, questioning if it was really Jungo. Kyungjun continued his assault, swooping down towards Jungo. Kyungjun swung his tail down at Jungo. Jungo blocked the attack, but noted that Kyungjun was using sheer strength and not his powers. He realized that Kyungjun seemed to have lost his ability to think rationally. Kyungjun continued his relentless attacks. Jungo was glad that Kyungjun wasn't using his powers. Kyungjun roared, and Jungo realized that he had to dodge his attacks. Kyungjun unleashed another attack. The attack connected, sending Jungo crashing into a nearby rock formation. Jungo realized he wasn't strong enough to take Kyungjun on, but the transformed Kyungjun left him no choice. He had only wanted to make him return to his senses. Energy crackled around Jungo's hand as he prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Kyungjun slammed into the rock formation where Jungo had been standing. Kyungjun continued his relentless pursuit. Jungo focused, grabbing the energy in his hand and pleading for it to work. Kyungjun roared, charging forward with immense speed. A surge of energy emanated from Jungo. The energy slammed into Kyungjun, and Jungo yelled at him to snap out of it. The impact of the energy blast sent Kyungjun crashing into a nearby building. Kyungjun recovered and leaped towards another building. He crashed through the building's wall. Kyungjun continued his assault, striking with brutal force. He slammed Jungo into the ground. Kyungjun struck again. He grabbed Jungo and slammed him into another wall. Kyungjun is sent flying through the air, crashing through the building. The force of his impact leaves a gaping hole in the wall. The wall explodes outward as Kyungjun continues his uncontrolled trajectory. Jungo is struck by the transformed Kyungjun, the force of the blow audible. The impact sends Jungo crashing through the ceiling. Kyungjun slams into Jungo once more. The force of the blow sends Jungo hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. Jungo is caught in a vortex of swirling energy. As he struggles to regain his footing, Jungo hears a voice pleading with him to snap out of it. The voice continues, identifying itself as Gino and asking if Jungo recognizes him. The transformed Kyungjun stands over Jungo, as Gino asks Jungo if he recognizes him. Jungo, struggling to comprehend the situation, wonders what is happening as he is slammed into the ground. Kyungjun continues to pummel Jungo. Meanwhile, Detective Lee, injured and lying on the ground, hears the ringing of his phone. Detective Lee answers the call, and the person on the other end asks what is wrong, noting that he sounds hurt, and urges him to mobilize officers to his location, stating that they have an emergency. A burst of energy erupts from the ground, shaking the area. Below, Jaeyoon's head hangs limp, blood dripping from his face. Raziel thinks about what Jaeyoon got himself into. Raziel believes that should be enough to wake him. Jino lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Raziel looks down at him. Jino begins to speak. Raziel questions what Jino is doing there. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, complete with sharp, pointed teeth. Raziel's neck is snapped. The red-haired figure remarks that Raziel has grown too soft. The red-haired figure stands silhouetted against the fiery sun, holding Raziel's limp body. The red-haired man chuckled, telling Raziel that she would be mistaken if she thought an archangel title alone would render her capable of taking him on. The sound of cracking filled the air. He continued, asking if she had forgotten that he and she had lived different lengths of time, implying his vast experience. The red-haired man stated that if she sought to defeat him, she should at least bring Gabriel. He wondered how a fledgling archangel dared to take him on, finding it simply unbelievable. Suddenly, the man unleashed a blast of red energy from his hand. Raziel was sent flying by the blast. The red-haired man watched her, a sinister grin on his face. The blast of energy continued to expand. The red-haired man remarked that Raziel was pathetically weak. Raziel, with her eyes glowing red, seemed confused. Mephistopheles watched the scene unfold, his glasses reflecting the red light. A large, ornate doorway opened, revealing Mephistopheles and the red-haired man standing within. The red-haired man called out to Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles responded, telling him to call it a day. The red-haired man agreed, and the two of them walked through the doorway. Raziel watched them leave, wobbling slightly. Raziel asked what they were. Mephistopheles told her that there was some place. Mephistopheles stated that he needed to go with her. The new arrival stood his ground, demanding an explanation. He wanted to know what they were doing there, but received no answer. Suddenly, a red, monstrous figure swooped in. With a swift motion, the monster grabbed the newcomer's arm. The monster's grip tightened, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as the newcomer cried out in pain. The newcomer realized that his opponent was growing stronger and that his own powers would soon run out. Meanwhile, Lee Dongo crawled away, trying to escape the unfolding chaos. The newcomer questioned where the monster thought he was going, while Lee Dongo, desperate, yelled for him not to leave, threatening to track him down and kill him. The monster ignored Lee Dongo's threats, focusing on the newcomer. He heard Jungo's voice, pleading with him to snap out of it. With a powerful strike, the monster slammed his fist into the newcomer. The monster loomed over his opponent, ready to strike again. The monster struck the newcomer with a devastating blow. The monster stepped away, leaving the newcomer lying defeated on the ground. The newcomer, struggling to maintain consciousness, knew he didn't have much time left. He resolved to stop Jungo with his next blow. The newcomer unleashed a surge of power. The energy crackled around him. The newcomer's power reached its peak. The force of the blow sent the new arrival crashing downward. The monster's fist, identified as Uriel's fist, struck with 80% of its full strength. The impact cratered the ground. A beam of light shot skyward from the point of impact. Debris rained down as the new arrival was sent hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, Jungo screamed, his body glowing with power. The power within him exploded outward. The transformation was complete. Elsewhere, a figure floated in a pool of red liquid, and a voice echoed, questioning Faust about using powers beyond his abilities. The voice continued, noting that the brighter the person, the darker they could become. The voice added that Faust would face many choices and could summon help at any time, but something even darker awaited him. Another figure wished Faust good luck. Back at the scene of the battle, Jungo stared blankly ahead. He heard someone calling his name. Jino, lying on the ground, had regained his senses and questioned what had happened and why Jungo had taken on that form, while Jungo wondered what he was doing there. Jungo's companion, shirtless and bruised, asked if he remembered anything. Jungo, however, had no recollection of recent events. Seizing the opportunity, the shirtless man grabbed Jungo's arm, urging them to leave the area to talk later. As they moved, Jino, still injured, demanded to know where they thought they were going, warning them to be quiet and explain everything properly. The shirtless man, his expression hardening, reminded Jino that he would kill him if he ran away. He then accused Jino of causing the death of Yu Sunwoo and the loss of his entire family. Jino, terrified, asked if the shirtless man had any reason to show him mercy. The man responded that he couldn't think of a single one, as Jino insisted that he had no choice in his actions. Agarrando Jino pelo colarinho, o homem sem camisa exigiu saber quem era o responsável se não fosse ele. Jino, lutando, afirmou que Lee Seung o fez fazer isso. The revelation left Jino's companions in shock, realizing they were in a dire situation. Elsewhere, a man in a suit, Jang Jun, was on the phone, demanding to know who was on the other end and ordering them to shut up. He then answered a call, learning that his payment was overdue. The person on the other end apologized, explaining that a tough bastard had shown up and kicked their butts. Jang Jun questioned what he was hearing, and the caller continued, suggesting that if he couldn't beat him in a fight, he should use another method. Jang Jun, with a sinister grin, remarked that losers like that needed to be harassed by other people. He then suggested burning down his house, calling out the name Raziel. Back at the scene of the fight, the shirtless man confronted Jino, asking if he knew about everything and yet still chose him. Jino, terrified, claimed he told the truth and begged for his life to be spared. The shirtless man then kicked Jino to the ground. As Jino lay on the ground, the shirtless man questioned why he did what he did. The shirtless man stood over Jino, his rage palpable as he remembered the betrayal. The sound of his breathing filled the air as he recalled the events that led to this moment, the pain of loss fueling his anger. Jino lay prone, unable to defend himself. With a sickening thud, Jino was sent sprawling across the ground. He heard the shirtless man's voice, distorted with rage, calling out his name. The man declared that they were finally free of distractions. Elsewhere, two figures embraced, their faces obscured. In the distance, a ruined building stood silhouetted against the night sky, a silent testament to the destruction that had occurred. A guttural roar echoed through the desolate landscape, followed by the sight of bodies strewn across the ground. Kyungjun lay among them, his phone beside him, emitting a piercing scream. The camera focused on a figure with long, dark hair, their breathing heavy and ragged. Sweat dripped from their face as they struggled to regain composure. The figure's eyes narrowed, their expression hardening with determination. They wondered who the hell was present with them. Footsteps echoed in the darkness as Lee Si-hyun approached. He wondered if he was being called. A figure with long, white hair stood facing away, while the new arrival, still seated, expressed his gladness to meet them. The figure with white hair turned, revealing a grotesque visage, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. They declared that someone would be their new body. The figure with long white hair remarked that Lee Si-hyun looked pathetic, standing over him as he sat on the ground. Si-hyun, looking up, was asked if he didn't look like this a year ago. A year ago, a monstrous hand emerged from the water. The scene shifted to a memory of Si-hyun lying in the rain, a foot stepping near his head. Lightning flashed, revealing a sinister grin on his face. The memory continued, showing the monstrous hand reaching out from the water. Back in the present, Si-hyun was asked who the hell the figure was. She responded by asking if he didn't want to take revenge on Faust. Si-hyun, enraged, told her to shut the F***CK up. The figure remarked that those eyes reminded her of the former him. She continued, stating that he had the same eyes as when he killed his father 300 years ago. Si-hyun, confused, asked what she was talking about. The figure responded that she would tell him the whole story. The figure, Faust student, Wagner, stated that she would give Si-hyun the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a city street at night. The perspective shifted to an interior hallway, where someone rang a doorbell. As the bell rang, someone inside wondered who it could be at this hour. The door creaked open. Jungo was at the door, and the person inside exclaimed his name in surprise. The person then asked what Jungo was doing there, what happened to his hair, and who was on his back. Jungo asked Mr. Huang to please help them. Mr. Huang agreed and told them to come in. He noted that Jungo's wounds were pretty deep and that it was a good thing he had a first aid kit there. He then asked what happened. The red-haired man explained that they needed a place to rest, and the art teacher's house was the only place that came to mind. The other man, covered in bandages, assured him that he could rest there. The red-haired man thanked him, excusing himself to return to his painting. Meanwhile, in another room, Jungo stirred in his sleep. He woke with a start. Jungo wondered where he was, and the red-haired man told him that they were at his art teacher's house. Jungo recalled that he had hit him pretty hard. The red-haired man noted that it was no wonder Jungo's body was aching all over. Jungo asked what had happened back there, and the red-haired man said that he had looked like some monster in a movie. Jungo admitted that he was afraid, thinking he used to know Jay Galwa in his past life. The red-haired man expressed his fear that he had done something really bad to Jay Galwa and thought he was being punished for it. He told Jungo that his mind was playing tricks and that it wasn't him back then, telling him to look at himself right now. The red-haired man asked if Jungo had forgotten who made him become like this, adding that he had no reason to have sympathy for that jerk. He told him to stop thinking about that kind of nonsense. Jungo wondered what he was going to do, saying he was afraid. The red-haired man asked how he knew that blonde guy back at the hangout, since he thought Jungo didn't know many kids in their school because he was a transfer student. Jungo said that he was just some guy he went to middle school with. The red-haired man told him not to worry about it and to get some much-needed rest. As Jungo drifted back to sleep, he muttered Lee Si-hyun's name, remembering Si-hyun choking someone and saying that Lee Si-hyun made him do it. Jungo then asked Raziel what she was up to. Jungo thanked Jino, who told him not to mention it, joking that he was giving him goosebumps. Jino added that he wouldn't have made it without Jungo, saying that they haven't known each other that long, but he really appreciated his help. Jino said that they should have thanked their teacher, but they would do that tomorrow morning. He added that he was really grateful to their teacher, someone they could rely on. Jungo stood in the doorway, phone in hand, contemplating the events that had transpired. He thought about how Lee Dongo had always been kind and encouraging, and that he was truly indebted to him. Moments later, Jungo was still on his phone, his expression troubled. On the screen, a news article detailed a 20 million won reward for informants. With a sigh, Jungo slumped to the floor, the phone falling from his grasp. Jungo then received a text message from his landlord, informing him that his rent was overdue and that he would be evicted in the morning if he didn't call. As his phone rang, Jungo answered, his face etched with worry. A shadowy figure lurked outside his door as Jungo spoke into the phone. He asked if he was speaking to the police, stating that he had a tip. Jungo, covered in bandages, announced that he needed to use the restroom. As Jungo stepped away, Lee Dongo sat up, listening intently. Silence filled the room. Meanwhile, Lee Kyungjin was on the phone, urgently telling someone that they were in his house. Jungo grabbed the door handle, overhearing Kyungjun's phone call. Kyungjun pleaded with the person on the other end of the line not to hurt Jungo, admitting that Jungo trusted him. Lee Dongo sat at the table, head bowed, listening to the conversation. Tears streamed down Dongo's face as he apologized to Jungo. Back in the room, Jungo remained asleep. He muttered an apology in his sleep. Elsewhere, a monstrous roar echoed through the night. A figure asked if the other was a disciple of Faust, to which Beelzebub responded, asking how much the figure knew. The figure declared that they were one of the principal demons, adding that another devil named Mephisto gave powers to a kid named Jungo, asking who did this to him. Beelzebub questioned if the figure expected him to believe that, and the figure responded by asking how else he could explain all the things he had witnessed so far, stating that what he'd seen was all true. The red-masked figure observed the body he was currently inhabiting, noting that it was nearing the end of its lifespan. He realized he might be in grave danger if he waited much longer. Jungo, barely able to speak, questioned if that was why the figure was talking about taking his body. The figure confirmed Jungo's suspicions, calling him a fast learner and stating that once he possessed Jungo's body. Jungo, enraged, told the figure to stop talking nonsense, questioning why he had to listen to his bullshit and calling him insane, confident that he would not be able to defeat him. Galwa stated that Jungo had every reason to listen to him because he could not defeat Faust on his own. Galwa continued, saying that Jungo would be able to defeat Faust if he joined hands with him. The figure added that even Mephisto would be no match for them. Meanwhile, in the past, a younger Lee Sihyun walked with Faust, who was revealed to have been God's favorite mortal and blessed by the angel. The younger Faust wondered who could have ever imagined that he would end up facing death because of Faust. Back in the present, Jungo asked Galwa why he was calling that loser Faust. Galwa revealed that Jungo was the reincarnation of Faust, and that they had met again 300 years later. He added that Jungo's fate was repeating itself, and it was no coincidence that the two of them ran into each other again. Galwa stated that, like he said, Jungo was a quick study. Jungo, barely able to speak, told Galwa that he'd love to hear more of his crap, but he was about to die. Galwa responded that that was exactly how he felt. Galwa declared that he would possess Jungo's flesh and blood as a dark energy began to emanate from him. With his swoosh, Galwa's dark energy began to take hold of Jungo. Galwa stated that Jungo would appreciate his strength. Galwa's dark energy completely enveloped Jungo. The dark energy crackled around the possessed form, a visible manifestation of the struggle within. Beyond the immediate chaos, a grand structure stood silhouetted against the crimson sky. Meanwhile, a staircase bathed in divine light stretched upwards, seemingly without end. Below, Lee Dongo stood on a scorched landscape, while Raziel knelt, seemingly weakened by a surge of energy. Dongo stated that someone was always getting in his way, and that he thought he had made himself clear. Raziel explained that she was simply doing her duty as a child of God. Dongo questioned if Raziel remembered the boy named Wagner. Raziel, caught off guard, asked what he meant, as Dongo stated that Jake Galwa, who was clashing with Faust, is a reincarnation of Wagner, and that he was sure she felt the presence of Faust. Dongo asked if she had forgotten who caused that boy's father to die, but Raziel retorted, asking what he was trying to tell her, stating that she didn't care who that was, and that she was just following God's orders. Dongo reminded her that Wagner was the only human to receive her blessing. Dongo explained that if it wasn't for Faust, that boy would have served as his deputy in the mortal realm, and that the boy asked him to fulfill one last wish before he passed away, and he wanted to keep his promise. Raziel questioned what that wish was, stating that she didn't recall him ever having so much love for mortals, as Dongo stated that the wish was the permanent destruction of Faust, and that he needed to make sure Faust is destroyed once and for all in order to make that wish come true. Dongo continued, stating that he wanted to make him live in a world where God no longer meddles in the affairs of mortals, but that Raziel ruined all of his plans. Wagner, now possessed by Galwa, was capable of wielding much more power than what Dongo could give him. Dongo took a step forward, stating that so far he's just slightly stronger than mere mortals, but a surge of power emanates from an unseen source, seemingly poised to empower an unknown figure. Meanwhile, someone clutches a rosary tightly, believing that no one will be able to stop the impending force. The transformation takes hold, twisting a person's face into a monstrous visage, complete with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. In the distance, a police car sits parked on the street. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone approaches the scene. Two figures survey the aftermath of a destructive event, questioning what happened. Another figure lies injured on the ground, as someone attempts to help them up. Elsewhere, a figure shouts for someone to freeze, threatening to shoot. Lee Si-hyun demands that someone turn around and get on their knees. Someone nearby orders another to be quiet. Galwa tells someone that they are next. The group surveyed the scene, stepping carefully around the carnage. One of them wondered aloud what had happened there, while another checked on an injured man lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the woman with blue hair grabbed the man she was with, while someone off-panel threatened to shoot them if they didn't freeze. The one with the gun demanded that they turn around and get on their knees. The man with the sharp teeth told them to shut up. The long-haired man in the white suit told them that they were all just. The long-haired man stepped forward, prompting one of the men with guns to wonder who he was. One of the men groaned in pain. The woman with short hair told the man she was with that they were in danger and had to get out of there. He asked her what she meant. The injured man stated that they were facing a power that was beyond their ability to stop. The woman with blue hair told the men with guns to freeze and get down on the ground. The long-haired man, surrounded by a red aura, questioned how they dared order him around. One of the men screamed in pain. En explosion érupted. The force of the explosion sent bodies flying. One of the thugs slammed against the wall. Another thug, equally battered, struggled to rise. From above, Galwa observed the scene, satisfied. He thought to himself that this body was proving to be far better than Mark's. Nearby, two more of the thugs remained huddled together, shaken by the sudden turn of events. One asked what had just happened, while the other admitted he was just as confounded. One of the thugs expressed his fear that their lives were at risk if they stayed there. Below them, Galwa unleashed a surge of power. Galwa considered testing his new body. The surge of power intensified. The thugs were killed by the blast. Under the light of the full moon, the city skyline stood tall. Elsewhere, Kim Youngjin cursed, realizing everything had gone wrong. He wondered aloud if Wagner's body was more than capable of handling Beelzebub's powers. Lilith told Kim Youngjin to shut up, stating that he didn't scare her at all. Kim Youngjin retorted that he never imagined Wagner would ditch Mark's body. He then wondered what they were going to do now that Gabriel, Raziel, and Beelzebub were stuck with a bunch of party poopers. Lilith questioned why it was such a big deal, stating that it was just another human body. Kim Youngjin laughed, saying that was what she thought. He then stated that Beelzebub's power was so great that no mortal human body could endure it. Kim Youngjin stated that he was able to keep Beelzebub under his control, but things had changed now. He added that once Beelzebub found a body strong enough, he would end up gaining a tremendous amount of power. Kim Youngjin guessed that Mephisto could no longer take on Beelzebub, which was too bad. Kim Youngjin stated that if Beelzebub found a human body that could handle him, nobody would be able to stop him. He explained that a shapeless demon gains control over a body through possession, adding that that's not the problem. Kim Youngjin's warning echoed as Wagner's body was described as more than capable of handling Beelzebub's power, but only temporarily. The demon would gain control, but not for long. Meanwhile, two figures watched from afar, questioning why Wagner had stopped suddenly. Wagner's body began to emit a strange energy. Inside Wagner's mind, Beelzebub struggled, realizing he was unable to move. He questioned what was happening, but then realized that he was in control of his own body. Beelzebub realized that Wagner was too strong for him to control. Wagner's body began to change, his demonic form emerging as he grabbed his own head. He wondered how this could be happening, as he was only a mortal. The demon roared, declaring himself a demon as he crushed Wagner's face. Wagner, now in control side. Wagner declared that he would spare their lives, but only if they didn't get in his way again. He added that he would kill them even if they were Jaeun's brother. Wagner began to walk away. One of the men pulled out a gun, panting. The other man told him to stand down, but the gunman insisted that he had to do something. Wagner stated that there was nothing they could do. The gunman fired, but Wagner caught the bullet. He wondered where his little Jungo was, stating that he would make sure to destroy everything. Wagner grinned, stating that he would destroy everything they held dear in life. The sounds of chirping filled the air around the building. Inside, one of the men told the other that it was time to go. The man with the red hair agreed. The man with the red hair was then offered a change of clothes, as his current attire was considered dirty. He accepted the clothes and thanked the man. The man with the red hair adjusted his gloves. Lee Dongo remarked that the clothes suited him well. The man with the red hair thought of Jungo. Dongo's expression was obscured. Mr. Huang thanked Dongo, who told him not to mention it. The man with the yellow jacket was surprised to see Jungo. Dongo told someone to take care of themselves, and the man with the red hair vowed that he would. The man with the yellow jacket stated that they were off. Mr. Huang thanked the student with the red hair, who bowed in acknowledgement. Elsewhere, another student called out to Jungo, who was walking away. The student with the red hair simply stated that he would be going. The student with the red hair smiled, stating that he would. One student remarked how much it sucked to be back in school after so many days off. Another student agreed, wishing they could have had a couple more months off. He then stated that what happened was nasty, and that was the reason the school shut down temporarily. He wondered what happened to Mr. Lee. The first student stated that Lee Dong-go seemed out of his mind. He added that Lee would be lucky not to get fired, and that he should have been shown the door a long time ago. He wondered how Lee could stab someone, stating that he was going to the slammer. The second student agreed, but then asked about Jung-go, glad that he wasn't his class. The first student stated that Jake Galwa and his friends were awful to Jung-go. He added that Jung-go's own classmates even bullied him, so he must have felt like school was hell. He wondered what was going to happen to that class. Another student stated that the teachers were going to assign the kids to other classes. He guessed he couldn't study there either, not after seeing all the stuff that went down. He liked that Galwa and Sukmu weren't around. One student asked about Lee Kyungjun. Another student stated that he didn't really bother anyone else but Jung-go, so he was an issue. He thought that Jang Sukmu was the guilty one, wondering how he could kill 5 people. It was hoped that he would rot in jail. Someone apologized, stating that they didn't know the other person was there, and that they didn't mean it. A figure walked down a hallway, unaware of the conversation taking place elsewhere. Meanwhile, 2 students discussed how someone managed to escape and wondered if they had killed anyone. Elsewhere, a news report detailed a shocking case at Wabongdong High School, identifying a minor as the murder suspect. Another man apologized, stating he would ensure all of this because of him and that he would never forget. The news continued, reporting that another student, initially thought to be the perpetrator, had been identified as the murder suspect. Police believe the murders were an act of revenge against the abusers. The serial murder case had been reported at Wabongdong High School. As a result, the school would be temporarily closed as police investigated the case. Investigators believed the same suspect was involved. Lee Dong-go sighed, aware that they couldn't delay any longer. He wondered what was holding someone back. Another man questioned how much longer they would sit by without taking real action, warning that the more they waited, more people would die. He was told to say what he wanted and that he would be given all he needed. The man was told to do whatever he wanted, but he was warned that if he messed up, he'd have to be ready to quit. He responded that there was one more thing, and that there was a student named Jay Galwa. The man was informed that Galwa was a key suspect, and he was asked if he could seek an arrest warrant. He was then asked what that kid ever did, and if he thought arrest warrants grew on trees. The man was reminded that he was the one who did this to him. He was then asked if that was enough reason for him, sir. The man was told that he could do whatever he wanted. The man thanked the chief and walked away. The man was told to apply for an arrest warrant against Jay Galwa now. He was asked if he was sure they would be okay, as this case was very dangerous. He was assured that they were police officers and that they needed to put their lives on the line to solve the case. The man was told to apply for an arrest warrant against Jay Galwa now. The man on the phone stated that with all due respect, he didn't think he would be able to assist the prosecution any longer on this case, as this thing had exploded beyond his control. Galwa, on the phone, expressed his disappointment to the chief, stating he thought he could depend on him when things got dicey. He then took a sip from his mug, clearly unhappy with the situation. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the chief was reminded of how many strings he had to pull to get Galwa assigned to his current position. The chief, enraged, cursed at the caller, demanding to know what he wanted. He was about to lose his job and didn't have time to worry about his nephew. He reminded the caller that he had bent over backwards for him and that he should have kept a tighter leash on his nephew. The chief continued his tirade, stating he was sick and tired of them both. Galwa, on the other end, remarked that the chief sounded very angry and questioned if he knew what was coming. The chief retorted that he didn't care what was coming and warned Galwa to watch his nephew. The call ended. Galwa sighed, deciding he'd better take care of this useless bastard. Elsewhere, a man contacted his brother, stating they had a problem. The brother was furious that someone dared raise their voice against the prosecutor, wondering if they had forgotten all the help he had given them. The man on the phone responded that he knew and thanked him for watching his back. The brother told him not to mention it, stating he was only doing it because he would get something in return. He hoped that when a man got reelected in office, he wouldn't forget to help him get promoted to chief prosecutor. Galwa wondered if he had just been hung up on, like father, like son. The man on the phone was told to go and bring Jay Galwa. The man acknowledged the order. Elsewhere, Jay Galhyun, Jay Galwa's father and a 4-term senator, was called a useless bastard. Jung-go was informed that he was famous now, even though his face was blurred out on the news. It was clear everyone knew it was him. Someone asked what they were going to do now. The response was that they were going to finish what they had started, knowing the consequences they would face. Jung-go sat perched on a ledge, reiterating that he wasn't responsible for his past actions, no matter what he had done. He knew that Jay Galwa was still alive. Meanwhile, the man with the red hair thought to himself that he didn't have much time left and wouldn't get another chance to take revenge if he missed this opportunity. He muttered Jung-go's name. Back outside, the man with the red hair asked if they couldn't just stop right there, stating that he didn't want Jung-go getting involved with him any longer. Jung-go told him to stop, questioning why he was trying to protect him and insisting that he didn't need it. The man with the red hair grabbed Jung-go, telling him that he had to stop and to listen to him. Jungo asked what he was talking about, reminding him that he saw all the things Galwa did to him, stating that he had to. The man with the red hair interrupted, stating that if he killed Jay Galwa, he would end up being his victim for the rest of his life. Jungo asked why, as the man with the red hair told him that he would end up dead, too, asking if he understood. The man in the yellow jacket warned that if Jungo killed Jay Galwa, he would end up dead too. From the shadows, a voice echoed, questioning if he understood the warning. The man in the yellow jacket stood his ground, his expression unreadable as the other man stared him down. The man in the yellow jacket was grabbed by the collar, his face contorted in anger. Below, he was seen looking down, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Sihyun stood with Raziel, who held a lollipop. The air around them seemed charged with unspoken tension. Raziel stated that Faust would die if he became corrupted, adding that any favor from the devil came at a price. Sihyun was told that nobody would remember Faust. Raziel continued, explaining that Faust would be subjected to eternal suffering in the deepest depths of hell, his soul ripped into a million pieces. She added that the ban imposed by the gods would no longer apply, causing the world of mortals to descend into chaos, but only if the gods won. Raziel ominously stated that all memory would be lost. Sihyun retorted that she didn't have to tell him that. The man in the yellow jacket thought that there was more to the story. The man with red hair asked Jino what he meant by saying he was going to die. The man in the yellow jacket reiterated that if Jungo killed Jay Galwa, he would also end up dead. The man with red hair stated that he didn't want to see any more people dying around him. The man with red hair declared that if Jungo still intended to kill Jay Galwa, he would have no choice but to stop him, even being willing to fight him, but he didn't want to. The man in the yellow jacket was told that he talked too much for a little boy. Sihyun's eyes widened in shock. The man with red hair was told that he didn't have to go into so much detail. The man with red hair felt a different presence. A sinister figure declared that he was going to take care of that mouth first. The sinister figure, embracing a shadowy form, declared his intent to tear someone apart. Suddenly, Kim Youngjin was struck with a powerful blow. The force of the impact sent him sprawling. Dazed, Kim Youngjin wondered what had happened, as a golden light emanated from his attacker. The attacker stood over him. A blade of golden light extended towards the bully leader. Lee Sihyun demanded that Kim Youngjin stay out of his way, explaining that the odor of angels was almost unbearable, yet Kim Youngjin continued to cross the line. Kim Youngjin, struggling to sit up, realized that Lee Sihyun must be Uriel, but noted that he smelled different. Lee Sihyun prepared to strike, declaring that he would give Kim Youngjin a hand. With an amazing move, Kim Youngjin kicked Lee Sihyun away. Lee Sihyun realized that Kim Youngjin was the creature he had encountered before. Tendrils erupted from Lee Sihyun's back as he questioned how Kim Youngjin dared to strike him with his foot, suggesting he should leave his mouth alone and kill him instead. Suddenly, Mephistopheles appeared, suggesting they call it a truce, noting it had been a long time. Lee Sihyun, annoyed, stated that he had no choice, as Mephistopheles apologized for interfering in his excursion, but suggested they refrain from clashing further. Mephistopheles stated that they had some work left to do, thanking Lee Sihyun. As Lee Sihyun was enveloped in a red aura, Mephistopheles stated that they would meet again, offering a word of advice. Following his teleportation, Sihyun found himself in a different location. A voice echoed, warning him not to trust angels. Meanwhile, someone ran across a rooftop, seemingly in pursuit. Elsewhere, a man wondered if Leviathan had gained control over Jungo's mind, while also commenting on Mephistopheles' surprising cuteness. Raziel's image appeared on a screen. In a darkened office, a man sat at his desk, contemplating where things had gone wrong. The man reflected on his efforts to raise his son to be a source of pride for the family, emphasizing the need for perfection and the avoidance of weaknesses. He considered his son the biggest burden in his life, blaming teenage rebelliousness for his transgressions, but ultimately feeling disappointed. The man wished his son had never been born. His phone vibrated on the desk, and a message indicated that his son had been located. The man on the phone instructed someone to bring his son to him discreetly, but he was informed of a problem. On a city street, police cars converged, surrounding a lone figure. The police demanded that Jay Galwa put his hands up and get on his knees. Galwa, however, refused. Galwa transformed, unleashing a monstrous form. Someone nearby exclaimed in shock, urging others to stand their ground. Elsewhere, two figures discussed Beelzebub's failure to maintain control over a human, noting that this mortal was unlike others. They acknowledged that angels or demons should avoid disrupting the balance in their relationship with humans unless it was an emergency. They noted that even Beelzebub obeyed that principle after he gained complete control over Mark's body, but things have changed. One of them found the situation interesting and suggested putting things to the test. A figure plummets from a great height, passing by a building advertising a baseball game. The descent continues, the wind rushing past. With a resounding crash, the figure lands, shattering the glass of a storefront. Nearby, two figures observe the scene. One wonders aloud where the person came from, while the other, with a sinister grin, remarks how glad they are that Jungo paid them a visit. Elsewhere, a devilish figure declares that they will have some real fun. The figure falls into a dark abyss. It's dark and quiet, and a voice thinks how comfortable it is, expressing a desire to fall asleep. Then, a voice calls out to Jungo, telling him to open his eyes. A figure stands before another, who is falling. The standing figure wonders who they are talking to. The standing figure remarks that they have never met the falling one, but they look so familiar, adding that they don't feel like a stranger. The figure then introduces themselves as Johann. It's so quiet, the falling figure thinks before exclaiming Faust. The story is to be continued. The red-haired man questioned if the other had just called himself Faust, adding that he had never seen him in that form before. The man in the dark coat apologized for getting him mixed up in all of this. The other man, however, wondered what he was talking about, stating that Jake Galwa had bullied him because of him. The red-haired man asked if he could have a talk with him. The man in the dark coat realized that Jake Galwa must be Wagner. Meanwhile, police officers were on the scene. One of them clicked his tongue, wondering what the hell was going on. Another officer realized that it was Jungo and that they needed to arrest him, too. He gulped, realizing that they were all there for them to catch and that they were going to get promoted. The white-haired man asked if they would please shut up, saying that their loud mouth was irritating. He told them to stop bothering him and just get lost. One of the officers yelled at him to shut up and get on his knees, asking how he dared order him around when he was a police officer. The other officer guessed that they still didn't know how much trouble they were in, calling them a murderer. Detective Choi was attacked. Below, the other officers wondered what was wrong. One of the officers fell to the ground. The white-haired man apologized, saying that he was being a little too loud. Raziel dashed forward. The white-haired man was scared. Raziel told Jungo that she guessed he came to her to help him in his life, adding that she couldn't wait to see him so she could finally do that. Wagner had developed quite a temper. Raziel grabbed Mephisto. Mephistopheles, grinning maniacally, agreed to comply with an unknown request. With a snap of his fingers, a pink energy enveloped the figure. The energy propelled the figure through the city streets. Meanwhile, police officers wondered where Jungo and Jay Galwa had disappeared to. A detective was informed that Jungo had vanished in a thin air. The officers discussed how Jungo had suddenly appeared and disappeared. The police chief asked who the men were, but they claimed to be just passing by. The police chief ordered his men to move out, still puzzled by the events. A voice declared that nobody would bother them. Raziel questioned how a mere mortal could suppress Beelzebub. However, someone was still not skilled enough to harness that strength. The figure was told that they were still not skilled enough to harness that strength. The figure was sent flying. The figure continued to fly through the air. The figure, now revealed to be Wagner, was greeted by Leviathan, who introduced himself as the Archdevil. Galwa stated that he had enough with the introduction and asked the other to leave, but the other one smirked, noting that he had thoroughly insulted him. The figure with white hair declared that he would now have to kill Galwa. With a burst of speed, the white-haired figure dashed forward, while Galwa prepared to meet the attack. The white-haired figure struck Galwa with a powerful blow. Galwa blocked the attack with a shining blade. The two figures clashed, creating a shockwave. The force of the impact caused the ground to crack. The white-haired figure's hand pierced through Galwa's chest, but Galwa retaliated with a blast of energy. Galwa summoned a massive, dark hand to crush his opponent. The hand slammed down, creating a powerful impact. The white-haired figure, seemingly unfazed, declared that Galwa was no match for him. Galwa, injured, admired his opponent's chutzpah, while the white-haired figure prepared to attack again. The white-haired figure declared that Galwa would pay for insulting him. The white-haired figure proclaimed that he would make this Galwa's last day in this world, stating that even Beelzebub was weaker than him. Elsewhere, Li Dongo mused on how foolish Leviathan was. Li Dongo sat upon his throne, observing the battle from afar. He mused that his opponent was too full of himself to defeat Wagner, and that he was merely a parasite in another mortal's body. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure's hand glowed with power. The white-haired figure wondered what strange presence he felt, as Galwa prepared to strike with a golden aura surrounding him. The white-haired figure prepared to unleash Miriam Tadaib, Maria's punishment. Galwa stood before a towering figure of light, ready to fight. The white-haired figure unleashed a devastating attack. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles noted that Leviathan had also been defeated, and that in the end, they may have no other choice. The white-haired figure stood over Galwa, declaring him to be just a mere mortal. The white-haired figure smirked, thinking that they had a lot to talk about. Elsewhere, the red mask figure suggested they look for a more accommodating place. The red mask figure suggested they go for a stroll as they talked. The red mask figure remarked that there wasn't much to see since it was so dark, and then questioned why the other person had suddenly appeared before them. The red mask figure stated that they were sure they had caught the other person off guard, and wondered where they should start. Flames engulfed the area. Faust, engulfed in flames, was questioned how he could do this, as the other person had so much respect for him, and that this was all Faust's fault. The red mask figure advanced through the inferno, each step deliberate as he approached the fallen figure. He declared that the man's father had died because of him. Meanwhile, a figure amidst the flames expressed their sorrow. The ground trembled. Elsewhere, a man with long hair, his face streaked with tears and grime, clutched a knife. He apologized, identifying himself as Wagner. Amidst a raging inferno, a figure stands, tears streaming down his face as he clutches a bloodied knife. Elsewhere, Galwa was asked what was wrong, as he had suddenly become quiet. He apologized, explaining that he was lost in thought. Galwa admitted that death would bring him some solace, but those memories still tormented him. Jungo was confused as to why Galwa was apologizing to him, and pointed out that Galwa was much older than him. Galwa cleared his throat and said that he would explain. He revealed that Jay Galwa, the boy Jungo abhorred, was actually his student. Jungo asked if Galwa was his student. Galwa confirmed that he was, and that he killed him with his own hands. Jungo asked what he did. Galwa looked off into the distance. The scene fades to black. The darkness continues. Suddenly, a figure is struck by a beam of light. The figure is revealed to be an angel, but also a demon. The angel stated that Jungo talked too much and guessed that he still hadn't had enough. The angel asked Jungo how he liked this. The angel is seen with a skeleton. The angel is seen again. The angel is seen again. Galwa cackled, finding the situation thoroughly entertaining. He couldn't believe Jungo was the only one enjoying it. Nearby, Raziel struggled to her feet, thinking that she couldn't afford to think. The angel watched as Galwa unleashed a devastating attack, confident that his opponent could be defeated so easily. Galwa, panting, acknowledged Jungo's strength, noting that ordinary demons would have been pulverized by now. He declared that it wasn't enough to defeat him, and prepared to unleash another attack. Raziel stood within a complex circle of light, bracing herself. Meanwhile, Galwa prepared to unleash his Genesis attack. The Genesis attack shot forward with incredible speed and force. The attack exploded with a deafening roar. The light from the Genesis attack intensified. The attack continued its devastating path. The Genesis attack collided with Raziel's defenses. The force of the impact sent Raziel flying backwards. Jungo stood his ground, bracing himself against the immense power. Galwa reveled in the display, declaring it the very definition of entertainment. Raziel, struggling against the attack, felt the limitations of her flesh and knew she couldn't stop now. The figure slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. The force of the attack sent debris flying as Raziel thought to herself that there was more. Galwa grinned, preparing another attack. The attack exploded with a deafening roar. The force of the blast continued to pummel Raziel, who wondered what was happening. Galwa unleashed another blast of energy. Galwa stated that he was not too happy to be there himself, but was glad things were progressing as planned. He thought that he would be fighting Raziel. The yellow jacket bully thanked someone, saying he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. Raziel asked why they didn't save the pleasantries until after the fight. The red-hair man called them idiots. Jungo listened closely, realizing that he could not join the fight because he was forbidden to do so, but that all he could do was nullify his powers. The red-haired man stated that it was their job to defeat him. Jungo realized that he knew he had to take him out. Galwa apologized for breaking up their little chat, but said that they should have some fun now. The yellow jacket bully asked if this looked like fun to the psychopath. Galwa grinned menacingly. The red-haired man wondered why he did that. He supposed he needed to know. The man with long hair wondered how all of this began. The sound of bells echoed through the town. A cloaked figure walked through the town's gate, holding a scroll. He continued his walk down a grassy path toward the house. Arriving at the door, the cloaked figure pounded on it, calling out to Johan. A voice coughed from inside, and the figure asked if Mark was also inside and all right. Inside, Mark sat on the floor, lamenting his failure. Johan, standing nearby, told Mark that he was incorrigible for being so obsessed with alchemy and asked if he was afraid that Johan was dead. Mark apologized, stating that he truly believed he could end poverty if he found a way to produce gold. Johan told him to cheer up, calling him his friend. Johan then stated that he was the only one who could do the job and that he would succeed, as he was the only one up to the task. Mark, sighing, wondered if he was delusional and just a dreamer who was wasting his time on illusions. He thought he was the only one who had the answers and immersed himself in endless tests. But he was unable to accomplish anything. He was filled with too much pride. Outside, Johan sighed, noting that was when that boy showed up. A young man approached him, huffing, and said that he had heard that Johan frequented this place and waited until he finally showed up. The young man introduced himself as Wagner, and Johan asked what business he had with him. Wagner suddenly dropped to his knees, startling Johan. Johan exclaimed at Wagner's actions, worried that others might see them. Wagner begged Johan to take him in as his assistant. Johan thought to himself that was how he met Wagner, which was the start of his misfortune. Wagner called out to Master Faust, explaining that he had heard Faust frequented this place and had waited until he finally showed up. Wagner was surprised to be addressed. Faust questioned what business Wagner had with him. Wagner introduced himself, but Faust was more concerned about being seen. He glanced around, worried that others might see them. Faust begged Wagner to take him in as his assistant. Faust knelt before Wagner, who stood silently. The narrator reflected that this was how they met and the start of his misfortune. 1 month later, Faust asked Wagner if he wanted to be his apprentice. Wagner affirmed that he did, stating that he had read all of his books. The narrator would never forget the look in Wagner's eyes. Wagner reminded him of who he used to be, but Faust reflected that he was different now. Wagner was pleased that Faust would allow him to train under him. Time passed as Wagner trained under Faust. Faust explained that all of the elements consist of earth, water, wind, and fire, and that all changes are triggered by permutations of these 4 elements. He added that he had no doubt that they would be able to make gold by harnessing this principle. Faust stated that these were just theories and had never been proven. He wondered if the fire would be big enough to reach temperatures of more than 5,000 degrees. Faust didn't think that the heat would be enough to completely melt them, stating that it was not feasible. Faust was surprised to see Mark return, noting that he was only gone for a month, but it felt like forever. Wagner bowed before Faust, introducing himself to Mark and explaining that he had been under Master Faust's tutelage for a month. Wagner was thanked by Johann, who patted him on the head, saying he looked like a bright young man and should carry on. Johann then turned to Mark, who was standing nearby. Mark simply responded with a yes. The scene then shifted to Johann and Mark sitting in a field. Johann wondered aloud when Mark was going to propose to Gretchen. Mark sighed, admitting he didn't know if he could marry her. He confessed that he hadn't accomplished anything and wondered if he was worthy of being her husband, feeling like he couldn't seem to do anything right. Johann countered that she just needed to know Mark's feelings for her were true. Johann encorajou Mark a simplesmente pedir a mão dela, dizendo que não havia nada a perder. Ele então disse a Mark para se animar e manter o queixo erguido. Mark riu, admitindo que estava pouco deprimido ultimamente. The scene changed to Wagner and Faust walking through the woods at night. Wagner asked where Faust was taking him. The pair continued to walk, eventually arriving at a house. Wagner explained that he had snuck out of his house when his father fell asleep, but assured Faust that his father slept like a log. He then asked if Faust had a few minutes, to which Faust replied that he did. As they walked, Wagner asked where Faust was taking him, and Faust replied that they were almost there. Faust and Wagner continued their trek through the woods. Faust announced that they had arrived, and Wagner was in awe of the location. Wagner wondered what the stars looked like up close, and if they were as beautiful up close as they appeared from afar. Faust assured him that they were. Faust stated that he was sure. Wagner then admitted that he had overheard Faust's conversation earlier that day, and that she must be beautiful. Faust was startled, asking how much Wagner had heard. Wagner suggested that Faust propose to her at this spot, noting that the full moon would be out in 3 days and that it would be the last full moon of the year, adding that he was sure the mood would help Faust win her hand. Faust was then approached by Wagner, who was standing outside Faust's home. Faust asked what Wagner wanted, noting that it was very late and that he ought to be home now. Wagner replied that this was his favorite spot and that he liked the view from here. Gretchen lay in bed, the sounds of chirping filling the air. Johann appeared outside her window. He wondered what she was doing up so late. Johann asked if he could see her at their usual spot in 2 days. Gretchen, curious if he had something to tell her, agreed to meet him at 9 o'clock. Gretchen watched Johann leave. She then pleaded for Mark to come. Gretchen waved from her window, a smile on her face, but then her expression turned to one of concern. Mark outside wondered why she was so excited. 2 days later, Faust and Wagner stood together. Wagner commented on how dashing Faust looked. Faust, however, thought this was going a bit too far and wondered how he could be calm on such an important day for his friend. Faust then took his leave. Wagner chirped a farewell as Faust walked away. Wagner said he would check on the fire. He then decided to get back to his experiments, too, and told Faust not to overwork himself. Faust replied that he wouldn't, because he had found the answer. Faust realized he had found the answer and thought Mark must be kidding. Faust wondered what he should say to her. He was nervous, his heart pounding and his hands shaking. He then rehearsed asking Gretchen to marry him. Faust presented a bouquet of flowers and asked Gretchen to marry him, but then thought it sounded awkward. Faust thought that she would understand his true feelings. The red mask figure watched Faust from afar. He was excited for the fun to begin. Gretchen stood in her room, thinking things had been so boring and wondering if the fun would finally begin. Gretchen sat, a serpentine presence coiling around her, as she waited for Faust. Meanwhile, the red mask figure expressed their anticipation to see the expression on Faust's face. They were sure Gretchen felt the same. The woman with the red mask cooed, calling Gretchen her little plaything. Chirping filled the air. Elsewhere, Faust wondered when she would arrive, hoping she hadn't forgotten. As Faust waited, Johann approached, apologizing for keeping her waiting and complimenting her appearance. Johann continued, suggesting a place he would like to take her. The chirping of crickets filled the night air around a quaint village. Inside, Wagner muttered in disbelief. Wagner could not believe what he was seeing. The night air hung heavy as Johann waited, wondering if Gretchen would arrive. He hoped she hadn't forgotten their meeting. She must be running a bit late, Johann thought. Gretchen arrived, and Johann apologized for keeping her waiting, telling her she looked wonderful and that he barely recognized her. He then suggested taking her someplace. Gretchen asked where he would like to take her. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a room bathed in red light, exclaiming that they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Faust led Gretchen, who was blindfolded, through the night. She asked where he was taking her, and he assured her that they were almost there. Faust told Gretchen that she could remove the blindfold. She sighed, saying that he was strange and that the blindfold was stifling. The pair stood under the light of a full moon. Faust asked Gretchen if she liked the place, mentioning that he had only recently discovered it. Gretchen responded that she couldn't believe how beautiful it was. Faust told Gretchen that he knew he hadn't been the most attentive lover. Gretchen replied that she was used to it and wondered why he was mentioning it now. Faust asked Gretchen to marry him. Gretchen, surprised by the sudden proposal, stated that she knew she was too good for him. Faust responded that she made him the happiest man in the world, but that he wanted to take their relationship a step further, asking if she would spend her life with him. Gretchen declared that Johann was selfish, explaining that his work always came first. She admitted that she had always felt insecure about their relationship, feeling that he had failed to make her feel secure. She questioned how much of his life he had actually spent with her, before asking how he could now want to marry her. Johann, taken aback, could only stammer in response. Gretchen continued, stating that ever since she met him, no matter how much she loved him, she had always been lonely. She confessed that she had no confidence in their relationship. Gretchen told Faust that she had been seeing him, even though her father disapproved, but she could no longer continue. Faust, seemingly in disbelief, asked if she was joking, but she stated that she was serious. She stated that two people needed to be in love, and wondered if he had ever thought about how she felt until now. That was why she didn't want to see him anymore. The sound of something breaking echoed as Faust stood in shock. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure stood in a forest. The figure, a woman, declared that the show could now begin. Elsewhere, Mark paused, reflecting on how he couldn't deny the fact that he had forced Gretchen to make sacrifices as he blindly pursued his dreams. He was at a total loss for words. Mark realized that he had decided to keep chasing his dreams, hoping that doing so would somehow bring her back into his life. At night, Johann returned to a building and announced his return. Johann was greeted by Mark, who was surprised to see him. Wagner was also surprised to see Johann, questioning why he was still there. Johann responded that he had work left to do, telling them that they could discuss everything later, but first they had to see this. In another location, the figure in the red-lit room looked shocked, while Wagner looked confused. Johann stated that he had created gold, admitting that there wasn't much, but it was real gold. Johann asked if they could see the glittering particles, stating that it was definitely gold and that he couldn't believe it. Johann thought it was impossible, but he followed their instructions down to the last detail. Wagner asked if he was proud of him, and Johann confirmed that he was. Johann's face contorted in distress, sweat beading on his brow as he seemed to hallucinate a shadowy figure looming over a young boy, who remarked that he didn't look very happy. The vision faded, leaving Johann alone, his expression still troubled as he wondered if what he saw was a hallucination. Meanwhile, Mark affirmed something to Wagner, who had apparently done good work. Johann, however, wanted to be left alone, stating that it was very late and they should all go home. Mark asked if Johann was all right, but Johann dismissed his concerns, saying he didn't want to talk about it, and asked him to leave. The door slammed shut, leaving Johann alone outside. Mark wondered if something had gone wrong, but Wagner wasn't sure, suggesting they ask him some other time. Consumed by sadness, Johann felt as if his entire world had been taken away from him as he watched his dreams crash down before his eyes. His only solace was alcohol, and he spent his days and nights trying to drown his sorrows, feeling as though he had lost his drive to achieve his goals. Mark urged Johann to get himself together, questioning how long he was going to continue like this. Johann burped in response, prompting Mark to ask what was it to him and if Johann wasn't ashamed of himself. Johann wobbled, asking Mark what he had said. Mark grabbed Johann, saying he was trying to tell him how pathetic he was. He stated that Johann should grow up, as Gretchen wasn't the only woman in the world, and asked if he was jealous of Wagner. Johann warned Mark not to dare talk to him like that, exclaiming that Mark had no idea how he felt and that everything he had worked for had crumbled before his eyes because of that kid. The door creaked open as Wagner excused himself, stating that he must have come at the wrong time and that his father told him to bring Johann some food. Johann apologized to Mark, saying he got carried away by his emotions and asked if he could just leave him alone. Mark glanced at Wagner before leaving, while Johann wobbled and tapped on something, muttering Faust's name. Johann's residence stood quietly under the night sky. Inside, one of Johann's acquaintances hoped he hadn't overheard Faust's words. He then resolved to pay Gretchen a visit, unwilling to stand idly by while Faust suffered. The acquaintance stepped away, thinking that perhaps Faust would change his mind if he could persuade her. He admitted to himself that he had never met her before, but hoped everything would be all right. Meanwhile, a figure praised Gretchen's work, assuring her that everything would go as planned, and that she simply needed to play along until the end. The figure then placed a spell on Gretchen's lips, declaring that anyone who kissed them would fall forever in love with her. The figure mused about finding out if love was genuine and sweet, or if it was just a fickle state of mind prone to change. Back at his residence, Johann lamented his repeated failures. He wondered why he always failed, then angrily acknowledged that Wagner had succeeded. In a fit of rage, Johann crashed a glass bottle against the floor. Johann dismissed Wagner as just a novice who had studied under him for a few months before angrily drinking from a bottle. He understood that he was under a lot of pressure and that a little boy had ended up outperforming him. But most importantly, the voice in his head reminded him Wagner had snatched from him the very reason for living. Suddenly, a voice introduced itself as Mephisto, pleased to make Faust's acquaintance. Johann, unfazed, questioned why Mephisto was dressed like that, asking if he was some kind of demon. Mephisto chuckled, noting that Johann wasn't even surprised to see him. Mephisto claimed to have the power to make Johann's dreams come true. He acknowledged that Johann would need some time to digest all of this information, but asked if he wished to see Gretchen again. Mephisto then offered Johann the opportunity to get back his dreams. On that note, Mephisto offered Johann a drink. The man in the cloak stood in a room with shelves full of bottles. Mephistopheles declared that he had snatched from him the very reason for living, before asking who the man was. With a bow, Mephistopheles introduced himself as Faust's acquaintance. Faust, surprised, questioned why Mephistopheles was dressed that way, and if he was a demon. Mephistopheles responded that he had the power to make his dreams come true. Mephistopheles told Faust that he would need time to digest all of the information, but asked if he wished to see Gretchen again and get back his dreams, offering him that opportunity. On that note, Mephistopheles slid a goblet across the floor, asking Faust to have a drink with him. Faust scoffed, saying not to make him laugh, and that he wasn't going to fall for some gimmick. Mephistopheles asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Faust asked if he looked like he needed Mephistopheles' help, stating that he wasn't that pathetic. Mephistopheles reminded him that the choice was his and that he never forced people to do anything. Mephistopheles stated that the opportunity was at Faust's fingertips and that he could summon him anytime if he required his services. Faust told Mephistopheles not to be ridiculous, stating that he could take care of himself. Mephistopheles stated that things were going just the way he planned them to be. Elsewhere, Sihian approached a building, deciding that this must be the place. Sihian knocked on the door, asking if anyone was home, while below, two figures hung from the ceiling. Inside, Gretchen asked that she not be let down. Meanwhile, Mark approached Gretchen, who was standing outside the building. He introduced himself, stating he had heard a lot about her and that he was Faust's friend. From inside the building, a voice declared Gretchen to be beautiful. Suddenly, Gretchen grabbed Mark and kissed him, causing him to flinch. A monstrous figure emerged behind them. Mark, paralyzed, wondered what was happening. A voice echoed in his mind, stating that it liked what he was thinking. He found himself unable to move. Gretchen stroked Mark's face, asking if this was what he wanted, before declaring her love for him. Gretchen asked Mark if they should go inside, and he agreed. As they stood together, a voice echoed, questioning how Gretchen could do this. Mark apologized for lying, but stated he had to be honest with Faust in order to make him give up on him. Gretchen told Mark that it was his fault she had become like this, and hoped he would become miserable. She then told him to go inside. Faust called out to Mark, demanding he say something and tell him it wasn't true. Faust pleaded with Gretchen, asking what about the times they spent together, and if they were all in vain. Mark apologized as the door slammed shut. Inside the building, Faust is overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles assures Faust that his offer still stands, his sinister grin betraying his amusement. Faust is reminded that those he considered friends have only caused him pain. Mephistopheles chuckles, finding Faust's suffering highly amusing. Demanding to know what Faust wants, Mephistopheles is asked why Faust should be the only one suffering. Faust refuses to be the only one to get hurt. Faust, consumed by pain, cries out, wishing that those who hurt him would feel the same pain. Mephistopheles assures Faust that his wish will be granted, but reminds him that in return, Faust must obey his orders when he needs him to. Faust agrees, telling Mephistopheles to do it now. Mephistopheles, amused by Faust's impatience, declares that their deal is sealed. A surge of power emanates from Faust's hand. The power spreads, engulfing the town in a red glow. Back inside, Faust asks Mephistopheles what is going to happen now. Mephistopheles tells Faust that all he has to do is sit back and enjoy the show, assuring him that he will be thoroughly entertained. Mephistopheles then announces that he must be going now, prompting Faust to call out to him to wait. Faust looks on with a worried expression. Outside, the sky rumbles ominously. Mephistopheles tells Gretchen that she did very well, and suggests adding a little twist to make things more fun, stating that he doesn't want everything to go as planned. Gretchen looks on. Gretchen, with a sinister smile, explained to Mark that the power he sought was the soul of an archdemon, sealed away by Lucifer himself. She then asked him to show her his rage and satisfy her expectations. Meanwhile, in the village, the townspeople moved with purpose. Faust, reflecting on his actions, realized he had signed a pact with the devil. He wondered what Mephistopheles was planning. The villagers had all gathered, and they spoke of Gretchen. A stake stood tall, awaiting its purpose. The villagers, armed with torches, chanted to kill the witch, eager to burn her at the stake and restore peace to their village. The crowd continued their chant, their faces contorted with rage. Amidst the frenzy, Wagner protested that Gretchen was not a witch, begging them to let her go. He pitied those who had fallen for such a scheme. One of the villagers, holding a torch, told Wagner that he should be thanking him for freeing him from her grips. Wagner cried out in protest, desperately calling out to Gretchen. Flames rose as the execution began. The flames engulfed the stake, and a figure fell to the ground. The flames roared, consuming everything in their path as the villagers celebrated what they believed was justice served. The fire intensified, mirroring the fervor of the crowd. Meanwhile, Mark gasped, his body wobbling as he struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Inside the church, Faust knelt before the altar, confessing that he had killed Gretchen. Faust admitted to being responsible for everything, not Mephistopheles, and begged for forgiveness. Faust vowed to endure any punishment if only God would turn things back. At that moment, Wagner approached, questioning what he was doing there. Faust simply stated that he came to pray every day. Wagner replied that he did as well. Faust believed that God answers prayers if one sincerely hopes for something. Wagner bowed his head in prayer. Faust continued his prayer, asking God to listen sincerely, lamenting that he had committed a grave offense against his closest friend. He pleaded that if it wasn't too late, even though his friend lost someone he loves, to make sure he doesn't make the mistake he made. Outside, rain began to fall as the figure continued their journey. The figure reflected on everything that had burned down. Nearby, a man told another that the young man should be thanking him. The figure couldn't believe that Faust fell for a witch, calling it pathetic. He resolved from now on not to stray from the straight path, and vowed to kill them all. The man declared that all of them who were responsible for Gretchen's death would not be spared. The man was questioned about what he said, and the man responded by asking if they were going to kill them and to show him what they got. The villagers believed he must have lost his mind to be fooled by a witch. One of the villagers fell to the ground, incapacitated by an unseen force. Suddenly, a villager cried out in disbelief. Li Sihian stood before them, surrounded by a swirling, dark aura. His eyes glowed with an ominous light, and he vowed to kill every single one of them. The figure stood amidst the chaos, dark energy swirling around him. He declared his intent to kill. He vowed to eliminate every single one of them. The onlookers questioned the figure's identity, realizing he was not human. The crowd scattered in terror, screaming that it was Satan and urging everyone to run away. A crimson energy sliced through the air. Amidst the screams and chaos, a figure questioned Lilith's actions, while another expressed disappointment that the situation wasn't more fun. The figure with horns grabbed Lilith by the neck, stating that she mistook his kindness for insolence and questioned if she had planned something like this. The horned figure declared that Lilith should have told him sooner, while Mark urged to burn the whole town to the ground. The masked figure asked if God was watching, stating that they could not possibly defeat him as long as they trusted mere mortals. The rain continued to fall as a figure stood before church. Wagner was told to get going, but he responded that he would be there a bit longer. He was thanked as he left. Inside the church, Johann stood in contemplation. Wagner paused, remembering he had something to say to Johann. Johann, kneeling in prayer, implored God, confessing that he had fallen. He knelt in the church, head bowed in prayer. Johann begged for forgiveness for the devil's temptation that led to Gretchen's death and for the indelible scar he left on his dearest friend, Mark. Meanwhile, outside the church, the town was engulfed in flames. Inside, Wagner confronted Faust, expressing his disappointment. Faust, in turn, questioned what Wagner had just said, realizing the gravity of his actions. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the church. The shattering continued as the town burned. The entire town was ablaze, the inferno raging out of control. Wagner, amidst the chaos, called out to his father, running towards him. He questioned how the whole town could be ablaze. Faust acknowledged that this was the consequence of his actions, as Mephistopheles stood beside him. Mephistopheles reminded Faust that he had warned him this would happen. The devilish creature leaned in, reminding Faust of his promise in return for granting his wish, and hoping he hadn't forgotten. Faust, distraught, realized the time had come for him to keep his word. Elsewhere, someone was impaled by a pink energy spear. The body fell to the ground as someone walked away. Faust looked on in horror, realizing what he had done. A figure walked through the flames, vowing that those who murdered Gretchen would never be forgiven. Faust stood amidst the inferno as Wagner pleaded for his life, mentioning his son. A tentacle emerged from the shadows, poised to strike. The tentacle impaled Wagner, silencing him. Faust declared that Wagner would soon be joining others in the afterlife. Wagner, struggling, urged Mark to come to his senses and warned him that he was in danger, telling him to run for his life. Mark begged Faust to stop, questioning Wagner's actions. Faust supposed that Mark deserved to know the truth, Innocent people were being slaughtered. Mark, shocked, realized that all of this had happened because of Faust, and that Faust was behind Gretchen's death. Wagner laughed hysterically, calling out to Mark just before another tentacle emerged. Faust stated that Mark's realization only made it easier for him to kill them all. Mark, in disbelief, cried out for his father. Faust grinned maniacally as he prepared to strike. Mark cradled Wagner's lifeless body, demanding that his father be brought back to life and cursing Faust. Faust unleashed a powerful attack. The attack paused momentarily. Faust offered to make an exception and spare Mark's life. Faust stood over Wagner's body, the flames reflecting in his dark eyes. He had let Mark know what had really happened. The flames crackled around them. Wagner, lying on the ground, weakly called out to his father. Mark could only watch in horror. Mark called out to Faust. Mark expressed his respect for Faust, questioning how he could do this. Wagner, barely alive, cursed Faust, blaming him for everything, including his father's murder. Faust apologized to Wagner. The sound of a blade echoed as Wagner's life ended. Mark, in disbelief, questioned why Faust had done this. Mephistopheles appeared, pleased with Faust's actions, stating that he had fulfilled his end of the deal. Faust was called pathetic for trusting a demon, as Wagner was mourned. Mephistopheles revealed that he had won a bet to see if Faust was corruptible. Mephistopheles reminded Faust that they had a bet to see if he was corruptible. Mephistopheles stated that Faust had destroyed everything he cherished and that it was a consequence of his decision, adding that he had a gift for him as a token of gratitude. The flames roared around Johann as he flinched, watching the scene unfold before him. Below, Kyungjun's face was cracking apart, the damage spreading. Faust, consumed by rage, questioned how he could have fallen for such a trick, becoming jealous of his own apprentice. Mephistopheles' voice echoed in his mind, asking how he liked his gift. Mephistopheles grabbed Faust from behind, the archdevil's sinister grin widening as Faust cursed him. Faust coughed, blood splattering as he realized the miserable outcome. He felt something shift within him. Below, Mephistopheles watched with amusement. The gold Wagner had produced was merely one of Mephistopheles' tricks. Faust reeled from the blow. Faust's thoughts swirled with the deceptions of Gretchen and Mark, realizing their love was a fabrication created by Mephistopheles' sister. He had become enraged and signed a pact with the devil. Mephistopheles' monstrous form grinned, finding it all very entertaining. Below, Kyungjun was falling, the flames engulfing him. The rain began to fall, extinguishing the flames. The rain intensified, crashing down as Kyungjun fell. Kyungjun's face continued to crack apart as he lay in the rain. Two figures fell into the rain-soaked landscape. A figure observed the scene, remarking on the colossal mess that had been created. The figure mused that Mephistopheles had actually beaten God. A man in glasses questioned who the figure was, noting that he had never seen them up close, but recognized their voice. The man added that it was God's fault for trusting a mere mortal. As rain continued to fall, Faust knelt beside Kyungjun's body, lamenting that he cherished him so much and was sorry he had to go through all of this. He offered to grant him a wish. Kyungjun, barely clinging to life, asked for a wish. Faust acknowledged that turning back time was impossible. Faust dismissed the idea of being an angel, but Kyungjun, with his last breath, asked to take revenge on Faust. Kyungjun wished that if he could be born again, he would have the chance to give back the same amount of pain and suffering that Faust gave him. Kyungjun stated that he understood. Faust told him to close his eyes and rest in peace. Faust remained kneeling in the rain next to Kyungjun's lifeless body. Faust stood up. The mysterious figure in the red mask watched as Faust lamented that Faust had been a terrible disappointment, and that all of this was the result of his foolish greed. Faust declared that this would not be Faust's last life on Earth, and that soon the time would come when he would be tested again. Rain continued to fall. The rain intensified. Elsewhere, a rumble was heard as the red-haired man realized what had happened. The dark-haired man stated that what happened to Jungo was all his fault and implored someone not to repeat the mistakes that he made. The red-haired man asked Faust a question. The dark-haired man responded that he may be Faust's reincarnation, but he is not Faust. The red-haired man stated that he had no reason to pay for Faust's sins. The dark-haired man responded that he was a victim, too, and questioned how the red-haired man dared to tell him to do something like that. The victim protagonist was told it was time for him to go away, but he pleaded against it. The figure above him declared that he didn't care, and that if he killed Wagner, he would regret it. The figure stated that he would do whatever he wanted to do. A surge of energy crackled through the area. The energy slammed into the yellow jacket bully, who wondered how he was supposed to defeat him, realizing he was no match. The blue-haired figure asked if that was all he had. The yellow jacket bully screamed as the blue-haired figure declared that he was all talk and no action. The blue-haired figure was then slashed across the chest. The blue-haired figure grabbed his neck in shock as the yellow jacket bully screamed. The yellow jacket bully was then engulfed in a massive explosion of energy. The red-haired man asked what was going on and why Jino had stopped. He then confirmed that it was Jungo. The blue-haired figure laughed, stating that Jungo was finally here. The The red-haired man stated that the bastard was just too strong, but the yellow jacket bully said it didn't matter. The yellow jacket bully, now with white hair and dark skin, declared that he didn't think he was going to lose. The scene faded to black, with the words "to be continued." The man in the yellow jacket stated that the other fighter was too strong. However, the man with the white hair dismissed this concern, declaring it didn't matter. The white-haired man wondered what was happening. He realized he didn't think he was going to lose. Faust felt something different about the white-haired man. The man in the yellow jacket felt an even more evil presence. He thought that something must have happened while he was unconscious. The white-haired man told him to handle it himself and to stop interfering. The man in the yellow jacket asked if he was going to run away like a coward. The white-haired man told him that he was trying to protect him, so he should watch what he was saying. He then asked what he was going to do about it, and the white-haired man told him to listen because he was much stronger than he thought and things were different now. The man in the yellow jacket wondered if this was all about Faust. The white-haired man thought it was strange that he had only known him for a month, yet he tried so hard to protect him. The man in the yellow jacket wondered if he would have done the same if it wasn't Faust. The white-haired man simply responded with a simple, The white-haired man stated that this was his fight, all the more reason why he shouldn't interfere. The white-haired man heard someone approaching and realized that the real Jungo had finally showed up. He stated that he missed him and thought he'd never see him before he killed him. The blue-haired man appeared, and the white-haired man stated that he never disappointed him. The blue-haired man asked if he didn't agree. Jungo appeared. Someone yelled his name. The man in the yellow jacket told Jungo that he couldn't do this alone and to stay put. Jungo responded with a simple but. The blue-haired figure declared that they should just let him do what he wants. The purple-haired figure responded, wondering what was with all the small talk and declaring that they should fight. With a swoosh, the figure's hand glows as they prepare to strike. The blades clash. The white-haired man, holding a glowing blade, thought that was exactly what he had in mind. A boom echoes. The blue-haired figure is sent flying backwards. A beam of light shines. The light continues to shine. The light intensifies. The white-haired man dodges the light. Kruya air. The white-haired man is shown again. With a swoosh, an explosion occurs. The white-haired man thinks that the other figure is shifting directions while feigning to charge at him, calling it a sly maneuver. He thinks that things are not going to go their way. The blue-haired figure flies through the light. The light continues to shine. The white-haired man is hit by the light, and he screams. The white-haired man roars, his fangs bared as he unleashes a wave of energy. Dodging the blast, Raziel and Johann move in tandem, launching a counterattack. The white-haired man retaliates, swinging a blade of pure energy. The attack catches him off guard, leaving him vulnerable. He realizes that his arms are useless, his shoulder muscles severed, preventing him from changing directions. The white-haired man is shocked to realize his arms are useless. A massive explosion erupts as the attacks converge. He recalls Li Sihian and Beelzebub's warning. Both arms are needed to use his powers. Wagner realizes that the attack would be fatal to his powers drawn from the devil. The white-haired man is struck by a powerful blow. Wagner curses, realizing the attack will be fatal to him as well. He is struck again. The white-haired man screams in agony as the attack lands. Li Kyungjun wonders what is happening, realizing that the white-haired man could only deliver pain to Jay Galwa. The white-haired man is impaled. The white-haired man unleashed a barrage of attacks, his power seemingly limitless. But the attacks were futile against the combined might of his opponents. Driven to the edge, the white-haired man screamed for his enemies to die. Meanwhile, Raziel sensed the situation growing dire and knew it was time to intervene. She began to focus her energy, preparing to step in. The white-haired man continued his assault, but his attacks were easily deflected. The combined power of Raziel and Johann unleashed a devastating counterattack. The white-haired man, realizing the tide had turned, let out a screech as he attempted to flee. From a distance, Jungo watched the battle unfold, realizing that the white-haired man was being destroyed by holy powers. The white-haired man was unscathed by Jungo's attacks, which he could only block. Suddenly, the white-haired man turned his attention to Raziel. He grabbed Raziel by the neck, while Jungo looked on in shock. The white-haired man demanded to know who gave her permission to interfere, as Jungo questioned what he was doing. The white-haired man told Jungo to be quiet if he didn't want to die. Raziel apologized, promising not to get in his way from then on, as Jino told her to stand down. The white-haired man roared, unleashing a wave of power. The force of the outburst caused him to grimace. Weakened, he collapsed to his knees. Raziel coughed, realizing that the white-haired man knew this would happen. The white-haired man stepped forward, declaring that Raziel was still incapable of taming that power and had foolishly wasted her strength trying to use it. He continued, stating that things didn't turn out that way because of her power. The white-haired man asked Wagner what he could do now. Wagner, enraged, called him a son of a bitch and dashed forward. The white-haired man unleashed a burst of energy, sending Wagner flying backwards. The white-haired man asked Wagner if he was surprised to hear his old name again, stating that he wasn't the person who killed him in the past, so he shouldn't take it too hard. He declared that, past or present, Wagner would end up dying by his hands, adding that this had taken too long. The white-haired man stated that this was the end, as Wagner held a knife and cried, calling out to his father. Tears streamed down Wagner's face. The white-haired man grabbed Wagner's face. The white-haired man held the knife to Wagner's throat. Wagner demanded that Gino release him, but Gino stated that he couldn't. Wagner warned that even Gino wouldn't get a second chance. He demanded to be released immediately. From below, Gino stated that Wagner was leaving him with no choice. A glare emanated from Wagner. Gino stepped forward, and a burst of energy erupted from Wagner's body. The figure declared that he was left with no choice, taking a step forward. He resolved to kill his opponent first. The figure began to emanate a dark energy. Suddenly, Lee Si-hyun kicked through a portal, striking the figure. Lee Si-hyun demanded to know why the figure had to do this, questioning what he could possibly gain from it, and if he could even say that after all he had endured. The figure questioned why Si-hyun was going easy on him now, and why he was acting differently than before when he was about to kill everyone. The figure told Si-hyun that he knew in his heart that he still had the chance to call all of this off, warning him to get his hands off of him as a final warning. Si-hyun asked what if he didn't, stating that he then had no choice. The figure began to emanate a dark energy once more as Si-hyun grabbed him. The figure's arm transformed into a monstrous claw as he struck Si-hyun. The figure sent Si-hyun flying with the blow. Another character, Gino, exclaimed at the scene, but a woman with blue hair told him that he had already used up the Nephilim mode once, and that his body wouldn't be able to handle it if he used that power anymore. Gino asked what they were supposed to do, stating that they had no other choice. The woman with blue hair responded that it was no use if they failed to stop him now, and that they would be able to stop Faust if they went down, so he should just wait. The figure in the yellow jacket is told to be quiet, as a surge of energy emanates from an unseen source. With a burst of speed, the figure in the yellow jacket dashes forward, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. The figure strikes, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The impact sends the opponent crashing to the ground amidst a shower of sparks and shattered energy. The figure stands, unfazed, as the echoes of the clash fade. The figure in the yellow jacket is told that he is not as fast as he used to be. He responds that the opponent won't be able to get him like that. The figure in the yellow jacket steps forward, stating that he already knows that, but he won't let the opponent do whatever he wants to. The opponent's eyes glow with an intense light. Energy crackles around the opponent's hand as they prepare to strike. The opponent dashes forward, now completely enveloped in a radiant blue energy. The energy intensifies, forming a blade of pure light. With a powerful surge, the opponent unleashes the energy, sending the figure in the yellow jacket flying. Jungo is called out as he is surrounded by energy. The opponent is surrounded by energy, realizing that this is dangerous. The opponent unleashes the Uriel Fist with 50% power. The force of the Uriel Fist ripped through the air. The impact detonated with a deafening boom. The force of the blow sent the yellow-jacketed bully skidding backwards, his body glowing with a faint blue light as he struggled to maintain his stance. Meanwhile, a crimson aura began to envelop Kim Young-jun as he dashed forward. The yellow-jacketed bully, barely unscathed, realized that his opponent hadn't even suffered a scratch. He resolved to end the fight with one more punch. Below, Lee Si-hyun watched with grim satisfaction, knowing that the end was near. Kim Young-jun struck the yellow-jacketed bully, the force of the blow cracking the ground beneath them. The impact exploded outwards. As the dust settled, Kim Young-jun stood over the fallen bully, remarking that things would have been different if his opponent had been in a normal physical state. The yellow-jacketed bully, struggling to rise, begged Jungo to stop. Ignoring his pleas, Kim Young-jun told Jae Galwa that he would finally end this annoying reality. Kim Young-jun, holding a glowing blade, remarked that it had taken too long before striking downwards. From the shadows, a monstrous I watched with glee, declaring that this was the end and urging Kim Young-jun to finish Jungo off. Below, Lee Si-hyun smirked, confident in his victory. With a final strike, Kim Young-jun impaled the yellow-jacketed bully, declaring that he had won again. Elsewhere, a figure with white hair and dark skin seems to be in distress, as a red-skinned demon wonders who is trying to stop him. The demon realizes it must be Gabriel, whom he curses. Meanwhile, Lee Dongo is asked if he remembers a boy named Wagner. Raziel is informed that Faust's nemesis, Jae Galwa, is the reincarnation of Wagner, and that Wagner received Lee Dongo's blessing. Raziel asks what's going on. Lee Dongo says that Wagner must have sensed an aura similar to Faust's in Kim Young-jun. He is then asked if he has forgotten who was responsible for Wagner's father's death. Lee Dongo replies that he was simply following God's orders. Lee Dongo states that Wagner was the only human to receive his blessing. Lee Dongo reflects that if it wasn't for Faust, Wagner could have ruled over Earth as his deputy, but all of his plans were ruined. Raziel is reminded that Faust and Mark drove Wagner to his death, and Lee Dongo decided to grant Wagner's last wish as he lay dying on the ground. Lee Dongo wonders what it was, as he was never one to grant humans their wishes. He states that Faust must be completely destroyed this time in order to make that wish come true, and that the eternal annihilation of Faust is at hand. Raziel is reminded that even if Wagner ends up dying again, Li Dongo wanted him to be able to live in a new world free of meddling by God. Li Dongo says that Raziel ruined everything. Li Dongo states that now anything can happen. Raziel is asked if she really wants to see the human, who worshipped her all along, be annihilated. She is told to stop talking nonsense, as she is responsible for what happened. Raziel is asked if this is what she really wants. Raziel is reminded that if Faust kills Wagner, Wagner will not be able to live again. She is asked if she is okay with that, and that Wagner has already drawn strength from Beelzebub, so he won't lose. Li Dongo says that he is sure Raziel doesn't want that to happen, and tells her to shut up. Raziel is asked to be honest, and that even if God wins, who will stop Wagner then? Raziel wonders what she's trying to say. Raziel is reminded that Wagner won't be able to live again even if Mephisto wins, and that he will only suffer pain in hell for hundreds and thousands of years without dying. Raziel says that she has a solution: bring him back to life. Silence descends. Jungo, impaled and kneeling, wonders what happened and who attacked him. Jungo sees a figure in the distance and realizes that he is still here. Meanwhile, someone is glad to have arrived on time. The figure states that even though Jungo claims to have attained power, he won't be able to defeat him in his current condition. The figure prepares to use Gabriel's arrow. Jungo struggles to stand as the figure prepares to attack. Lee Sihian arrives, asking if Jungo is getting in his way again. Jungo replies that he has no choice but to stop him. Lee Sihian states that he won't let Jungo repeat the same mistake he made 300 years ago, adding that he was manipulated by Lilith. A monstrous face declares that Gretchen was reincarnated, and that fate is repeating itself because of a bet between God and Mephisto. It claims that everything is because of Mephisto. Lee Sihian asks who Jungo should be hating, mentioning Jay Galwa, who tormented him. Jungo doesn't care, stating that all he wants to do is take revenge on Jay Galwa, who made him become like this. Lee Sihian asks if that's really the case, questioning how Jungo can say that when Li Yun-hee was the reincarnation of Gretchen. The monstrous face wonders if it was Mephisto's plan to have Gretchen die again in order to make Jungo come to his senses. Jungo thinks of Uni. Mark dismisses the idea as nonsense, but acknowledges that he is already. Jungo, enraged, curses Lee Sihian. Following Jungo's outburst, Lee Sihian's companion considered that perhaps he should have killed Sihian first, as the silhouette of a figure appeared in the distance. The companion agreed to a temporary truce. From below, the monstrous form of Bully 3 roared at Jungo, claiming to have saved him and demanding that he kill Jay Galwa. A voice called them a fool, revealing that everything did not happen as planned, and that plans of their own were in motion. The monstrous Bully 3, now with glowing red eyes, questioned Raziel's audacity, declaring that they had lost. Raziel, with a glowing symbol in her eye, simply stated the name Mephisto. Galwa, with a sinister grin, declared that he was the one who saved Jungo and urged him to kill Jay Galwa. He then revealed that he had made plans of his own. Raziel, standing nearby, remained silent as Galwa spoke. He questioned if she thought she had one. Raziel, her eyes glowing with power, simply stated that Mephisto had lost. Mephisto scoffed, calling Raziel's claim ridiculous. He insisted that she wasn't ready to accept defeat. Raziel, in turn, questioned if he thought he had won. Raziel explained that the first reason Mephisto lost was because he thought too highly of himself. Mephisto countered that Raziel thought everything would go exactly as she planned. Raziel retorted that if he hadn't been so cunning, things might have gone the way she wanted them to. Raziel stated that the second reason she was weaker than him was because she was smarter. She added that his biggest mistake was failing to kill Beelzebub when he had the chance. Mephisto was furious, calling them sons of bitches. Mephisto, realizing Gabriel had changed his mind, wondered why Raziel was doing this. Jungo, meanwhile, prepared to use Genesis. Jungo unleashed Genesis, sending a powerful blast of energy toward Mephisto. The blast struck Mephisto, engulfing him in a blinding light. Mephisto, injured by the attack, slid backward. Mephisto, realizing he should have known better than to turn his back on Raziel, watched as she prepared to attack with 3 orbs of energy. Raziel launched the orbs of energy towards Mephisto. The orbs struck Mephisto, causing a massive explosion. Mephisto struggles against the onslaught, his body contorting as he tries to withstand the immense power unleashed against him. The force of the attack sends him hurtling downwards, a streak of dark energy marking his descent. The impact creates a blinding flash of light and energy. Meanwhile, Raziel unleashes another blast of energy. The energy slices through Mephisto, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Mephisto coughs up blood, struggling to maintain his composure as the attacks continue. Jungo unleashes a massive blast of energy, engulfing Mephisto in a blinding light. The attack tears through Mephisto, leaving him severely wounded. Below, Raziel declares that this is the end for Mephisto. Mephisto realizes that he will miss hell, his home, as his existence is erased. Raziel continues her assault, ensuring Mephisto's destruction. Mephisto stares into the blinding light, his expression a mix of pain and resignation. A final blast of energy consumes him. Galwa watches the events unfold, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Lilith comments on Mephisto's shabby appearance, finding it awkward that the mighty Mephisto, who even beat God, is struggling to survive. Galwa watched as the two figures stood before the defeated Lilith. He mused that Lilith would have been in real trouble if he hadn't used his spell-neutralizing powers. Below, the purple-haired girl bristled at being called a little girl. Lilith questioned the remark, but Galwa dismissed her anger, finding it amusing. He conceded that they had won this time and would leave her alone for now. The purple-haired girl demanded to know where the other figure thought they were going, calling them a coward. Lilith took a step forward. The figure with white hair remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen Faust. He would let him go this time, as it must still be hard for him to make a rational decision. Lilith wondered if Mephisto had planned all of this, leaning in as she spoke. She questioned if it was really Mephisto that put Faust to the test again. The white-haired figure wondered who else could have been responsible. He considered if it was God, noting that it was beyond Mephisto's authority to lay the groundwork for that game. He asked to be asked once again. The white-haired figure questioned if Mephisto had started all of this, stating that demons have no power to reincarnate humans. Lilith declared that they were just pawns of that stinking angel and a god that is simply watching from above. The purple-haired girl told her to stop talking nonsense. Faust was given one more chance to think about it. A monstrous face appeared, roaring. Galwa stood, a dark energy swirling around his hand. A figure tapped away as Galwa realized that those bastards were right and that he was wrong. Someone called out Jake Galwa's name, and he turned. With a whoosh, he was gone. He must have disappeared while they were fighting Mephisto. Lee Sihian stated that he shouldn't have listened to the other man, and that he should have killed him first. The other man questioned if Sihian thought he was in any shape to defeat him, adding that he had used too much of his power already. The man scoffed as a portal opened behind him. Lee Sihian's name was called out. Wee Jino stated that it had been a while as he wobbled. Jino was told that he knew about everything and that he was the one who ordered them to set fire to the house. Jino retorted that he didn't want to hear his bullshit. Sihian was told that he had played dumb until now. Jino stated that when he first saw Sihian, he thought he was paying for his sins. Jino was told that he had nothing to say, even though he was treated that way. Jino was asked if he was insane and if he knew that. Jino asked who Sihian thought he was and how he dared let those things happen to him. Sihian was told that it was because he killed her. Lee Sihian was told that he killed Gretchen. The scene shifted to a view of what appeared to be a hospital. Someone wondered if this was it. A man rattled the door handle before entering. Inside, a note was seen on the second drawer. A woman sat in a hospital bed, looking out the window. The man introduced himself as Detective Lee Jae-hyun from Station A, inquiring if the woman in the hospital bed was Jungko's mother. Confused, she asked if her Jungko had done something wrong. Time seemed to slow as the clock ticked, while Lee Jae-hyun sat next to Jungko's mother. She expressed disbelief that her Jungko could have done such things, but Lee Jae-hyun insisted it was the truth and that he needed her help to find her son. Lee Jae-hyun stressed that she was the only one who could stop him. Overwhelmed, Jungko's mother wondered how this could have happened, apologizing to her son and lamenting that she shouldn't have let those things happen to him. Lee Jae-hyun, flinching slightly, assured her that all of this must be a shock and asked her to calm down, but she could only apologize. She started to say something, but then the detective asked who she was and what she was doing there. Lee Jae-hyun, now in a different setting, asked to be excused. A man walks away from a building, lost in thought. He sighs, realizing his mother has Alzheimer's. Nearby, another man smokes, lamenting that he has no idea what he should do to help find Jungko. He resolves to stop the loss of more lives. Elsewhere, a man in a suit speaks on the phone, assuring the person on the other end that he understands and will be back soon. The man in the suit continues his phone call, while another man wonders who is spying on him, recalling that he saw him earlier that day. He demands to know why he's being followed and who the other man works for. The man in the suit reports that nothing looks out of the ordinary so far. The man who was being spied on assures the other man that he wasn't being followed just to see his pretty mug, assuming there must be a reason for tailing him. Suddenly, a voice tells him he's coming with them. The man on the phone says that there seems to be a slight problem and that he will call back a little later. The other man wonders if it's not a big deal. A hand clicks a phone. Jay Galwa receives a message and thinks to himself that he is absolutely useless. Someone is told that they are an embarrassment to the family. Another person thinks that they guess they're still not too fond of them. A man flinches. Elsewhere, a man is greeted by someone who says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. A man is accused of killing Gretchen. Raziel asks what he's talking about. The man responds that it is what she wanted to hear. Someone states the whole truth. The man in the yellow jacket remarked that Wee Jino sounded cuter than he had imagined. Meanwhile, below, Kyungjin watched Raziel. Looks could be deceiving, as Lee Sihian realized he was a bit late. Raziel was confronted by the man in the yellow jacket, who demanded to know what was going on. The man in the yellow jacket grabbed Raziel, accusing her of knowing everything and still making him do all of this. He demanded an answer, but Raziel stated that she had no time to listen to each of his questions. The man in the yellow jacket insisted that he would not budge until Raziel told him the truth. Raziel sighed, questioning if he was that desperate to find out. The man in the yellow jacket yelled that Raziel knew everything, including that Lee Si-hyun was responsible for what happened to his family. The man in the yellow jacket continued to shout, demanding that Raziel stop her bullshit and start talking. Raziel asked what about her situation now. Raziel stated that she had no choice if that was how he felt. She would tell him why if he did, as she asked one more time. The man in the yellow jacket promised that he would better keep that promise. Meanwhile, Wagner wondered why the man in the white jacket was surprised, stating that it all happened as Lee Si-hyun said. Raziel was asked how she could say that she was the one who did that. The man in the white jacket insisted that he couldn't have done that. Raziel stated that half of what he said was true, while half was false. She continued, saying that in his past life, he witch-hunted and killed countless women, not just Gretchen. Raziel explained that his memory was lost every time he changed bodies, but just because he had no memory did not mean his past sins disappeared. She added that a human soul was not born again. It simply moved from one body to another for hundreds and thousands of years. The man in the white jacket exclaimed that if she was right, how could she pair him with that bastard who destroyed his father, sister, and family? The man in the white jacket asked if Raziel called that justice. Raziel asked what the problem was. Raziel stated that all of this was the consequence of his past sins. She added that he was also guilty of killing someone else's loved one, and that he should be thankful to God. Raziel explained that he was merciful enough to give him a chance to atone for his sins, which was why he was putting him to the test. No matter how many people he killed, his actions stemmed from his twisted religious faith. Raziel declared that the power within his heart was both his atonement and his punishment. She stated that it was his only chance for salvation. The man in the white jacket wondered if his current predicament was the trial she spoke of. Raziel, however, was already leaving, stating that she was done with their conversation and was now on her way. Elsewhere, a figure noted the scent of angels, barely able to endure it, yet continuing to step over the line. He identified the other presence as Uriel, noting that he was also being put to the test. He demanded that Uriel stay out of his way. Another figure, crouched low, simply thought to himself how sad it all was. Lee Si-hyun wondered if that was what Raziel meant. He was then confronted by Kim Young-jun, who questioned where he thought he was going. Si-hyun stated that he was going to look for Jae Galhwa and that he would not forgive Galhwa and Wee Jino. Young-jun told him that he must hate him, too, and hoped that hatred consumed him because only then would he be able to take his revenge on him. He then told Wee Jino to go home and get some rest, too. Raziel reminded him to remember that the moment he used his power with his heart filled with vengeance, he would never have the chance for salvation. Wee Jino stood with his head bowed. Elsewhere, Jungo walked down the street. Jungo arrived home, announcing his presence to his mother. His mother looked at a photo of her daughter and wondered why she had left Jino and her behind. She lamented that she couldn't live like this anymore, and that Jungo was the only reason she was hanging on to her life. Jungo's mother tried desperately not to show Jino her weak and vulnerable side. She thought that it was too hard and that she shouldn't be like this. She was beginning to think maybe it was better to die than go on, but remembered that tomorrow was Jino's birthday. Even if it was just once, she was going to prepare a delicious meal for him because she missed him so much. Elsewhere, a figure stands in a room, tears streaming down his face as he looks upward, a single tear escaping his eye. The chirping of crickets fills the night air. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone approaches. The figure from before wonders if this is his last chance for salvation. He wonders what use it is if the person he loves the most is suffering. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached. He considered this his last chance for salvation, but what use was that if the people he loved were being harmed? If the person he loved the most was suffering so much, what was he supposed to do? He questioned whether this was tribulation or salvation, telling himself to stop the lies. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Si-hyun. Si-hyun felt a sharp pain, his heart feeling like it was burning. Raziel had followed him, believing she had done the right thing. Raziel reminded him that she had warned him many times, yet he insisted on ignoring her advice. She warned that if he kept doing that, his soul would simply end up hurting other people he came into contact with. Raziel asked if he didn't remember her telling him time and again that he would be saved if he passed this test. Si-hyun questioned what kind of salvation she was talking about, wondering why he couldn't do anything. Si-hyun thought to himself that he was the one who had sinned, not his mother, father, or sister. He wondered how a god could possibly put the lives of innocent people to the test. Raziel stated that everything happens according to God's will, and she was only his servant. She told Si-hyun that the pain he was feeling now was just a sliver of the agony felt by countless numbers of people he had killed. She then asked Jino if he knew very well what consequences he would face should he use his powers for revenge, adding that she believed there was no need for her to explain things further and that she knew he wished to avenge the deaths of his father and sister. Raziel told Sihyun that he must pass this test for the sake of his surviving mother, also wishing him a happy birthday. Sihyun unleashed a surge of power. He screamed in anguish. Elsewhere, Jake Galwa greeted his father, who noted it had been a long time. His father asked what he had been up to and why the police were after him, adding that he knew how hard he was working to clean up his mess. Galwa's father reprimanded him, reminding him that if the press found out about his actions, they would both be ruined. He accused Galwa of killing someone, even a cop, and demanded to know if that was what he had taught him. Galwa's father ordered him to pack his bags and passport, stating he was sending him overseas. He warned Galwa not to even think about returning to Korea and to plan on living quietly abroad for the rest of his life. Galwa simply chuckled in response. Enraged, Galwa's father asked if he found the situation funny and expressed his shame in calling him his son. He demanded that Galwa put his hand down. The sound of something heavy falling echoed. Galwa's father, now injured, wondered what was going on. He lamented that all he wanted was for Galwa to live like a normal kid, but Galwa had destroyed his life completely. He then asked if Galwa even remembered why his mother had left. Galwa questioned how his father could be so brazenly confident in front of him and asked if he shouldn't be showing at least a modicum of remorse. Galwa's father reminded him that he was told to do as he was told. He demanded to know why Galwa had skipped the expensive lesson he paid for and where he had gone. Galwa explained that it was Sihyun's birthday and he wanted to celebrate with him just once. His father scoffed, asking if he skipped his lesson because of a lousy birthday party and if he knew how much those lessons cost. He added that all of this was happening because Galwa wasn't truly thankful for what he was giving him, something other people would die to have. Elsewhere, a woman pleaded with a man to stop, reminding him that the child was only 10 years old and should be playing with his friends outside. The man wondered what the hell was going on. The man shoved the woman away, yelling that he was disciplining their child and she should stay out of it. He ordered her to go and make them some dinner and to stay out of his plans to educate him. The woman called out to him, calling him mother. Someone slept soundly in bed. A woman stood in the doorway, calling out to Galwa and asking her mother a question. The woman asked what she was doing here at this hour and why she wasn't in her pajamas. The mother replied that she just wanted to see her lovely son sleep and asked if she could sleep there with him tonight. She thought to herself that she was so sorry. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating a figure still lost in slumber. Elsewhere, the memories of the past haunted a young man's thoughts. Driven by rage, Galwa vowed to kill the woman if he ever laid hands on her. His life had taken a turn for the worse after his mother left, and his father became even more ruthless towards him. He was beaten every day, blamed for his mother's departure, and his life became a mess. For years later, Lee Sihyun was greeted by Galwa, who remarked that they were in the same class. Lee Sihyun, now 14, found that school was his only source of happiness. Galwa greeted someone, saying he had been saving the seat for him, and that he felt happier at school than in his suffocating home. Someone returned and was asked if he was joking, and that he couldn't handle one thing. He was warned not to be stressed out by this. Lee Sihyun looked at a picture of his mother on his phone, missing her very much. He thought about how she wanted to see him in his middle school uniform and wondered where she was. A few days later, someone was wished a happy birthday and given a gift. It was said that the senator was quite busy right now, and that his father wasn't going to make it. The older man assured the young master that he understood his pain, offering his assistance in any way possible. The young master then asked if he could ask a favor of the older man. The older man responded that, of course, he would do anything he could to help. Meanwhile, inside the car, the driver asked if the young master was sure he would be all right. He reassured the driver that he would keep it a secret, but the driver worried that the senator would kill him if he found out. The driver sighed, regretting what he had said. He reminded the young master that he had to promise to stay inside the car, no matter what. The young master confirmed that he understood and would stay inside the car. Sihyun sighed as he watched his mother. He saw his mother with a child, and he was confused. Sihyun called out to his mother, but the driver reminded him that he had promised to stay inside the car. The driver told Sihyun that his mother had begun a new life. The driver continued, saying that Sihyun must respect that and let her live her life, and that the best thing he could do for her was to watch her from afar. Sihyun wanted to run out of the car, but something stopped him. He realized he had never seen her so happy before. He couldn't bring himself to destroy that. Sihyun's heart felt like it was being ripped to shreds, and that moment changed his life forever. A woman is greeted by someone calling out to her, happy to see her. From inside a car, a young man expresses his relief at seeing his mother is all right. Suddenly, the car door is kicked open with great force. The young man inside the car is shocked by the sudden intrusion, his eyes wide with surprise and fear. He repeats the word mother. Meanwhile, the driver of the car, wearing sunglasses, calmly states that the young master's mother has begun a new life. He instructs him to respect that and let her live it, only watching her from afar. The driver continues, telling the young man not to take her back into his life, as that is the best they can do for her. Tears stream down the young man's face as he reflects on the situation. He wanted to run out of the car, but something stopped him. He reflects that he'd never seen her so happy before, and he couldn't bring himself to destroy that. The young man reflects that his heart felt like it was being ripped to shreds, and that moment changed his life forever. The title card appears, The Devil's Boy by writer Kirin and artist Jihyun. Elsewhere, a man in a suit is told to have a good day. The man who gave the order is seen in an office. The man in the suit walks down a hallway. The man in the suit is seen with a blonde woman. The woman's purse makes a clacking sound as they walk. The woman's purse continues to make a clacking sound as they walk. Elsewhere, a man is smoking. The smoking man tells someone not to tell him they're trying to bail on him like their lousy mom. He then tells them if they like wandering around outside so much, then move the hell out. The man in the suit is asked where the hell he has been and if he isn't supposed to be studying. The sound of a door closing echoed as the man contemplated his situation. He considered himself a useless loser. Elsewhere, the same man sat alone, deep in thought. He couldn't believe he had to call that asshole his father. He couldn't stand listening to his bullshit. 1 year later, a man stood in the middle of a courtyard surrounded by bodies. Galwa smoked a cigarette, the smoke rising into the air. He told the men that they worked for him now. Another man kneeled before Lee Dongo, who told him that he was going to give them 2 million won a month, no matter what. Lee Dongo demanded if he got it, before kicking the man in the head. Lee Dongo asked if he heard him say fuck, and that he owed them 500,000 won more every month. He asked the man if he knew what was going to happen if he failed to do that, before demanding an answer. The man choked as Lee Kyung-jun called someone, informing them that Jang Jun was behind on his payment and asking what was going on. The person on the other end apologized, saying that they had a problem. They explained that a really strong guy came out of nowhere and beat up all of their boys. The voice on the phone told Lee Kyung-jun that if he couldn't beat him in a fight, to look for another way. The voice continued, saying that the way to deal with those types is to mess with the people around them. The voice told Lee Kyung-jun to burn down his house or something, and that he better bring all the money by tomorrow or else. Elsewhere, a man screamed for them to stop. 2 days later, a man wondered how much longer he was going to keep living like this. Another man responded that he didn't know. He stated that this was going to be the last time he took money from others, and that he saved up a good nest egg. The man stated that he was going to leave his family, and that he had enough money to live on his own now. He would manage somehow. He wondered why their lives got so messed up. 2 figures stood outside, one remarking that birds of a feather flock together. Another figure, further away, was called out to buy Sihyun. What Jang Jun wanted to know was if the money had been brought. Lee Sihyun confirmed that he did what he was told. Suddenly, Jang Jun grabbed Sihyun, calling him a crazy son of a bitch for what he did. Jang Jun revealed that he had one of his boys set his house on fire. Jang Jun was informed that his mother was dead. He was told that the police had launched an investigation and that the guy he ordered to start the fire gave up his name. Jang Jun wondered what Sihyun was going to do. Sihyun told Jang Jun to clean up his mess by himself. Jang Jun was shocked that Sihyun could hurt someone's family, asking what the fuck was wrong with him. Galwa said that he was going home early that day. Sihyun told the other man to get the fuck out of his sight, threatening to kill him if he saw him again. Sihyun told Jang Jun to listen up, saying that he was going to wish he were dead. Sihyun warned that if he or Sihyun ended up taking any blame for this mess, he suggested that Jang Jun clean up the mess by himself. He added that from now on, Jang Jun should think before he did anything. 1 month later, Jang Jun took all the blame for the arson attack. Thanks to the ridiculously lax laws of this country, Jang Jun ended up spending just 1 year in juvenile prison. Lee Sihyun ended up feeling extremely guilty for what he'd said and stopped collecting money. Sihyun also had no more reason to, now that Lee Sihyun had stopped. The bell rang, signaling that it was time for the test. The students were told to put their pens down and pass up the test papers. The students murmured about the test. One student asked Galwa how he did on the test. Another student remarked that he couldn't believe everyone studies for this stuff, saying it's so easy. Another student told him that he's always gotten good grades, but he has a lousy personality. He asked what he said, telling him to keep flapping, man. He asked if he said something wrong, suggesting they get some. 2 figures walked together, one mentioning it was his mother's birthday yesterday, and that he was thinking of getting her a gift. He reflected on how she used to love receiving flowers on her birthdays, something he hadn't done in years, and wondered if there was something else he could get her. Lee Sihyun was then asked what mothers like to receive as gifts, to which he responded with a confused huh. Later, Sihyun stood outside a building, contemplating that his mother might not feel comfortable seeing him. He left the gift outside her door. Moments later, Sihyun received a message. Meanwhile, Jungo said goodbye to someone, mentioning he was going home and would see them tomorrow. Jungo then returned home, announcing that he had already eaten and was told to come over. Jungo was asked what was wrong and what he had done this time. His father crushed the gift box. Jungo was questioned about how he dared go there and who gave him the address, before being shown the crushed gift. Jungo realized his mother had brought it back herself, and his father called him a worthless loser. His father questioned why Jungo never listened to him. His father expressed his disbelief that Jungo was his son, stating that if he had just listened to him once, his mother would still be here, and warned Jungo not to make him laugh. The man in the suit questions what he just heard. Enraged, he grabs the other man by the head, demanding to know what he said. Lee Si-hyun wonders if it was so wrong to give his own mother a present, lamenting that he can't even thank her for raising him. He then asks what he did wrong, stating that she left because of the man in front of him. The man strikes Lee Si-hyun across the face. He shouts at him to stop right there, calling him a son of a bitch. Si-hyun declares that he is no longer his son and tells him to go live with another woman. Lee Si-hyun reveals that he has been living in a house that his secretary got for him. The man falls to his knees. He tells Lee Si-hyun that he has been more of a father to him than his own. Meanwhile, another man warns that he will kill him if he interferes with his affairs again, adding that if he ignores his warning and hurts the secretary in any way. A figure with glowing eyes declares that they're going to make sure to kill him. Someone tells the detective that he is making a mistake and that it's not a big deal. The detective is told to please stop, as he doesn't even have an arrest warrant. He asks what he did wrong. He is told that he is involved in this investigation, and they can't let him go that easily. The detective is slammed into a wall. The detective thinks that he hit his head. Someone tells him that he should have listened to them. The detective is told to let them give him some advice. He's going to get hurt if he keeps meddling. They add that they can make people like him disappear. Someone says, "Let's go." Another responds, "Yes, sir." Someone asks where they think they're going. They are told, "You're..." A figure declares that things will get easier if his identity is known. The declaration is followed by a loud boom, and the figure, revealed to be Galwa, demands to know where Jae Galwa is. A bald man in a suit confronted Junggo, stating that he had finally found him and questioned what Junggo and Galwa had been up to. The bald man told Junggo to never mind the small talk and that he needed to come with him. The bald man ordered his boys to move out. The bald man instructed his men to put the kid in the car, telling Junggo that he'd better come with them. Meanwhile, a figure with red and white hair wondered who they were talking about. Elsewhere, a man ordered someone to leave the chief out of this, threatening that if anything happened to him, they were finished. The person on the other end of the line said that they understood. Another man, seemingly in distress, was told not to just sit there and to call him. He responded that he would do that right now. The man slid his phone across the table and began to make a call. On the other end of the line, the person he was calling was screaming, reporting that they had run into a problem with the senator. The man on the phone continued to scream, while the other man demanded that he give him the phone now. The man on the phone was then attacked. Lee Dong-go was on the phone with someone, who told him that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Lee Dong-go thanked them for everything. The person on the other end of the line was then attacked. The attacker then got on the phone, remarking about who was on the line, calling Lee Dong-go their little master. On the phone, Galwa is told, "Why you?" Meanwhile, the man with red hair is on the phone, and he is furious. He shouts, "F***CK, you son of a B***TCH. He is asked what he is so worked up about. The man on the other end of the line asks what he's going to do about it. The man with long dark hair is asked where he is right now. The red-haired man says that if he's not going to run away again, then he should come find him. He is told to meet 2 days from now at the place where their hellish relationship began, and that he will be waiting. The man with long dark hair screams in pain. The man with long dark hair continues to scream as Lee Dong-go watches. Lee Dong-go is told that he has a job to do. Meanwhile, the red-haired man walks down a hallway. The red-haired man is told, "Well done. You're a good actor." The man with glasses is told not to forget their agreement, in return for him sparing his life. He is told that he must hide himself for 2 days. The red-haired man is asked why he is being allowed to live. He is told that there is no reason to kill him, but if he interferes in his fight with Jae Galwa, then... The red-haired man is warned that he will give him a reason to kill him, and that he won't let that happen. He is told that Junggo needs to stop this right now, because it is too dangerous. The man with glasses says that he doesn't have much time left, and asks if he can ask for one favor. The red-haired man says that it is not difficult, and tells him to listen carefully. The masked figure was being scolded. Lilith told him not to be arrogant, saying that Raziel was smarter than he thought. Lilith told him to shut up, but he simply responded with a whatever. Faust wobbled, and the red-haired man asked what he was going to do, telling him that this fight would be his last chance. The man with glasses stated that Faust would end up doing what he wanted him to do. Meanwhile, Galwa stood on the edge of a building, the wind blowing around him. Lee Si-hyun was also on a rooftop with another person. Lee Si-hyun was asked what he was going to do. Elsewhere, the villagers were still trying to burn Gretchen, insisting that she was not a witch. The man holding the torch told them to let go of her, calling them bastards. He thought to himself how pathetic it was that they fell for a witch, and that they should be thanking him for saving them from her. A villager threw a torch at a stake, and the crowd screamed. The villagers continued to scream as the stake was lit. The flames engulfed the stake as a figure kneeled before it. The flames continued to burn as the figure screamed. The flames rose higher as the figure continued to scream. The flames continued to burn. Lee Si-hyun admitted that he still couldn't decide what he should do. Raziel noted that there must be a lot on his mind. The woman with blue hair hoped he wouldn't make the wrong choice. Below, the man in the white jacket knew how much hatred he had toward Regino. He knew that Gino probably felt the same way about him, and asked that he stop following him. The woman with blue hair stared blankly ahead. 2 days later, the sign for the Vyrek Motel was visible. Inside one of the rooms, Lee Dongo sat on the edge of the bed. He realized his hands were completely tied up and that young master would be in trouble. But if he interfered, he might end up putting his own life in danger. Dongo recalled that the kid said he didn't have much time left. He wondered if that meant he had only a limited amount of time to use his powers. In that case, he had to stop young master from fighting him. The phone began to ring. Dongo thought to himself that he only had to wait one more day, but he guessed that was too much to ask and told the person on the other end to please answer the phone. The man on the other end of the line said that he had been watching Dongo all along. Suddenly, a man surrounded by a red aura appeared behind Dongo. Dongo was surprised at how suddenly he appeared. He thought to himself that Jake Galwa was lucky to have someone like him around, but it was too bad that he ended up endangering his life. He was loyal and caring. The man with the red aura slid a knife out. The man stabbed Dongo, who screamed in pain. Dongo called out to young master. Dongo fell to the ground. Blood pooled around Dongo's body. Outside, the motel stood tall. Sighing, the new arrival lamented having to close down the art school and falling behind on rent. He wondered if his work would get the green light this time. As he worked, a sudden ring echoed through the apartment. He paused, wondering who could be visiting so early in the morning. The door creaked open slightly. Lee Dongo peered through the narrow opening, asking who was there. He was startled to see a monstrous figure on the other side, who declared that he was Jungo's Achilles heel. The man cried out as he crashed to the floor, scattering debris around him. Gasping, he scrambled back, fear etched on his face. Still catching his breath, he decided he'd better call the police. The man begged for his life, offering anything to be spared. A hand reached down and grabbed him. There was a sickening crunch as his neck was snapped. The blue-skinned figure declared that he was an important part of this fight. Elsewhere, a figure stood in the distance. The figure with pink hair continued to watch. Meanwhile, a brutal fight continued. Another man crashed to the ground. Enraged, he demanded that his opponent get up. The down man didn't know what had gotten into his opponent this time, but he was dead, and the other man was going to kill him. He vowed to take revenge on that bastard for what he did to him, no longer willing to take it anymore. The scene shifts, revealing a flashback. It was a time when accepting Mephistopheles' offer was still a choice. Back then, he wondered what would have happened if he hadn't accepted the offer. Would Yoonhee still be alive? Now, back in the present, the pink-haired Kim Youngjun hoped Jungo would be here, and as if on cue, he arrived. Kim Youngjun taunted Jungo, asking if he hadn't figured it out yet. One of the thugs admitted that he had left it up to the detective because he didn't want to waste his time on Jungo. Something, however, told him to come, and he guessed he lucked out. Kim Youngjun scoffed, saying he wouldn't call that lucky. He then unleashed a burst of energy. Lee Si-hyun heard that the detective bastard said he could only kill what's in his line of sight. He thought that Kim Youngjun might just be guessing, but he'd seen what he could do, so it was worth a try. Kim Youngjun ordered his men to kill Jungo. Jungo, realizing he had no choice, decided to just get warmed up until that jerk arrived. Nearby, detectives watched the scene unfold. One asked if they had checked inside the building. His partner confirmed that he had checked an hour ago, and it was empty. The detective asked what they should do now, wondering if they should just wait until something happens. His partner stated that they had no choice. The detective resigned himself to waiting. Back at the scene of the fight, one of the thugs couldn't believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed that nothing works on this guy, stating that he's not human. Jungo continued his assault, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Kim Youngjun stepped on one of his fallen men, telling Jungo that these guys suffered for no reason because of him. He added that Jungo should have stood down when he had the chance, asking if he would have stood down if he went to jail for something he didn't do. Two figures stood in the darkness, one seated and the other standing. The seated figure remarked that the other wanted revenge, but there was one funny thing about revenge. It's only possible if you have the power. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the seated figure, streaking towards the school. The energy struck one of Kim Youngjun's lackeys, piercing him straight through. The energy continued its path, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Jake Galwa stood, his chest bare, the mark upon it glowing. Galwa watched as the figure in black ran towards him, leaving a trail of bodies behind. The figure called out to Galwa, asking if he had come to help. The figure thanked Galwa, saying that he thought he was the only one who thought of them as friends, but Galwa was thinking about him too. Galwa responded that they could do this if they put their strength together. Galwa unleashed his power, striking down another of Youngjun's men. Kim Youngjun coughed up blood, wondering why. Galwa stood amidst the carnage, his powers swirling around him. Another body fell to the ground. The figure in black remarked that Galwa was as ruthless as ever. Galwa responded that this was more like him. Galwa stood tall, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, as the figure in black watched from below. The figure in black thanked Galwa for cleaning up the corpses, thinking to himself that now, he should repay him for that deed. Galwa stated that this started, it's their last fight. The figure in black asked what he was up to now, and Galwa told him to hold on a second. The figure in black thought to himself that Galwa murdered Chief, and so he thought he should repay him for that deed. The new arrival stated that he had prepared a little surprise. He questioned what the other man was talking about. stating that he was simply taking revenge for killing those who were valuable to him. He then declared that he was taking revenge on him, too. Elsewhere, a blue-skinned figure with long hair asked if revenge required power, and what was said to that bastard Sukmu. A surge of energy erupted. Nearby, a man pointed out something to his companion. Massive, glowing purple crosses rose into the sky. Two figures looked on in shock, wondering what was happening. More crosses were erected. Kyungjun called out for Mr. Huang and his mother. Kyungjun realized they had to save them. A cross was erected with a clang. People were thrown to the ground. They cried out for help. Others asked if they were all right. One man thought this was completely unexpected. Another urged others to hurry up and call for reinforcements. Kyungjun stared up at the crosses. The blue-skinned figure stated that he did some research on the people around him, and if he went out of his way to try and help them, he would kill them first himself. People were crucified on the crosses. Kyungjun glared, calling the figure a bastard. The figure stated that it was for his mother and teacher, who he considered as his father. Depending on what Kyungjun does, the new arrival states that the lives of the crucified will either be sacrificed or spared. The new arrival adds that what is happening is because of what Kyungjun and he did, and there's no turning back. The new arrival cackles, asking if Kyungjun doesn't think this is fun. He then offers to make a deal. Meanwhile, one of the crucified victims is asked if he wants to play a game. The new arrival states that it is just him and Kyungjun. The new arrival is betting on the lives of those two. A sinister voice echoes in the room, proposing a game to the two figures present. The terms are set. The game involves betting on the lives of others, with the stakes dangerously high. The title of the story is revealed, The Devil's Boy. The figure in black explains the rules, stating that they are very simple. He then reminds the other that he has the power to make others feel pain. The figure continues, stating that he will make sure one of them feels exactly the same amount of pain that he suffered. The figure with red hair asks what the other is talking about. The blue-haired figure reveals that this is what he has been doing all along. He believes Jungo has probably figured out what is happening by now. With a flourish of dark energy, the blue-haired figure declares that the party is about to begin. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, poised to strike. The red-haired figure leaps into action, narrowly avoiding the attack. Summoning a blade of pure energy, he prepares to strike back. The blue-haired figure grins, seemingly unfazed by the counterattack. The red-haired figure pauses, his eyes narrowed in determination as he prepares to attack. The blue-haired figure relishes the moment, declaring that this is fun. The blue-haired figure questioned how much longer Jungo could endure the beating. The force of the blow created a shockwave. The blue-haired figure continued to taunt Jungo, asking if he thought it pathetic to be so helpless. Another powerful blow landed. The impact pulverized the ground. The blue-haired figure urged Jungo to strike back if he was angry. The force of the impact slammed Jungo into the ground. The blue-haired figure remarked that this was too boring, but it would do. The blue-haired figure declared that he just needed to kill Jungo and commanded him to die. A surge of energy emanated from the blue-haired figure. The blue-haired figure prepared to unleash Miriam's punishment, promising to finish off Jungo's mom and teacher with his own hands after he was dead. The energy manifested as a series of interconnected beams. The energy beams converged, forming what was called Trace Bruja, or Three Witches. The energy intensified. Jungo was struck by the blast. The force of the Trace Bruja attack ripped through the air. The blast sent Jungo hurtling backwards. The blue-haired figure unleashed another attack, an arrow of depravity. The figure grinned, declaring it was over. Jungo plummeted through the air. Another blast erupted below. The blue-haired figure stood amidst the chaos. The figure's face contorted in a maniacal expression. Elsewhere, Faust appeared battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Faust and the woman with long dark hair stood in a stark red space. She stated that Faust was still too weak, even though his disciple was quite powerful. She questioned why he cared about the lives of two mere mortals, when he had previously shown no qualms about taking human lives. She mocked him for destroying people who were precious to others. She couldn't believe he had become so helpless, even though he possessed her powers. Faust thought to himself, how could he possibly keep living if they were gone, and who would love him then? She stated that they were precious to her, and there weren't many people like that in her life. She asked if all of this was because of such trivial feelings, and supposed humans were really weak beings. She questioned if he died without being able to do anything, how would he possibly be able to save the ones he wished to protect? She then asked what he wanted her to do. Faust wondered what he could possibly do in this situation. She offered to hand over control of his body to her, stating that if he couldn't do it, she would do it for him. She believed that protecting the lives of others could be such an arrogant task for those who were so weak. As the blue-haired figure stood before him, Jungo considered the safety of his mother and Mr. Huang should he fight Jay Gaohua. The figure declared that as long as he acted as he did, he wouldn't be able to protect anyone, not even himself. The figure dismissed Jungo's concerns as ridiculous. The figure questioned if Jungo truly had the luxury to worry about others' lives. She stated that he was sorely mistaken and that he continued to be greedy, as this was a war where he would be killed if he didn't kill first. The figure warned that if Jungo died, the people he loved would be killed as well. She asked what he thought was wiser, getting killed without being able to do anything, or at least putting up a fight. She concluded that he was making the most foolish decision right now. The figure described people blinded by a grandiose sense of justice as the most pathetic, those who try to help others while failing to look at themselves. She urged him to think carefully about what led him to his predicament. The figure questioned if Jungo thought he'd be able to protect anyone with that absurd sense of justice. Jungo denied that he was. The figure asked why he thought that happened, suggesting that he probably knew the reason better than she did. The reason, she stated, was because Faust was such a weak human being. The figure proposed that she take control of Faust's body, stating that she would gain control over his weakness. Faust urged himself to hurry. He was told to embolden himself with hatred and vengeance and finish the battle. Elsewhere, Lee Dongo watched the events unfold. Raziel unleashed a powerful attack. Kim Youngjun appeared to have been struck by the blast. Kim Yan screaming. Kim Youngjun laughed, stating he knew Jungo wouldn't go down that easily. He declared that they hadn't even begun to have fun. Kim Youngjun screamed again. Youngjun, now transformed, cackled, declaring that he had become a true monster. He announced that they no longer needed the two humans and that it was time to begin Phase 2. With a burst of speed, the transformed Youngjun dashed forward. The force of the blow sent Raziel flying, the impact creating a shockwave. The sound echoed through the night as the fight continued near the train yard. Meanwhile, Lee Si-hyun stood some distance away, the rustling of the wind the only sound accompanying him. He heard someone call out to him, asking if it was Wee Jino. The voice belonged to Jungo, who stood on the train tracks. He asked if it was Jino. Si-hyun, surrounded by a glowing aura, responded that he was sure Jungo knew what this meant. With a surge of power, Si-hyun affirmed that he did know, calling out Lee Si-hyun's name. Si-hyun stated that he knew Jungo would come and find him, and that Jungo intended to take revenge on his family. A blinding light erupts as the two forces collide. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, the sound of the crunching collision echoing through the air. With a swift motion, Lee Si-hyun dodges another attack. The monster roars, its voice a guttural cry of rage. The monster chomps down on Si-hyun, but he manages to evade the worst of the attack. The monster's jaws grind together, the sound of bone and flesh tearing apart filling the air. The monster is sent flying backwards. A massive explosion erupte. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. Si-hyun is sent flying through the air. The sound of the impact echoes as Si-hyun crashes into the ground. The monster, enraged, prepares to strike again as Si-hyun looks up, his expression grim. Another explosion rocks the area. The monster is sent reeling from the force of the blast. Si-hyun rises to his feet, ready to continue the fight. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of destruction. From within the inferno, the monstrous figure loomed, a testament to raw power. The monster with blue hair acknowledged the strength of his opponent. Meanwhile, the strange barrier continued to pulse with energy. Those trapped within wondered if anyone could help. Elsewhere, a man lamented his helplessness, unable to believe there was nothing he could do. He knew reinforcements were on their way, but they were still 10 minutes out. The police struggled to maintain order, urging the crowd to stand back. They murmured about the crosses and the people tied to them. The onlookers questioned the nature of the battle, wondering if the combatants were even human and if the people on the crosses should be rescued. The police continued to try and keep the crowd back, setting up roadblocks around the area. Another man expressed his frustration, feeling helpless as he watched the chaos unfold. He knew they had to rescue those people. Far away, Jungo was asked if everything was going to be all right. Back at the fight, the blue-haired monster and Si-hyun collided with tremendous force. Each blow was dangerous. Despite the danger, the blue-haired monster was not thinking about what he was doing. Si-hyun faced his opponent, who warned him against attacking, implying that the lives of those on the crosses were at stake. The blue-haired monster declared that the fight was no fun. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. The monster turned, a gust of wind accompanying its movement. Another powerful blow landed. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. The monster and the fiery figure clashed once more. The monster commanded the fiery figure to stop. The blue-haired monster questioned if Si-hyun cared about the fate of those on the crosses, implying that his continued attacks put them at risk. Below, the monster's power surged. One of the women tied to the crosses screamed in terror. The monster's face contorted in rage as it heard the woman scream. The woman begged not to be killed, while the monster remarked that she still had some sense of reality. The monster stated that by clinging to reality, he would have the pleasure of killing the real Jungo. The monster prepared to unleash another devastating attack. The ground cracked as something immense moved with incredible speed. The blue-haired monster roared, its rage echoing through the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a figure bathed in divine light appeared, seemingly silencing the monster's rage. The light intensified, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The blue-haired monster, unfazed, declared that this was the price for showing off, lamenting that his opponent couldn't simply accept being a bug to be squashed and questioning why they had to escalate the situation. The divine light continued to assault the monster, who demanded if Faust understood what he was saying. The energy exploded outward, creating a cataclysmic shockwave. Meanwhile, Jungo remained trapped in the center of the monster's power. The red-haired man vowed to kill his mother, teacher, and everyone else after he died, declaring that they shall perish too. The blue-haired monster continued to channel power, seemingly unaffected by the divine assault. The monster declared that he would destroy even that small possibility as energy crackled around him. A dark, ominous energy descended from above. Lucifero was the name given to the descending energy. The dark energy intensified, pulsing with malevolent intent. The blue-haired monster prepared to unleash the Uriel Fist. A blinding light erupts. The force of the blast sends shockwaves outward. The blue-haired monster recognizes his attacker. He realizes it is Lee Si-hyun. The monster, enraged, acknowledges that Jungo cherishes the two people he holds hostage. Golden energy surges around Lee Si-hyun. The monster wonders what powers Si-hyun possesses, recognizing Jae Galhwa. The man who looks like Lee Kyung-jun recognizes Lee Si-hyun. Lee Jae-hyun demands to know what Lee Si-hyun is doing there. Lee Si-hyun glares intensely. Meanwhile, Jungo remains kneeling, surrounded by golden aura. Lee Si-hyun lands nearby. Jungo remains kneeling, as Lee Jae-hyun demands to know what he is trying to do. Lee Si-hyun reflects on his past actions and the loss of his family, blaming Jungo. Lee Si-hyun states that he wants to fight Jungo and take his revenge. Lee Si-hyun acknowledges that while he wants to protect those precious to him, he won't be able to stop Jae Galhwa by himself, even though Jungo's power has already transcended theirs. Si-hyun began by asking for a favor, explaining that he was doing it for the sake of his surviving mother and for the world. He continued, adding that he also wanted to protect Faust and to stop Jae Galhwa from committing his heinous acts, stating that all the things that happened were not because of him, Jungo, or Si-hyun. He explained that it was all because of Mephisto, who tricked them into this trap, and that for some reason, God played along with his game, but that he didn't want to give in. Si-hyun declared that he wanted them to take charge of their own fate. He begged. Lee Jae-hyun asked Si-hyun to help him just this once. Jae-hyun demanded that Si-hyun answer him, questioning why he came here. Galhwa stated that he came here to stop him. Kneeling on the tracks, Jungo pleaded with Lee Si-hyun to protect those he held dear. He admitted that he couldn't stop Jae Galhwa alone, even with his own power. Jungo explained that his power had already transcended theirs. He was asking for a favor for the sake of his surviving mother and for the world. Jungo continued, asking Si-hyun to ensure that Jae Galhwa would stop committing his heinous acts. He also asked him to protect their old friend, Faust. Jungo believed that all of this was because of Mephisto, who tricked them into this trap. He added that for some reason, God played along with his game, but he didn't want to give in. Jungo declared that he wanted them to take charge of their own fate, and so he begged Si-hyun. Jungo pleaded with Si-hyun to help him just this once. Lee Si-hyun, standing in front of a building, was being called out too. He was asked why he had come here. Jae Galhwa's presence was announced. Si-hyun was asked if he had come here to stop him. Si-hyun responded that he was trying to save him. Jae Galhwa was told that he may think he has control over those powers, but those powers will begin to consume him. Si-hyun was accused of betrayal. Jae Galhwa was warned that he would end up losing himself. He angrily told someone to shut up. Galhwa dashes forward, moving with incredible speed. With a burst of speed, Raziel launches herself forward. The force of her movement creates a shockwave. Meanwhile, Lee Si-hyun instructs Raziel to protect the people and keep Galhwa in check. Raziel acknowledges Si-hyun's command. Raziel dashes forward. The air crackles with energy as Raziel moves. Raziel prepares to strike, channeling energy into her hand. Kyung-jin realizes that his powers have slowed down after fighting with Jungo, meaning he has suffered damage. He decides to use the chance Jungo gave him to take care of him. Kyung-jin unleashes Uriel Fist at 10%, slamming into Raziel with the Iron Maiden technique. Raziel is clearly annoyed by the attack. The force of the impact sends Raziel crashing to the ground. Raziel struggles to rise, visibly injured. Kyung-jin prepares another Uriel Fist attack at 10%. Kyung-jin unleashes the storm of guillotine. Raziel cried out in pain as the attack landed. The force of the blow sent her spiraling downwards. Below, Lee Si-hyun descended, streaks of energy trailing behind him. The clash of divine power echoed as Kyung-jin's attack collided with Raziel's defenses. The force of the impact reverberated through the air. The storm of guillotine continued its assault, each strike carrying immense power. Buildings in the distance stood as silent witnesses to the unfolding battle. Raziel, battered and bruised, noticed Lee Si-hyun's descent and questioned his persistence. Meanwhile, Si-hyun pushed himself, striving to reach his physical limits. Sihyun focused his energy, channeling it into his fist as he prepared to unleash the Uriel fist at 80% capacity. Below, the energy began to rise. Sihyun unleashed his inferno. The force of the attack exploded outwards. The energy surged, crackling with power. The attack slammed into its target. The air crackled with energy as the storm intensified. Amidst the chaos, Lee Sihyun stood firm, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching storm. Kyungjun wobbled, feeling the strain of his own power. Kyungjun knew he was running out of chances to attack Jae Galhwa and that he needed to hurry up with a follow-up attack. Kyungjun yelled at Sihyun to attack him now. With a swoosh, Sihyun moved forward, but Kyungjun realized that he couldn't even make him faint using his powers. Sihyun's fist clenched, ready to strike. With a resounding wham, Sihyun struck, sending his opponent flying. Meanwhile, Galhwa, restrained, commanded someone to stay put. The Nolokatina Neuro Karina, chains of annulment, clicked into place. Galhwa realized he couldn't move. The figure holding Galhwa captive remarked that he was quite a threat, but he would need time to recuperate before he could use his powers again, adding that it was time for him to die. With a boom, the figure struck Galhwa. The force of the blow was immense. A final clang echoed as Galhwa was struck. The man in the white jacket clenched his fist, his expression hardening. Below, Galhwa stood chained, his body bruised and battered. He glared up at the figure looming over him. Galhwa declared that he would kill both of them, burning their corpses so that no trace of them remained on Earth. The figure above him warned Lee Sihyun to protect himself, questioning how much longer he would be able to endure. Energy surged around the figure in the white jacket. Sihyun's eyes widened, fear evident in his expression. A powerful blast erupted. The force of the impact slammed into something. The energy surged outwards. Amidst the chaos, Jungho and Yoonhee stood together, dwarfed by the scale of the battle. The blast sent Sihyun flying backwards. Another blast erupted. The force of the energy sent Jungho and Yoonhee flying. Sihyun cried out in pain. Jungho asked if they were still alive, while a voice commanded them to run away. Sihyun yelled that they were endangering themselves by staying there, ordering them to leave, just a few officers, and get everybody out of there. The man in the white jacket remarked on Sihyun's protectiveness. Galhwa, with a sinister grin, wondered how much longer Miriam Tadib could endure. Below, Miriam Tadib was struck by a powerful blow. Galhwa remarked that the attack looked too heavy for Miriam. Miriam, enduring the assault, urged Jae Galhwa to stop, questioning what he hoped to gain from this. Galhwa retorted, asking why Miriam didn't look after himself, warning that he might end up getting killed. Galhwa questioned if he needed to spell out Miriam's fate, declaring that he should just die. A surge of purple energy emanated from Galhwa. Miriam cried out as the attack landed. Lee Sihyun's name was called out. The purple energy continued to constrict Miriam. Galhwa told Lee Sihyun that, as he slowly died, he hoped he would realize the price he had to pay for betraying him. He added that Sihyun was once his dearest friend. Galhwa began to walk away. Miriam wobbled, struggling to stand as Galhwa walked away. Purple energy swirled around Galhwa. The purple energy struck Miriam. Miriam cried out as the energy crushed him. Galhwa stated that there was nobody left to protect Jungho. Galhwa, standing before the Twin Towers, declared his intention to kill Jae before offering one final gift. He wished to give one last gift. Meanwhile, Kyungjun, bound and battered, could only beg for them to stop. Below, Jungho, restrained, called out in anguish. With a resounding swoosh, the Twin Towers unleashed a torrent of energy. The energy crackled around Kyungjun, causing him immense pain. Galhwa remarked that it had been a long time, questioning what had happened to Gretchen. Jungho cried out, desperately denying Faust's involvement. Galhwa asked how Jungho liked watching those he loved burn in flames. Galhwa declared that Jungho had lost. The air crackled with energy as two massive, ethereal blades descended. Above, the red-haired figure was struck by the attack. The blue-haired figure questioned how it felt to watch those he loved burn in flames, revealing that it had been a long time since the red-haired figure had seen this, and that this was what happened to Gretchen. The red-haired figure screamed in anguish. The blue-haired figure stated that Jungho should not blame Faust. The red-haired figure was told that he lost. The devil's boy. The massive blades continued their descent. The blades continued to rumble as they fell. The red-haired figure was kneeling on the ground as the blade approached. The blue-haired figure asked how it felt to watch the people he loved disappear in front of his eyes. The blue-haired figure asked if he now understood. The blue-haired figure continued, asking what it felt like to have the chief, who was like a father to him, die because of him. The blue-haired figure stated that he did not blame him, and that he was completely... She continued, stating that he must have seen many people he cared about disappear. All right, she thought now. With a boom, Raziel declared that it was Jungho's turn. Time to end this ill-fated relationship, she thought. With a whoosh, Raziel said goodbye. A massive blast erupted. The attack landed with a DH doom. Galwa, however, declared that he couldn't let everything end like this. Galwa continued, saying that he couldn't let Jungo do that. Raziel realized that it was Mephistopheles. She wondered if the devil himself was out to stop her now. Mephistopheles chuckled, saying that he just needed a little more time. Raziel stated that was his problem. A kaboom signaled another blast. The attack landed with a clang. Mephistopheles recalled that Wagner was such a good human being, but Jay Galwa had quite a bad temper. Raziel asked how about this. A surge of energy emanated. The attack landed with a wham. Raziel's opponent remarks that he is something else entirely, noting that Wagner is tapping into all of Beelzebub's powers. From below, Jungo asks what he is doing. The transformation continues. Wagner, engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, declares that he knows Jungo must be devastated by the loss of those he loved, but just sitting there won't bring them back. Wagner taunts Jungo, saying he should know by now that he was fooled by him, reminding him of all the hatred he felt toward Mark, Gretchen, and Wagner himself. After all, he says, Jungo killed Wagner with his own hands. Wagner asks why Jungo isn't feeling that hatred toward Jay Galwa, who murdered everyone he loved. He adds that there is nobody left for Jungo to protect, and that he is finally able to do what he yearned for. Wagner states that is what Jungo has to do. Meanwhile, Jay Galwa stands with his foot on Lee Kyungjun's head, telling him to take revenge on Jay Galwa, stating that is what he has to do. Back in the other realm, Wagner tells Jungo that all he has to do now is choose. Wagner tells Jungo to choose either to die like this or to take revenge. Wagner continues to slide forward. Wagner tells Jungo that he gets to choose his own fate. Wagner asks Jungo if he has made up his mind. Wagner hears Jungo say okay, followed by kaboom. An explosion of energy erupts. The ground rumbles as the blue-haired figure looks up. Raziel stood with Mephistopheles, who was bathed in a purple glow. Below, Jungo contemplated what he had to do. Suddenly, Jake Galwa demanded that they stop interfering. Galwa declared that he would disappear as they wished. He added that things were going to be different, as they had destroyed Jungo's reason to live. Galwa stated that he would be sure to enjoy the events that unfolded before them, the final battle between Jungo and Raziel, which had lasted for the last 300 years. Galwa shouted for them to shut up. The villain thanked Jay Galwa. Jungo finally realized what he had to do. Jungo dashed forward. Galwa also dashed forward. Jungo continued his advance. Galwa moved to intercept him. The two clashed. Galwa's face cracked as he felt the impact. The force of the blow sent Galwa flying. Jungo could now see it in Galwa's eyes. He wished to kill. Galwa, with a sinister grin, questioned how Jungo thought he could take him on alone, steam emanating from his body. Below, Jungo stood with his back to the viewer, as two figures behind him prepared to attack. The figures, now revealed to be the large muscular bully and Kim Youngjun, were surrounded by a purple aura, ready to fight. Galwa watched with a menacing glare. Jungo heard someone call his name. Galwa's expression hardened as he uttered, Jay Galwa. The large muscular bully declared that Jungo was now up against the three of them. The sounds of metal echoed as Galwa and another figure stood surrounded by a purple aura. Below, Lee Sihyun and Jungo watched as Galwa stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Jungo heard his name called out, but he was in rough shape. Below, Jay Galwa stood with a sinister look on his face. Galwa declared that they were now up against him. He considered the three of them. Galwa laughed. Galwa mocked them, questioning how the three ailing losers expected to accomplish anything. Lee Sihyun coughed, blood splattering on the ground. Lee Sihyun heard one of his companions say that one of them was about to kick the bucket already. Another admitted that he was bleeding really badly and that both of them were almost totally out of strength. Jungo apologized, saying that there wasn't much they could do. Lee Sihyun insisted that there was still something they could do, reminding Jungo that Galwa was just as human as they were, and that meant he had limitations as well. Jungo wondered what Lee Sihyun was getting at. Lee Sihyun explained that he was fighting Galwa, and he wanted the other two to keep exposing his weak points. He said that they were going to make that bastard expend all of his energy, and he wanted them both to give it all they got. One of the figures held a knife. The figure declared that they should push it to the limit. Galwa declared his intent to kill them all, his rage palpable. Reacting to Galwa's declaration, Lee Sihyun cried out in pain. Meanwhile, the figure with the knife moved with a burst of speed. Galwa unleashed a flurry of slashes, the air crackling with energy. The figure with the knife slid across the ground, narrowly avoiding the attacks. Galwa noted that Jungo had become stronger, his attacks bolder and more bloodthirsty. Galwa dismissed the notion, confidently stating that they were still too weak to defeat him. Galwa's energy exploded outwards. The figure with the knife blocked the attack. Lee Sihyun, empowered, unleashed a surge of energy. Lee Sihyun and the figure with the knife clashed with Galwa. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the area. The figure with the knife was sent flying backwards from the collision. Galwa unleashed another attack. The figure with the knife was struck by Galwa's attack. The figure in the red mask dashed forward, his blade glinting. Below, the intensity of the battle was visible in the eyes of the blue-haired figure. The blade hummed with power as the figure prepared to strike. Meanwhile, Jungo focused his energy, preparing a counterattack. A surge of power emanated from him. The force of Jungo's attack slammed into the masked figure, the impact echoing through the surroundings. Enraged, the masked figure cursed his opponents. The masked figure and the blue-haired figure clashed amidst a blinding light, their battle reaching a fever pitch. The masked figure slashed through the air, the force of the blow evident. The blue-haired figure's face contorted in pain and fury. The clash resulted in a massive explosion. The force of the explosion sent debris flying, and the masked figure was caught in the blast. The masked figure screamed in pain, realizing the extent of the damage. He wondered how they dared to attack him. The blue-haired figure, fueled by rage, called the masked figure a worthless piece of trash. Jungo's allies observed that despite their combined assault, the blue-haired figure was already healing himself. The blue-haired figure was furious at their audacity. The blue-haired figure unleashed another blast of energy. The masked figure was struck by the blast, sending him flying backwards. The figure in the red mask lay defeated, his body battered and bruised. He cursed his own weakness, realizing that his attacks were being completely nullified. Meanwhile, the blue-haired figure stood tall, seemingly unharmed by the previous exchange. The blue-haired figure pressed his attack. The masked figure, enduring another blow, questioned if he was simply too weak. The blue-haired figure called out to Wee Jino. Elsewhere, Wee Jino struggled to his feet, his body feeling heavy and unresponsive. He knew he was at his limit, completely out of strength. The blue-haired figure urged him to attack, but Jino knew he couldn't. Everything, he realized, depended on the choice he was about to make. A voice echoed in Jino's mind, asking if it was strength he sought. The voice identified itself as Uriel, offering Jino power, but warning that its effectiveness would depend on the good intentions of the one who wielded it. Uriel questioned if Jino's intentions were good or evil. Jino stood before the ethereal figure of Uriel, the angel's presence radiating immense power. Uriel explained that Jino could either suffer damnation or be saved, depending on his mindset as he used the power. The angel revealed that they were abandoned by God because they were too obsessed with their power. Uriel asked Jino one more time if he needed the power to kill someone. Jino, looking up, hoped that no more people would die. He wanted to protect everyone without having to kill. Uriel found Jino's words interesting, wondering if he was telling the truth. The angel observed that Jino was human, but they had many things in common, which is why Uriel was curious to know how he would use the power. A voice echoed, reminding him that good and evil were two sides of the same coin. As the words faded, the speaker's eye glowed with power. The voice continued, urging Jino to maintain that mindset as he unleashed a surge of energy. The surge struck the third bully, who foolishly believed he could win. The third bully was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The impact created a massive explosion. Wee Jino watched as the third bully lay defeated. Power crackled around Jino's hand as he channeled the Uriel fist at 100%. The power manifested as the four beasts, with the third beast taking form. The third bully could only watch in horror. The Uriel fist slammed into the ground with explosive force. The force of the blow radiated outwards. The Uriel fist glowed intensely. The attack struck the third bully with devastating force. The power manifested again as the four beasts, this time with the second vulture taking form. The second eagle descends, poised to strike. A devastating explosion erupts upon impact. The third bully realizes that he can no longer use Beelzebub's power every time Jino uses that attack. He acknowledges that this is dangerous. A blinding flash of light fills the area. The third bully thinks that the animals behind Jino are causing his powers to be temporarily disabled. He knows he needs to keep his distance until he regains his strength. He wonders how Jino got behind him. Cracking with energy, the third bully prepares to unleash a rising inferno. A surge of blue energy erupts. The energy explodes outward. Wee Jino wonders what happened all of a sudden. He questions how Jino could use such powers against Jay Galwa. Jino lands, declaring that this is the test he's been given. Wee Jino acknowledges that Jino has become useful once again and asks if he could be a bit kinder to him. It is revealed that the Uriel fist, or whatever it is, appears unable to thwart the devil's attacks at less than 100% intensity. The seals last only for 5 to 10 seconds, and the third bully can use his powers again, having roughly figured it out. The third bully prepares to kill all of them. Jino says that it is the same time, and tells Jungo to go again. Jungo agrees. Jungo wondered how Jay Galwa could wield such power. He realized this was the test he had been given. Uriel, observing the fight, noted that he appeared unable to thwart the devil's attacks at less than 100% intensity. Wee Jino remarked that he had become useful once again, wondering if Uriel could be a bit kinder to him. Uriel calculated that the seals would only last for 5 to 10 seconds, and he could use his powers again, having roughly figured it out. The monstrous figure roared that he would kill them all at the same time. Wee Jino urged Jungo to go again. Jungo affirmed that he was ready. The monstrous figure stated that he had grossly underestimated them all. He then declared that things were going to be different from now on. Diablo Persia, the descent of the demon, began. The demonic energy pulsed outwards. The transformation continued. The weight of the transformation was overpowering, and the monster realized he hadn't been using his full powers. Uriel realized he had no idea if his total powers would be enough to thwart him, but he had no choice. He had to defeat him. Uriel prepared his fist. Wee Jino declared that he would do everything he could to stop it. A dark tower pierces the sky, a beacon of ominous power. Suddenly, a radiant shield of light erupts, a counter to the encroaching darkness. Wee Jino, struggling to maintain his defense, realized he had exhausted his strength. Jake Galwa, however, knew that he was still capable of wielding tremendous power, and that Jungo and Jino couldn't waste their strength. Wee Jino, hearing the urgency in Jake Galwa's voice, acknowledged the situation. He and Jungo dashed forward. The devil summoned 4 spectral beasts to attack. Sihian unleashed a powerful strike, a first line technique, cleaving through the spectral beasts. Having been struck by that spell, Sihian's powers were sealed. He knew it was time for hand-to-hand combat. Jungo realized that both of their attacks had no impact on the devil. He hoped that everything was going as planned. The devil, unfazed, engaged them in close combat. He mused that they must have forgotten something. The devil continued his assault, his strikes landing with brutal force. The devil laughed, finding the battle immensely enjoyable. Wee Jino was struck, realizing he was an idiot. The force of the blows took its toll. Wee Jino realized he didn't have much strength left. Jay Galwa feared that he might end up becoming overwhelmed by the devil's powers if he kept using Uriel. The devil questioned Wee Jino, asking if he was all right, while continuing to strike him. Wee Jino demanded to know what the devil was trying to tell him. Wee Jino was told that Sihian was responsible for the death of his family, but he questioned the accusation. The devil responded, asking if he could fight alongside someone like that, stating that he could never do such a thing. The devil then stated that this was the time to act, while Wee Jino simply asked what mattered. The devil insisted that it was Jino's golden opportunity to take revenge against Sihian. Jino questioned what taking revenge would possibly change, stating that he didn't want to see any more people die. The devil laughed, asking if he just wanted to run away. The devil asked if Jino's dead father and sister would feel the same way if they saw him fighting next to Sihian. Meanwhile, Jungo was seen standing in front of a hospital, seemingly remembering the past. Jungo remembered writing a letter, apologizing for not being able to help. Jungo recalled Wee Jino saying that he would never forgive him, and that he probably hated him. Jino hoped that hatred would consume Jungo, as that was how he would be able to take revenge on him. Back in the present, the devil's eyes glowed with power. Wee Jino stood, seemingly ready to fight, while the devil grinned menacingly. The devil then struck Wee Jino, sending him flying. The devil stated that Jino was weak enough to be shaken by just a few words, and that it would have been better not to have even started. The devil stood over the fallen Wee Jino, stating that his feeble willpower had done this to him. He then demanded that Jungo get up. The devil glanced at Jungo, commenting that Jino was really bad at acting, and wondered if he was too obvious. The devil then stated that Jungo was like his Jungo, and that he truly was the reincarnation of Faust, which he could tell by his underhandedness. The devil stated that Jino was letting his friend do all the work, while he saved up his strength. He then told Jino to look who was talking. The imp taunted, questioning if his opponent was truly strong enough for another one-on-one battle. Wee Jino slammed his fist into the ground, demanding to know why he hadn't been defeated sooner, calling the devil a liar. The imp dashed forward, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake. An explosion of power erupted. The imp declared that Wee Jino's first weakness was that he overestimated himself. The imp's attack landed with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent Wee Jino flying. The imp stated that Wee Jino's second weakness was that his powers were slow to take effect compared to his own. The imp continued his assault, striking Wee Jino with a series of blows. Wee Jino screamed in agony. Wee Jino cursed the imp as the attack landed. Wee Jino realized his body was paralyzed, wondering what was happening. The imp declared that Wee Jino's last weakness was that he had surpassed the limits of his power as Wee Jino collapsed to the ground. The imp explained that no matter how strong Wee Jino was, he had suffered tremendous damage. The imp revealed that he had given Wee Jino 2 days to waste his strength on the 3 of them, and that he used Wee Jino as a shield to build up his own strength, wanting to find out how much power he was capable of using. The devil, having declared victory, stands over his defeated opponent. From the shadows, a voice cackles, questioning if he is so sure of his triumph. The voice continues, taunting him, asking if he's merely delaying his demise or too proud to accept defeat. It suggests that he look behind him. The devil, now visibly injured, wonders what is happening. A voice denies that there is no way. A heavy thud echoes. Galwa stands over the defeated Wee Jino, lightning crackling around him. Jungo, startled, wonders what is going on. A figure on a cross warns that he had been warned. A voice says that good and evil are two sides of the same coin, and that power responds to the intentions of those who wish to use it properly. The voice continues, explaining that if those intentions become tainted, that power ends up controlling him. Jungo denies that he wanted to take revenge. The voice questions if he's sure about that, saying that it looks like he was merely suppressing those emotions, and that he always wanted to avenge his dead family members. The voice says that Jungo already borrowed too much strength from him for his body to handle, and that power is consuming him. The figure says that he will help Jungo face the evil within him and bring it to the surface. Jungo cries out in denial. The figure states that the time has come for Jungo to be honest with himself. Jungo screams, as the figure commands him to show the evil within him. A surge of energy crackled, centered on a dark figure's chest, as a symbol burned brightly. The force of the blast knocked Jungo to the ground. He admitted to himself that he had been a fool. Meanwhile, the figure who offered Jungo help declared that he shouldn't have joined forces with him. Jungo lay motionless, bloodied, and seemingly unconscious. The figure, his back to the viewer, proclaimed that he no longer cared what happened. The figure stood, a dark silhouette outlined by a menacing yellow glow, declaring that he no longer cared what happened. Above, a body lay bloodied and broken. Below, the figure's back was emblazoned with a sigil. Now consumed by rage, the figure stated that he no longer cared what happened. The figure screamed, his rage reaching a fever pitch. The figure, consumed by rage, vowed to kill everyone who took his family away from him. Elsewhere, Sihian grimaced in pain, while Wijino smiled sinisterly. A news report detailed the paranormal activities at a high school in Seoul, reporting that 4 high school students were supposedly responsible for the damage. The news report showed the police cordon around the school, mentioning that the station had been granted permission to photograph the premises via helicopter. Due to a strict off-limits policy imposed by the police, it was difficult to get a closer look, but the news station would continue trying to bring viewers the latest updates. One of the figures asked Wijino what he was talking about, demanding that he speak properly. Wijino responded that he was just exchanging a few words while Wijino was taking a break. Wijino remarked that he had reminded Wijino of his painful past. Wijino asked about the strength of the Leviathan, stating that the beast devours your soul if you show even the slightest hint of hesitance. Wijino retorted that he didn't have such weaknesses, so Beelzebub was completely helpless, and asked if Wijino wasn't devoured by the Leviathan before. Wijino stated that Wijino had been overwhelmed by Uriel. Wijino explained that Uriel's strength changes according to the characteristics of the victim, and that victims who have a strong sense of justice end up exposing their weaknesses more easily. After all, Uriel is a fallen angel, and he is very attracted to human weakness, lurking in the shadows. The transformed figure, however, questioned if Wijino thought he would be able to stop him. He stated that Wijino was certainly talkative for someone about to die. Wijino stood silently, his back to the transformed figure. With a whoosh, the transformed figure launched an attack, declaring that Uriel's fist was at 10%. The transformed figure then unleashed Iron Maiden. The attack slammed into Wijino. The transformed figure followed up with Morningstar, questioning what Wijino thought he was doing. Faust, the mortal who was most beloved by God, ended up being played by the devil, and the transformed figure stated that this fight wouldn't have even happened if it weren't for Wijino. The transformed figure declared that Lee Sihian, Jae Galwa, and Jungo were responsible for the loss of his family, wondering how he could fall for Mephisto's trickery and why he had to repeat this insanity. The transformed figure stated that it wasn't his fault. The transformed figure continued, saying that even if he didn't do it, he had to suffer the consequence, and that he was responsible, but he just couldn't remember it, adding that he was sure the same goes for Wijino. The transformed figure then slammed into Jungo, asking how many people he had grown to hate. Jungo crashed into the ground. The transformed figure stood over Jungo, stating that he would just lie there quietly, as he had no interest whatsoever in a pathetic wimp. The transformed figure turned away, knife in hand. The transformed bully stood his ground, observing the figure in the distance. He remarked that his opponent seemed determined to fight. With a burst of speed, the transformed bully dashed forward. The bully's fist collided with his opponent, the force of the blow creating a visible shockwave. He then slashed at his opponent with a blade of energy. The attack pierced the figure's chest. A dark substance oozed from the wound. Staggering back, the figure tapped his foot against the ground, noting that his opponent's powers were getting on his nerves. The transformed bully's fist crackled with energy. He declared that the gloves were coming off. An explosion of power erupted. The words Tercero Bicho, third bull, appeared, signifying the nature of the attack. A beam of energy shot forth, slamming into the figure. The transformed bully stated that the force used on Jae Galwa neutralized power, rendering any defense useless. The figure blocked the attack. Fortunately, only his devil's arm had been affected. The transformed bully prepared a battering ram attack. He slashed at his opponent again, moving with incredible speed. Another explosion of power occurred. The transformed bully prepared to dash forward, declaring now. The clash of metal echoed as the transformed bully's attack met its mark, sparks flying from the point of impact. Kyungjun realized with growing horror that his attacks were useless against the transformed bully. His body was impervious. With a burst of speed, the bully moved in for another attack. He declared that it was his turn. The bully's strike landed with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent Kyungjun flying backwards, crashing into the ground. The bully descended, engulfed in flames. Kyungjun, seeing the rising inferno attack, wondered if this was his only option. His body throbbed with pain as Kyungjun considered his next move. Kyungjun called out to Leviathan, begging for strength to stop the bully. Leviathan questioned why he should help. Leviathan pointed out that Kyungjun was living off his body and asked what would happen if he died. Kyungjun responded that he was smarter than Leviathan thought, but Leviathan stated that he wouldn't be convinced with that rationale, and that lending Kyungjun his strength could be perilous for him. Kyungjun asked what he could do for him, offering his soul. Leviathan agreed to take Kyungjun's soul when all of this was over. Leviathan asked if Kyungjun was sure, even if it meant his entire existence would be wiped out. Kyungjun thought that perhaps that would be a better option if it could end this miserable battle. Leviathan asked how about if, instead, he gained a host through which he could exercise his power. Leviathan, stating that he knew he liked Kyungjun, agreed to lend him his strength, but warned that what he was about to experience would be different from anything he'd encountered. Kyungjun focused on his powers flowing through his body, ready to meld his strength with Leviathan's. As Kyungjun stood before the mysterious figure, he was reminded to maintain his focus, for his ability to endure as a human depended on it. Meanwhile, Jungko's opponent declared his victory. With a whoosh, the scene shifted back to Kyungjun, where he was warned that even a momentary lapse in concentration could cost him his very existence. His eyes blinked open, revealing a monstrous, red-tinged gaze. A voice offered Kyungjun a tempting proposition, to gain a host through which he could exercise his power. The voice continued, urging him to focus on its power flowing through his body. The voice warned Kyungjun not to lose focus, reminding him that his endurance depended on it. Meanwhile, Jungko, now engulfed in a fiery aura, declared that his opponent was finished. The voice cautioned that even a momentary lapse in concentration could cost him his very existence. Kyungjun screamed as the power surged through him. Jungko continued his assault. Jungko wondered where this tremendous power was coming from. Jungko realized that this was his opponent's power. The transformation of Kyungjun continued. Raziel watched the events unfold. Raziel stated that there was nothing more they could do but watch as it all unfolded, prompting Mephisto to tell her to shut up. Raziel remarked that humans were incorrigible, believing Kyungjun would be different, but he was devoured by Uriel. She added that Mephisto's heart must be devastated, as the test he prepared for Kyungjun had been utterly ruined. Mephisto told her not to get the wrong idea, stating that the one being tested was still being tested. Mephisto retorted that Raziel was starting to sound ridiculous, reminding her that just because she was an angel didn't mean she could treat a devil like that. Meanwhile, Raziel urged Weijino to survive. Elsewhere, Kyungjun sensed a change in his power, realizing that only he could end the curse placed upon him. Kyungjun realized that he had managed to neutralize the attack simply by shouting, which meant his power was now equal to his opponent's. He then considered that he may now be even more powerful than his opponent. The transformed Kyungjun was different now, and he felt as if it was all his power. Weijino stood in the distance. The transformed Kyungjun told Uriel that he had said he wished to kill him, and that Uriel had consumed him. Kyungjun told himself to snap out of his daze, but he was speaking from his heart, and he was going to... Kyungjun unleashed a powerful attack. The attack landed with a resounding boom. The red masked figure prepared to attack. The red masked figure launched a barrage of attacks. The red masked figure's hand was shown. The red masked figure's attacks continued. The attacks continued to rain down. The red masked figure and Jungko clashed amidst a swirling vortex of energy, their battle tearing through the very fabric of the surroundings. The air crackled with power as they exchanged blows, each strike carrying the weight of their immense abilities. The force of one such blow landed, the sound echoing like a thunderclap as it connected. Jungko, however, was not merely on the defensive. He channeled his own power, a golden energy coalescing around his hand as he prepared to strike back. With a burst of speed, Jungko launched himself forward, closing the distance between them. The impact of their powers colliding sent shockwaves rippling outwards, shaking the very foundations of their battleground. Leviathan's power was not only perfected, but was now more powerful than before. Jungko deserved credit for making it this far. The red masked figure acknowledged that Jungko had become strong enough to face them. But the red masked figure grabbed Jungko. The red masked figure foresaw the direction of Jungko's attack and blocked it. A devastating blow landed. Jungko prepared to unleash the four beasts. First, the lion. The lion's power slashed through the air. The red mask figure was hit by Jungo's strength, and they realized that Jungo's powers were not to be underestimated. The red mask figure stood firm, declaring that his opponent was weaker than him and that any attempt to defeat him would be a critical mistake. He claimed his experience was the only reason he was losing. The figure continued, stating that even if he were only a little weaker, Jungo had never been in a real fight. Meanwhile, Jungo focused his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Jungo, exhausted, resolved to end the fight with a single blow. He recognized the red mask figure's power as the strongest force he had ever felt. The red mask figure acknowledged that his powers had yet to return fully due to Uriel's strength. Despite this, he vowed to put all his remaining power into one final attack. Both fighters prepared for a final clash, each determined to deliver a blow befitting the end of their fate. The two attacks collided with immense force, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the chaos, Jungo heard a familiar voice, one he thought he'd never hear again. He realized it couldn't be Jino. The force of the explosion reverberated outwards. The shockwave expanded rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The immense power of the blast shook the surrounding area. Nearby, Lee Jae-hyun wondered what was happening. Lee Jae-hyun, realizing the danger, urged someone to stop, but it was too late. Lee Jae-hyun grabbed the person, demanding to know how they got there and what they were doing. The person begged him to let go of their hand. Lee Jae-hyun insisted that they couldn't go any further, warning that it was too dangerous. The person pleaded with him to let them go, calling him son. Lee Jae-hyun looked on in shock, realizing that Jino was in the middle of the blast. A man grabbed Wee Jino, demanding to know how he got there and ordering him to release his hand. The man insisted that Jino couldn't go any further, stating it was too dangerous. Elsewhere, Jungo realized that Jino was inside. A monstrous roar echoed. The battle between Jino and the transformed figure continued. The transformed figure struck Jino, sending him crashing to the ground. Jino was temporarily drained of all strength, leaving him to wonder what was happening. He realized that Jae Galwa was the cause of all of this. He knew that all of this would end if he killed Jae Galwa, and he needed to hurry up and take his revenge. Jino turned and grabbed the transformed figure. The transformed figure realized that he wasn't able to use all of his strength because of Uriel's power, and that they had a big problem. He vowed to kill Jae Galwa with his own hands for causing the death of his family. Jino told him to stop, saying he didn't want to fight him. He reminded the transformed figure that he had fought him hard until now, and questioned why he was saying such things. Jino reminded him that he had saved his life several times when his life was in grave danger, and that he did not wish to keep fighting. The transformed figure stated that someone like Jino shouldn't make him laugh, as he didn't even help him when he fought Jae Galwa, and even took a break. He explained that he had no choice in order to beat him, and wouldn't have done that had he known Jino would end up like this. The transformed figure declared that now that things turned out this way, he guessed he had the right to kill Jino, and would take his life gladly. Jino flinched as he heard Kyungjun's voice calling out to him, begging him to stop. Kyungjun, his face etched with concern, called out to his mother, while the transformed Jino stood nearby, coughing. Meanwhile, Kyungjun's mother waved her hand, urging him to come home with her. Jino, now fully transformed, warned her not to come near him, declaring that the bastards were responsible for what happened to their family. Kyungjun's mother watched from a distance, wondering how she could stand by and do nothing, while Jino demanded that she listen to him. Jino recalled his mother's promise that they would try their best to overcome their hardship together. He questioned how she could expect him to keep going after watching her suffer, remembering how much it broke his heart to see her secretly crying whenever he came home. Jino declared that those bastards felt absolutely no sense of guilt and ought to be incinerated. Suddenly, Kyungjun's mother slapped him. She reminded Jino that she never asked him to do this for her and questioned if he had forgotten his promise. She continued, stating that his mother was human, too, and that she would never forgive those kids if they really did that. Jino turned, remembering his mother, and how afraid he was that something might happen to her and he may never get to see her again. Kyungjun's mother embraced him, apologizing for making him feel so sad and for tearing his heart apart, but assured him that he didn't have to worry anymore. She declared that she was strong and would keep standing on her own 2 feet, wishing that her own son would give her the strength to overcome the hardship they faced right now. She told Jino that she made his favorite food and asked him to come home now, telling him how much she loved him. He continued to embrace Kyungjun's mother, who wept openly. Elsewhere, dark energy crackled and zapped. With a burst of energy, someone asked if Jino was all right. The scene shifted to Jae Galwa, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a figure knelt in despair. The kneeling figure reflected on Jino's sincerity and care, even though they had only known each other for a short time. The figure considered that if he killed Jae Galwa, Jino might face the same fate as before. He also knew that God would not stand losing to Mephisto again. Meanwhile, Jino smirked, a fiery blade materializing in his hand. Jino's opponent coughed, lamenting that this was his last chance to kill him. Jino stated that he no longer had the strength to move. His opponent told him to kill him again, asking what was holding him back this time, wishing that Jino would end his life. Jino considered that perhaps his strength had been drained from him, and that Beelzebub had started to eat into his body. He assured his opponent not to worry, as he was about to do just that. A figure gritted their teeth. Elsewhere, a man was being beaten. Jake Galwa appeared, as Jino declared that he would not forgive him. Jino's eyes glowed with rage as he remembered that Jake Galwa killed the people he cherished, and that he had already killed him once before. A figure stepped forward, stating that someone died because of him, and apologized. Jino, tears streaming down his face, apologized to Wagner, a knife clutched in his hand. Nearby, someone cried out for Master Faust, questioning why. The scene shifted back to Jino, who dropped to his knees beside a fallen figure amidst a fiery backdrop. A close-up revealed the character's anguished expression as they questioned why they were remembering a past life that wasn't them, declaring they didn't want to forgive him. Elsewhere, Jungo was asked to stop. The perspective widened, showing Jungo and another figure standing in a desolate landscape. Another character expressed thanks to their mother, stating they had forgiven everyone, while someone else declared that it was meaningless to keep fighting. The scene changed to Jungo, standing shirtless with markings on his torso, as rain began to fall. The rain intensified as Jungo's hand gripped a glowing weapon. A lone figure stood in the downpour, their red hair stark against the gray. The figure from before reiterated that they didn't want to forgive, while two other characters were seen together, one asking if the other was all right and hurt badly, and the other responding that the banana milk bought for them was appreciated. One character stated they came to pay someone back, while another expressed that Jungo believed in someone, and a third character pleaded for someone not to be hurt anymore. A character was told to snap out of it, before another character was told that they were an idiot. The scene shifted to a somber setting, showing a memorial with a portrait, flowers, and candles. The final panel showed a series of scenes, one character promising to protect another, a figure kneeling before another, and a declaration of unforgiveness. A young woman sits by a window, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a student asks what someone has done, as another declares they have decided to forgive. Though it took a long time, a figure is seen suspended in a blue light. The call to forgive echoes as Jungo is asked what revenge he is planning. The figure from before stands in the rain, contemplating something carefully. Names are spoken in the darkness. Yoonhee, teacher, mother. With a resounding clang, a weapon falls to the ground. Mephistopheles questions why he should stay and watch, knowing exactly what Jungo is going to do. Someone remarks that all of their efforts have gone to waste, as another tells God that they congratulated him. A figure tells Galwa that he won, declaring that he won't kill him. The figure declares that they shall forgive. The weapon clattered to the ground, sparks flying as it landed. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles wondered why he should stay and watch, knowing exactly what Jungo was going to do. The blue-haired woman told God to congratulate him, stating that all of her efforts so far had gone to waste. Under the pouring rain, Jay Galwa declared that he would not kill him. A voice declared, "I shall forgive you." Lee Sihian, his face cracking with golden energy, questioned what was happening. Galwa insisted that he wasn't going to kill Sihian. Sihian recalled Galwa telling him that he was going to forgive him, but he didn't believe it. Sihian screamed that he would rather die than let a piece of trash treat him like that, demanding that Galwa just kill him. Galwa told Sihian that he could keep flapping his mouth, but he had already made up his mind. Sihian stared ahead. Rain continued to fall. Elsewhere, a man reported that it was over, ordering the removal of barricades and deployment of police. The officer confirmed that the situation was over, but Galwa's actions suggested otherwise. He stood alone, contemplating the recent events and wondering if it was truly finished. Meanwhile, a car pulled up, its occupants unaware of the scene that had just unfolded. Galwa turned, hearing someone call out to him. He remembered that he wasn't able to do anything as a police officer. Sihian, covered in blood, was enraged by Galwa's declaration of forgiveness. He questioned how Galwa dared to take everything away from him. Nearby lay a discarded knife, a silent testament to the violence that had transpired. Jungo's eyes widened as he called out to Sihian. Sihian, covered in blood, refused to accept Galwa's forgiveness. He would rather take his own life without any regrets. Jungo stared in disbelief, wondering what Jay Galwa was doing. Galwa asked if it made him happy to see this happen to him. Galwa told Sihian that he didn't know how much longer he would be able to live, but wished him good luck. He knew that this was going to end, and nobody would mourn his death. Sihian swiped at Galwa. As Sihian attacked, a woman arrived, apologizing for not coming sooner. The woman, distraught, wondered what she was going to do to stop the bleeding. She asked Sihian what was going on and how he knew she was here, reminding him that he wasn't supposed to come here. Sihian told her to cut it out, stating that he was not her son anymore. The woman said that she never stopped thinking about Sihian, even for a moment. She asked if he knew how much she missed him, calling him her beautiful little boy, and asked what happened. She then asked why he returned her gifts, and if he didn't wish, she just disappeared. The woman told Sihian that his father took her presents away from her. Elsewhere, a man in a car noticed Galwa and asked his boss what he should do. Galwa, visibly frustrated, wondered how the boy had managed to find his location. He realized he should have anticipated this. Meanwhile, Sihyun's mother confronted him, demanding he hand something over immediately. Showing some nerve, she flinched as Sihyun grabbed her wrist, demanding she give it to him. Sihyun's mother warned him that if he didn't want to come back, then her son would no longer exist in her life. Elsewhere, the woman who claimed to be Sihyun's mother sobbed. The woman embraced Sihyun, telling him that she had never forgotten about him and that she could have gone to see him, but she just couldn't muster up the courage. She apologized to Sihyun, calling him her son. Sihyun, in disbelief, could only utter "oh." He thought that if only she would have come sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The woman stood alone, surrounded by the aftermath of the battle. Sihyun wondered why he felt so empty, even though everything was over. He questioned if he had to do what he did, throwing everything away just to achieve this. He realized that now everything was over for her too, and wondered if he would still make the same choice if he got another chance. Sihyun wondered if she had been keeping an eye on him all along. With a heavy thud, Junggo collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Jino rushed toward Junggo, asking if he was alright. Jino apologized, saying he didn't think he'd be able to go to Junggo's house. Junggo, frustrated, told him to stop messing around and get up. Jino revealed that he had made a pact with Leviathan to hand over his soul when all of this was over. He added that he was lucky to meet someone like Junggo, even though their friendship was brief. Junggo told him to stop talking like that and get up, adding that if it wasn't for Jino, things might have turned out the way Mephisto had planned. Jino apologized. Jino said he was truly thankful to Junggo, but he didn't think his body could take it anymore. Jino asked Junggo to take care of himself, stating that Junggo was the first person to ever treat him as a friend. A blinding light erupted. The light faded, revealing Junggo holding Jino. Jino's body began to crack. Jino wondered if he made the right choice, hoping that if they meet again sometime in the future, Junggo could just tell him that he understood. Jino hoped Junggo could tell him that he understood what he went through. Jino hoped Junggo could tell him that he understood what he went through. A surge of energy emanated from Junggo. Junggo knelt on the ground, surrounded by a golden aura. The golden aura surrounding Junggo pulsed with raw power. The energy continued to emanate from him. Far above, Jino and Lee Kyungjun stood together, observing the scene below. Jino expressed his pride, stating that Kyungjun had finally shaken off his fate. Raziel considered how many days Faust had left, musing that Kyungjun would be rewarded for his suffering. Raziel hummed to herself. Kyungjun hoped they could return to their lives now. Raziel turned, deciding that she should be getting back now. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles lamented that his dear brother had lost the bet, stating that it was just too bad. Lilith told Faust to stop having so much fun and get the job done, as the plan was watertight. Faust realized that the emotions of humans don't always turn out the way he planned. Faust was told that he had 3 days left, and was asked if he knew what the number 3 stood for. Lilith mused on the number 3, realizing that it was right, and that the age-old shackles of fate become loose. Mephistopheles stated that a new fate was beginning, and everything that happened until now disappears. He added that God would continue to make humans suffer, and that they were about to see a new beginning. Junggo. People wondered what was going on with the aurora borealis in the sky. It was explained that every number has a different meaning in the Bible, and that God does not make everyone endure the same suffering. Some face harsher punishments than others, while some are blessed. Yet, when such realities are overcome, divine compassion does not ignore the pain. The time remaining for Faust, or rather, Junggo, dwindles. Only 3 days remain. The aurora borealis continues to dance across the sky. The meaning of that number is resurrection. The story will continue next week with the final episode. The city stretched beneath a vast sky, dotted with fluffy clouds. Below the sky, the Team Tram boxing gym stood, a beacon for aspiring fighters. Inside the gym, the coach urged one of his students to put more force into his hips as he sparred. Across the gym, another boxer took a break, gulping down water and catching his breath. The coach asked Sunwoo if he wanted to start heading home now. Sunwoo, lying on the floor, said he couldn't get up. Sunwoo groaned, exhausted from the training. Jino, walking alongside Sunwoo, told him that he needed to work out more if he wanted to get better every day. Sunwoo replied that he guessed he would have to do this again tomorrow. Jino continued, saying that he was more afraid of the coach than he was of Jang Jun. Sunwoo retorted that that wasn't true. Jino asked Sunwoo if he wanted to eat something at his house, saying that his mom was a really good cook. Sunwoo suddenly remembered that he had to go to academy. Jino looked at Sunwoo, surprised. Sunwoo thought to himself that he guessed he could skip 1 day of lessons. Jino mocked him, saying that he was too dumb to improve his grades no matter how much he crammed. Jino suggested that they go, because his mom said she was going to grill some pork. Sunwoo agreed. Jino then asked if Jino's sister would be home too when they got there. Jino warned Sunwoo not to get any funny ideas about his sister. Elsewhere, Sihyun stood outside a building, a briefcase at his feet. Sihyun walked with a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumped as he approached the building. Meanwhile, Galwa wondered if what he was seeing was real. Galwa's mother was on his mind. Galwa's mother called out to him, but he dashed away, ignoring her request to celebrate his birthday with a meal. She had so many things she wanted to tell him. Gao's mother missed him dearly. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-hyun was informed that the madam had met the young master, and he asked what they should do. Gao's mother and father walked together, and he suggested they just go. The father had never seen the kid smile like that before. The scene shifted to a building. Jaehyun's friend was happy that he was getting rehab treatment again, and Jaehyun jumped for joy, knowing his baby was going to do the right thing. Jaehyun was incredibly happy and planned to treat his friend to some deokbokki. Suddenly, Jaehyun was struck. Jaehyun fell to the ground. Jaehyun apologized. Lee Se-hyun walked with purpose, his destination clear. Meanwhile, Junggo and Yooni shared good news. Yooni excitedly told Junggo that her parents had given her permission to take drawing lessons. Junggo was surprised, but expressed that he would really appreciate her help from now on. They shook hands, sealing their agreement. As night fell, Junggo walked home. He arrived at his apartment building and entered. Inside, Junggo's mother asked him how school was. He seemed troubled. Junggo's eyes widened. His mother cheerfully told him that she had made egg rolls, his favorite. Tears welled in Junggo's eyes. His parents asked him what was wrong, wondering if something bad had happened at school or if a girl had broken his heart. Junggo denied it. Junggo thought to himself that he didn't know why, but he was so happy to hear them say it was good to see him again. He considered that it might not sound like anything special, but he just wanted to tell them this. Nearby, two figures discussed their plans for the day. One suggested fried chicken, reminding the other that they had saved up a bunch of coupons. The other figure confirmed that they had indeed saved up a lot, but they had ordered fried chicken from different places, resulting in a collection of random coupons. Elsewhere, the sound of violence echoed. One of the figures then stated that they should go. A girl kneeled before a group of people. One of them berated her for not showing up the previous day, threatening to punch some sense into her. Another figure noted that she still had a long way to go before she felt sorry, while a third questioned what they should do since she wasn't paying them enough for protection. Someone named Miju was told not to hit her. One of the figures warned that if she didn't show up next time, they would slash her face, as others would notice the bruises there. A figure walked away, thinking that they should get out of there. The figure wanted to kill them all brutally and violently, wanting nothing more than to incinerate those pieces of trash. As the figure walked, a small, red creature appeared, exclaiming in surprise and mocking that it looked like they were having a tough day, adding that it hurt. The creature then called out to the figure. The creature asked if they wanted to take revenge on those pieces of trash.